Chapter 1. Back before the apocalypse. Bang! 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 On the frozen lake, Lin Shi struck the ice hard with an ice pick. 1 meter beneath the surface, he could vaguely see a crucian carp frozen in the ice. Lin Shi's mouth watered unconsciously. He was determined that this fish would be the dinner for him and Zhao Xiao today. Zhao Xiao was his partner for 14 years, and they had supported each other through the apocalypse for 8 years. He could be said to be the most trusted person in Lin Shi's life. This time, it was Lin Shi's turn to find food while Zhao Xiao kept watch for any dangers. Suddenly, amidst the howling cold wind, there was a barely perceptible sound. Lin Shi's pupils shrank suddenly. A silenced gunshot. A sharp pain shot through his back. Lin Shi fell to the ground, the ice pick flying 3 meters away from him. What was going on? How could someone sneak up on him without Zhao Xiao warning him? He struggled to turn his head and saw Zhao Xiao standing next to his sworn enemy, Shen Jinbin, chatting with him in a fawning manner. He could vaguely hear words like space, you don't deserve it, and shelter carried by the wind. In that instant, Lin Shi's mind raced faster than ever before. Zhao Xiao had betrayed him. Blood flowed from Lin Shi's body, and he felt increasingly cold. But more unbearable than the physical pain and chill was the betrayal by the person he trusted most. The two approached Lin Shi. Shen Jinbin looked down at Lin Shi with undisguised contempt. Lin Shi, you've fallen into my hands. Lin Shi bit down hard, blood seeping from his clenched teeth as he stared at Zhao Xiao. The lower half of his body had lost all sensation. All of this was brought upon him by his good brother and partner. Zhao Xiao avoided Lin Shi's bloodshot gaze, his eyes darting nervously. Lin Shi, don't blame me. I helped you activate the space, but you've always treated it as your own. You wouldn't share it to let us go to the shelter together. We can rely on young Master Shen. Your space will serve him, and you won't have to struggle to find supplies anymore. In doing this for your own good, the apocalypse is getting more dangerous. Lin Shi had an ancestral broken bowl, a relic left to him by his father, which he had carried with him even during the apocalypse. Once, while searching for supplies with Zhao Xiao, they accidentally dug up an ancient coin. Thinking it was useless, Lin Shi picked it up, only to find that it activated the bowl, granting him a personal space. Since then, Zhao Xiao's attitude had subtly changed. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was still preoccupied with how to ensure they both had enough to eat, completely unaware of Zhao Xiao's changing demeanor. 8 years. A full 8 years. Lin Shi suddenly felt it was laughable. You actually betrayed me for this? Ha ha ha. Bloodied, Lin Shi laughed maniacally. Zhao Xiao knew that Shen Jinbin was one of the people Lin Shi hated most. They had supported each other for 8 years without abandoning one another, yet they drifted apart over a space that had only awakened less than half a year ago. So this was the saying, a common man is innocent, but a man with a treasure is guilty. After laughing, Lin Shi heavily closed his eyes, then opened them again, speaking to Shen Jinbin with certainty. I can work for you, but Zhao Xiao is of no use now, right? Zhao Xiao's mouth fell open slightly, as if realizing something. His eyes filled with terror as he turned to Shen Jinbin. Young Master Shen, you wouldn't. Lin Shi added the final blow. He'll tell you, and he'll tell others too. My space has nothing to do with him. The more people know, the greater the risk of it being leaked. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, a terrifying depth in his gaze. He should have looked disheveled, yet a smile remained on his face, sending chills down anyone who looked at him. Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi, fear and resentment flashing in his eyes. He forced a smile that was worse than crying as he said to Shen Jinbin, Young Master Shen, the information about the space was provided by me, right? I can help you keep an eye on Lin Shi to prevent him from being a threat to you. True, you have indeed contributed. Shen Jinbin nodded in affirmation. Zhao Xiao's smile became sincere. He'll always remember your contribution. Zhao Xiao's pupils constricted, his body trembling slightly. He wanted to say more, but Shen Jinbin had already pressed a gun to Zhao Xiao's head. He had never intended for Zhao Xiao to live. Red and white exploded from the back of Zhao Xiao's head. Swish! In a flash, as Shen Jinbin turned his gun to shoot Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi summoned all his strength. One arm pushed his body up, while the other hand gripped a sharp piece of ice, hurling it fiercely at Shen Jinbin. Whether by divine favor or sheer luck, Lin Shi's throw struck Shin Jinbin right in the head. Shin Jinbin's body fell onto the ice, the gun slipping from his hand and landing a meter in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi scrambled toward the gun, getting closer. That blow hadn't been fatal. He had to kill Shin Jinbin. He had to. Hatred surged in Lin Shi's eyes. He reached the gun. A flash of joy crossed his face. A pain shot through the back of Lin Shi's head, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Shi jolted awake, gasping for breath. Hadn't he just died? Was there a fourth person present? Who was it? At this moment, Lin Shi realized that his injuries had vanished without a trace. The warm temperature and soft bed around him were nothing like the frigid apocalypse he had known. The harsh beeping continued, and Lin Shi's dazed eyes fell on the phone by his bedside. A phone? This was the phone that had been broken at the beginning of the apocalypse. It took Lin Shi a long time to calm himself down. He confirmed that he had been reborn. He had returned to before the extreme cold apocalypse. Back to before the apocalypse began. The time was now March 1st, 2024 at 7:30 a.m. At this point, he was only 19 years old, a freshman at the local university. He usually didn't stay in the dorms but lived at home. Standing on the balcony of his bedroom, Lin Shi felt the cool morning breeze. The March sun brought warmth with it. From the 28th floor balcony, he could see the busy road outside the community. Soon, it would be congested with traffic. But this peaceful and prosperous scene would soon be replaced by a vast expanse of white snow, never to be seen again. The reason lay with the sun hanging high in the sky. Lin Shi raised his hand to shield his eyes, glancing at the sun that humanity relied on for survival. Perhaps humanity had never considered what would happen if the sun encountered problems one day. But Lin Shi knew that it would spell disaster, the end for humanity. Chapter 2. The Quest for Ancient Coins. 3 months later, on June 1 ST, an unprecedented SSS-class solar flare erupted, marking the calculated onset of the apocalypse according to scientists. The eruption came so unexpectedly that no prior warning was issued. It wasn't until the coronal particles were nearing the blue planet that scientists from the Bear Nation detected anomalies. By then, it was already June 3 RD, leaving humanity with a mere day to respond, and even the various governments had yet to reach a consensus. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse obliterated all satellites surrounding the blue planet, leaving no survivors. All electronic devices failed utterly. This was soon followed by a global geomagnetic storm. The electricity that humanity had taken centuries to harness was abruptly extinguished, plunging civilization back into a primitive darkness. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. After the solar flare, the sun seemed to enter a period of weakness, visibly dimming the colossal fireball upon which humanity depended. Within 3 days, the global average temperature plummeted to below -50 degrees, encasing the entire blue planet in ice, heralding an extreme cold apocalypse. Over 90 of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food supplies, and even low-lying buildings were all entombed beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented existential crisis. From that moment onward, those who wished to survive would find it an arduous struggle. Lin Shi returned to his room, pondering briefly before opening the safe and retrieving an unremarkable bowl. Its surface was uneven, its color a dull gray, and it bore a notch at the edge that could easily be mistaken for a begging bowl at the roadside. Lin Shi had previously found it odd that his father had bequeathed a will specifically for this trivial bowl. However, upon unlocking the bowl and discovering its spatial capabilities, Lin Shi realized its significance. This was a treasure basin. It required specific items for activation or, more accurately, for restoration. In his previous life, he had only managed to restore the treasure basin in the 8th year of the extreme cold apocalypse through serendipity. But by then, the resources he found were insufficient even to stave off hunger, let alone stockpile. What was most crucial after the apocalypse? Resources. Those that could be carried without fear of theft. The first task at hand was to activate this treasure basin. In his previous life, Lin Shi had discovered the necessary item at the antique market in the southern part of the city. Time was of the essence. That item was pivotal for his greatest reliance in this new life. Lin Shi resolved to set out immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure basin inside, and stepped out the door. Upon descending, he spotted a breakfast shop and suddenly remembered he had yet to eat. Having grown accustomed to hunger during the apocalypse, He often went 2 or 3 days without food, surviving on snow to stave off starvation. Lin Shi entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal with great zeal. After finishing, he relied on his memories from his past life and navigational assistance to drive to the southern antique market. Early in the morning, the market was bustling, with over 100 stalls lining the street, teeming with people in his previous life. It was here that he and Zhao Xiao had unearthed the crucial item needed to restore the Treasure Basin, a coin adorned with unique patterns. Lin Shi could only ascertain that it was somewhere in this antique market, but the exact location was lost to him, leaving only the option of searching each stall one by one. Antique coins were abundant in this market. Nearly every stall had piles of them, numbering in the hundreds. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Shi had yet to find the coin with the distinctive patterns. A grave expression crossed his face. He had just learned that the antique market only opened on weekend mornings, and the vendors were not consistent. This was undoubtedly bad news. If the vendor possessing that unique coin had only set up shop here on the day of the apocalypse, he would have to wait 3 months to find it again, significantly diminishing his advantage in this new life. In just another hour or two, the stalls would close, leaving him no choice but to return next weekend and hope for luck. Exhale, Lin Shi sighed, steadying his resolve as he continued to the next stall. Lin Shi? A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, a flicker of menace flashing in his clear eyes. He would never forget that voice. Zhao Xiao, a classmate and friend from middle school through high school, had betrayed him during the trials of the apocalypse. Suppressing the murderous intent brewing within him, Lin Shi turned, astonished. Zhao Xiao, what brings you here? Zhao Xiao, clad in a city management uniform, approached and slapped Lin Shi's shoulder playfully. I was going to ask you the same. What's this? The academic prodigy has taken an interest in antiques. Zhao Xiao teased, his eyes betraying a fleeting hint of jealousy as he regarded Lin Shi's handsome appearance and expensive attire. Having lived an extra life, Lin Shi noted this jealousy and felt a cold light flicker in his own gaze. So, Zhao Xiao had harbored resentment towards him even back then. It was not surprising that Zhao Xiao, a temporary worker for the City Management Bureau, was present here. Indifferently, Lin Shi brushed Zhao Xiao's hand off his shoulder and replied, just a casual weekend visit. I heard there are many antiques here. Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had worked nearby for almost a year and knew this street was rife with deceitful wares. Many came hoping to strike it rich, but in reality, one might not find a genuine treasure in a year. Just last time, a Navi individual was cheated out of over 100,000 and caused a scene. However, he wouldn't divulge this to Lin Shi. On the contrary, he hoped Lin Shi would fall for the trap. Knowing he had plenty of money, maintaining their facade of friendship was essential. After all, how else could he exploit Lin Shi, the gullible fool? Zhao Xiao smiled as he said, there are plenty of fakes here, but some genuine items exist. Half a year ago, an old man found a genuine Han Dynasty artifact here for just 200 and sold it for 500,000. A typical 19-year-old might have felt their heart race at such news, and even those merely browsing would be tempted to buy a few items. Lin Shi remained impassive on the surface, but felt a cold sneer within. How had he never noticed how treacherous Zhao Xiao truly was? Nodding at Zhao Xiao, he said, in that case, I must look closely. At that moment, a commotion erupted a short distance away, drawing the attention of many. Driven by curiosity, Lin Shi moved closer. Zhao Xiao called out, make way. Make way. City management is on duty. The crowd parted, allowing Lin Shi to reach the front. A young man, around 25 or 26, was animatedly brandishing an ancient coin, exclaiming, old man, I had this authenticated yesterday, and it's just a modern craft. Fake. How dare you sell it for 100,000 each? Refund me. I demand a refund today. The vendor, an elderly man in his 70s, clad in a coarse shirt, wore a deeply furrowed expression that spoke of hardship. This truly is a treasured heirloom of my family. What rubbish heirloom? Will you refund or not? If not, I'll report you to the police. The onlookers appeared to relish the spectacle, including Zhao Xiao, who leaned closer to Lin Shi and whispered, this sort of thing happens every few months. In the past, that young man would have been beaten up for this. In the antiquities world, there was a rule. Once an item was purchased, even if it was a counterfeit, returns were not permitted. Any misjudgment was a lesson learned. Yet, it was clear this young man was either ignorant of the rules or feigning ignorance, insisting on a refund. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened as he recognized the ancient coin in the young man's hand. It was the very coin needed to unlock the treasure basin. The old man trembled, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded, "This is truly a family heirloom, passed down from my great-grandfather. I am not deceiving you." The crowd regarded the young man with disapproving eyes. Did he not understand the rules? Meanwhile, some perceived the old man's act as quite convincing. After all, if he had sought authentication, how could a genuine item be declared counterfeit? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi stepped forward and curiously inquired, "May I see the coin you possess?" Chapter 3, 2 Ancient Coins, Bad Content. Chapter 4, Item Duplication. An additional item duplication feature activated. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Could this be the duplication he had envisioned? He immediately set about preparing an experiment. With only 3 uses available, he was cautious not to waste them. After a moment's thought, he returned to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved the most valuable possession in his home, 500G gold bars left by his father. Holding them in his hand, he softly uttered, "Item duplication." Before his eyes, a flash of golden light erupted, and in the next instant, 5 gold bars appeared out of thin air, dropping to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Shi quickly squatted down to gather the gold bars, arranging them on the table to compare with the ones in his hand. The duplicated gold bars matched the size and weight of the originals perfectly, even replicating a small flaw found on one of them. Lin Shi glanced at the Treasure Basin's interface. The item duplication section now read, "Item duplication 2. Currently, the international gold price stood at 430 yuan per gram, with pawnshops offering 10 yuan less than the market rate for gold. The 5 gold bars he possessed could be sold for 1.05 million yuan, and with the item duplication, the Treasure Basin had instantly augmented his assets by 1.05 million yuan. The Treasure Basin truly is a genuine treasure basin, Lin Shi murmured. This remarkable ability to amass wealth was undoubtedly akin to the legendary Treasure Basin in the Summer Country. There existed a tale about a treasure basin, with various versions of the legend. The most famous was about a man named Shen Wansan. It was said that Shen Wansan stumbled upon a treasure basin by chance, capable of producing an abundant yield regardless of what was placed within. Thus, Shen Wansan became a renowned tycoon of the Ming dynasty, his wealth rivaling that of nations. If the item known as the Treasure Basin had no limitations on the number of copies it could produce, then amassing wealth that rivals nations would merely be a matter of time. Is this not its ultimate form? Lin Shi gazed intently at the 10 gold bars before him, striving to calm the fervor within his heart. Although he was aware that activating the replication feature once more could potentially double the 10 gold bars he possessed, the interface of the Treasure Basin indicated that he had only 2 replication attempts remaining. He was uncertain whether this total of 3 attempts was fixed or could be replenished, if it were indeed limited to 3. He felt it prudent to reserve the remaining 2 for a more critical moment. Furthermore, the legendary figure Shen Wansan had attracted the suspicion of emperors due to his immense wealth, ultimately leading to his demise. Innocent men are often punished for possessing treasures. Should he unexpectedly acquire such wealth, it was highly likely that the state would take notice. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi resolved to utilize 5 of the replicated gold bars to upgrade the Treasure Basin. He picked up one of the bars and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, several red characters flashed on the Treasure Basin interface. Replicated items cannot be used for upgrades. It was astonishing that they could not be utilized for this purpose. Lin Shi examined the gold bar in his hand, which bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary gold bar. Confirming that there were no loopholes to exploit, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Though it was somewhat expected, he then took up one of the original gold bars retrieved from the safe and murmured, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface danced momentarily before transforming into Treasure Basin, function, storage space 333, funds required for upgrade, 500, function, item replication 2, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. A single 500G gold bar could be exchanged for 500 funds, with 1 gram of gold equating to 1 fund. Lin Shi was already aware of this from his previous life. In contrast, silver required 100G to convert into 1 fund. Lin Shi consumed another gold bar, and the interface shimmered as the space was upgraded. Treasure Basin, function, storage space 666, funds required for upgrade 2,000, function, item replication 2, funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The space had expanded. Although the numbers merely doubled, the volume had increased eightfold. The funds required for the upgrade also doubled. 2 gold bars, worth 420,000, had vanished in an instant. Had this been 3 years prior, he would not even have qualified for an upgrade of the Treasure Basin. 3 years ago, Lin Shi's father had tragically passed away, leaving behind an inheritance and a substantial death compensation of 10 million. The Treasure Basin was a bequest from his father. Currently, aside from the house and these gold bars, he possessed 14.52 million in cash. While this sum might seem insignificant in the affluent city of Heirloom, it constituted a considerable fortune for a 19-year-old. Nevertheless, for Lin Shi, this amount was far from sufficient. Advancing to the next level of storage required 4 gold bars, translating to 860,000 in cash, while upgrading item replication necessitated 4.24 million. He also needed to stockpile numerous resources to construct a shelter, which would demand a considerable sum. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Shi formulated a plan. He retrieved his phone and searched for several real estate agents' contact numbers, calling them one by one. His first order of business was to sell his apartment located near the city center. Experience from his previous life had taught him that in an extreme cold apocalypse, such high-rise buildings were unsuitable for habitation. Heirloom's flat terrain, coupled with its economic prosperity and dense skyscrapers, would not ensure the survival of its millions of inhabitants. Most southern buildings were designed for heat dissipation, providing only mediocre insulation, resulting in a high mortality rate from freezing in southern cities once the apocalypse struck. The onset of the extreme cold apocalypse occurred in June, with Heirloom's average temperature plummeting from 20°C, 27°C to a staggering -50°C to -80°C. The steel and concrete of those skyscrapers would deform and crack under such frigid conditions, while the aesthetically pleasing glass windows would shatter under the onslaught of snowstorms. In just a year or two, most of these structures would collapse. Many who did not perish from the cold met their end beneath the rubble of falling buildings. In his previous life, Lin Shi's building had remained standing, but the adjacent one had collapsed, taking his building with it. Fortunately, Lin Shi had sensed the danger in advance and managed to escape in this life. Residing there was simply not an option. This apartment, situated in a prime location near the city center, had seen the property market in Xia country surge over the years, with Heirloom's prices remaining steadfastly high. Even Lin Shi's 128-square-meter-old apartment had reached a staggering price of 80,000 per square meter, amounting to a total value of 10 million. Lin Shi had 2 primary conditions for selling the property: a quick sale and full cash payment. While these demands might appear challenging, Heirloom was not lacking in wealthy individuals. Lin Shi set a bottom-line price of 9 million and explicitly stated that he had contacted multiple agencies, indifferent to the sale price as long as he received 9 million. Whoever could sell it faster would claim the surplus commission. These real estate agents would go to great lengths to assist Lin Shi in selling his property for a high commission. Although time was of the essence, even a sale at 9.1 million would net them a tidy sum of 100,000. The agents who received the property information were already speculating whether Lin Shi was one of those wealthy second-generation heirs. Selling a house, regardless of how cheap, required time, making it Lin Shi's first priority. His subsequent plans required as much capital as possible. In the next phase, he intended to use all his assets to purchase gold bars from the bank, leveraging his replication ability to double the gold bars before selling the replicated ones back to the bank to recover his initial investment. The remaining gold bars would then be entirely allocated for upgrading the Treasure Basin. Chapter 5. Collecting interest. After putting his apartment on the market, Lin Shi called his counselor to request a leave of absence, citing a family emergency. With the apocalypse looming, attending school would only be a waste of time. However, if he simply failed to attend, he would be bombarded with calls from the counselor. Thus, requesting a leave was the more convenient option, as no one would challenge his excuse. Lin Shi contemplated whether he should alert the authorities about the impending SSS-level solar flare set to erupt in 3 months. Doing so might minimize human casualties and national losses. Yet, he promptly dismissed this notion, setting aside how a common citizen like himself could reach the upper echelons of government, even if he reported it. The security personnel would likely dismiss his claims as lunacy. He had no means to substantiate his assertions, and he would merely be perceived as a madman. Posting about the apocalypse online would also prove futile. In recent years, the climate of Blue Star had deteriorated significantly, leading many to speculate about various apocalyptic scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would simply be regarded as another alarmist. Moreover, it would expose him to potential risks and dangers. Ultimately, he was just a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawn shop. The gold bars in his safe were purchased by his father from a gold store over a decade ago, and could only be sold to gold stores or pawn shops. He sold the 5 replicated gold bars, resulting in a deposit of 1.05 million. After completing these transactions, night had fallen. Lin Shi savored a meal of grilled fish before returning home. Thoroughly satisfied, that evening, he devised a training plan for the next 3 months. In the event of an extreme cold apocalypse, the most vulnerable populations would be the elderly and children. Thus, physically fit young adults would have the highest survival rates. A robust physique would enhance cold resistance, increase survival chances, and enable him to protect himself against the mutations that might arise in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Just as he finished drafting the plan, his phone chimed with a message. Lin Shi opened his phone to find a notification from his high school classmates group chat. This was a small group of only 6 members, and Lin Shi had pinned the chat, indicating its significance to his former self. The top message was from Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, hey guys, are you free tomorrow night? Let's gather together? Everyone Huang Miao, I'm free. Where are we going to have fun? Lin Ge, take us out. Manual funny face, Zhao Xiao. Let's go to Huaqiao Club. I've spent all my salary from the past few months, but I want to treat you all to a nice meal since you are my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong, Zhao Ge. That's bold, but I'm not in Haishu these days. Crying Su Feifei, I'm in. Cute emoji, Zhao Xiao, Feifei. A place like this isn't suitable for girls. Su Qin, alas, I'm in university out of town. Enjoy yourselves. Let's meet up again during summer vacation. Lin Shi read the messages, recalling many overlooked details from his previous life. Although he had been classmates with Zhao Xiao since middle school, Zhao Xiao had always maintained his own circle, and their relationship had been merely superficial. In hindsight, the shift in Zhao Xiao's attitude coincided with the time of Lin Shi's father's passing. At that time, the astronomical compensation for his father's death had made headlines in Haishu. Subsequently, Zhao Xiao and his acquaintances began to act as if they were close friends with Lin Shi. They frequently invited him to dine, drink, and have fun under various pretenses. Being mindful of their status as students with limited funds, Lin Shi often insisted on footing the bill. Reflecting on their interactions over more than 3 years, they had dined out hundreds of times, yet these individuals had never once contributed a dime. Particularly Zhao Xiao, who had consistently played the part of the impoverished friend, imploring Lin Shi for sympathy and instilling the notion of sharing both fortunes and misfortunes among brothers. Though he claimed it was his treat, he would invariably find a way to ensure Lin Shi bore the costs. The expenses at Huaqiao Club were far beyond what Zhao Zhao's monthly salary of 3,000 could cover. Now, reborn, Lin Shi was no longer the naive person he once was. He could see through these tactics. It seemed that today's acquisition of ancient coins had triggered Zhao Zhao's eagerness to take advantage of him. Noticing Lin Shi's silence, the group began to tag him. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's lips. If that were the case, he would first collect some interest. Lin Shi, sure, but I'm only available after 8 tonight. The next day, having grown accustomed to rising early, Lin Shi awoke naturally at 5. The Treasure Basin interface remained unchanged, and the used replication attempts had not replenished. Lin Shi was entirely unfazed. If it were to be used only 3 times, then the new abilities brought by this ancient coin would be far less practical than those of spatial manipulation. Moreover, the financial points required to upgrade the item duplication ability are 10 times that of spatial manipulation. This serves as evidence that this ability must indeed be more precious and formidable than spatial capabilities. He ceased to ponder further. When the time comes for him to upgrade with gold, everything will become apparent. After freshening up, Lin Shi descended the stairs to commence his morning run as a warm-up, subsequently engaging in a methodical full-body workout. He refrained from excessive vigorous exercise, opting instead for a balanced regimen of stretching and training, which not only enhanced the strength of his muscles, but also increased their flexibility and that of his joints. In the apocalyptic world, he had devised a training method that best suited him, and now he merely needed to proceed gradually. On the first day, the training intensity should not be overly taxing, and by 8 o'clock, Lin Shi returned home. After taking a shower and having breakfast, he began to compile a list of supplies. In an era of extreme cold and desolation, many items were necessary, and drawing from the experiences of his previous life, he meticulously catalogued everything he would require. In the afternoon, Lin Shi contacted an agent to rent a 1,000 square meter warehouse for 1 month, with a total cost of 60,000, paying 1 month's rent in advance. They agreed to sign the contract the following day. And Lin Shi hung up the phone. The warehouse was intended to conceal his actions. The supplies he would purchase later would first be delivered there before being transferred into his space. The warehouse also contained a small night watch compartment, and Lin Shi had already resolved to stay there in a few days until his supplies were fully prepared. As night fell, the chat group on his phone lit up with Xiao Xiao and others urging each other to head out early. Lin Shi was in no hurry. It was only when the clock approached 8 that he changed into a fresh outfit and drove to the Huaqiao Club. By the time he arrived, Xiao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei had already consumed quite a bit in their private room. Upon seeing Lin Shi enter, Su Feifei's eyes sparkled with delight, and with a flush on her cheeks, she playfully looped her arm through his and chided, "Lin Shi, why did you come so late? Have you missed me?" Su Feifei was charming, with fair skin and large, twinkling eyes. When she looked at someone, it felt as though her gaze was solely focused on them, creating the illusion that she held romantic interest. In truth, she treated everyone in their circle in the same manner. In his previous life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei had fared considerably better than he had. Lin Shi, seizing the opportunity to wave at the others, extricated his arm from her grasp. Su Feifei was taken aback. Before she could reflect on Lin Shi's unusual demeanor today, Huang Miao called him over. "Lin Gu, come here quickly. We must ensure we don't leave sober tonight." Zhao Zhao's gaze swept over Lin Shi's arm that had been entwined with Su Feifei's, and the smile on her face noticeably dimmed. "Lin Shi, Miao, I have prepared something special for you today," Zhao Xiao said with a mysterious grin. Huang Miao, intrigued, inquired, "What special surprise?" Moments later, four stunning women entered the room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. They had actually called for company. Despite their lack of attractiveness, they certainly played the part well. Lin Shi glanced at the array of alcoholic beverages on the table, which would cost at least 20 to 30,000. He was eager to see if Xiao Xiao could truly come up with such an amount today. Xiao Xiao, looking at Lin Shi, smiled and said, "Lin Shi, these are for you and Miao. Thank you for being my brothers." Chapter 6. You aren't going to treat without money, are you? Lin Shi did not reach for a glass but replied, "I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. I've taken some medication and can't drink." "You all enjoy yourselves." The three others brushed it off without concern. The trio then engaged in singing and drinking within the private room. Time swiftly passed, and by 1 a.m., the table was strewn with empty bottles. Except for Lin Shi, everyone else was a bit tipsy. Su Feifei, with glassy eyes, expressed her intention to head home. Xiao Xiao immediately offered to escort her. Huang Miao, catching on, chimed in, "I'm heading the same way as Zhao Gu. I'll join you." "Then let's settle the bill and leave together," Lin Shi said with a smile. The server went to fetch the bill. Xiao Xiao leaned over to Lin Shi, draping her arm around his shoulder, her gaze hazy yet shrewd. "Lin Shi, come over for dinner at my house tomorrow. My parents have been wanting to see you, and last time, my mom wanted to adopt you as her godson. What have you decided?" Lin Shi took a moment to recall what Xiao Xiao was referring to. When he visited her home last month, her parents had expressed strong affection for him and suggested adopting him as their godson, thereby becoming a family with Xiao Xiao. Lin Shi's father had moved to Heisher from another region and had never had any contact with relatives on that side. After his father's death, his mother remarried, severing ties with her side of the family as well. Xiao Xiao and her family had timely filled the void in Lin Shi's heart, which fostered his trust in them. Although Lin Shi had not agreed to become a godson in his previous life, he had grown closer to Xiao Xiao. She had even lent them $1 million when they bought a new house. However, when the apocalypse struck, Xiao Xiao's parents perished early on, and the money was never recovered. Considering the timeline, it was nearly time for Xiao Xiao to ask for her loan back. "No, I'm not accustomed to being someone else's son," Lin Shi replied with a smile. Though the smile did not reach his eyes, from the beginning, Xiao Xiao had approached him with ulterior motives. In his previous life, Lin Shi had regarded Xiao Xiao as his closest friend, overlooking many things. Now, stripped of the filter of friendship, he realized that Xiao Xiao's schemes were rather transparent, and he could see through them without difficulty. This clarity was also a result of having encountered the darker sides of human nature during the apocalypse. Taken aback by Lin Shi's rejection, Xiao Xiao momentarily froze, just as the server entered with the bill. The total came to over 38,000, rounded down to 38,000. The server presented the bill to the group. Xiao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gazes towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me?" Xiao Xiao said she was treating. Zhao Xiao seemed to have just realized this, patting his pockets with a look of dawning horror. Oh no, my phone is out of battery. Zhao Xiao cast a pleading glance at Lin Shi. In his previous life, Lin Shi would have immediately paid without a second thought. But now, he looked at Zhao Xiao with a mischievous smile, a glint of mockery in his eyes, and said to the server, "Get him a charger." The server's expression soured as they cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiao before leaving the room to retrieve the charger. Upon exiting, they instructed those waiting outside, "Keep an eye on things." The atmosphere inside the room grew tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances. They had grown accustomed to Lin Shi always taking the initiative to pay. They had never imagined this scenario would unfold. Although Zhao Xiao had been adamant about treating, they all knew who would ultimately foot the bill. Had Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao fallen out? Huang Miao shot a glance at Zhao Xiao, asking, "What is going on?" Confused and irritated, Zhao Xiao could hardly comprehend the situation. Lin Shi's behavior was embarrassing him. His phone had battery life. He had simply turned it off to fabricate a reasonable excuse for not paying. Did Lin Shi want him to beg? Zhao Xiao's resentment towards Lin Shi began to simmer, but he forced a smile, saying, "Lin Shi, you settle this bill today, and I'll treat next time." Lin Shi, naturally, would not afford Zhao Xiao any leniency. Feigning confusion as he said, "Zhao Xiao, you were the one who said you were treating and invited everyone out, right? Don't tell me you brought everyone out without any money?" Zhao Xiao's smile faltered. "I." Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged incredulous glances at Lin Shi. They had witnessed how well Lin Shi treated Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years and had never seen him act this way before. The presence of 4 accompanying women added to the absurdity of the situation. They had not even received a tip, and now, a scene of attempting to skip out on the bill was unfolding. Zhao Xiao had confidently proclaimed he was treating, and now he faced a barrage of scornful, disbelieving stares from the women. Just then, the server returned with the charger, placing it before Zhao Xiao and gesturing for him to use it. Zhao Xiao found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. The server, with a cold demeanor, urged, "Charge it, sir. We'll be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, a palette of red, white, and black. Despite his cunning nature, he was still just a 19-year-old trying to navigate the world, and at that moment, he could no longer contain his fury. "Enough?" Zhao Xiao ground his teeth, directing a few strained words toward Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, I beg you to settle the bill now. Can we discuss everything else later?" He still believed he had inadvertently offended Lin Shi, and that if he simply appeased him as before, Lin Shi would comply. However, having experienced Zhao Xiao's betrayal, Lin Shi could never revert to being the naive pushover he once was. His expression hardened. "So, you truly are treating without any money?" Zhao Xiao felt his pride being crushed underfoot. His eyes reddening with anger. "Yes." Lin Shi chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the group. "In that case, let's split the bill." "What? Split the bill?" Huang Miao and Su Feifei were now visibly unsettled. Su Feifei frowned. "You can't expect me to pay as the only girl here, can you?" Huang Miao, looking conflicted, added, "I didn't know we were splitting the bill today. I didn't bring any money." He nudged the now-darkened Zhao Xiao, saying, "Zhao Ge, what did you do to offend Lin Ge? You should apologize." Zhao Xiao, gazing at Lin Shi's mocking face, wished he could just strike him down. He couldn't even recall what had angered Lin Shi. Ignoring the 3 of them, Lin Shi paid for his own drink. A $30 lemon water. Zhao Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, "Didn't we agree to split the bill?" At this moment, his mind was in a state of confusion. Lin Shi curled the corners of his mouth, finding genuine delight in Zhao Xiao's predicament. "Ah, it is indeed AA. Each person pays for their own share. I only had a glass of juice tonight. Feel free to check the surveillance." As events unfolded to this extent, the establishment had no choice but to review the footage, confirming Lin Shi's assertion. After Lin Shi settled the bill of 30 yuan, he was permitted to leave. Under the furious glares of Zhao Xiao and the others, Lin Shi pushed open the door and exited. The 3 were left facing the server, who coldly urged, "You still owe 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill." Chapter 7. Liao Peng. Did Lin Shi truly just walk away? The trio could hardly believe that the usually affable Lin Shi had turned so callous. By the time they regained their senses, Lin Shi was already a distance away. "Lin Shi, wait for me." Su Feifei attempted to follow him, but was intercepted by the server. Why are you stopping me? That person ahead is my boyfriend. Su Feifei glared angrily at the server, her tone unkind. The server smirked. Well, you could call your boyfriend and ask him to cover your share. Su Feifei's chest heaved with indignation. Although she dared not confront the seemingly formidable server, she turned and shot a venomous glare at Zhao Xiao. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pay. I don't have that much money. Faced with the humiliation in front of the girl he liked, Zhao Zhao's resentment towards Lin Shi grew immensely. Having worked less than a year, his savings had yet to surpass 4 digits. How could he possibly afford 38,000? Lin Shi had indeed guessed correctly. It was merely the day before that Zhao Xiao had seen Lin Shi spend over 100,000 in mere minutes, which had left him feeling sour enough to concoct a plan to make Lin Shi pay dearly today. Zhao Xiao was certain that Lin Shi would foot the bill, as he could not do without his so-called good friends, and despite the pain of parting with money, he would ultimately relent. Why had Lin Shi changed so drastically today? Unwilling to accept this fate, Zhao Xiao called Lin Shi. Having walked out of the establishment feeling refreshed, Lin Shi ended the call from Zhao Xiao, blocking him and returning home. Zhao Zhao's repeated calls were met with disconnection, leading him to realize that Lin Shi would no longer concern himself with them. Facing the server and several watchful security guards outside, Zhao Xiao muttered, "Let's go Dutch." Huang Miao and Su Feifei naturally refused. One was just starting their career while the other was still a student. Both lacking funds. It was Zhao Xiao who had suggested the outing and claimed he would treat, even arranging for drinks. After a heated argument, the establishment resorted to calling the police, and only then did the three manage to contact their families for funds to settle their debts. Zhao Xiao, having indulged the most and ordered the priciest drinks, owed 18,000. Huang Miao had also consumed a fair amount, needing to pay 13,000. Su Feifei, reluctantly, parted with 7,000. As the three emerged from the Huaqiao Club, they did so in discontent. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao engaged in a fierce argument, hurling accusations at each other, nearly severing their friendship. Su Feifei also gave Zhao Xiao the cold shoulder, blocking him on social media upon returning home. What had begun as a simple gathering had led to a rift between close friends, and the girl he cherished had expelled him from her life. Zhao Xiao harbored deep-seated resentment for Lin Shi. However, upon returning home, instead of solace, he faced a furious reprimand from his father, who slapped him for his thoughtlessness. Zhao's father chastised him for not understanding the gravity of the situation, as the family was preparing to borrow money from Lin Shi to purchase a house. He ordered Zhao Xiao to promptly apologize to Lin Shi, believing that Zhao Zhao's intentions to take advantage of Lin Shi had been too obvious, thus inciting Lin Shi's anger. Lin Shi was entirely unaware of these developments. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. The following day, Lin Shi rose early for his workout. Shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent, a young woman named Chan Qingqing. "Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing a property. When would you be available?" Taken aback by the promptness, Lin Shi replied, "I am available now. You can bring them over." Within a few minutes, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a middle-aged man in a jacket entered, accompanied by the attractive Chan Qingqing. She began to detail the advantages of the property. Lin Shi stepped aside. Real estate agents were the professionals in this matter, and he merely needed to wait. After viewing the property, the middle-aged man expressed his willingness to purchase it outright. The price Chan Qingqing negotiated was 9,450,000. Lin Shi was somewhat astonished. This was significantly swifter than he had anticipated. However, as they left, Lin Shi noticed the man making an inappropriate advance toward Chan Qingqing, leading him to understand the situation more clearly. Shortly thereafter, Chan Qingqing returned. "Mr. Lin, I have negotiated with the client, and we can proceed with the transfer formalities tomorrow. Please prepare the necessary documents." Eager to finalize this substantial transaction, Chan Qingqing was doing everything in her power to expedite the process. All right. Although surprised by her tactics, Lin Shi was satisfied with the outcome. The sooner he sold the property, the sooner he could commence his next endeavor. Chan Qingqing then began to explain in detail what documents were required for the transfer. As she spoke, she gradually leaned closer. Lin Shi stepped back, casting a cold glance at her. Chan Qingqing, in her mid-20s and in the prime of her youth, had an appealing figure. However, Lin Shi felt no attraction towards such unscrupulous women. The chill in his gaze made Chan Qingqing feel a shiver run down her spine. She had never encountered such a cold look from a young man before. Yet, thinking of the substantial commission, She forced a bright smile. Mr. Lin, you previously mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would count as commission. I keep my word. Once the transaction is complete, I will transfer the amount to you. I have to head out shortly, so I won't take up any more of your time, Miss Chin. If she could secure a commission of 450,000, that was her skill, and Lin Shi had no intention of reneging on the agreement. With this money, he could initiate the next phase of his plans. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and took her leave. Lin Shi also prepared to go out, as he had scheduled to sign the contract for renting a warehouse today. After inspecting the warehouse, Lin Shi was quite pleased. Prior to renting, he had outlined several requirements. He wanted a secluded area with good confidentiality, such that the interior was not visible from outside. This agent had been diligent, finding a warehouse that met Lin Shi's specifications and even visiting beforehand. The contract was signed without a hitch. Once the handover of his apartment was complete tomorrow, Lin Shi could move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, Lin Shi stopped the agent. A man nearing 30 named Liaopeng. Lin Shi found him to be attentive and composed in his work. With less than 3 months until the countdown to the apocalypse, he needed to gather a vast amount of supplies to upgrade his treasury. This was not something he could accomplish in just a few days. Constructing a shelter would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he required assistance. Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi painted an enticing picture. Liao Peng was taken aback. A salary of 500,000? That was 20 to 30,000 more than he earned at the real estate agency. However, he was skeptical, wondering if Lin Shi was joking. He cautiously inquired, "What would you need me to do?" He could not engage in any illegal activities. Chapter 8. Preparing to buy gold. Chapter 9. Encountering unexpected situations. Lin Shi waited in the lobby for a while when a graceful woman in uniform emerged. He glanced at her name tag, Client Manager, Chu Xiaodai. "Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Xiaodai greeted him with a polite smile. "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and accompanied her to the VIP room. Chu Xiaodai began by explaining the process for purchasing physical gold bars. When buying physical gold, one must be cautious, as a rise of even 10 yuan in gold prices could lead to a loss due to processing and service fees. However, Lin Shi was not purchasing gold as an investment. A loss of 10 yuan was trivial to him. "I am already aware. Let's proceed with the paperwork." After selecting the specifications, opening an account, and filling out the necessary forms, Lin Shi found the process generally smooth, albeit the client manager's gaze made him somewhat uncomfortable. With a deposit of 25,400,000. Based on the current international gold price of 412 yuan per gram, Lin Shi could purchase 61 kilogram gold bars after deducting processing and service fees. He chose the 1 kilogram option, as he planned to sell them all eventually. Thus, the style was inconsequential. Upgrading was more convenient with 1 kilogram bars, as he would only need 2 to reach the next level of space. After purchasing the gold bars, he could choose to store them in the bank or take them home. Naturally, Lin Shi opted to take them home. Chu Xiaodai retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe. Laying them out on the counter one by one, Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He was undoubtedly a major client for her. Thinking of the commission she would earn from this transaction, equivalent to 2 months' salary, Chu Xiaodai found herself increasingly fond of the young man before her. Lin Shi averted his gaze, looking elsewhere. Once he brought back the replicated gold bars tomorrow, she would likely be eager to devour him with her eyes. The VIP room was separated from the lobby by a large frosted glass wall, with some striped gaps allowing glimpses into the lobby. Bored, Lin Shi scanned the lobby, when suddenly his attention sharpened. He noticed something amiss in the crowd. Observing closely, he realized it was not just one person but 4. Dressed inconspicuously, they appeared to be waiting casually in different positions within the bank, blending in effortlessly. Even the bank's security personnel failed to detect anything unusual. Lin Shi emerged from the heaps of corpses left in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Over the 8 years of the end times, he had encountered numerous villains and had taken countless lives. Instantly, he sensed the murderous aura emanating from the 4 individuals before him. In this era of peace, how could ordinary citizens possibly exude such lethal intent? Could it be that every time he ventured out, he stumbled upon a bank robbery? Lin Shi silently pondered if there had been any reports of bank heists in Heisher prior to the apocalypse, but he could not recall any. Had his return somehow triggered a butterfly effect? As if sensing Lin Shi's gaze, one of the men turned his head. Lin Shi quickly averted his eyes. Haishur was known as one of the safest cities in Xiagua. And yet, someone dared to attempt a robbery at the largest bank in the city. Was this not a death wish? It was common knowledge that the risks of robbing a bank far outweighed the potential rewards. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With adequate cover, the others could not observe his situation. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingered within him. It was better to be overly cautious than to be caught unawares. This was his entire fortune and life at stake. If he were robbed, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. Turning to Chu Xiaodai, who was still counting the gold, he whispered, "Hold on. I think I'll hold off on my purchase today." He had no idea when these four individuals had entered. Previously, he had been quite conspicuous with his suitcase, entering the VIP room. If these people had ulterior motives, he could very well be their target. What? Chu Xiaodai thought she had misheard. "I said, I want to be buying today. I'll come back another day," Lin Shi reiterated in a lowered voice. However, upon hearing that Lin Shi would not be making a purchase, Chu Xiaodai felt he was toying with her. After all the trouble taken to present the gold bars, he suddenly decided against the transaction. What about her commission? Anger surged within her, and her voice rose. "Sir, your transaction has already been completed, and the amount has been deducted. If you wish to return." "Return?" Lin Shi interrupted her, his urgency mounting. He desperately hoped the client manager would quickly stow away the gold bars. Chu Xiaodai's face turned pale with rage, yet she forced a smile. Instead of retracting the gold bars, she continued to reason with Lin Shi. "Mr. Lin, these gold bars are already yours. If you wish to return them, it would mean going through the repurchase process, and you would incur losses in processing and service fees." Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shi noticed one of the men approaching the VIP room. The man, roughly in his 30s, clad in black casual attire with a crew cut, appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, a closer inspection revealed a ferocity in his eyes, indicative of someone who had taken lives and witnessed bloodshed. Although he was of Asian descent, there was something about his demeanor that suggested he was not from this country. This realization solidified Lin Shi's suspicions. Chu Xiaodai continued her incessant chatter, while Lin Shi silently cursed her foolishness. He lowered his voice and urged, "Quickly put away the gold bars. If they are stolen, you will bear the consequences." Chu Xiaodai, infuriated by Lin Shi's obstinance, retorted, "Mr. Lin, these gold bars are still on my counter. Even if they are stolen, it would be the bank's responsibility, so please refrain from diverting the conversation." Lin Shi shifted his focus. "Are you saying that if they are stolen now, it won't count against me?" At that moment, the security guard began to sense something amiss and approached. The VIP room typically hosted high-value transactions, and the sight of someone suddenly moving toward it made the guard instinctively vigilant. He confronted the crew-cut man, blocking his path. "Hello, please queue for regular transactions in the lobby." "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't know." The crew-cut man feigned an apologetic expression, seemingly about to bow. However, Lin Shi's pupils dilated in horror in an instant. A black handgun was swiftly drawn from the man's pocket and pressed against the guard's abdomen. A deafening gunshot rang out. The guard fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from his abdomen, staining his once pristine uniform. In the next moment, the other three criminals drew their firearms as well, each aiming at the guard who had brandished a taser. The echoes of gunfire and screams reverberated through the hall. Followed by the shrill sound of alarms, a bank employee at the counter pressed the emergency button without hesitation. The crew-cut man burst through the VIP room door with a single gunshot. Lin Shi's eyes met those of the crew-cut man. Seeing the greed and murderous intent in his gaze, Lin Shi instinctively crouched down, covering his head with his hands, retreating to a corner. If one were to inquire how he would react in a dangerous situation, Lin Shi would confidently assert that if he could fight, he would. If not, he would flee, and if escape was impossible, he would surrender. After all, he faced 4 armed men while he was unarmed. To step forward? Ridiculous. It was better to cling to life. Chapter 10. Fame comes unexpectedly. Lin Shi remained crouched quietly in the corner. The other patrons in the hall were already under the control of the robbers. Clearly, these 4 criminals were well prepared and had designated roles. Point 1 was tasked with observing the external situation, another with guarding the hostages, while yet another approached the crew-cut man with a duffel bag. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaodai behind the counter was petrified. Could it be that someone truly dared to rob a branch of the Xiagua Bank? The crew-cut man strode directly to the counter, aiming his gun at the bulletproof glass shielding Chu Xiaodai. Threatening, "Hand over the gold bars now." Chu Xiaodai did not comply. Instead, she began to pack the gold bars away, preparing to secure them in the safe. Though terrified, she was trained to handle such crises. The bank's bulletproof glass would not yield to ordinary firearms. This was the city center, and the bank's alarm system was linked to the nearest security office. Help would arrive within minutes. Yet outside the counter, other bank employees were present. One robber pressed his gun against an employee's head, dragging him toward the VIP room entrance. The employee was paralyzed with fear. "Retrieve the gold bars at the fastest speed. If you take longer than 10 seconds, I will kill someone." Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to comply. Lin Shi, hidden in the corner, observed the scene unfold. He noted that none of the robbers were attempting to steal cash from the other counters. Their objective was clear: the gold in the VIP room. Indeed, any robber with a modicum of intelligence would avoid attempting to steal cash from a bank, knowing that each banknote was traceable. The only viable option was to take the gold, which could be melted down and circulated in the market. However, a question lingered. The inventory of gold at the counter was limited. The bank's larger quantities of gold bars were stored in the vault. If they did not secure a substantial amount of gold, the risk of robbing the bank would not justify the potential rewards. How could these robbers be so certain that there would be a large stock of gold bars at the counter today? Those, like himself, who spent 25 million to purchase physical gold were certainly few and far between. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon Chu Xiaodai, trembling as she handed over the gold bars to the robbers. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It was possible that someone had leaked information about his plans to purchase a significant amount of gold today. With this realization, everything became clear. They had been waiting for this batch of gold. A chill coursed through Lin Shi, and his expression turned cold. Thankfully, he had not taken the gold bars, and with the security personnel noticing something amiss, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Had he attempted to load the gold into his suitcase, he would have undoubtedly faced peril unprepared. In no time, Chu Xiaodai handed over 60 gold bars through the window, which were swiftly collected by the robbers into their duffel bag. Although the gold bars appeared small, their weight, 120 jin, was substantial, making it somewhat challenging for one of the robbers to carry. At that moment, the crew cut man noticed Lin Shi's suitcase at the counter. Lin Shi inwardly cursed. As expected, the crew cut man had taken notice of him. The suitcase he had purchased to store the gold was black, compact, and equipped with a combination lock. "Come here. Open that suitcase." The crew cut man barked menacingly at Lin Shi. Lin Shi feigned fear and obediently approached to unlock the suitcase. The robber placed the duffel bag containing the gold bars into Lin Shi's suitcase. Throughout this process, Lin Shi kept a close eye on the robber's every movement. 25 million worth of gold was now confined within a mere suitcase. If he were to use his spatial abilities to store the gold bars. No, he immediately dismissed the thought. The bank's surveillance equipment was still operational. For a suitcase to vanish right under the noses of everyone present would be far too conspicuous. The sudden disappearance of 25 million worth of gold would undoubtedly lead to an investigation. If the existence of his treasure trove were exposed, it would be a heavy price to pay. In the distance, the sound of police sirens began to echo. The robbers moved swiftly, but the Xiagua police were even quicker. Upon hearing the sirens, the robbers displayed a clear sense of panic. They were ready to flee. Before departing, the crew cut man cast one last glance at Lin Shi. Suddenly, he lunged toward Lin Shi, grabbing him. Instinctively, Lin Shi wanted to evade and retaliate. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he forcibly suppressed his instincts, remaining still. The crew cut man seized Lin Shi, pressing the gun against his back, and barked, "Move!" Lin Shi complied, following the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited. Lin Shi was pushed into the car, where he discovered that there were 5 robbers in total. It was an SUV, and 4 large men crowded into the back seat, yet none of the robbers complained. They accepted the crew cut man's decision to bring Lin Shi along. Lin Shi was forcibly ushered into the vehicle. A nearby journalist, originally working in the vicinity, captured video footage of Lin Shi's abduction. Haishir Xiagua Bank headquarters has been robbed. A young man has unfortunately been taken hostage. Through short video clips, this news rapidly gained traction, trending almost immediately. Countless netizens witnessed Lin Shi being taken away. What the hell? In my lifetime, I actually witnessed a fool robbing a bank. Wow, someone actually dared to rob the headquarters. What audacity! I bet these robbers won't escape for even a day. These robbers actually possess firearms. I bet my life on it. I have faith in the capabilities of our Homeland Security personnel. The fellow who was taken hostage is likely in grave danger. Isn't he? That hostage bears a striking resemblance to my high school classmate. Isn't that hostage my university mate Lin Shi? Goodness, my high school classmate is also named Lin Shi. Soon, it became evident that the Lin Shi they all knew was indeed the same individual. Consequently, another short video titled 985 Academic Topper Held Hostage by Bank Robbers, Life or Death Uncertain, was swiftly produced and soared to popularity. The video featured a clear frontal image of Lin Shi. Gazing at Lin Shi's youthful yet handsome visage in the photograph, countless older ladies and sisters felt an overwhelming sense of concern and offered prayers for his safety, tagging the authorities to ensure the successful rescue of the hostage. The university classmate who posted this video subsequently gained countless followers. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, he had already become a sensation. Just moments after the vehicle started moving, the sirens of police cars drew alarmingly close. The 5 individuals inside the vehicle were evidently breathing heavily. One of them began to chatter incessantly. It was then that Lin Shi realized that these 5 individuals were likely not citizens of Xia country. At that moment, the golden suitcase was positioned beneath one of the robbers' feet. Lin Shi could easily reach it with his foot, as long as his hand could make contact with the suitcase. He could transfer its contents into his spatial pocket. Indeed, Lin Shi had targeted this golden suitcase. Chapter 11. Playing the fool when the gold was stolen, it was still secured behind the counter. Thus not having passed through his hands, the loss would naturally be attributed to the bank. He would still receive 60 kilograms of gold bars as compensation from the bank if he managed to seize the gold that the robbers had snatched. Regardless of whether they escaped, the responsibility for the loss would lie squarely with them. He would possess a total of 120 kilograms of gold. After duplication, that would amount to a whopping 240 kilograms. Upgrading the Treasure Basin with 120 kilograms of gold would exceed his original plan by a factor of 2. Wealth comes with risks. As long as these 5 robbers remained safe, he too was safe. At this moment, Lin Shi sat closely with 3 robbers in the back seat, mere inches away from the suitcase. However, bending down to touch the suitcase would be too conspicuous. He was biding his time for the right opportunity. The robber driving the SUV exhibited remarkable skills, weaving through traffic at speeds around 80 miles per hour. They narrowly avoided other vehicles multiple times, distancing themselves from the police cars. However, the robbers soon noticed 2 helicopters trailing them from above. Lin Shi heard the buzzcut man utter an expletive in frustration. Before long, a roadblock appeared ahead. The row of sharp spikes was insurmountable even for an SUV. A contingent of special police officers lay in wait behind the blockade. The jarring sound of sudden braking echoed as everyone in the SUV leaned forward. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered. What a perfect moment! Just as everyone's bodies were thrown off balance and their attention was fixed on the roadblock and the special police. Lin Shi seized the opportunity, bent down, swiftly touched the suitcase, and immediately straightened up. Not a single robber noticed anything amiss. These robbers were completely unaware that the gold they had so painstakingly acquired had vanished. All of it spirited away by Lin Shi into his spatial pocket. Next, he needed to devise a plan to extricate himself. The SUV abruptly reversed and made a U-turn, heading down a side road. The helicopters pursued them. One of the helicopters had a camera trained on the robber's SUV. It seemed as though the SUV circled around, and after a few minutes, an overpass came into view. Beneath the overpass, vehicles moved about, yet Lin Shi's body tensed with apprehension. A regular black sedan was parked beneath the overpass. However, Lin Shi instantly sensed something was amiss. Typically, someone in a hurry would stop on the roadside outside the overpass, not beneath it. Furthermore, the area under the overpass happened to be a blind spot for the helicopter's surveillance. It was highly likely that these robbers had prearranged this escape vehicle. If the robbers disembarked, they would discover that the suitcase containing the gold bars was missing, putting Lin Shi in a precarious position. Lin Shi's intuition proved correct. As the SUV entered beneath the overpass, it came to an abrupt stop. Had they not been switching vehicles and with no other cars ahead, there would have been no need for such a sudden halt. At that moment, seated between 2 robbers, Lin Shi reached out and touched the hands of the 2 robbers holding guns. As they were about to react, their hands were suddenly empty. Their firearms had vanished. They froze momentarily to eye in an instant. Lin Shi found himself wielding one of the robber's guns, aimed it at the third armed robber in the back seat, and pulled the trigger. He then fired twice more, taking out the two unarmed robbers in the rear. With the distance so short, Lin Shi did not even need to aim. Hearing the gunfire from the back seat, the buzzcut man instinctively turned his head, his body still leaning forward from inertia, and before he could react, Lin Shi had already pointed his gun at his head. The buzzcut man's pupils dilated in shock. He had never anticipated that what he assumed to be a powerless second-generation rich hostage would manage to seize a firearm from his companion. His swift, precise movements and the chilling indifference that belied his youthful appearance left the buzzcut man momentarily speechless. Lin Shi squeezed the trigger before any words could escape the man's lips. While this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. The robber at the wheel had his hands firmly on the steering wheel. Realizing something was wrong, he instinctively reached for the gun at his waist, but before he could disengage the safety, his head exploded in a shower of blood. With that, all 5 robbers lay dead. Remarkably, the SUV was equipped with bulletproof glass and was relatively soundproof. And with no other vehicles passing by, they had not alerted anyone. After dispatching the driver, Lin Shi quickly rolled out of the vehicle, avoiding the line of sight of passing cars, and placed his hand on the vehicle S-frame. Transferring both the car and the bodies into his spatial pocket, he then hurried towards the black sedan. Pulling the door open, he sat inside. Fortunately, the car was unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. After several minutes, having confirmed that no helicopters were tracking his location, Lin Shi drove the car into a secluded area in the mountains. Due to the rapidity of the vehicle switch, the helicopters were caught off guard, and since there were already vehicles passing beneath the overpass, Lin Shi swiftly evaded official surveillance. After ensuring the area was clear of any onlookers or cameras, Lin Shi stored the black sedan in his spatial pocket and retrieved the SUV. Beginning to collect his spoils, he found 5 handguns and a total of 10 magazines on the 5 robbers. Lin Shi picked up one of the guns and swiftly replaced the empty magazine. In his previous life, he had handled guns, but in Xia country, gun control was stringent, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire a firearm. Whether before or after the apocalypse, firearms were incredibly valuable commodities. This time, he took such a significant risk not only for the gold bars but also to obtain handguns. Possessing firearms would undoubtedly enhance his survival capabilities in the early days of the apocalypse. Lin Shi continued to search the vehicle and discovered a small amount of cash and 2 daggers. He gathered all these items along with the gold bars. Although the bank heist had been fraught with unexpected complications, the gains far exceeded his expectations. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Lin Shi returned the SUV to his spatial pocket. Once the apocalypse arrived, he planned to dispose of these bodies by casting them into the sea, where they would be entombed beneath thick layers of ice, never to be found. Having taken care of everything, Lin Shi walked a short distance to hail a taxi, heading towards the security bureau. Meanwhile, police cars arrived at the overpass, where they had lost track of the SUV, only to find it completely deserted. The robbers and the SUV seemed to have vanished into thin air. Additionally, the cameras beneath the overpass had long been sabotaged by the robbers in advance. All the security personnel returned empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the Central Security Bureau. Are you saying that after they drove the car into the mountains, they released you? Then they drove away? Did you catch the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went? The security personnel bombarded Lin Shi with questions. The Xia Country Bank had been robbed of gold bars worth 25 million, and a hostage had been taken. This incident garnered widespread attention throughout the city and even the nation. Although the hostage was now safe, the robbers and the gold bars had vanished, causing considerable distress for the leaders of the Central Security Bureau. Facing the barrage of questions from the security personnel, Lin Shi answered truthfully to everything he could. For those he could not address, he feigned innocence, expressing ignorance and a lack of attention. With both the robbers and the vehicle having seemingly evaporated, the more lies he concocted, the more loopholes would arise. Lin Shi merely needed to play the fool. Although he bore some suspicion, as long as the security personnel conducted their investigation, they would realize that prior to today, he had never interacted with the robbers. It was worth noting that just a few days ago, he had been a perfectly respectable university student. There was no need for a flawless lie. After the official investigation, Lin Shi's suspicions would be cleared. Chapter 12, Threat, Officer. Will the gold bars be recoverable? If they can't be retrieved, the bank will compensate me, right? After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi expressed concern for his gold bars. Just then, Chu Xiaodai and a well-dressed middle-aged man rushed into the police station. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he inquired, "Is the hostage found? Where is he? What about the gold bars?" The security personnel turned to Lin Shi and said, "The bank representatives have arrived. That older gentleman is the bank's vice president. You can speak directly with him." Soon, Li Chongbin, the vice president of Xia Country Bank, sat across from Lin Shi. The security personnel had left, and now only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin remained in the room. "You are the hostage? You've returned? The gold bars are lost?" Li Chongbin's tone was accusatory, causing Lin Shi to feel a slight displeasure beneath the surface, though he did not show it. "You can direct those questions to the security personnel. I would like to inquire when you will be compensating me for my gold bars." Li Chongbin frowned, casting a glance at Chu Xiaodai. Chu Xiaodai presented a document to Lin Shi, stating, "Mr. Lin, your gold bars have been seized by robbers. Should these bars remain unrecovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50 of your loss. If this is acceptable, please sign this document." The incident of the gold bars being stolen had already stirred considerable commotion online. Thus, to avert any potential damage to the bank's reputation, it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. 50? Lin Shi turned his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chu Xiaodai. "Isn't it what you said? If they were robbed, does that make it the bank's responsibility?" Chu Xiaodai's gaze faltered, yet recalling the deputy manager's instructions prior to her departure, she maintained a facade of righteousness as she replied, "The loss of the gold bars is a result of third-party actions. Our bank security personnel suffered 4 fatalities and 2 severe injuries during this incident. Fulfilling our obligations, we regret that such an event occurred. Should the gold bars be recovered, we shall undoubtedly return the full amount to you." Lin Shi glanced at the document Chu Xiaodai had handed over, filled with a plethora of technical jargon. The gist was that if the gold bars could not be retrieved, the bank would compensate Lin Shi for half of their value, and he would forfeit any further claims against the bank. Lin Shi almost laughed. Such self-serving rhetoric. Did they truly believe him to be a mere child? He cast a sidelong glance at the deputy manager, who bore an expression of smugness, as if offering half compensation was a great act of benevolence. "I recall that the gold bars were taken from within the counter by the robbers. Since the bars were not delivered to me, the transaction between the bank and myself remains incomplete. The bank's loss of the bars has no bearing on me whatsoever." Li Chongbin was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shi's composure. A 19-year-old remaining so unflappable after being held hostage. He spoke earnestly, "Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's fault. How about this? We will compensate you 60. Additionally, I have a good rapport with a professor at your university. I can arrange a research recommendation for you. What do you say?" "Not interested," Lin Shi replied curtly. Noticing Lin Shi's steadfastness, Li Chongbin's expression soured, and he spoke with a harsher tone, "Young man, do not be too greedy. I hear you have no adults at home, just yourself. You are still young and inexperienced in society. Today's youth should learn to compromise. Otherwise, offending the wrong people could jeopardize your future." "Are you threatening me?" Lin Shi's eyes glinted coldly. Chu Xiaodai interjected, "Mr. Lin, we approach you with sincerity regarding the compensation. However, we are curious as to how you knew about the robbers' intentions. These criminals are merciless, yet they spared you. Mr. Lin, do you truly not recognize these robbers? Are you implying that I am in cahoots with them?" Lin Shi chuckled in disbelief. The silence that followed was telling. Realizing that an agreement was unattainable, Lin Shi decided not to waste any more time. He stood up and walked directly towards the exit. "You two may assist the police in gathering evidence. I shall take my leave. I will pursue my belongings through legal channels." Engaging in a lawsuit against the bank would likely yield a favorable outcome, although it would take considerable time. However, given that the gold bars were already in his possession, he stood to lose nothing. As for the threats issued by the bank's deputy manager, he chuckled inwardly, hoping the man would still be able to stand and speak with him 3 months hence. A glimmer of malice flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be yet another advertisement, Lin Shi activated the speakerphone. Upon answering, a female voice emerged. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from XX News in this city. seeking to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have a moment? Lin Shi paused, taken aback by the call from a local reporter. What could they possibly want with him? Just as he was about to decline, another call came in, also from an unknown number. Apologies, I must take another call, he said, ending the first call and answering the second. Hello. Mr. Lin Shi, we are from XX New Media, and we wish to, before the speaker could finish, yet another call interrupted. Lin Shi, perplexed, disconnected this call and continued to answer. Is this Lin Shi? I am a reporter from the Summer Nation Central News. The Central News of the Summer Nation was reaching out to him. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, but did not hang up, instead engaging with the CCTV reporter. I am Lin Shi. What do you need? Would you be available for an interview regarding how you escaped from the robbers? Many online users are eager to hear your account. Lin Shi hesitated. He had no desire for notoriety. The netizens of the 21st century were daunting. If any of his minor transgressions were unearthed, it would spell disaster. Although he had acted in self-defense when he killed the robber, the fact of taking the gold bars remained. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chu Xiaodai and the deputy manager watching him intently. Appearing somewhat anxious, the rejection he had intended to voice transformed into an acceptance. Very well. After arranging the time and location, Lin Shi ended the call and continued on his way. Li Chongbin's expression darkened with frustration. He had hoped to act preemptively before the reporters arrived. Little did he know that Lin Shi was impervious to their threats. Wait, let us discuss this further. Chu Xiaodai attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but he sidestepped her. Turning to face her, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow as if recalling something, and said, By the way, I provided the police with a clue regarding the robbers' motives. What clue? Chu Xiaodai instinctively asked. When I was held hostage, I overheard the robbers mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which is why they targeted this shipment. This statement was fabricated. Lin Shi had not comprehended the robbers' dialogue. However, it served his purpose to unsettle this woman, for if anyone had leaked his information, she was the most likely candidate. A pang of realization struck Chu Xiaodai, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. Chapter 13. The gold bars in hand, observing the increasing alarm on Chu Xiaodai's face. Lin Shi's confidence surged from 50% to a full 100. TSK. For security guards dead and the bank incurring losses exceeding 20 million. I wonder how many years the leaker will face in prison. Seeing Chu Xiaodai's dazed expression, Lin Shi smirked maliciously before turning to leave. It became evident why this era, unlike his previous life, saw bank robberies. Indeed, it was the butterfly effect of his rebirth that had caused this. Li Chongbin glared furiously, shouting at Lin Shi's retreating figure, Stop! As Lin Shi continued to walk away, Li Chongbin gripped Chu Xiaodai's arm tightly. What is going on? He had approached Lin Shi under the assumption that the bank was not wholly at fault. To think that the robbers were lured by one of their own, there was no longer any point in negotiations. It was not me. Chu Xiaodai shrieked. Seeing her guilty demeanor, Li Chongbin realized that Lin Shi's accusation of a leaker pointed directly at her. With Lin Shi already in contact with the media, he needed to resolve this matter before it became public knowledge. Without another glance at Chu Xiaodai, Li Chongbin departed, leaving her sitting on the ground. Muttering, It wasn't me. The previous day, upon receiving Lin Shi's request to purchase a batch of gold worth 25 million, Chu Xiaodai had been ecstatic. That evening, while dining with her boyfriend, she, in her pride, casually mentioned to him that a client was purchasing 25 million in gold. While she had previously boasted about clients with large deposits, she had never divulged any names. Surely, this could not be construed as leaking client information. How could she have attracted the robber's attention? Yet, sometimes, coincidences align in the most peculiar ways. The restaurant where Chu Xiaodai dined that evening had two of the robbers seated at the table behind hers. Lin Shi left the Public Security Bureau in the evening, locating his vehicle and driving to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly thereafter, he received several phone calls, this time from advertising collaborators. Upon checking his phone, Lin Shi realized he had garnered some notoriety. Numerous messages flooded in from university classmates, high school friends, and even elementary school acquaintances. Lin Shi cleared all the messages. He had no desire for fame. Had he known that the apocalypse would arrive in 3 months, He might have leveraged this newfound attention to produce short videos and earn some revenue through advertisements. However, the impending apocalypse left him with little energy for such endeavors. The netizens were fearsome. Should any trace of wrongdoing be uncovered, it would spell his doom. After tidying up the warehouse's compartments haphazardly and consuming some bread he had stored, Lin Shi fell into a deep slumber, exhausted from a day of mental sparring. Awakening refreshed the following morning, Lin Shi completed his morning exercises and, while heading out for breakfast, received a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction from yesterday remains incomplete. When would you be available to collect the gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Surprised by the promptness, he had initially intended to leverage Chu Xiaodia's situation to create a wave of public opinion, compelling the bank to expedite their interrupted transaction. However, the bank's response was even swifter than anticipated. 30 minutes, Lin Shi replied. After finishing breakfast, he arrived at the bank, expecting to engage in a lengthy negotiation, but everything unfolded smoothly. The bank president personally welcomed him, offering sincere apologies and handing over the gold bars himself, along with several gifts, euphemistically termed as compensation for emotional distress. In a reciprocal gesture, Lin Shi complied with the request of the bank manager to take a photograph, posing with gold bars alongside the bank staff. As Lin Shi departed, the bank employees and security personnel proactively assisted him in transporting his belongings, escorting him to his vehicle and waving cheerfully until it vanished from sight. This moment was naturally captured by journalists who had long been monitoring the bank's activities, and the images swiftly appeared on news websites, prompting netizens to commend the bank's exemplary service. However, these accolades bore no relevance to Lin Shi anymore. Initially, he had intended to accept an interview, revealing the audio recordings of the vice president and the matter concerning Chu Xiaodai. Yet, he achieved his objective in the shortest possible time, rendering these trivial distractions unnecessary. The uncertainty of survival in 3 months loomed large. Why squander time on those destined for demise? At this moment, Lin Shi's focus rested solely upon the gold bars. In the cramped confines of his small room, 2 neat stacks of dazzling gold bars lay before him, one comprising the bars just withdrawn from the bank, the other seized from the hands of robbers the previous day. 3 smaller bars remained from his earlier reserves, a total of 50 million in gold. The thought that these bars could potentially double to 100 million quickened Lin Shi's heartbeat. Naturally, he could not physically handle 120 kilograms of gold as he had done before. Instead, he placed both hands upon the gold bars and uttered, "Item duplication." As the words left his lips, a radiant golden light illuminated the small room. Before Lin Shi, gold bars materialized out of thin air. The sound of heavy objects landing on the bed echoed continuously, causing the iron frame to creak under the strain. However, Lin Shi was unconcerned about having to sleep on the floor that night. He counted the duplicates, discovering 123 gold bars replicated, 120 at 1,000 grams each, and 3 at 500 grams. Not a single one was missing. Lin Shi exhaled a sigh of relief, a wave of ecstatic joy washing over his face. 25 million had transformed into 100 million in just 2 days. Anyone would be thrilled by such an outcome. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the success of the duplication. What if the treasure pot had a duplication limit? What if it could only replicate bars touched by his body, or if other limiting factors existed that could thwart his efforts? Fortunately, he had overthought the matter. The item duplication proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. At that moment, the treasure pot interface also underwent a transformation. Treasure pot, function, storage space 666, required wealth points for upgrade, 2,000, function, item duplication 1, required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. Only one opportunity for item duplication remained. He wondered whether this number would change upon upgrading. Lin Shi proceeded to organize the gold bars. Each bar from the bank bore a serial number. He sorted out the 60 bars he had withdrawn today, placing their duplicates aside, intended for sale back to the bank. The remaining 63 duplicates were set aside for melting down and finding alternative channels for sale. Lin Shi picked up 2 original 1 kilogram gold bars and silently thought. Space Upgrade, Chapter 14. Upgrading the treasure pot. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Shi adhered to his original plan to upgrade the space. With an empty palm, the treasure pot interface began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space within his consciousness doubled, expanding its volume 8-fold. Treasure pot, function, storage space 12 12 12, required wealth points for upgrade, 4,000, function, Item duplication 1. Required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The points required for the next upgrade had doubled. Without pausing, Lin Shi continued to pick up 4 gold bars, then 8, and finally 16. After utilizing a total of 30 original 1 kilogram gold bars, he successfully executed 4 consecutive upgrades, resulting in the following storage capacity. Treasure pot, storage space, 96, 96, 96. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 1. Required wealth points for upgrade, 10,000. The storage area had expanded to over 9,000 square meters, nearly reaching a volume of 900,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum. In terms of standard shipping containers, it equated to the combined size of over 29,000 containers. This ample space was more than sufficient for his current needs. Lin Shi still had 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram bars left to upgrade. He picked up 10 gold bars this time. Anticipation swelling within him. Upgrade item duplication. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gold bars in his hands vanished. The numbers on the interface fluctuated rapidly until they finally stabilized. Treasure pot, storage space, 96, 96, 96. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 4. Required wealth points for upgrade, 20,000. The duplication opportunities had indeed increased. Furthermore, they had grown by 3 at once. This indicated that further upgrades would yield additional duplication opportunities. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could replicate this method of purchasing gold from the bank several more times, he could potentially achieve infinite upgrades for his treasure pot. However, he quickly regained his composure. Buying gold bars from the bank, only to sell them back, could easily lead to suspicion after the first instance, which might be dismissed as youthful naivety. A second attempt would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Moreover, the duplicated gold bars could not be used for upgrades and would be challenging to liquidate. Presently, every citizen's account in Xia country was under state surveillance, and any significant influx of unaccounted funds would swiftly attract scrutiny from the authorities. Aside from the original 25 million, any additional funds would remain concealed from view, let alone be spent. Lin Shi had upgraded the treasure pot in preparation for the impending extreme cold apocalypse. Squandering precious accumulated resources for the sake of upgrading would entirely contradict his original purpose. Furthermore, the arrival of the apocalypse would present the ideal opportunity to amass gold. Within the first month of the apocalypse, a vast number of plants and animals would perish, leading to a drastic reduction in human food supplies. At that point, a mere few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold, and no one would concern themselves with gold and jewels when they were starving. Having come to this realization, Lin Shi placed his hands upon all the remaining gold bars and proceeded to upgrade item duplication. As the gold bars swiftly vanished from his grasp, the numbers on the treasure pot interface began to race. Once the bars had completely disappeared, the interface displayed, Treasure pot, storage space, 96, 96, 96. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 22. Required wealth points for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi was elated, a smile illuminating his face. Each upgrade yielded double the number of opportunities compared to the previous level, culminating in a total of 22 duplication chances when factoring in the remaining opportunity. Based on the current pattern of upgrades, the next item duplication upgrade would grant him 24 chances. However, that was a matter for the post-apocalyptic future. Presently, the most pressing concern was stockpiling resources. Lin Shi had 32,000 remaining. He needed to sell the gold bars, particularly the duplicates withdrawn from the bank, to replenish his funds. Given that the gold bars had only just reached him today, he resolved to wait 2 days before returning to the bank for the sale, as this would be the more prudent course of action. With that settled, he aimed to dispose of the other batch of questionable gold bars. Lin Shi first searched online for an individual in Heirloom, a reclusive man who spent his days idly browsing the internet. He lured him with a promise of 20,000 yuan to visit a manufacturer in the suburbs of Heirloom that produced high-frequency heating equipment to purchase a small gold melting machine. Next, he enlisted another person to procure crucibles from a different factory, and a third individual to acquire molds. He instructed these 3 to leave the items in 3 secluded locations with minimal surveillance before disguising himself to retrieve them. He understood that the authorities were likely still monitoring him, but so what? Even if someone discovered his purchases, there would be no evidence linking him to the robbers. Moreover, the situation concerning Chu Xiaodai should have begun to escalate. He trusted that the authorities would trace the robber's origins and motives. With Lin Shi exercising such caution, it was unlikely he would be implicated anytime soon. After returning the items to his warehouse, Lin Shi commenced his operations, melting, molding, and shaping, until 3 in the morning, by which time he had transformed 61-kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 bars of various sizes. He had already devised a plan for handling these gold bars in the eastern suburbs of Heisher lay a pawn shop, which on the surface appeared to be a typical establishment, yet within it operated a gang that traded in various contraband. They accepted anything and sold everything. Lin Shi was aware of this due to the pawn shop's continued existence after the apocalypse. Rumor had it that someone once exchanged several hundred pounds of rice for a .54 caliber pistol. Lin Shi decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars the following day to investigate. If it turned out to be mere hearsay, he could still utilize the gold bars to obtain cash. Having secured the gold bars and tools within the treasure pot, Lin Shi concluded his day's work and fell into a deep slumber. Ha, ha, ha. With rhythmic breaths, Lin Shi gradually stretched his body, then suddenly struck out with a palm before retracting it gently, at times still as a maiden, at others swift as a hare. His movements flowed like water, reminiscent of Tai Chi yet distinctively different. This exercise, designed by scientists from Xia country in his past life to enhance human survival in extreme cold, required a certain level of physical fitness to begin practicing. After several days of foundational training, Lin Shi felt a marked improvement in his agility, strength, and endurance, prompting him to attempt the technique known as resonance. In the previous life, scientists speculated that following a geomagnetic storm, a mysterious substance appeared in the air due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, when absorbed by living organisms, can significantly enhance their physical constitution. The evidence lies in the fact that any flora and fauna that managed to endure the first 3 years of the apocalypse began to exhibit mutations. Their blood and muscles were infused with this enigmatic substance. The surviving animals grew increasingly colossal, while a select few plants thrived within layers of snow, even in temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. However, the alterations this substance wrought upon humanity were minimal. Apart from enabling humans to withstand extreme cold more effectively, there appeared to be no other conspicuous transformations. Thus, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, a collaborative effort between scientists and martial artists culminated in the development of a training regimen, which was subsequently disseminated among survivors in the 7th year. This set of exercises facilitated the accelerated absorption of this substance by humans in a previous life. After practicing for over a year, Lin Shi found himself capable of remaining outdoors for 2 to 3 hours in frigid temperatures without the need for a down jacket. It was rumored that some individuals in the military had managed to unlock their genetic potential, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Upon completing a series of movements, Lin Shi felt a warmth enveloping his body. After taking a shower and enjoying a lavish breakfast, he set off towards the eastern suburbs in his car. Chapter 15. The intercepting crossbow. Lin Shi arrived in the eastern suburbs and, after searching for over an hour, finally located the pawn shop beside an aging apartment complex, Chengxin Pawn Shop. The sign was noticeably faded, and the entrance was small and opaque. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi retrieved his handgun from his spatial pocket, checked the ammunition, and concealed the weapon within the inner pocket of his clothing before exiting the vehicle. Caution was paramount. With a backpack laden with 5 pounds of gold secured on his back, he stepped into the shop. Inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large screen inscribed with the character. As he maneuvered past the screen, he observed a man busily tinkering with something behind the counter, so engrossed that he failed to notice Lin Shi's entrance. Knock, knock. Lin Shi approached and rapped on the counter. The man looked up, his expression shifting to one of wariness upon seeing a stranger. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the man was wielding a crossbow, its sleek black form exuding a sense of power, accompanied by an unassembled scope and various components on the table. Judging by its overall design, this was an intercepting crossbow manufactured in the Lighthouse Nation, boasting far greater potency than a handgun. It was said to be capable of penetrating an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters. With a rate of fire comparable to that of a pistol, high precision, and ease of operation, it could be disassembled and reassembled at will. Its sound was quieter than that of a handgun, and the arrows could be reused in his previous life. Possessing such a crossbow would have allowed him to traverse the apocalypse with ease. He had indeed come to the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, The man, Xie Jinxin, hastily draped a cloth over the unassembled crossbow. Although he doubted the young man could discern its nature, he felt compelled to explain, "My child enjoys playing with these toys, young man. Do you require assistance?" Lin Shi chose not to expose the pretense and instead placed his backpack on the counter, unzipping it to reveal the gold within. Xie Jinxin's eyes lit up as he picked up a gold bar for inspection. "Are you selling or pawning? Cash or transfer?" "I wish to exchange for some items," Lin Shi replied. "At this." Xie Jinxin's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness as he scrutinized Lin Shi. Generally, individuals would not be aware that they could barter for items here. Only acquaintances or those referred by acquaintances would know. In the early days of the apocalypse, Xie Jinxin had yet to open his doors for business. "Who referred you? What do you wish to exchange?" Lin Shi tactfully sidestepped the more delicate inquiries. "Is that crossbow you just mentioned available for trade?" Xie Jinxin appraised Lin Shi from head to toe, seemingly gauging his age, and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him swung open. Though the figure remained unseen, the voice rang out, "Old Xie, has my shipment arrived?" A tall, muscular man stepped around the screen. It was only then that he noticed Lin Shi's presence, immediately scanning him with a wary gaze. Xie Jinxin addressed the burly man. "The goods have arrived. They aren't assembled yet. Please wait in the back while I conclude this transaction." At this moment, the muscular man caught sight of the bag of gold on the counter, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. After the man entered a small door behind the counter, Xie Jinxin turned to Lin Shi and urged, "What do you want? Speak quickly. I have other customers. I wish to exchange for that intercepting crossbow on your counter. Or perhaps the elite crossbow or the invisibility crossbow with accompanying arrows. Additionally, I require .54 pistol ammunition. The more, the better." Xie Jinxin's pupils dilated as he scrutinized Lin Shi once more. In their line of work, possessing keen discernment was paramount. Xie Jinxin could typically determine who was suitable for trade with just a few glances. He would never exchange goods with a desperate criminal, lest he invite trouble upon himself. Nor would he barter with an ordinary person, as they had no use for his wares. He only traded with those who frequently traversed the borders or mercenaries, individuals who often brushed against death and would be grateful for the equipment they acquired. After years of conducting business, Xie Jinxin relied heavily on his ability to read people. However, he found himself somewhat perplexed when assessing Lin Shi. At first glance, he appeared to be a mere student, likely seeking to pawn something. Upon further scrutiny, he noticed Lin Shi's calm yet piercing gaze and the tension in his body, which, while outwardly relaxed, seemed poised for action at any moment. This level of vigilance was something Xie Jinxin had only observed in seasoned veterans who lived on the edge of life and death. Yet, Lin Shi's skin and hands were too delicate, devoid of the calluses and hardened demeanor typical of those who danced with danger. Nevertheless, he could discern that the unassembled item before him was indeed an intercepting crossbow. Unsure of how to proceed, Xie Jinxin ultimately chose to trust his instincts. "Kid, the items you seek cannot simply be obtained with these gold bars. As long as you possess what I require." "The price is no object," Lin Shi asserted. Xie Jinxin nodded. "Follow me." He turned and opened the door behind the counter. The burly man, who had not strayed far, pushed the door open and stood just inside. "Old Xie, why are you bringing this kid in here?" "Old Jin, your items will have to wait a moment. I need to let this young brother choose first." It became clear that the muscular man's name was Old Jin, and Lin Shi could sense the ferocity emanating from him. Old Jin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi, scoffing, "Old Xie, are you so desperate for money that you'll do business with anyone? Selling to a kid who hasn't even sprouted hair? Aren't you worried he'll get you raided in a few days?" Xie Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly, the smile fading from his face. "I know my own affairs well enough." There was no need for Old Jin to interject. Lin Shi silently completed Xie Jinxin's unspoken thought. "Humph. I'm just worried that this kid will ruin the business we've built over the years." Old Jin grunted discontentedly, his gaze fixed on Lin Shi. Revealing a predatory glint, Lin Shi met his gaze with calm resolve. "To face a fierce beast, one must exude composure to avoid being perceived as prey." Xie Jinxin was unwilling to engage further. Waving his hand to signal Lin Shi to follow, they traversed a dimly lit corridor and arrived at a sturdy aluminum alloy door. Xie Jinxin produced a key, unlocked the door, and fumbled along the interior wall for a moment before the lights flickered on. Lin Shi peered through the crack of the door to see rows of wooden shelves. "Come in," Xin gestured as he stepped inside. Indeed, the interior was lined with shelves of varying heights, each bearing wooden boxes of different sizes, all sealed and obscured from view. Lin Shi approached one of the shelves, and Xin retrieved a wooden box, using a screwdriver to remove the iron seal. Upon opening the box and clearing away the straw within, it was revealed to contain an unassembled intercepting crossbow. Chapter 16. Reservation. This is the intercepting crossbow. The price is set at 200,000, no negotiation. Xin's gaze bore into Lin Shi, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion on his face. The price was steep, yet if this young man remained oblivious to the market value, Xin could profit handsomely. Lin Shi remained motionless, his expression souring as he retorted, "A sniper rifle costs only a few thousand, and you dare to price a crossbow at 200,000? I recall that the market price for intercepting crossbows in the Lighthouse Nation hovers around $8,000. Offer me a fair price. I seek numerous items and won't deprive you of your profit." He intended to exchange for many more items and could not afford to be perceived as an easy target. "Hehehe." Xin chuckled. Unabashed. "Where did you come from, kid? Fine. I'll give you a fair price of 100,000. Bringing this item in required considerable connections. It can't be sold at the Lighthouse Nation's price." Lin Shi raised a hand, signaling a number, 60,000. 90,000. No less. 65,000. Ultimately, Lin Shi settled on a price of 80,000, and he requested 50 matching arrows. Since the arrows were reusable, Xin had not stocked that many. Otherwise, Lin Shi would have requested even more. Next came the .54 pistol ammunition. Lin Shi requested all of Xin's inventory, 2,000 rounds. The shop was well stocked, featuring a dazzling array of firearms, including various models of sniper rifles, and handguns. However, aside from the .54 pistol, Lin Shi only selected 2 AK-47s along with their corresponding ammunition. Initially, he had considered acquiring several rifles from the Summer Nation, renowned for their resilience in harsh conditions, but Xin informed him that such weapons were difficult to procure. Lin Shi ultimately opted against any additional firearms, knowing that precision weaponry like sniper rifles would become mere scrap metal in the extreme cold of the apocalypse. In the extreme cold, due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, the resistance of firearm components increases and gun oil becomes viscous. The more intricate the firearm, the more susceptible it is to jamming. Some may even crack under such frigid conditions. This applies equally to sniper rifles, precision rifles, and certain finely crafted handguns, all of which become non-dash operational. In contrast, the simple and robust model like the 5.4 handgun can still be used with some efficacy. As for the AK-47, a weapon designed to function under the harshest environments, it requires no further mention. However, even those that do not jam experience a significantly reduced lifespan, necessitating maintenance after merely a few shots before they can continue to operate. Otherwise, the steam generated by the heated barrel in extreme cold can quickly freeze the barrel itself. In a snowstorm, snowflakes easily find their way into the barrel. The deterrent effect of such weapons far outweighs their practicality. A handgun may suffice for self-defense, particularly since Lin Shi does not possess merely one. However, when it comes to hunting or gathering supplies, cold weapons prove to be far more effective. The post-apocalyptic era in extreme cold has indeed ushered in a resurgence of cold weapons. Ultimately, Lin Shi took a liking to 3 Nepalese military knives and 3 daggers. When confronted with Xin's pitch for a tang knife, Lin Shi declined. "I thought young people like you favored such blades," Xin muttered. The tang knife has indeed gained popularity online in recent years. Although it is exceptionally sharp, the blade is too straight and elongated, making it prone to breakage upon impact with hard objects or weapons in extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi merely smiled, offering no explanation, and inquired, "Do you accept pre-orders here?" Xin confidently replied, "Just tell me what you want as long as it's not too large. I can procure it for you. I require the finest military-grade cold-weather gear, along with matching cold-weather boots, combat gloves, and a helmet. It must be top-tier, the most resistant to cold. Can you manage that?" Xin's eyes widened. top-tier military cold-weather combat suits typically comprise over a dozen pieces, designed for operations in sub-zero conditions, and their prices are no trifling matter, with each set costing at least several $100,000. Lin Shi then added a figure. I need 50 sets, all tailored to my measurements. 50 sets? Xie Jinxin's eyes bulged in astonishment. Are you preparing for war? This young man possesses such wealth? Lin Shi, with a serious demeanor, fabricated a story. I plan to spend a few years in Antarctica. Naturally, Xie Jinxin did not believe such a tall tale. However, upon hearing the rest of Lin Shi's requests, he began to suspect there might be some truth to it. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military walkie-talkies, 20 individual integrated tents resistant to low temperatures, and 50 military-grade sleeping bags. Also, procure a few military crossbows like the intercepting crossbow, and gather a good number of arrows, as for ammunition. Secure as much as you can. Xie Jinxin hastily calculated, realizing that these items were worth over 10 million. To order such a large quantity, I will need at least 1 million as a deposit, only accept cash or gold. Xie Jinxin's demand was entirely reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. I will return this evening. There was still plenty of gold bars in his space, albeit he could not extract them directly. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi left the pawnshop, carrying a mountaineering bag gifted by Xie Jinxin. Once Lin Shi departed, Xie Jinxin resumed assembling crossbows for Old Jin. Old Jin, with a knowing expression, asked, Old Xie, is this sheep fat? Old Jin, don't get any ideas about him. Xie Jinxin surprisingly defended Lin Shi. He found the young man inscrutable and wished to avoid trouble. When he requested a deposit, the young man showed no hesitation. Anyone who could casually produce such a sum of cash or gold and purchase so much equipment could not possibly be an ordinary person. Most importantly, he had never encountered such calm composure in someone merely in their 20s. After hearing Xie Jinxin's words, Old Jian fell silent, a shadowy glint flickering in his eyes. Upon leaving the pawnshop and returning to his vehicle, Lin Shi took advantage of the absence of surveillance to store his items in his space. After dinner, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from his space and headed back to Xie Jinxin's pawnshop. The night was already quiet in the desolate outskirts. Lin Shi entered the pawnshop directly, handing over the gold bars for Xie Jinxin to count. After inspecting the gold, Xie Jinxin stated, All right, just settle the balance when the goods arrive. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Shi was unconcerned about Old Jin absconding. This individual was renowned in the apocalypse for his good reputation. Although his prices were steep, he delivered reliable goods once payment was made. Furthermore, Lin Shi had no use for the gold himself. If it were to vanish, it would not significantly impact him. As Lin Shi turned to depart, he was called back by Xie Jinxin. Wait. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Jinxin cautiously advised, Be careful at night. Lin Shi paused, slightly taken aback, then responded, Thank you. What should he, a grown man, be cautious about? Clearly, he needed to be wary of others. Someone was keeping an eye on him. As his vehicle traversed the eerily quiet streets, Lin Shi deliberately drove slowly, remaining vigilant. Shortly thereafter, he slammed on the brakes. A row of spikes appeared ahead on the road. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. Shifting into reverse, he pressed the accelerator and quickly retreated to the intersection he had just passed, swiftly changing gears and steering down another road. This unexpected maneuver caught the ambushers off guard. A typical person would either have their tire punctured and be forced to seek repairs or exit the vehicle to examine the situation, clearing the spikes aside. Who would simply turn and flee without a word? Just a short distance from where the spikes were scattered, Old Jin, clad in black and wearing a motorcycle helmet, awaited his prey. Observing the situation, Old Jin cursed under his breath and revved the throttle, racing ahead to block Lin Shi's path with a drift. Simultaneously, he subtly grasped the dagger resting on his thigh. The moment Lin Shi stepped out, he intended to subdue the young man instantly. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. The hour was still early. Although the outskirts were isolated, a few scattered pedestrians could still be seen in the distance. This time was particularly conducive to lowering one's guard, as a typical wealthy young man would likely curse and exit the vehicle by now. Furthermore, the surveillance cameras along the route had been disabled by Old Jin, allowing him to swiftly capture both the person and the vehicle without a trace. Unfortunately, Lin Shi was no ordinary young man, but rather a reincarnated survivor, seasoned by the trials of the apocalypse and well acquainted with humanity's most sordid aspects. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he gripped the steering wheel. He pressed the accelerator, charging forward. The speed, initially at 60 miles per hour, surged past 100 in just a few seconds. Covering the distance of a dozen meters at such velocity was a mere blink in the next moment. Old Jin's pupils constricted as he attempted to dodge, but it was far too late. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, followed by the dull sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The tremendous impact sent old Jin, along with his motorcycle, flying several meters. The front of Lin Shi's car was rendered unrecognizable from the collision. Shards of headlights littering the ground, and the bumper crushed inwards. In contrast, old Jin's motorcycle suffered even greater devastation, its twisted parts scattered everywhere. Originally chosen for agility and ease of escape, the motorcycle ultimately became the primary reason for old Jin's failure. Had it been a car, Lin Shi might have taken the time to drive to a deserted area before making his move. However, with old Jin recklessly blocking his path on a motorcycle, he had no qualms about ending things swiftly. The sound of the crash drew the attention of nearby individuals, but due to the distance, they could see nothing of the situation. Lin Shi calmly exited his vehicle and approached old Jin. Despite wearing a helmet, old Jin remained conscious, blood spilling from his mouth, his limbs contorted unnaturally, and his eyes filled with venomous hatred fixed upon Lin Shi, yet he could utter not a single word. After all his efforts to hunt, he found himself at the mercy of a mere 20-something-year-old. He could not fathom why this young man would dare to collide with him, fearing he had mistaken his target. Lin Shi halted a meter away from old Jin and quietly remarked, "Isn't it curious why I dared to hit you, old Jin?" The calm and indifference in Lin Shi's demeanor caused old Jin's pupils to contract. He realized he had misjudged. The young man before him was not the naive prey he had presumed, but rather a ruthless predator, equally capable of bloodshed. "I will," old Jin gasped, desperately clinging to life. The impact had shattered his left thigh, punctured his left ribs into his organs, and his right hand, violently smashed against the ground, lay twisted and deformed, rendering him motionless. Should he possess any strength to retaliate, he would surely vow to eliminate Lin Shi. Old Jin silently swore that once he recovered, he would ensure Lin Shi met a fate worse than death. However, Lin Shi did not grant him such an opportunity. He crouched down, seizing a steel pipe that had fallen from the motorcycle, and plunged it into old Jin's throat before the latter's eyes could widen in terror. Old Jin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he gasped for breath. His mouth opening and closing as the murderous glint in his gaze seemed to promise a slow demise for Lin Shi. Old Jin could not fathom it until his dying breath. He dared not commit murder in such a place. "So how could Lin Shi?" Lin Shi murmured softly. "As I drove here, I noticed several surveillance cameras along the way that were out of order. You took care of that, didn't you? Thank you for preparing your own grave." "Huh? Huh?" Old Jin struggled to articulate something. However, the fatal wound soon extinguished the light in his eyes. With a flick of his mind, Lin Shi absorbed old Jin's lifeless body and all the scattered remnants of the scene, including his own vehicle, into his spatial realm. When the curious passersby arrived, all they found was a stark pool of blood on the deserted street. A vigilant resident alerted the authorities, and upon extracting the blood, it was confirmed to be human. Yet, there was no evidence at the scene to indicate that a crime had occurred. All surveillance footage had been destroyed, there were no victims, and no witnesses. The matter could not even be filed. And thus it came to an abrupt end. After walking for a while, Lin Shi hailed a taxi back home. This was not his first act of murder, so there was nothing to fear. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was both a hunter and prey. He was no virtuous man. Those who dared to challenge him should not blame him for his ruthless nature. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Shi glanced at the time and noted that it was already March 7th, the 7th day since his rebirth. He checked the international gold prices and was surprised to see that the price had risen by $5 in just 2 days. Thus, he decided to sell his gold bars today to cash out and continue with his stockpiling plans. After his morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Shi took a taxi to the bank. Just days ago, he had been a notable figure at the bank, and as he entered with his suitcase, he was immediately recognized. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you today?" Since the incident where Chu Xiaodai leaked client information was exposed by Lin Shi, The bank had discreetly dismissed her to protect its reputation. Now, Lin Shi's customer service manager was a man in his 30s named Feng Jian, who had previously secured a cigarette from the leadership after recognizing Lin Shi's potential. Feng Jian, who had been assisting another client with a credit card, brightened at the sight of Lin Shi. Upon noticing the suitcase he carried, his eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. The sight of that suitcase reminded him of the day Lin Shi furiously purchased gold bars worth 25 million. He and his colleagues had been envious when they heard about Chu Xiaodia's client wanting to buy such a sum. Little did he know that such fortune would soon befall him. Chapter 18. Selling the gold bars. Bad content. Chapter 19. Purchasing supplies. Lin Shi answered the phone. Liao Peng's voice came through. Boss, I've scoured Shushi over the past few days and found 3 locations that meet your requirements. I've sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please have a look. Alright, I have something else to attend to now. I will call you back later. Lin Shi first opened the warehouse door and, along with a dozen porters, began unloading the goods. It took more than 3 hours to unload 3 of the 7 containers before everything was placed into the warehouse. Once the workers departed, Lin Shi placed his hands on the pile of supplies and absorbed all of it into his space, observing that what he had in his spatial realm was merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Shi understood that this was just the beginning. After a quick shower, he reviewed the materials sent by Liao Peng. He had to admit that he had not misjudged Liao Peng. The 3 locations provided were indeed suitable. They were elevated, secluded, and free from towering buildings, allowing for immediate construction. One site, in particular, was exceptionally spacious, located in the eastern suburbs of Shushi. It was ample enough not only for a private shelter, but also for an entire residential community. Lin Shi suspected that the official shelters in his previous life had been established in this very location. Should the government choose to requisition it in the future, it would result in significant losses for him. So this site was out of the question. The remaining 2 locations included a hillside behind a village in the western suburbs, which stood only a few dozen meters high and was situated several kilometers away from the first site. This hill had once housed a temple, which had since collapsed, though the foundation remained. The last location was a fishing village named Shidao along the coast of Shushi, featuring cliffs several meters high, with an open residential area atop, formerly inhabited by a few families who had since moved. Lin Shi messaged Liao Peng to arrange for an assessment of the hillside where the temple stood and the cliff to evaluate the geological conditions. He wanted to avoid a scenario where the foundations of his shelter would collapse. Though the cliffs were composed of rock layers, years of exposure to wind and waves could have weathered the material, rendering it unsuitable for construction. In comparison, the hill that once housed the temple aligned more closely with his ideals. However, the outcome would only be known once the results came in. After completing these tasks, Lin Shi fell into a deep slumber. For the next 3 days, the supplies delivered to the warehouse consisted of fresh produce Lin Shi had purchased at the farmer's market. He directly hired 4 individuals nearby to oversee the receiving and transporting of the goods. Meanwhile, on the 8th, Lin Shi ventured to the lumber market. Following the extreme cold, humanity had lost access to electricity, and natural gas pipelines had ruptured due to freezing temperatures. The demand for fire sources became paramount, as without fire, cooked food and hot meals were unattainable, leading many survivors to resort to a life of raw sustenance. Countless individuals perished in their sleep from the biting cold. Consequently, wood became an invaluable resource. Lin Shi procured 500 tons of firewood, which was significantly cheaper than ordinary lumber, consisting mainly of scrap and offcuts. Just acquiring this quantity required 25 containers. Fortunately, due to the bulk of his order, the lumber market was willing to accommodate him. Next, he aimed to purchase gas canisters and coal. Acquiring as much as possible, he managed to secure 800 tons of coal. Following that, he purchased windproof lighters, flintstones, and windproof matches, etc. He also placed online orders for cold medicines, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies, including respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and bomb-proof clothing. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in High City, purchasing 10 portable generators, 10 home generators, and 2 industrial generators. Aside from the industrial generator, which was diesel-fueled and quite noisy, he opted for the quietest gasoline generators for all the others. The industrial generator was merely a backup for situations requiring significant power. In normal circumstances, the home generators sufficed. Next, he considered the wiring. With the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, Even the electrical circuits that had not been destroyed by electromagnetic storms had mostly been rendered inoperative due to freezing temperatures. Thus, Lin Shi planned to install the wiring indoors, creating a closed-loop power system for his shelter. To prevent power outages caused by aging circuits or short circuits, he purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wiring as a precaution. Following that, he focused on diesel and gasoline. To utilized the generators he needed to stockpile these fuels. However, oil was prohibited for private trade, and it was uncertain how long it would take to amass enough fuel through the method of filling up tanks and transferring the excess. Therefore, Lin Shi returned to Qingxin pawn shop. You want 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline? Do you think I'm running a gas station? Xie Jinxin looked at Lin Shi with a, "Are you kidding me?" expression. Lin Shi smiled wryly. 100 tons was hardly excessive. A large SUV's fuel tank alone held 100 liters, and filling it a dozen times would amount to a ton. Naturally, he needed to stockpile more. No one could predict when the apocalypse would end, and at least in the 8th year of the extreme cold, there was no sign of it abating. If Xie Jinxin couldn't manage it, Lin Shi would have to buy a vehicle with a sufficiently large tank and collect fuel from different gas stations. Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, Xie Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can arrange 10 tons for you." Lin Shi's eyes lit up with joy, but sensing Xie Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze, he quickly masked his excitement. "What's the price?" 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold was worth over 800,000. Goodness. The price of diesel was less than 10,000 per ton, and gasoline was just over 10,000. Even for 10 tons of each, it would only total around 200,000. Yet Xie Jinxin had inflated the price by more than 4 times. "Don't complain about the cost. I'm not in this line of work. It is a significant risk, and if you don't want it, then so be it," Xie Jinxin replied. Lin Shi was not one to be easily manipulated. He still had copies of gold bars in his space. However, the terms of the trade were up to him. "For 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel, I will give you 5 kilograms of gold." Fortune favors the bold. Xie Jinxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Xie Jinxin acquiesce so readily, Lin Shi's eyes shifted, and he inquired, "Could you procure some pharmaceuticals for me? The price is negotiable." "You tell me, what exactly are you preparing all these items for?" Lin Shi's requests were becoming increasingly peculiar. And although asking about a client's purpose was considered taboo, his curiosity was piqued. With cold weapons, winter clothing, oil, and medicine all on the list, what was he up to? Did he truly intend to settle in Antarctica as he claimed? Xie Jinxin began to ponder the possibility of this bizarre scenario. Lin Shi, of course, would not disclose his true intentions, did I not mention it, to settle in Antarctica. Subsequently, Lin Shi provided Xie Jinxin with a list of antibiotics, cold medicines, wound treatments, and more. Xie Jinxin remained skeptical but negotiated a price with Lin Shi. After leaving the pawn shop, Lin Shi considered his next move and decided to visit the appliance market to purchase some essential electronics. In an apocalyptic scenario where survival could last for many years, he needed to acquire various indispensable appliances. Soon, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electronics mall in High City. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter with Su Feifei arriving at the electronics mall. Lin Shi purchased 20 items each of rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and electric kettles. Additionally, he acquired 30 units each of electric heaters, electric blankets, warm air fans, and water filters. Subsequently, he ventured to the adjacent store to procure pots, bowls, and utensils, ensuring they were all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi rushed to the largest mall in High City. Although he already possessed cold weather gear intended for hunting and resource gathering, he still needed to acquire some everyday clothing and other warm items. His first stop was a home goods store, where he purchased 20 sets of down comforters, 20 cotton blankets, 20 woolen throws, and 20 bedding sets. He then proceeded to a highly reputable brand store, known for its down jackets and windbreakers, which were said to be specially designed for Antarctic expedition teams. These garments were crafted from the most advanced thermal materials, offering insulation properties second only to military cold weather geared. As spring approached, winter apparel was on sale, and most items on the shelves had been replaced with spring collections. Lin Shi made his way to the winter clothing section. Inside the store, 2 sales associates were engaged in casual conversation. Given that this brand specialized in high-end products, where a single coat could cost several thousand to tens of thousands, foot traffic was typically low. Upon seeing Lin Shi heading directly to the discount area, the two sales associates exchanged dismissive glances and continued their chatter. After observing the selection for a while and unable to discern which would provide the best warmth, Lin Shi inquired of the sales associate, "Which of these garments is the warmest?" The sales associate, with her back to Lin Shi, rolled her eyes and replied, "These down jackets and windbreakers provide ample warmth." This was not the answer Lin Shi sought. "I meant which one offers the utmost warmth, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Internally cursing the deep well ice, the sales associate casually pointed out a few items. Lin Shi pointed to one of them, saying, "Please bring me an XL size to try on." The sales associate, already growing impatient, thought to herself that a bargain hunter should not be so demanding. She glanced at the jacket on the rack, an L size, and stated, "Try this one on first. If you like it, I'll fetch you the XL." At this moment, Lin Shi noticed the sales associate's evident impatience. With a slight furrow of his brow, he was about to express his displeasure when two individuals entered the store. It was Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, slender man. They appeared to be regulars, and another sales associate greeted them with enthusiasm. "Hello, Mr. Li. We've just received many new arrivals. Do take a look." The contrast in attitude was stark compared to the sullen sales associate beside Lin Shi. Particularly upon seeing her colleague poised to earn a substantial commission, the sales associate's expression darkened further. At that moment, Su Feifei noticed Lin Shi and exclaimed, "Lin Shi, you're here too?" Lin Shi merely nodded and averted his gaze, instructing the sales associate to fetch him the XL size. Reluctantly, the sales associate complied. Noticing Su Feifei's continued interest in Lin Shi, Li Duayu, who accompanied her, grew displeased. "Feifei, who is that?" Su Feifei seemed to snap back to reality and replied, "He's my high school classmate." Despite Lin Shi having left them behind at the club last time, Su Feifei believed Zhao Xiao had offended Lin Shi, causing Lin Shi to take his frustrations out on them. Lin Shi, affluent and handsome, was a paragon of virtue in Su Feifei's eyes, leading her to think that any man who was both attractive and wealthy deserved understanding. The incident where Lin Shi was abducted by robbers at the bank had already spread among classmates, as had the tale of his purchase of 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that someone capable of investing 25 million in gold must possess a fortune nearing 100 million. Su Feifei's gaze sparkled with admiration as she regarded Lin Shi. The sales associate returned with the requested garments, and Lin Shi immediately tried one on. Su Feifei stole glances at Lin Shi. Noticing that his physique had improved significantly, beneath a thin base layer, his chest muscles were subtly defined, causing Su Feifei's cheeks to flush. She then glanced at Li Duayu, who was lean and lanky, realizing that Lin Shi was far more appealing to her. Approaching Lin Shi, she complimented, "Lin Shi, you look fantastic in that jacket." Li Duayu's expression soured. Lin Shi nodded and pointed to several garments the sales associate had just mentioned, instructing her, "Please bring me that one in XL, and also that one, and that one." The sales associate wore a scowl, stifling her frustration as she retrieved 3 more items for Lin Shi. He tried each on to ensure the fit and mobility, considering he would be wearing them for years to come. However, the sales associate was less than pleased. She deemed Lin Shi a penny-pinching customer, testing her patience with his indecision. Were it not for the presence of other customers, she would have been far less cordial. Su Feifei continued to praise Lin Shi's choices, but he found her incessant chatter irritating and was about to dismiss her when Li Duayu, who had been sidelined, could no longer contain himself. "Feifei, if your classmate can't afford clothes, I can cover the bill. Let him stop troubling the sales associate." The sales associate shot Li Duayu a grateful look, while Su Feifei's expression turned perplexed. Lin Shi, broke? He had just invested 25 million in gold. Though she could not fathom why he was so fixated on discounted items, Su Feifei believed it demonstrated a commendable frugality. "Li Duayu, stop talking nonsense," Su Feifei interjected. Seeing Su Feifei defend Lin Shi, Li Duayu cast a scornful glance at him, speaking without restraint. "Am I wrong? A guy who can only afford discounted clothes? Is he planning to flaunt his thriftiness in them?" Su Feifei frowned. "Lin Shi Isani." Lin Shi interrupted her, addressing the disdainful Li Duayu. "Are you suggesting you're willing to cover my bill?" Lin Shi recognized the mockery and provocation in Li Duayu's tone. It was evident he was yet another suitor of Su Feifei. Li Duayu's contempt deepened. and he exchanged a look with Su Feifei that seemed to say, "See, I told you so." Then, condescendingly, he remarked, "Sure, I'll pay for the discounted items you fancy." Lin Shi assessed Li Duayu and retorted, "Do you actually have the funds? Let us see if you can keep your word." Li Duayu, as if stepped on, raised his voice, "Of course. Choose as many as you'd like. I'll cover it." He was a man who lacked nothing except for money. With a monthly allowance of 300,000, a couple of discounted garments were a trivial expense to maintain his wealthy facade in front of his crush. Upon realizing Lin Shi's intent to have this regular patron foot the bill, the sales associate regarded Lin Shi with a disdainful look. Chapter 21. The bet. Lin Shi chuckled. He wasn't merely purchasing a few items, but intended to buy dozens, if not hundreds. With a golden opportunity before him, he decided not to hold back. Addressing the sales associate, he declared, "For those items I just tried on, I'll take 50 of each. Please wrap them all up." "What did you say?" The sales associate thought she had misheard. Lin Shi repeated himself. "What he said. I'll cover the cost for these styles." Both sales associates were taken aback by Lin Shi's audacity, their expressions reflecting disbelief at such brazen behavior. The sales associate remained motionless, glancing toward Li Duayu. Lin Shi turned to the astonished Li Duayu, mirroring his mocking smile. "I asked you earlier, and you said you could cover several choices. You wouldn't actually be unable to do so? Would you?" This retort was a direct echo of Li Duayu's earlier words. Lin Shi had tried on 4 items, each with an order for 50, totaling 200 pieces. Even at a discounted average price of 3,000 each, that amounted to around 600,000. Li Duayu's monthly allowance was 300,000, barely sufficient for himself. "Are you messing with me?" Li Duayu's anger flared, convinced Lin Shi was toying with him to embarrass him in front of Su Feifei. It wasn't that he couldn't produce 600,000. It was simply unreasonable to spend that much on clothing for another man. Who in their right mind would buy 50 of the same coat? "I meant the items you were considering." Even Su Feifei felt Lin Shi was deliberately making things difficult for Li Duayu. Who would buy 200 of such warm jackets? One could wear them for 10 or 20 years and still not exhaust their use. Moreover, styles would surely become outdated over such a lengthy period. Yet she remained silent. Lin Shi was a man she regarded highly, and she would not publicly contradict him. Lin Shi insisted, "I want exactly 200. Li Duayu, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You, a discount shopper, can afford 200. If you can, I'll kneel and call you grandpa." Lin Shi's laughter revealed unrestrained mockery. "Call you grandpa? Who knows if you'll just let out another fart like earlier?" "Oh no, at least a fart makes a sound. Your words are even less substantial." Poof. Su Feifei couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, which stung Li Duayu's pride. Li Duayu erupted, raising his voice, "Nonsense. I always keep my word. But how can you prove you're not just trying to scam me with that claim of buying 200? Li Duayu's outburst caught the attention of a couple passing by. Lin Shi declared, "It's quite simple. I will first purchase these 200 items, and if I can afford it, all my expenditures in this mall today will be on you." "What if you cannot afford it?" The stakes had evidently risen between the two, and Li Duayu was not one to suffer a loss. Lin Shi responded, "If I cannot afford it, you may do as you please." Unbeknownst to them, the crowd gathered outside the store began to grow larger. With many pointing and whispering about them in the presence of so many onlookers, Li Duayu could not afford to lose face. He lifted his chin and, looking down at Lin Shi through his nostrils, said, "Very well, I agree. If you cannot afford it, you will bow to me several times and call me grandfather 3 times. Li Duayu doubted that this impoverished fellow could truly purchase clothing worth hundreds of thousands. Today, he intended to trample this pauper's pride underfoot. Lin Shi turned to the sales associate and instructed, 50 pieces of each style. Pack them up immediately." The sales associate disdainfully huffed, "Sir, these garments total around 600,000. The implication was clear. If Lin Shi lacked the funds, he ought not to waste their time with his temper. 200 items was no small order. If they called for stock from the warehouse and Lin Shi failed to follow through, they would face criticism or even punishment. Lin Shi pulled a card from his pocket, stating, "Ring it up, I'll pay by card." Upon seeing the black card, the sales associate's eyes widened in astonishment. She took it with both hands, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, This was the kind of card reserved for those with deposits exceeding 10 million. Having been in the industry long enough, she recognized its significance. Realizing her earlier misjudgment, she quickly donned a polished smile and said, "Please wait a moment. Have a seat while I fetch the goods from the warehouse." She led Lin Shi to a seat, pouring him tea, her demeanor now entirely transformed. 200 pieces. Even with discounts, such a quantity would yield her a handsome commission. Another sales associate promptly called the warehouse. Lin Shi then instructed, "No need to deliver them here. Send them directly to my residence." The sales associate complied eagerly, noting down Lin Shi's address. Soon, the total was calculated, 582. 366. The sales associate bent down to present the card machine to Lin Shi. He entered his PIN, received the receipt, and signed, completing the entire process in one fluid motion. The sales associate delighted in the prospect of a substantial commission, only to be left speechless by Lin Shi's next words, "Now, summon your manager. I wish to lodge a complaint against you." The sales associate, who had maintained a hostile attitude towards Lin Shi, immediately panicked. Hastily apologizing and promising various gifts, Li Duayu, who had been eagerly anticipating Lin Shi's humiliation, was left dumbfounded in disbelief. He grabbed the harried sales associate who had been serving Lin Shi, exclaiming, "Did he truly buy 200 items? Let me see the receipt." After examining the receipt, Li Duayu still struggled to comprehend. If he could wager 582,000, why was he purchasing clothing from the clearance section? Was there something wrong with his mind? Li Duayu believed that Lin Shi was deliberately targeting him. He was convinced that Lin Shi's purchase of 200 identical garments was merely an act of defiance, not a genuine necessity. However, Lin Shi indeed had a genuine need. The wager was merely a response to Li Duayu's incessant prattling. "Do you see clearly now? Can we fulfill the wager?" Lin Shi looked at Li Duayu, who was repeatedly verifying the receipt. With a smirk, Li Duayu, gritting his teeth, weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If he backed out now, Su Feifei would certainly lose interest. If he did not back out, he was bound to be taken for a ride today. Just as Li Duayu was mired in indecision, two young women entered the store. Heading straight toward the three of them, more precisely, they approached Lin Shi. The two girls, tall and impeccably made up, were strikingly beautiful, rivaling Su Feifei. Li Duayu, caught in his turmoil, could not help but be drawn to them. One of the girls with curly hair flashed a radiant smile and asked Lin Shi, "Excuse me, are you Lin Shi?" "I am," Lin Shi nodded, not recognizing the two. Both girls exhibited expressions of delight. The straight-haired girl exclaimed, "I am your fan. You are even more handsome in person than in photos. I am so glad to meet you." Lin Shi took a moment to grasp the situation. His notoriety had not faded since the bank robbery incident. The two girls took seats beside him, engaging him in conversation. Soon, several more girls entered the store, also drawn to Lin's hit. Turned out that most of those who had been observing from outside were acquaintances who recognized him but had initially been uncertain. The crowd quickly learned of the details of Lin Shi's wager with Li Duayu, and some girls began filming short videos to capitalize on Lin Shi's popularity. This infuriated Li Duayu, who had been contemplating evasion, with so many witnesses aware of the wager. If he tried to back out, he would face public disgrace tomorrow. Chapter 22. A bet must be honored under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Li Duayu could afford to lose money, but he could not afford to lose face. He decisively tossed his card at Lin Shi, declaring, "A bet is a bet. From now on, all your expenditures in this mall will be on me." Although he said this, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Shi. "Oh!" The girls surrounding Lin Shi cheered in delight. "Then I shall not hold back. Ladies, I have a few more items to purchase. Farewell." Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls and headed toward the mall exit. With Li Duayu and Su Feifei trailing behind, Lin Shi's first stop was a men's undergarment store. He ordered 1,000 thermal underwear sets, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear, totaling over 260,000. Initially, Lin Shi had planned to visit a wholesale market, but now that he was spending someone else's money, he saw no reason not to indulge. The staff were taken aback by the sheer volume of his order and, after confirming multiple times, contacted the manufacturer to arrange delivery, as the store's stock was insufficient. Naturally, the delivery address was Lin Shi's warehouse. Watching Lin Shi squander his money, Li Duayu seethed with rage, leaning in close and hissing through clenched teeth, "Isn't this enough? Let me remind you to know when to stop." He became increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was targeting him. After all, who in their right mind would purchase such an excessive quantity of undergarments? Li Duayu's card not only contained his monthly allowance, but also had a credit limit of 500,000. With Lin Shi's purchases, he had effectively depleted his living expenses for the month, leaving him to scrape by. Lin Shi ignored Li Duayu's warning, squinting his eyes to reveal a dazzling smile. You said it yourself. Today, all my expenditures in this mall will be on you. What are you backing out? Lin Shi's voice was loud enough to catch Su Feifei's attention, who immediately regarded Li Duayu with disdain and contempt. Such a deceitful man was the epitome of what she despised. Li Duayu had not anticipated that Lin Shi would show him no mercy while using his card, and his expression twisted in frustration. He pointed a finger at Lin Shi, saying, "Very well, just wait." With a fierce glare directed at Lin Shi, he abandoned his card and turned to leave, his expression suggesting he would not let this go easily. Once Li Duayu had departed, Su Feifei offered a reminder. They say Li Duayu's father is a shareholder in a publicly listed company. Oh, Lin Shi replied casually, indicating he was aware. Having witnessed unimaginable darkness in the apocalypse, the petty schemes of these young individuals seemed trivial in comparison. With firearms still at his disposal, he had little to fear. Moreover, in 2 months, Li Duayu's status as a wealthy heir would be no more. Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly and continued his shopping spree. He purchased 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 backpacks, and various cold weather hats and gloves, only pausing once Li Duayu's card reached its limit. He tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been following him, saying, "Stop following me." With that, he exited the mall, leaving Su Feifei behind, visibly irritated. After spending an entire afternoon shopping with Lin Shi, her high heels had left her feet sore. And Lin Shi had not even treated her to a meal. He had never been like this before. In a huff, Su Feifei stamped her foot. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Shi found it filled with the electronics and the last batch of fish he had purchased. The owner had thoughtfully included ice in every box of fish, and there were also numerous medical supplies Lin Shi had ordered online a few days prior. After dismissing the movers, he stored all the goods in his space. Now, he possessed over 200 boxes of cold medicine and hundreds of boxes of antibiotics for viral and bacterial infections. He had also prepared thousands of bandages and wound dressings, as well as 200 boxes of frostbite ointment. Lin Shi retrieved the shopping list he had initially compiled and crossed off the items he had already acquired. Next, he needed to procure some windproof lamps, sleds, and various bathing supplies. He ordered these items online as well: shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and more. In truth, these items would be considered luxuries in the apocalypse. Lin Shi had not initially planned to purchase them. Survivors in extreme cold typically refrained from bathing, as the natural oils and dirt on their bodies could enhance cold resistance and protect their skin. Besides, who had hot water for bathing in such frigid conditions? Even a sip of hot water was a luxury, in his previous life. Lin Shi had only managed to wash himself with snow a few times during the 8 years of the apocalypse. However, things were different now. He had been reborn and had the time to prepare, so why not ensure a better quality of life? Subsequently, Lin Shi made additional online purchases from an outdoor sports brand, acquiring oil lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, and water purification tablets. The skis were essential for transportation in extreme cold. As the frigid cold descended, relentless blizzards swept across the land, blanketing the entire blue planet beneath a thick layer of snow, akin to a plush duvet. Initially, the freshly fallen snow was remarkably soft, causing anyone who ventured upon it to sink deeply, let alone vehicles. Travel became nearly impossible. As the snow gradually compacted, most vehicles were already submerged beneath the ever-thickening layers. Even those that remained operational were rendered immobile due to the extreme cold, unable to start, or met with disastrous fates of skidding and destruction. The advent of this icy apocalypse had regressed human technology by several centuries. Aside from ordinary snowboards, Lin Shi had also procured 20 snowmobiles, the quintessential mode of transport in such frigid conditions. Nowadays, these machines were often rented out as toys for those seeking leisure in the snowy terrain. A quality snowmobile could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow, with prices remaining relatively affordable, several tens of thousands of yuan being quite reasonable. The only drawback was their conspicuous nature, accompanied by a buzzing sound akin to that of ordinary motorcycles. Lin Shi refrained from using them unless absolutely necessary. After attending to these matters, Lin Shi casually washed up before retiring for the night. In the dead of night, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes and reached for his phone, glancing at the time. It was already past 2 in the morning. Yet, at that moment, he heard the sound of a truck's wheels moving. Growing ever nearer in the darkness, Lin Shi moved stealthily to the warehouse door like a cat. Illuminated by the moonlight, he indeed spotted a large truck approaching from a distance, coming to a halt right at the entrance of his warehouse. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes instinctively, growing wary. Although he had ordered a considerable amount of supplies in recent days, what could possibly warrant a covert delivery at such an hour? The figure of old Xie flashed through his mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered days prior? Just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 figures leapt from the truck, clad in black and wearing masks. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jinxin. Lin Shi did not lower his guard. Instead, he retrieved a handgun from his space. As Xie Jinxin disembarked, he verified the address against the warehouse number. Confirming its accuracy, he gently knocked on the large iron door. Chapter 23. Xie Jinxin arrives. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin lightly rapped on the door. The small door beside the main entrance opened silently. What is it? Lin Shi asked, half of his body concealed in darkness. Coldly fixing his gaze on the newcomer. Oh, my goodness, you nearly scared me to death at this hour. Xie Jinxin exclaimed, patting his chest. I've brought your goods. Open the door. Seeing that the 2 made no move, Lin Shi closed the small door again and opened the large one. The truck rolled directly into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin slapped the side of the truck, announcing, everything is here, Abiao. The man named Abiao was the truck driver. A robust figure, he opened the truck's rear door, revealing a cargo hold brimming with barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xie Jinxin gestured to Lin Shi. No need. I trust you, Lin Shi replied, refraining from stepping into the dim cargo area. Xie Jinxin chuckled, waving to Abiao, who proceeded to enter the cargo area, rolling down the barrels of oil. Xie Jinxin caught them below and arranged them neatly. Lin Shi remained standing aside, observing with his arms crossed. He was determined not to expose his back to anyone he did not trust. He had conducted transactions worth over 10 million gold with Xie Jinxin. Greed could corrupt anyone, and Lin Shi was not about to place his safety in the hands of Xie Jinxin's character. 3 hours later, the 2 men finally finished unloading all the barrels, panting from the exertion. Xie Jinxin bid Lin Shi a hearty farewell and climbed back into the truck with Abiao. Driving away into the night, Lin Shi watched the vehicle disappear from sight before retracting his gaze. It seemed he had underestimated the vigilance of the young man, yet caution bore no great fault. Lin Shi felt no remorse for his actions. Inside the truck, Xie Jinxin, who had been keeping an eye on the rearview mirror, only relaxed when Lin Shi's figure faded from view. Abiao, behind the wheel, grumbled, Old Xie, aren't you being overly cautious? We clearly had a chance to act just now. Having engaged in this line of business for many years, Xie Jinxin was no saint. He would seize opportunities for illicit gains when it suited him, but only when he was confident of success. Maintaining a good reputation hinged on 2 conditions. First, sincerely completing transactions. Second, executing any underhanded dealings with sufficient precision. Xie Jinxin smiled. It's not that I'm overly cautious. It's that young man who is too wary. Didn't you notice how he remained on high alert throughout our encounter? Abiao glanced at the rearview mirror, now devoid of Lin Shi's presence, and scoffed. He.s. just a twig. I could crush him with ease. Xie Jinxin, leisurely lighting a cigarette, appeared relaxed, yet his eyes held a grave intensity. I don't share your sentiments. When I stood beside him, I felt that any move I made would result in my immediate demise. Abiao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Really? I saw him without any visible weapons. Even if he attempted to draw a gun, he couldn't possibly be quicker than you. Having survived in this line of work for years, Xie Jinxin had frequently encountered buyers with intentions of turning the tables. His quick and steady draw had kept him safe all this time. Yet now, he claimed that the young man could outdraw him? Such a notion astonished Abiao, who had known Xie Jinxin for years. You should know that my instincts have saved me countless times. Xie Jinxin exhaled a plume of smoke. Do you recall old Jin's disappearance? That day, I sensed that he intended to strike against that person, and I casually mentioned it. Yet, ever since that day, old Jin vanished, while that young man remained unscathed. That speaks volumes, doesn't it? To handle matters so cleanly in Heisher is no small feat. It is not that I hold this young man in high regard. Rather, I believe I've underestimated him. Before we left today, we agreed to merely test the waters, and had we found no opportunity, we would have left. The fact that we refrained from acting proves we were right. If we had, at least one of us would have faced consequences. Abiao opened his mouth, as if to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Xie Jinxin extinguished his cigarette, but, regarding Abiao, who still bore a look of disbelief, having known each other for so many years, you know I have a keen eye for people. Trust me, do not provoke that young man. I have a premonition that as long as he remains alive, he will never fade into obscurity. By the way, we should also stockpile some diesel and gasoline. Let us prepare more supplies. I can't shake this unsettling feeling, as if something ominous is looming. After securely closing the warehouse door and ensuring that all barrels were intact, with no hidden surveillance devices, Lin Shi finally felt at ease. He opened several barrels for inspection, confirming that the oil was indeed in order. A total of 400 barrels stood neatly arranged in a square formation. After thoroughly checking that no one lingered outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand on a barrel and silently intoned, "Item duplication." The interface of his treasure basin displayed the item count changing from 22 to 21 in front of him. A brilliant golden light enveloped the barrels as 400 additional barrels appeared out of thin air. Lin Shi inspected the duplicates. From the barrels to the oil within, everything was perfectly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel transformed into 40 tons of each. Excitement sparkled in his bright eyes. 20 tons of diesel and gasoline were hardly sufficient. He sought reserves that could sustain him for decades amidst the harsh cold. The future of his refuge depended on this oil to power the generators, with his snowmobiles requiring fuel to operate. Thus, when negotiating with Xie Jinxin, Lin Shi had planned to use his duplication ability to create more oil. Now, with 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, he felt far from satisfied. Once duplicated, could the copies be duplicated again? Previously, he refrained from duplicating gold due to the difficulty in circulation, yet oil, even if it were duplicates of duplicates, would remain functionally identical as long as they were the same. Lin Shi connected the two piles of oil together. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a generator and some supplies from his space, placing them alongside the barrels. He invoked the item duplication once more. A flash of golden light illuminated the warehouse, causing the original 800 barrels to increase by another 400. However, it soon became evident that only the original 400 barrels could be duplicated. Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Had the duplicates been eligible for replication, he would have obtained 800 barrels this time, and with subsequent attempts, he could amass an unending supply of oil. Moreover, different items could not be duplicated simultaneously. Lin Shi had now discerned the limitations of the Treasure Basin's item duplication function. First, duplicate items could not be used for space upgrades. Second, only one type of item could be duplicated at a time. Third, items that had been previously duplicated could be replicated again, but the resulting duplicates could not be duplicated. Although the items appeared identical, there was something fundamentally different that prevented the duplicates from receiving the Treasure Basin's recognition. Chapter 24, Purchasing Land. Chapter 25. Villains arise from poor circumstances. Liao Peng was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's inquiry, as he had not inquired about such matters before. Being a shrewd individual, Liao Peng immediately grasped the implications of Lin Shi's question and promptly pulled out his phone to call the Taoist priest from earlier. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the plump Taoist found themselves seated in a restaurant. The portly Taoist, while earnestly stuffing his mouth with meat, mumbled indistinctly, "It is as it is. I did not intend to conceal anything, but I have been in dire need of money lately." After speaking, he furtively glanced at Lin Shi. Lin Shi maintained a tranquil expression, betraying no hint of emotion. It turned out that the Taoist had purchased that piece of land 5 years prior. According to his account, he sought a prime location to build a temple, and thus set his sights on that hillside. He initially invested a considerable sum to construct a concrete road, followed by the building of the temple itself. Everything proceeded smoothly. The portly Taoist had anticipated a serene retirement at this temple. Little did he expect that soon after its completion, villagers from the hamlet at the foot of the mountain would come to his temple, claiming that the mountain harbored their village's dragon vein, and that his temple was suppressing it. This land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and at the time of purchase, the Taoist had clearly stated his intention to erect a temple. The villagers had not voiced any objections then, nor did anyone intervene during the construction. It was only after the temple was completed that they raised their grievances. The construction had depleted the Taoist savings significantly. Dismantling it was not an option. Initially, the Taoist disregarded the villagers, confident that his temple was legal and compliant, and that they could not forcibly demolish it. However, matters soon escalated. From that point on, villagers stationed themselves daily at the entrance of the concrete road, preventing any vehicles from ascending. The Taoist had established the temple to attract worshippers, and the absence of visitors meant a substantial loss of income. Additionally, a woman would come daily to berate him at the temple's entrance. He found himself unable to shoo her away or silence her, leaving the Taoist exasperated. After several negotiations with the villagers, he ultimately paid them 20,000 yuan to settle the matter. Just when he thought it was resolved. A month later, more villagers blocked the road again. Infuriated, the Taoist confronted the village chief, who shamelessly proclaimed that the previous 20,000 yuan was merely a fee for the last month, and that they would require the same amount monthly henceforth. This infuriated the Taoist, prompting him to report the matter to the authorities. However, upon arrival, the law enforcement officers found the entire village, comprising around 400 individuals, from the elderly to toddlers, ready to testify that the money was a gift from the Taoist to the entire village. This indicated that such extortion was not a first for the villagers. The 20,000 yuan was sufficient for a case to be opened for extortion. After receiving the money, each household distributed 50 yuan per person. Even more infuriating was that most of the villagers were elderly, in their 60s or 70s, and some were merely children. The authorities were powerless against these seniors and could only detain a few of the younger villagers, who would soon be released. Following this incident, the villagers grew even bolder. Daily, several elderly women would ride into the temple's entrance on tricycles, demanding 100 yuan each to leave. If he called the police, they would cry, claiming injuries from falls in the temple, demanding the Taoist take responsibility. In desperation, the Taoist shuttered the temple, retreating from public life. Yet he could not deter these troublesome villagers. Time and again, the temple suffered from power and water outages, either due to cut wires or blocked pipes. It was needless to say that the villagers were behind it. Eventually, the Taoist invested in surveillance cameras and caught the individual responsible for cutting the power lines. He believed this would turn the tide, but it proved to be akin to poking a hornet's nest. From that point on, the villagers escalated their harassment. Their tactics were relentless, and facing 400 people alone wore him down both mentally and physically. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek a new path. Liao Peng, having listened to the portly Taoist's account, felt a mix of anger and guilt, even hesitant to meet Lin Shi's gaze. "I apologize, boss. I failed to inquire thoroughly." He earned a substantial salary from Lin Shi, yet had managed to botch the situation, leaving him deeply ashamed. "I'll search for other suitable locations. As for this piece of land, you can deduct the cost from my salary." Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance. This unexpected response made Lin Shi reconsider Liao Peng's character. Although he had offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, it was merely a figure on paper. Yet, Liao Peng was willing to compensate for the blunder with that same amount, a display of courage not commonly found. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. We shall proceed with this land. It is late. First, contact a reliable construction team to commence work tomorrow." This left both Liao Peng and the portly Taoist in shock. "Boss, I have a solution. Just follow my instructions," Lin Shi declared. Rising to conclude the meal, the situation did not require resolution. Would he fear potential conflicts once the temple was built? The answer was a resounding no. By the time the shelter was established, at least 2 months would have passed, and with the harsh winter approaching, the villagers would be preoccupied with their own survival. Lin Shi was no stranger to dealing with malicious individuals. One merely needed to be more unscrupulous than them. Wait. The portly Taoist swallowed the morsel in his mouth with difficulty and, with his greasy hands, retrieved a yellowed booklet from within his robes. "Young man, you are a good person. It was wrong of me to act in such a manner. This booklet was once used for my physical training. But now that the temple is gone, I have decided to return to layman's life, rendering this booklet less significant to me. I wish to give it to you, as I feel a certain affinity." Lin Shi frowned at the visibly greasy pages of the booklet. Yet upon seeing the Taoist's earnest expression, he ultimately accepted it. Thank you. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Shi returned to his hotel and spent the night drafting the design for the shelter he had envisioned. The upper half of the design featured a semicircular structure exposed above ground, while the lower half comprised a square basement. From an architectural standpoint, circular buildings minimize wind resistance and are sturdier. From a thermodynamic perspective, a round shape dissipates heat the least, thus facilitating insulation. This principle is why those who once lived in the Arctic constructed semicircular snow houses. The outer layer of the building would be made from welded alloys, while Lin Shi planned to use commonly employed explosion-proof steel plate walls within, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. Inside the steel walls, he intended to add a layer of the most insulating material, followed by standard protective materials. Lin Shi also planned to incorporate a fireplace within the circular building to provide warmth when electricity was unavailable, complete with a chimney for ventilation. The building would feature a power circulation system both above and below ground. However, he had not yet considered the issue of water. The water purifier he purchased was not merely decorative. The design's finer details would require professional adjustments, but the general concept was established. After finalizing the design, Lin Shi prepared to sleep when his attention fell upon the booklet he had casually set aside, the one given to him by the portly Taoist. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and began to flip through its pages. Chapter 26. Fire in the Warehouse. As Lin Shi casually flipped through the booklet, he discovered it was an illustrated manual, depicting a small figure demonstrating various stances. It resembled a martial arts manual. With growing interest, he began to read from the beginning. The more he delved into it, the more serious his expression became, even bordering on incredulity. The movements contained within this booklet bore a striking resemblance to the resonance technique he had practiced. This revelation astonished Lin Shi. He immediately leapt from his bed and began practicing the movements as described in the booklet. As he practiced, he realized that while these movements were indeed akin to resonance, they were far more complex and challenging to master. Fortunately, he had the experience gleaned from his previous life of training in resonance, and after some time of physical conditioning, he was able to execute the movements, albeit with some difficulty. With each inhale and exhale, the motions ebbed and flowed, seemingly infused with a profound rhythm. As he completed the first round of movements, Lin Shi found himself drenched in sweat, yet his breath remained steady, and his entire body felt invigorated and warmly revitalized. The effects were several times more potent than those of resonance. While resonance also warmed the body, the effect was not nearly as pronounced. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the soiled booklet once more, turning to the title page. The 3 characters, health preservation technique, were clearly added later, as the original title appeared to have been worn away. This was no ordinary health manual. Had he not experienced the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as just another cheap martial arts manual found at a street stall. Yet, having witnessed the miraculous nature of resonance, Lin Shi recognized this as an invaluable manual. When the apocalypse arrived and those extraordinary substances manifested, it would be the time for this technique to shine. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of confusion. Resonance had only emerged in the 6th year of the apocalypse, reportedly developed through the collaboration of scientists and martial artists. Was there a possibility that the rumors were inaccurate? Or was this tale merely a fabrication released by official shelters? Nonetheless, Lin Shi had a premonition that the emergence of resonance was undoubtedly linked to this booklet. With this manual now in his possession, would it alter the course of the future? After pondering for a moment, he decided not to dwell on it further. Even if the future were to change, it was not something he needed to concern himself with at this moment. Moreover, he was not the only one privy to this technique. The portly Taoist was also aware of it. Upon awakening, after concluding his practice of the health preservation technique, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a team early in the morning to commence work at the former temple site. After breakfast, Lin Shi joined them at the site. 2 excavators were busy clearing the remnants of the original temple structure. Lin Shi approached Liao Peng and handed him the design plans he had drafted the previous night, explaining the crucial elements. Liao Peng patted his chest confidently, saying, "All right, boss, I will consult with an engineer to refine the design plans. By the way, regarding the well you mentioned, there was already a well here, buried beneath the rubble. The workers just informed me." Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In the ensuing days, Lin Shi remained in Sha City, diligently arranging the procurement of various construction materials and consulting with engineers regarding the design of the shelter. During his leisure hours, He practiced the health preservation technique, and over the course of several days, Lin Shi felt that his physical strength had significantly increased, surpassing the cumulative improvement of the previous 10 days. With Lin Shi's boundless investment, the once derelict temple ruins had vanished, replaced by a vast and deep pit. The basement of the shelter had been excavated, and construction was set to commence. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. However, in the early hours of March 22, a phone call caused Lin Shi to abandon his plans to remain in Sha City to oversee the project. It was a call from the warehouse custodian, whose panicked voice echoed through the line. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi furrowed his brow. "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. Suddenly, there was a fire. Fortunately, I discovered it early, but some goods were burned." Lin Shi had no choice but to set aside his work here and entrust everything to Liao Peng. He then took a flight back to High City that very day. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by torrential rain. As Lin Shi disembarked from the plane and opened his phone, he found several missed calls, all from the warehouse custodian. He promptly returned one call, but it went unanswered. Checking the recent weather in High City, he noted it had been rainy. How could there be a fire in such weather? Upon reaching the warehouse, he heard a loud voice from inside. "Throw everything out. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the custodian's voice. He saw several individuals tossing boxes of goods outside, in the pouring rain. Some of these items were not to be exposed to moisture, as they could easily be damaged. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi blocked the warehouse entrance, his cold gaze sweeping over those preparing to discard the boxes. The group halted in their tracks, intimidated by Lin Shi's presence. "What's going on?" A gaunt, middle-aged man approached, his menacing demeanor evident. "Who are you? Who authorized you to touch my belongings?" Lin Shi demanded coldly. The custodian, appearing distressed, hurried over to Lin Shi. "Boss, you're finally back. I was just directing the unloading when these people barged in, claiming the warehouse was theirs, and ordered us to move our things out. I couldn't stop them." The gaunt man wore a knowing expression, sizing Lin Shi up. "So you are Lin Shi?" Before Lin Shi could respond, the man pointed to himself with his thumb. "This warehouse is rented to me from today onward. You burned the landlord's property, and he doesn't wish to rent it to you anymore. Get your things and get lost." The custodian retorted indignantly. "Even if we have to move, we need time. I already told them our boss would be here soon, yet they want to throw our things out without waiting. Is there no reason to discuss this?" "That's your problem. The warehouse is mine now. Your items are occupying my space. What is wrong with me throwing them out?" The gaunt man scratched his ear dismissively, exuding an air of indifference that left the custodian fuming. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within. "I signed a contract. The rent has not expired. Whether you rent it to me is not for you to decide. I suggest you fetch the landlord with the breach compensation to discuss this with me. You have 1 minute to vacate my premises." "Oh, you think you're intimidating? When I was out in the world, you were still drinking milk. Get out of my way." The gaunt man attempted to shove Lin Shi aside, as if dismissing a mere nuisance. However, Lin Shi swiftly grasped the man's hand and twisted it forcefully. With a sickening crack, a scream pierced the air. "Ah!" The gaunt man's hand had dislocated. Despite the pain rendering his face pale, he was a tough character. Ignoring his captured right hand, he swung a punch at Lin Shi, cursing, "You bastard! You're dead meat." Lin Shi effortlessly caught the punch in his eyes. It was weak and feeble. This gaunt man, while fierce, had reached his limit. With a crack, Lin Shi twisted the gaunt man's left hand and kicked him away. Without the support of his arms, the gaunt man fell flat on the ground, his teeth chipping and bleeding. Lying there, he howled, "Are you all blind? Kill him." The events unfolded too rapidly. The few individuals who had accompanied the gaunt man, still clutching boxes, finally tossed them aside and surged forward. Yet, how could they compete with Lin Shi, who had endured countless battles? He kicked one man away, caught 2 incoming punches, and with a forceful pull, sent them staggering. Losing their balance, he seized their necks and slammed them together, silencing their screams. As soon as Lin Shi released them, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. He deftly sidestepped a punch aimed at him, countering with an elbow strike that sent the assailant crumpling to the floor. In just a few swift movements, without even breaking a sweat. For individuals lay incapacitated before him. Lin Shi had shown restraint, not wishing to escalate the situation. Had this been an apocalyptic scenario, these men would have been dead. The gaunt man, having just turned over, witnessed this spectacle and realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Initially believing he could easily deal with a college student, he had anticipated this would be a simple task, only to discover he had encountered a formidable opponent. The last remaining thug, seeing the murderous glint in Lin Shi's eyes, stepped back in fear. He dared not approach again and instead turned to flee into the rain. Lin Shi made no effort to pursue him, walking up to the already seated gaunt man. "Who sent you? Did you set fire to my warehouse?" Lin Shi had his suspicions, but wanted confirmation. Yet, even in the face of such a predicament, the gaunt man remained defiant, threatening. "If you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, I will see to it that you pay." A flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Shi's eyes. He turned to the custodian, who stood frozen in shock. "Call the police." The order of peace in these times spared these scoundrels. The custodian suddenly snapped back to reality, trembling as he retrieved his phone to call the authorities. His gaze toward Lin Shi filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. Soon, law enforcement arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. As soon as the officers arrived, the gaunt man quickly turned the tables. "Officer, this person barged into my warehouse and assaulted me. He dislocated both my arms." "Who called the police?" Lin Shi raised his hand. "I did." "Please explain the situation." The officer took out a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how the intruders had entered his warehouse, discarded his goods, and initiated the violence. The custodian corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi had not gone overboard, aside from some minor bruises and concussions. The assailants were largely unharmed. The gaunt man's dislocated arm was promptly treated by the paramedics. Lin Shi feigned rummaging through his backpack, actually retrieving a copy of the rental agreement. "This is my lease for the warehouse." The officer glanced over and confirmed the validity of the contract. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. One of the officers stated, "Take these individuals away." "Wait." Even now, the gaunt man remained unfazed, pulling out his phone to make a call. The phone rang outside the warehouse. Moments later, a middle-aged man and a young man entered the premises. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. He recognized one of them, Li Duayu. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Li Duayu smirked with satisfaction. The middle-aged man, presumably Li Duayu's father, pulled one of the officers aside, whispering something, and then made a phone call, placing it next to the officer's ear. Lin Shi frowned at the unfolding scene. That moment, his phone rang. It was the landlord. "Lin Shi, your workers nearly burned down my warehouse. I will no longer rent it to you, and I will refund the remaining rent and deposit. Please vacate as soon as possible." Lin Shi scowled, replying, "There's nothing in the contract about that. Furthermore, the fire incident has yet to be investigated." The landlord's voice on the other end was filled with resignation and urgency. "Stop investigating. It's all you're doing. Just move out, please. I'm begging you. I'll refund you the rent for this month as well." With that, the call ended, and he immediately transferred 60,000 yuan back to Lin Shi. Seemed that this warehouse was indeed no longer available for rent. Given that Lin Shi's belongings were nearly packed, moving was not a significant issue for him. However, being forced to leave in such a manner was undeniably infuriating. Li Duayu approached Lin Shi, mocking him with a cold smile, whispering just loud enough for Lin Shi to hear. "This is the consequence of crossing me. The real show is just beginning. I will ensure you cannot survive in High City." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he looked at Li Duayu, exclaiming, "What did you say? You're not your father's biological son?" His voice rang out, catching the attention of everyone around. All gazes turned to Li Duayu, bewildered. Li Duayu's face had turned a shade reminiscent of pig liver, and he hastily exclaimed, "I never said that. He is spouting nonsense." He glared at Lin Shi with a look of pure hatred, as if his eyes could pierce through Lin Shi and end his life. Shortly thereafter, the security officer, whom Li Duayu's father had previously pulled away, returned to stand before Lin Shi, pointing a finger at him and declaring, "Take this man back with you." "Wait." Lin Shi frowned, unfazed by the unfolding scene. From the outset, the gaunt man had exuded an air of invulnerability, and Lin Shi had surmised that these individuals must possess some form of backing. Yet, he was no pushover. May I inquire why I am being taken back? The security officer's expression turned grave. You are suspected of arson and intentional bodily harm to others, and you must accompany me to the station for questioning. Li Duoyu looked on with a sense of triumph, his expression clearly conveying, this is the consequence of crossing me. Once you get to the security bureau, your fate is sealed. Lin Shi remained entirely unperturbed, continuing to defend himself. I already stated that they were the ones who initiated the altercation. That is merely your word, and cannot be considered evidence. A flicker of derision crossed Lin Shi's face. But that is not what you just claimed. The security officer's eyes flashed with anger. The opposing party has more witnesses than you. We have the right to conduct a further investigation. Come with us. But I have evidence. Lin Shi grinned, a glint of ice in his gaze, as he raised his phone. When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. What you just discussed in the corner should have been recorded. Chapter 28. The imminent apocalypse. The angrier Lin Shi became, the broader his smile grew, yet the coldness in his eyes threatened to freeze anyone who met his gaze. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the arrival of the apocalypse, at least in that scenario. Malevolence was unequivocally malevolent. The security officers before him felt pricked by Lin Shi's maniacal grin, an expression typically seen on the faces of deranged murderers. What had he just mentioned? Footage. The security officer's complexion shifted dramatically as he reached for Lin Shi's phone. However, Lin Shi seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, retreating nonchalantly 2 steps before the officer could grasp him. I'll pull it up for you, he said, lowering his head to operate his phone. The officer, witnessing this, lunged towards Lin Shi. Yet, it was as if Lin Shi had eyes atop his head, deftly evading the grasp. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice astonished everyone present. This individual possessed remarkable skill. No wonder he could single-handedly take down 5 men. Why are you so eager to snatch my phone? You frightened me into uploading the footage online. Lin Shi feigned innocence, showcasing his screen to the crowd. Li Duoyu's father, Li Duokai, turned a shade of green with anger. Before arriving, he had confirmed with the landlord that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse, which was why he had reluctantly come to handle matters in person. Renting for merely a month, yet installing cameras in the warehouse, was something the landlord had never anticipated. If the conversation from earlier were to be broadcast online, it would not only spell trouble for the 2 of them, but also implicate several others. The call Li Duokai had made earlier was to the chief of the Heisher Security Bureau. Should this minor incident reach the chief, it would trigger a cascade of repercussions. The network of connections Li Duokai had painstakingly built over the years in Heisher could suffer a significant blow. He shot a fierce glare at Li Duoyu, but now was not the time to discipline this ungrateful SON. Li Duokai aimed to intercept the video before it went viral. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of online followers had already viewed the accidental footage and began to share it fervently. Li Duotsai's attempts to stop it were in vain. The gaunt man appeared to have come to a realization, his expression visibly shifting. If there were surveillance, then his actions of setting the fire in the early hours would also have been recorded. The earlier provocations might have been captured as well. The gaunt man glared at Lin Shi, his eyes ablaze with fury, losing the calm demeanor he once possessed, and hurriedly pursued Li Duokai. Take him away. The security officer bellowed, as the others swiftly advanced to subdue Lin Shi. Lin Shi did not resist, smiling amiably as they confiscated his phone. I can walk on my own. Lao Huang, organize the items in the warehouse, and find a large truck to load them. Park it in the nearby lot and wait for my return. The warehouse manager, Lao Huang, nodded vigorously. Lin Shi entered the police vehicle, leaving only Lao Huang behind in the warehouse. The events of the day had utterly shattered Lao Huang's worldview. He had never encountered a boss quite like Lin Shi. However, with his employer now apprehended, Lao Huang wore a sour expression. Uncertain whether he would ever receive his wages, as Lin Shi was flanked on either side into the vehicle, he displayed no signs of anxiety. The car had not traveled far when a security officer seated beside Lin Shi received a phone call. Moments later, he cast an odd look at Lin Shi before passing the phone to the officer who had confronted Lin Shi earlier. Captain, it's for you. So he was a captain. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The officer, addressed as captain, took the call, and his complexion flickered from pale to red, then to black, nodding incessantly. Yes, yes, understood. Yes, yes. After hanging up, he immediately commanded, pull over. The vehicle quickly came to a halt. "You may leave now." The captain glared at Lin Shi with a look of resentment. Clearly reluctant yet utterly powerless, Lin Shi smiled, extending his hand. "My phone? Your phone contains evidence and must be retained for investigation." Lin Shi shrugged, stepping out of the car and walking away. Liu Ting watched Lin Shi disappear into the distance before averting his gaze. Lin Shi turned to acquire another card and subsequently purchased a new phone. The video he had posted had indeed caused a stir, and a significant one at that. Had the apocalypse not arrived, Lin Shi would have lost count of how many people he had offended with this chain of events. As a person with no background or identity, he could vanish into the vast sea of humanity at any moment. Yet, he now feared nothing. Lin Shi took down the video and deactivated his social media accounts. His objective had been achieved. He sought no further notoriety. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lao Huang was still busy arranging for a vehicle. Astonished at Lin Shi's rapid return, Lin Shi settled the payment and sent Lao Huang on his way, closing the warehouse door behind him to inventory the remaining items. What had been burned was a small portion of the sleds he had ordered online, 10 in total. Lin Shi had initially intended to keep a few sled dogs for the impending apocalypse. Now that they had been destroyed, he let it go. The equipment that had been left out in the rain suffered little damage. After storing the items in his space, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Shushi, leaving Haishir behind. Soon, news broke of a prominent corporate shareholder being implicated in a power for sex scandal involving government officials. This shareholder was none other than Li Duayu's father. It seemed that without the apocalypse, this wealthy heir would face severe consequences. The scandal ensnared many, resulting in the dismissal of one security officer. However, Lin Shi's primary focus was not on this incident, but rather fixated on the name of the renowned company, Tianqi New Energy. A flicker of deeply concealed hatred glimmered in his eyes. Not long after, Lin Shi received a call from the school, stating that due to his prolonged absence, he had been expelled. Lin Shi was aware that someone had orchestrated this, yet such tactics bore no weight on him. Over the next 2 months, he remained in Shushi, overseeing the construction of the shelter. Most of his time was dedicated to practicing the health preservation technique. He occasionally returned to Haishir to collect goods ordered from Lao Xie, making no unnecessary stops. This also allowed him to evade a conspiracy aimed at him. On May 25, the shelter was finally completed. The entire project took over 2 months and cost Lin Shi more than 9 million, all spent on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter featured only a chimney and an entrance, devoid of any windows. Viewed from the rear, the shelter resembled an iron sphere embedded in the earth. 2 heavy blast doors secured the entrance, necessitating passage through both doors to enter or exit. Workers joked that the shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Inside, the shelter was equipped with squat toilets, heated beds, cooking stoves, and other designs that did not rely on electricity. All electrical wiring was concealed indoors, prioritizing ease of repair over aesthetics. A water pipe was also installed from a well, supplying water to the shelter. Lin Shi ensured the well was completely sealed, preventing the water from freezing too easily. Next, he only needed to place living supplies from his space inside, and the shelter would be ready for occupancy. With only 6 days remaining until the solar flare eruption, he prepared for the impending event. Chapter 29. Attracting Xiao Xiao Bad Content. Chapter 30. The solar flare erupts. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi, as per his routine, practiced the health preservation technique in the open ground outside the shelter. Xiao Xiao had invited him to go diving today, but he had declined, citing other commitments. He intended to remain at the shelter to observe how the sun differed during the solar flare eruption. After the solar flare erupted today, the intense solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th. Thus, Blue Star would remain temporarily safe until the 4th. The peculiarity of this solar flare was that no country had detected any abnormalities. Given Blue Star's current level of technology, this situation was indeed bizarre. At this moment, Lin Shi donned a pair of sunglasses. Although his body was in constant motion, his gaze remained fixed on the sun above. An undeniably comical sight. A few villagers at the foot of the mountain observed the scene from a distance, engaging in hushed discussions. What is that young man doing? Is he performing a ritual? It certainly looks rather eerie. What he is constructing does not appear to be ordinary. Shall we still ask for money? Yes. Absolutely. Why should we be afraid? We will demand it tomorrow. I will consult Uncle Li on how we should proceed. After completing 5 sets of nurturing techniques, Lin Shi paused as he began the sixth set. Though he had been intently focused on the sun, it remained unchanged. The reason for his sudden halt was the Treasure Basin interface, which had transformed into a chaotic jumble of characters without any significant alterations since its upgrade. What could this mean? Shocked, Lin Shi immediately ceased his practice to scrutinize the Treasure Basin. He discovered that not only had the interface turned into gibberish, but he could no longer sense the space. Lin Shi's pupils constricted. This was a grave concern. The space contained all the supplies he had accumulated over the past 3 months. If the space were to suddenly cease functioning, his advantage from reincarnation would diminish significantly. At that moment, Lin Shi realized he had become overly reliant on the space. After a few seconds, the chaotic symbols coalesced into a coherent message. The reset of the blue star apocalypse has commenced for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate species evolution. Detecting that the Treasure Basin recognizes sentient beings as its primary focus, initiating the host protection program, Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. The implications of this statement were staggering. Apocalypse reset? For the 3rd time? Having experienced the apocalypse in his previous life, returning to the period before it began, would that count as 2 instances? Why then did the Treasure Basin indicate this was the 3rd occurrence? Had the apocalypse already been reset once before his reincarnation? Without time to ponder the meaning of the subsequent words, the interface rearranged itself to present another message. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi's heart raced. Was this a warning? Was the Treasure Basin intelligent? Moments later, the text vanished, and the Treasure Basin interface returned to normal. The countdown timer in the upper right corner, reading 71 hours and 43 minutes, confirmed to Lin Shi that he had not been hallucinating. He turned back to the shelter, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and took a few sips to calm his nerves. He reflected on the abnormalities that had previously manifested on the Treasure Basin interface. He speculated that this anomaly was likely related to the so-called SSS-level solar flare eruption. The solar flare had marked the onset of this apocalypse, and the earlier message from the Treasure Basin. The reset of the blue star apocalypse has commenced for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate species evolution. Detecting that the Treasure Basin recognizes sentient beings as its primary focus, initiating the Fire Seed Protection Plan, indicated that the apocalypse had indeed begun. Lin Shi was particularly attentive to the number 3 in this context. Upon careful consideration, he realized that aside from himself, perhaps no one else in the world was aware that he would relive the apocalypse. The notion of reincarnation still felt surreal to Lin Shi. He had died, yet he had returned to 8 years prior. All of humanity, the entire blue star, had reverted to its state from 8 years ago. Was this a reversal of time? Or a complete reset? According to human understanding, time cannot flow backward unless viewed through a theological lens. Was it the Mandela effect, the work of deities, the experiments of a higher civilization, or simply a correction of the laws of nature? Such occurrences might have already transpired 3 times. Before acquiring the Treasure Basin, had time already reversed, and had humanity experienced the impending apocalypse? And during the first reset of the apocalypse, had he been as oblivious as billions of others? Why had there been 3 resets? Had life on Blue Star been extinguished during the first 2? This speculation was both astonishing and terrifying. What exactly was the Treasure Basin? Why had such information emerged? No wonder it was said that knowing too much was not necessarily a good thing. The more Lin Shi pondered, the more questions arose. His breathing quickened, and his mind buzzed, nearly overwhelming him. His heart raced, making it impossible to remain calm. He was frightened. If he continued down this line of thought, he might begin to suspect that the universe, as understood by humanity, was under the control of some higher civilization, treating them like lab rats in a series of experiments. Lin Shi closed his eyes, attempting to shift his focus, and began to hum a tune. After finishing the melody, he managed to cast aside those bizarre thoughts. He pulled out his computer and began researching information on the Ice Age. Blue Star had experienced several glacial periods. Before this extreme cold apocalypse arrived, humanity's ancestors had endured a glacial era lasting over 2 million years, which only concluded around 10,000 years ago. This period is referred to as the Quaternary Glaciation. Lin Shi had only skimmed the details of the previous 3 glacial periods and whether humans were involved. Speaking solely of the Quaternary Glaciation, it had nearly led to the extinction of all non-cold resistant animals. Most survivors in the frigid environment were large, furry creatures. Yet, humanity had managed to endure. Some scientists theorize that humans possess remarkable creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Shi felt this explanation lacked substance. Those who have not experienced extreme cold cannot fathom its terror. By the 8th year of the apocalypse, fewer than 1,000,000 of the world's 7.8 billion people remained. This illustrates the horrors of the apocalypse. 2 million years ago, there were no technological advancements, resources were scarce, and there was a lack of plants and medicines. Countless large carnivorous mammals, such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, and dire wolves, thrived during this era. They were massive, fierce, and carnivorous. With the typical human size and speed, one could only become prey to these gigantic predators. Even if one could survive the extreme cold, survival would still be precarious. Strangely, after the Ice Age ended, these formidable creatures became extinct, yet humanity continued to thrive. This is difficult to explain solely through adaptability and creativity. However, if higher civilizations played a role in this survival, then everything becomes much more plausible. Chapter 31 Villagers Ascend the Mountain. Bad content. Chapter 32 Xian, Jimbin Li Chong, Li Tuizue, Li Dama. Lin Shi's unconventional approach left the three of them utterly bewildered. It was not until Grandpa Li's anguished wails pierced the air that they regained their senses. "Oh no, my hand is broken." Grandpa Li trembled while clutching his hand, wincing in pain, his facial wrinkles deepening from the agony. Lin Shi's kick had indeed been forceful. What had started as an act had resulted in genuine injury. The other three were seething with rage, ready to explode. Lin Shi suddenly suggested, "Why don't you take this old gentleman to the hospital first? I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses later. How does that sound?" This unexpected concession left the three momentarily stunned, feeling as if a weight had lodged in their throats. Grandma Li nearly choked. She had been prepared to unleash a torrent of insults upon Lin Shi. Yet, since he had already agreed, what if they pressed further and he changed his mind? You must compensate for medical expenses, nutritional costs, and emotional distress. Also lost wages? Grandma Li gasped for breath, tentatively stating. Lin Shi nodded. Surprisingly agreeable. "All right. You go ahead. My house isn't going anywhere. Treatment is a priority." Although the objective had been achieved, they felt inexplicably suffocated. Grandpa Li's cries of pain persisted. Li Chong dared not delay, pointing at Lin Shi. "Kid, if you dare not pay, I'll make you regret it." After issuing a few threats, the three of them helped Grandpa Li onto the tractor and set off down the mountain. Lin Shi watched as the tractor drove away. He had no intention of compensating for any medical expenses. He merely wished to send these four away. If, in a few days, a snowstorm struck and they were still able to ascend the mountain, he would consider it a loss. Lin Shi headed toward a nearby grove. The moment he exited the shelter, he sensed a pair of eyes observing him from within the trees. Since his reincarnation, Lin Shi had become acutely aware of others' gazes, able to detect any attention directed at him from 50 meters away. As he stepped into the woods, his phone suddenly rang, followed by the distant sound of hurried footsteps retreating swiftly. He glimpsed a shadowy figure vanish among the dense foliage. Lin Shi took out his phone, the caller ID displaying Zhao Xiao. Irritated, he answered, "What do you want?" He surmised that having left Zhao Xiao hanging for 2 days, the fellow must be restless. "Lin Shi, guess who I ran into here?" Zhao Xiao's voice was laced with mystery. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Zhao Xiao's voice grew animated. "The son of the richest man in High City, Shen Jinbin." Lin Shi tightened his grip on the phone. "Shen Jinbin?" "Yes. He even approached me first. Knowing I was in Sha City, he invited me to go diving tomorrow and asked me to bring you along." "Lin Shi, you know such a super-rich second-generation heir? You've been hiding it too well. That is not fair." Zhao Xiao rambled on, but Lin Shi's mind was consumed by the knowledge that Shen Jinbin was in Sha City, rendering the rest of Zhao Xiao's words inaudible. Shen Jinbin, one of the culprits from his previous life who had caused his demise. However, the animosity between Lin Shi and Shen Jinbin had been established long ago. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee of the Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of his father's incident, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy had visited the factory with his son to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the power sector overseen by Lin Shi's father, an unfortunate incident transpired during his operation. The chairman's son unexpectedly splashed his drink onto the electrical equipment, resulting in a catastrophic short-circuit explosion that claimed Lin Shi's father's life on the spot. Shen Fanren, the chairman of the Weather New Energy Company, sought to quell the situation by distributing substantial hush money to everyone present, compelling them to sign confidentiality agreements, and ultimately providing a lavish compensation for the death to conclude the matter. However, an employee who shared a close bond with Lin Shi discreetly revealed the truth. Lin Shi's father had not perished due to operational negligence but had been murdered. The assailant was none other than Shan Jinbin, the chairman's son. When Lin Shi disclosed this revelation to his mother, he would forever remember the look she cast upon him. A blend of conflict, hesitation, repulsion, and pity. Ultimately, she vowed to investigate the matter while urging Lin Shi to focus on his studies. From that moment, the employee who had shared the truth vanished without a trace. Within months, Lin Shi's mother remarried, shockingly to Shen Fanren, the chairman of the Weather New Energy Company. Lin Shi felt ensnared in a vast conspiracy. To avoid any peril to his life, he refrained from mentioning this to anyone, only confiding in Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse had begun. He aimed to gather evidence covertly, but discovered that the Shen family wielded immense power in Heisher and had long since erased all traces of wrongdoing. The survivor refuge in Heisher had also been established by the Shen family. He found no opportunity for vengeance. Even the sole chance he had before his demise was interrupted. Now, with Shan Jinbin and Shushi, Lin Shi resolved to end his life, convinced that no one could save him this time. His fingers turned pale from the pressure, and only when the sound of shattering glass echoed from his phone screen did he snap back to reality. Lin Shi? Lin Shi, are you coming or not? Zhao Xiao urged from the other end of the line. Little did Zhao Xiao know that Shan Jinbin was Lin Shi's father's murderer. Of course, I'm coming, Lin Shi replied, determined to kill Shan Jinbin regardless of his purpose for being in Shushi. With a profound gaze and a chilling smile that sent shivers down the spine, he strode forth, sensing the birds in the woods flee from the aura of impending violence. At 1 p.m. on June 3 RD, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure pot read 21 hours. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were moored. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Xiao animatedly conversing with a young man with white hair, whose back was turned to him. Lin Shi instantly recognized the figure, Shan Jinbin. Suppressing his murderous intent, Lin Shi approached the two. Lin Shi, what took you so long? Young Master Shan has been waiting for quite a while, Zhao Xiao chided, now seemingly focused on Shan Jinbin. Lin Shi's heart scoffed. It was evident that Zhao Xiao would switch allegiance whenever Shan Jinbin was involved, be it in this life or the last. Maintaining his composure, Lin Shi replied, I was stuck in traffic. Shan Jinbin turned around, revealing a pale face marred by excessive indulgence, his white crew cut giving him a rather ruffian appearance. His gaze, as haughty as ever, appraised Lin Shi as if he were a mere trinket. At that moment, Shan Jinbin lacked the brutality he would later exhibit in the apocalypse. Previously, he had been known to kill for a mere slight. He would seize any girl he fancied, treating himself like the sovereign of Heisher. No worries, as long as you're here. Let us go aboard, Shan Jinbin declared, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 33. The uninhabited sea. Shan Jinbin boarded the yacht first, with Zhao Xiao following closely behind. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, trailing the two onto the vessel. As soon as he stepped aboard, a burly man in black halted him. Sir, I need to check for any dangerous items you may be carrying. Zhao Xiao was already being inspected by another guard. Appearing compliant, Lin Shi frowned. I was invited here for leisure. Is this how you treat your guests? This is merely a standard procedure to ensure the safety of everyone on the yacht, the guard retorted, unwavering in his stance. If that is the case, I'll take my leave, Lin Shi responded, turning to exit. The bodyguard moved to block his path. What? You won't let me go? Lin Shi's expression darkened. Sir, if you're not carrying anything dangerous, why not allow a search? This is young Master Shin's private yacht. Please cooperate for his sake. It dawned on Lin Shi that this yacht belonged to Shan Jinbin, and these men were his personal security. He chuckled, casting a cold glance at Shan Jinbin, who was watching from a few meters away. What is he to me that I should give him face? Do I even know him? You. The black-clad bodyguard glared, a powerful aura emanating from him, pressing down on Lin Shi. The yacht had already departed the dock. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. What, do you intend to act violently in broad daylight? It was then that Shan Jinbin stepped forward, speaking enigmatically, Ah Biao, this is my half-brother. How can you be so unaware? Brother? Lin Shi was Shun Jinbin's brother? Everyone stared at Lin Shi in shock. The bodyguard's gaze is a mix of astonishment and disdain. None were more astonished than Zhao Xiao, who had known Lin Shi for years yet was unaware of this connection to Haishi's wealthiest man. For Lin Shi, however, this was an affront. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What brotherhood was this? It was their first meeting, and Shun Jinbin had cruelly chosen this moment to humiliate him. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, striving to suppress his murderous intent. He reminded himself that to Shun Jinbin, he was merely an inconsequential insect. In the previous life, Shun Jinbin had never even acknowledged him before the apocalypse. This sudden approach must hold some ulterior motive. He could not afford to be provoked into revealing his hand. Lin Shi regarded Shun Jinbin with confusion. What are you talking about? I don't know you. Shun Jinbin feigned realization. Pointing at Lin Shi, oh right, you didn't come when my father married your mother. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Shun Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She is a wonderful mother, treating me better than her biological son. Lin Shi clenched his fists. The bodyguard named Biao stood before Shun Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi's fists tightened and relaxed, his eyes cast downward to conceal his murderous intent. He forced a radiant smile. Oh? Is that so? It seems you relish being someone else's son. Shun Jinbin's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a savage fury. You, say that again? Sensing the atmosphere shift, Zhao Xiao quickly intervened. Ha ha ha. Aren't we here to have fun? We should be joyful. Look, the sea is beautiful today. Zhao Xiao's intent was not to ease tensions for Lin Shi, but rather because the atmosphere aboard the yacht had become unsettling. Aside from Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, there were Shun Jinbin and 8 towering men in black, all of whom were now glaring at them. This was far from a good omen. Shun Jinbin suppressed his rage, donning a cold smile as he turned to enter the cabin, with the remaining black-clad men following suit. Only Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao, and the bodyguard Biao remained on deck. Mr. Lin, please allow me to search you. Biao requested once more. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi, whispering, Lin Shi, a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. They are wealthy young masters, so complying won't diminish our dignity. Lin Shi shot him a cold glance, spreading his arms to the black-clad bodyguard. Go ahead. Biao regarded Lin Shi with contempt. Conducting a thorough search before confirming that Lin Shi bore no dangerous items and subsequently entering the cabin. Inside the yacht's quarters, Shun Jinbin swept the last cup from the table to the floor in a fit of rage. A nearby bodyguard was cleaning up the shards, his hand bleeding yet enduring the pain to continue. Biao entered the room, reporting, Young master, we confirmed he is unarmed. However, that Lin Shi fellow seems to be physically fit. He likely possesses some skills. I'll handle him when we go into the water. Shun Jinbin slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with malice. Killing him like this would be too merciful. How dare he mock me? I want him to regret ever existing. Biao appeared to recall something unpleasant, fear flickering in his eyes. Young master, we are still in the country, he reminded. Shun Jinbin, dissatisfied, struck the table again, casting a cold glare at Biao. Take out the one who came with him too. Understood. Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao stood on the deck, admiring the ocean view while attendants served them drinks. Moments later, Shun Jinbin re-emerged, reverting to his earlier roguish demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with the two. We're heading to a more remote area for diving. I know of a small island nearby with no one around, and the underwater scenery is particularly beautiful. I guarantee you've never witnessed anything so stunning. Shun Jinbin exaggeratedly described the beauty of the marine area. Zhao Xiao nodded enthusiastically. I'll follow young master Shun's lead. I'm all in. Lin Shi did not oppose. After approximately 2 hours, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited island. No other vessels were in sight, nor any sign of human presence. The sunlight glimmers upon the azure surface of the sea, casting a sparkling sheen. And just a few kilometers ahead lies a pristine beach alongside verdant hills on a small island, painting a truly picturesque scene. A bodyguard has informed them that the diving equipment is ready. Guiding them to the other end of the yacht, as the three approach, Biao has already donned his gear. Shun Jinbin directly picks up a diving suit and begins to put it on. Biao presents the remaining 2 suits before Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, rubbing his hands nervously, says, I've never been diving before. Perhaps I should just sit this one out? Lin Shi glances at Zhao Xiao with surprise. Abayo is an expert diver. He can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you really going to disregard Shin Jinbin's intentions? Shin Jinbin furrows his brow as he gazes at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao hastily waves his hands, and upon noticing that Lin Shi has already picked up a diving suit, he begrudgingly puts one on as well. As the two gradually finish gearing up, Shin Jinbin turns away, a flicker of derision and malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. Underwater assassination. Once the group is fully equipped and their breathing apparatus is secured, Zhao Xiao, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugs at his sleeve, his eyes behind the diving mask squinting at Lin Shi. Lin Shi chuckles. What are you squinting for? Did you get sand in your eyes? It seems Zhao Xiao is not entirely oblivious. He has realized something is amiss. Setting aside Shin Jinbin's status as a wealthy heir, the situation is indeed perilous. A stranger invites you to an outing, accompanied by 8 imposing men, to a desolate location. Initially, Zhao Xiao had hoped to ingratiate himself with Shin Jinbin, failing to perceive the danger. Ordinary individuals often instinctively revere and trust those with power, overlooking the evident risks. Lin Shi, however, has no intention of revealing the truth. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Abayo casts a scrutinizing glance at Zhao Xiao. Internally cursing, Zhao Xiao forces an awkward smile, saying, "My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing, really." The 4 of them check their equipment once more, and Abayo explains a few underwater signals and precautions to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao before he is the first to plunge into the water. As Lin Shi follows suit, Zhao Xiao turns to the bodyguards, who are watching intently, and he can only follow into the water. Anxiety grips Zhao Xiao as he reassures himself that things may not be as dire as he imagines. The underwater world is breathtaking, with Lin Shi leading the way, exploring the surroundings. If not for the ever-present, lurking malice behind him, it could have been a delightful excursion. Upon reaching a patch of coral reefs, Shin Jinbin signals Abayo to take action. Abayo acknowledges the command, drawing a dagger from his thigh and swimming towards Lin Shi. As Abayo approaches, Shin Jinbin's eyes betray a frenzied excitement behind his diving mask. Due to being a novice at diving, Zhao Xiao lags behind the group, and upon witnessing this shocking scene, his heart races with fear. He wishes to warn Lin Shi, but as he opens his mouth, his breathing apparatus nearly slips out, prompting him to quickly shut his mouth. Watching Abayo swim closer to Lin Shi, dagger raised, Zhao Xiao's legs turn to jelly. He glances back at Shin Jinbin, only to find a look of exhilaration on his face. It's over. Despair washes over Zhao Xiao. This is a murder plot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately turns to swim towards the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao has already concluded his fate is sealed. Lin Shi's physique could never withstand a bodyguard's strength. He must flee now. Delay could mean his own demise. Zhao Xiao attempts to ascend, but in his panic as a first-time diver, he forgets to release his weights. Flailing helplessly in place, Lin Shi senses an unusual current behind him. Without a second thought, he swiftly turns. A glimmering dagger slices past him. Abayo, taken aback by Lin Shi's evasion, lunges forward for another strike. This time, Lin Shi can see clearly. The dagger is aimed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, in the peaceful summer country, even those intent on murder do not act recklessly. They aim to asphyxiate him, creating the illusion of an accidental death. With the resistance of the water, Lin Shi finds nowhere to evade, grabbing Abayo's hand holding the dagger to prevent his breathing apparatus from being severed. Abayo reaches for Lin Shi's apparatus with his other hand, which is also seized by Lin Shi. The two engage in a struggle beneath the waves. Abayo's face is a mask of ferocity. Mingled with shock and disbelief, he strains to break free from Lin Shi's grip, but it feels as though he is ensnared by an iron vice, unable to budge. This kid possesses extraordinary strength. Lin Shi kicks off from Abayo, propelling himself more than a meter away. Just as Abayo attempts to close the distance again, Lin Shi reaches behind him, bringing forth a pistol. Abayo's forward momentum halts abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief and panic. When did this kid conceal a handgun? Impossible. He had thoroughly searched Lin Shi, confirming he bore no weapons. Moreover, during the change into diving suits, there was no place to hide a gun. This is surreal. Abayo even wonders if he is hallucinating underwater, as Lin Shi's firearm seems more fantastical than any illusion. However, the explosive bloom of blood on his chest brings him back to harsh reality. In water, The bullet's velocity is reduced by 772 times due to resistance, yet human reflexes also slow. At this distance, even a battle-hardened Abayo cannot evade .3 bullet strike true. Even in death, Abayo cannot fathom how Lin Shi managed to bring a gun underwater. Zhao Xiao, equally incredulous, watches the scene unfold, feeling as if he is trapped in a surreal nightmare. How could Lin Shi possess a gun? The calm, decisive figure wielding a firearm cannot possibly be the Lin Shi he knows. What had seemed an inevitable death for Lin Shi has suddenly reversed. Among the trio, the quickest to react is surprisingly Shan Jinbin. As Lin Shi draws his weapon, Shan Jinbin swiftly swims towards the floundering Zhao Xiao. By the time Lin Shi swings the gun in his direction, Shan Jinbin has reached Zhao Xiao, shielding him with his own body. Simultaneously, he presses the deflation button on his diving suit. Zhao Xiao, terrified, shakes his head frantically as he watches Lin Shi's raised gun. The effective range of a handgun underwater does not exceed 1.5 meters. As the distance begins to widen, Lin Shi's eyes turn icy. And without hesitation, he fires. The bullet pierces the water, but due to the myriad of disturbances, what was intended for Shan Jinbin strikes Zhao Xiao in the neck. Zhao Xiao's eyes widen in terror behind his mask. His breathing apparatus slipping from his mouth as blood pours from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi prepares to fire again, but at that moment, a school of fish swims between them. By the time the fish pass and visibility is restored, the distance between him and Shan Jinbin has stretched beyond 2 meters. Lin Shi fires again, but the bullet loses momentum mid-flight and falls short. Seeing that Lin Shi's gun poses no threat, Shan Jinbin releases the now-dazed Zhao Xiao, propelling himself toward the surface with renewed urgency. Lin Shi. Shan Jinbin's eyes blaze with fury as he glares at Lin Shi, his expression filled with venomous resentment. And as he ascends, he makes a slitting gesture across his throat. No one has ever made him feel this vulnerable. He vows to kill Lin Shi. As he nears the surface, the distance between them stretches to 3 meters. Lin Shi's gaze darkens as he maximizes the air in his diving apparatus, shedding his weights to ascend faster than Shan Jinbin, propelling himself towards him with great speed. Chapter 35. The harsh truth. Experienced divers know that ascending too rapidly can cause the body to suffer from oxygen deprivation and tissue damage. As Lin Shi closes in, Shan Jinbin, still a few meters from the surface, visibly panics. Ignoring the physical toll, he swims upward with all his might. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shi has halted his pursuit, casting a mocking glance at the frantically fleeing Shan Jinbin. This time, he reveals his intentions, deftly retracting his handgun and extracting a sleek, black crossbow. Calmly, he secures a rope to the arrow's tail, aiming at the increasingly close Shan Jinbin. The arrow is released. Shan Jinbin's complexion pales further as he ascends quickly, yet his eyes gleam with determination. The water's surface is near, so tantalizingly close. Finally, Shan Jinbin's head breaks the surface. He removes his breathing apparatus, ready to call for his bodyguards to pull him up, but just then, his body jolts violently. Looking down, he sees a sharp arrowhead protruding from his abdomen, blood quickly staining the surrounding water crimson. The bodyguards, having spotted Shan Jinbin, leap into the water to rescue him. However, it is too late. An immense force pulls him back under. Shan Jinbin is thrust back into the depths, the searing pain in his abdomen rendering him unconscious. Lin Shi, now devoid of his crossbow, grips the rope tightly, dragging Shan Jinbin beneath the waves. The bodyguards, realizing the gravity of the situation, dive into the water to save him, but without breathing apparatuses, they can only descend a few meters before they must return to the surface due to oxygen deprivation. By the time the bodyguards, clad in diving suits, plunge into the water, Lin Shi and Shan Jinbin have already vanished from sight. Lin Shi drags the unconscious Shan Jinbin to the sandy shore of the small island. As though he were hauling a lifeless dog, due to the rapid ascent, Shan Jinbin's hefty frame has already begun to exhibit symptoms of decompression sickness, his upper body grotesquely swollen. The penetrating wound in his abdomen has become pallid from exposure to seawater. And infection is merely a matter of time. Coupled with the water he had inhaled, he now lacks any trace of life. Lin Shi first removed the diving suit and administered several first aid measures to Shan Jinbin. He refrained from extracting the arrow, knowing that doing so would likely result in Shan Jinbin's immediate demise. There were still unanswered questions that could not allow Shun Jinbin to perish so swiftly. Cough, 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 hiss. Shun Jinbin expelled a mouthful of water, violently coughing, which aggravated his abdominal wound and caused him to convulse in pain on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Shi again, Shun Jinbin's previous brutal and arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by a pleading expression as he implored, "Spare me, I can offer you a great deal of money. Why do you wish to kill me?" Shun Jinbin's eyes flickered. "I never intended to kill you." Lin Shi's gaze turned icy as he pressed his hand against Shun Jinbin's abdominal wound, digging forcefully. Ah! The excruciating pain contorted Shun Jinbin's face, causing him to writhe and scream. Once Shun Jinbin regained his composure, Lin Shi reiterated, "Why did you want to kill me? My patience is limited." This time, Shun Jinbin dared not feign innocence. You exposed Li Duokai online last time, dragging my father's company into the mess, causing its stocks to plummet for an entire week. I merely wanted to teach you a lesson." He hesitated to admit his desire to kill Lin Shi outright. "Then why did you kill my father?" Shun Jinbin's expression shifted. "What are you talking about?" "Your father. 3 years ago, during your factory inspection, you spilled a drink into the machinery, causing an explosion that resulted in the death of an electrical engineer on the spot. Do I need to jog your memory?" Lin Shi's voice was as chilling as the December frost as he placed his hand back on Shun Jinbin's wound. Shun Jinbin trembled with fear. No. I'll tell you everything. I don't know your father. It was my dad who ordered me to do it. The innocent should seek the guilty. You should confront my father. Please, spare me." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You say it was your father who commanded you. Why would he do such a thing?" Shun Jinbin swallowed hard, admitting, "Because he has long had his eye on your mother, wanting to possess her, but that wretched woman refused to agree, claiming that an affair would tarnish her reputation. So my father ordered me to eliminate that engineer." The truth was shockingly cruel. His own mother was the architect of his father's demise. And the true mastermind behind his father's death was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company, Limited, the man who had once ruled the entire Heisher in the last days. As Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly terrifying, Shun Jinbin defended himself. "I was coerced. If I did not comply, my father would strip me of my inheritance. He has several other sons outside." At that moment, the sound of a yacht engine emerged from the distance, and a flicker of joy, mingled with malice, crossed Shun Jinbin's eyes. "One last question." Lin Shi leaned closer to Shun Jinbin. "Ask away. I promise to tell you everything." The overwhelming desire to survive filled Shun Jinbin's eyes with anticipation. He eagerly hoped Lin Shi would pose more questions, allowing his subordinates time to rescue him. "What does hell look like? Go find out for me." Lin Shi's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he forcefully withdrew the arrow from Shun Jinbin's abdomen and plunged it deep into his heart. Listening to the approaching sound of the engine, Shun Jinbin's eyes brimmed with resentment and malice. He could not die. He still had a glorious life ahead, endless wealth, and countless women to enjoy. To perish at the hands of an insignificant ant he wished to toy with and exact revenge upon. How could he possibly accept such a fate? The fierce will to survive momentarily restored clarity to Shun Jinbin's dilated pupils. Sensing Shun Jinbin's gaze, Lin Shi prepared to strike again, but at that moment, a prickling sensation ignited at the back of his neck. He rolled swiftly to the ground just as a resounding gunshot echoed. The bullet struck the sand where he had stood moments before, sending dust flying. It was a sniper rifle. Had he not evaded in time, that shot would have found its mark in his head. A chill coursed through Lin Shi as he turned to see the yacht had appeared within 200 meters. 7 ominous gun barrels were aimed at him. Erupting in a series of flashes, Lin Shi dodged left and right, yet still felt a bullet graze his arm. Without daring to linger, he sprinted toward the nearby woods. Once within the forest, the intense sense of danger began to wane. His limbs were scratched by thorns and underbrush, leaving trails of blood. Yet he did not falter, continuing deeper into the thicket. Author's note: a brief spoiler, Shun Jinbin does not die here, but he will meet his end 4 chapters later. This is meant to introduce an important plot point, and I hope readers will refrain from criticizing this turn of events. I assure you, he will soon meet his demise. Chapter 36. Ambush on the island until the sounds behind him faded into silence. Lin Shi leaned against a large tree, panting. After a fierce underwater struggle and swimming several kilometers with Shan Jinbin, he finally reached the island. Lin Shi's strength was nearly depleted. At that moment, his hands and feet involuntarily trembled. A clear sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of rigorous training, he would have lacked even the energy to flee. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. He had uncovered the truth behind his father's death and had taken vengeance on the man responsible. With fatal injuries, a penetrating wound, decompression sickness, and a risk of infection, he could hardly believe Shan Jinbin could still be alive. However, he had not anticipated the Shin family's bodyguards would be equipped with such heavy firepower. Lin Shi had always believed he did not underestimate the Shin family's influence, yet here he was, proven wrong. They had managed to supply their guards with such advanced weaponry even in peaceful society. These bodyguards were certainly not ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shen family could directly control the entire Heisher in the frigid apocalypse, confirming that no one was pursuing him for the moment. Lin Shi sought a secluded hollow in the mountains. He retrieved bandages, antiseptic, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his storage. After sterilizing the dagger with antiseptic, Lin Shi gritted his teeth and extracted the bullet from his left arm, applying hemostatic spray and bandaging the wound. Upon completing these tasks, he was drenched in sweat. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he had endured far worse injuries without any medication, so this was nothing in comparison. After swallowing 2 anti-inflammatory pills and briefly tending to the scratch caused by a branch, Lin Shi changed into a clean outfit from his storage and took out water and a can of luncheon meat to replenish his strength. Time passed without anyone pursuing him. Either the bodyguards had left with Shan Jinbin's body, or they were lying in wait somewhere to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Shi continued deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, standing atop the highest point of the island, Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings, noting the shifting grass and trees. Shan Jinbin's yacht had vanished without a trace, and there was no sign of his body on the beach. However, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the forest. Its bright orange hue, partially obscured by tree shadows, remained quite conspicuous, of course, had he not been positioned at the high point. Lin Shi would never have noticed the lifeboat. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had remained aboard the earlier yacht. It seemed they were indeed preparing to ambush him. Originally, Lin Shi had been contemplating how to return to Shushi. This uninhabited island was not far from Shushi, but it was impossible to swim there. Now, however, this suited him perfectly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the countdown in the upper right corner of the Treasure Basin had dwindled to just 17 hours. Lin Shi wasted no time, donning his combat gear with precision and efficiency. This was a military-grade cold-weather suit he had ordered at great expense from Xiejin. The full suit comprised 16 pieces, boasting exceptional insulation and waterproofing, allowing for warmth without compromising combat capability. In this weather, Lin Shi naturally did not wear the entire ensemble. Instead, he removed several layers of thermal clothing, donning the bulletproof vest beneath his outerwear, along with a tactical helmet and thermal night vision goggles. Fully equipped, he awaited the onset of night. As darkness fell, the time for slaughter would be at hand. The night forest was enveloped in impenetrable darkness, teeming with mosquitoes. 5 figures clad in black crouched behind bushes, poised to strike. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in mosquito bites, yet they endured with furrowed brows. They had merely accompanied Shan Jinbin for leisure, and their preparation of firearms was already the extent of their readiness. They had not anticipated needing further equipment. The only sniper rifle was concealed in the bottom of the yacht for emergencies. After all, this was the safest country in the world, not one of those gun-toting regions in the Middle East. They had never imagined that what should have been an ordinary diving excursion would lead to such a significant operational failure. Tap. A faint sound made 2 bodyguards tense up. Tap, tap, tap. One bodyguard looked up. Raindrops the size of beans began to fall upon the surrounding foliage, transforming from a rhythmic patter to a gentle drizzle. Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue waiting? One bodyguard whispered into the walkie-talkie. Wait. This island is vast. With only 5 of us, we cannot find one person in a short time. If we scatter into the woods and engage the assassin one-on-one, that would be tantamount to courting death. We will wait. He will certainly seek a way to escape this place, and then we can test our patience. If we fail to eliminate him this time, we have no hope of redemption. The bodyguards had assessed Shan Jinbin's injuries and surmised that Lin Shi had arrived with premeditated intent to assassinate Shan Jinbin. His flawless disguise and ruthless assault left them questioning how an ordinary person could achieve such feats. Moreover, the ability to anticipate their destination and conceal items underwater to lie in wait was a skill only professional assassins or agents possessed. They could never have predicted. Lin Shi appears to be an ordinary individual on the surface, yet he is, in reality, a survivor who has returned from a post-apocalyptic world, having endured countless crises. He did not preemptively conceal weapons underwater. Instead, he possesses a space from which he can retrieve items at will. However, some of the bodyguards still sense something amiss. I don't think that person resembles a killer, and didn't young Master Shun say this individual is the son of his stepmother? The man referred to as number 2 paused for a moment before stating, Lin Shi's information was investigated by the young master prior to its release. He is merely an ordinary university student. If you tell Shin Laoi that an ordinary university student somehow acquired a crossbow to kill a Biao and nearly killed young Master Shin, would he believe it? Are we, the 8 of us who have danced with death, incapable of guarding against a mere university student? It would be more logical to assume a killer is masquerading as Lin Shi. This also provides a rationale for their negligence. Number 2 continued, this time. We administered all the gene repair medications to the young master to ensure he remains alive. Whether we can save him remains uncertain. If he dies, consider the consequences. The bodyguards fell into a profound silence. Lin Shi was unaware that the seemingly doomed Shan Jinbin was still alive. At that moment, he had cautiously made his way to the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden sound of rain startled him at first, but then filled him with joy. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. With the sound of pouring rain, he could easily mask the noise of his footsteps. The imposing figures of several men were clearly visible through night vision goggles. Lin Shi concealed himself 300 meters away, retrieving a crossbow. The intercepting crossbow possessed formidable power, yet produced a loud sound. The crossbow in Lin Shi's possession, known as a crossbow, emitted a remarkably quiet sound, making it suitable for close-range combat. He had acquired it during his last trip to collect supplies. Carefully placing several bolts into his quiver, Lin Shi stealthily approached the ambush position of the 5 men. The sound of rain pattered around him, and he endeavored to tread upon exposed stones and earth to avoid drawing any attention. When he was within 200 meters, Lin Shi halted, fully alert. At that distance, if the adversaries possessed infrared sensing devices, they would undoubtedly detect his presence. He waited in place for a moment, and when no response came from the opponents, he prepared himself. This distance also fell within the effective range of his crossbow. He raised the weapon, aiming at a figure unobscured by the trees, and released a bolt. Chapter 37. Rainy Night Sniper. Though he had not practiced with the crossbow for long, its inherent accuracy and ease of use made it manageable for him. Being familiar with firearms, he found himself equally adept with the crossbow. Whoosh! The bolt, though silent upon release, rustled through the foliage, producing a distinct sound amidst the cacophony of rain. Number 2's ears perked up at the unusual noise. Something's amiss. Ugh. The alarm raised by number 2 coincided with another bodyguard's muffled groan. The bolt struck one of the bodyguards directly, through the thermal imaging night vision goggles. The positions and movements of the 5 men, hiding behind the bushes, became vividly clear to Lin Shi. Get down! The bodyguards reacted swiftly, immediately dropping to the muddy ground. 4 of them lay motionless in the muck. With no moon illuminating the pitch-black rainforest, they were utterly unaware of the enemy's location or the origin of the attack. Be cautious. The enemy possesses thermal sensing equipment. Number 2 whispered urgently. If the adversaries approached closely, they would have certainly detected their presence. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping them from a distance. Among them were also snipers, but in such dense jungle, a sniper rifle was virtually ineffective. It had to be a crossbow. Number 2 crawled forward, reaching the bodyguard who had been struck by the bolt, confirming his suspicion upon seeing the arrow embedded in the man's head. They had truly found themselves in an untenable situation. Advancing would leave them unaware of the enemy's position, while retreating to the beach would render them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards shared a sense of despair. They had not anticipated that this assassin had prepared so thoroughly. Having preemptively concealed equipment on this small island, initially skeptical that Lin Shi was an assassin in disguise, their doubts began to waver. In the torrential downpour of the night, Lin Shi's sharp gaze focused through the scope. His expression icy and resolute. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the black arrow sliced through the cascading sheets of rain, darting towards one of the bodyguards with extraordinary speed. Thud. The almost inaudible sound of the arrow piercing flesh was followed by a stifled groan. Another bodyguard had been struck. However, after a moment, Lin Shi noticed that the thermal imaging goggles did not register a rapid loss of heat from the individual. He had not been killed. It seemed the shot had not struck a vital area. The remaining 4 bodyguards now lay concealed in the underbrush. The dense foliage and shrubs on the island severely compromised the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings, identifying a pine tree to his right. Retracting the crossbow into his space, he climbed the tree with the agility of a nimble wildcat, quickly finding a suitable perch to conceal himself. Once hidden, he retrieved the crossbow again, aiming and shooting. Ugh! Another short, anguished cry rang out as a bodyguard's chest was pierced by a sharp arrow. Heizi! One of the bodyguards beside the wounded man called out in alarm, but before he could ascertain his companion's condition, another arrow whistled through the rain, striking him squarely between the eyes. Number 2 furrowed his brow and shouted, "Northwest direction, in the tree." He then sprang to his feet, zigzagging to advance a few meters, taking cover behind a tree as he drew his gun and fired. Bang! His shot was remarkably accurate, hitting the very spot where Lin Shi had just been hiding. Unfortunately, that location was now devoid of his presence. After releasing 2 arrows, Lin Shi swiftly concealed the crossbow, leaping from the tree trunk to the ground. Snipers often abide by the adage of shooting once and changing positions. He would not be foolish enough to remain in the same place for consecutive shots. As number 2 fired, Lin Shi had already climbed to another tree a few meters away from his previous position. The astonishing accuracy of the shot startled him. This individual was likely the same sniper who had targeted him from the yacht. Upon hearing number 2's warning, another bodyguard rose, attempting to follow in his footsteps to take cover behind a tree for an attack. However, just as he stood up, number 2 shouted, "Don't get up." But it was too late. Whoosh! The last thing this bodyguard saw was the ominous silhouette of a black arrow. Thud! The arrow struck true, killing him instantly. Thus, of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. Number 2 concealed himself behind a tree, the icy rain cascading down his rugged face. Once, he had been a somewhat renowned international mercenary, a skilled sniper. It was he who had fired the sniper rifle on the beach. However, disillusioned by betrayal during a mission, he had left that world behind to become a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he felt the most out of place. Accustomed to solitude and often remaining taciturn, in contrast, Biao was adept at ingratiating himself and earning Xian Jinbin's trust, which enabled him to become the leader among them, from the moment he began to walk the razor's edge. Number 2 had known that there would come a day when he would meet his end at the hands of another. That day had finally arrived. He understood that it would be difficult for him to escape this island. At this moment, an arrow was embedded in his right arm, having pierced through, leaving behind a few shreds of flesh upon its barbed tip. Losing the use of his dominant right hand meant he had sacrificed more than half of his combat effectiveness. Yet, there was no flicker of emotion in his eyes, nor did he harbor any fear of impending death. The downpour intensified, and with his left hand gripping the gun, he realized the enemy had shifted positions. But by the time he sought to warn his comrades, it was already too late. A faint sound of air being split followed, and the death of his teammate revealed Lin Shi's location once more. Number 2 took a deep breath, his gaze becoming calm and resolute, as he rapidly calculated Lin Shi's position before darting from cover and firing resolutely. After releasing an arrow from his perch in the tree, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped Lin Shi. The threat felt even greater than when he had been targeted by a sniper on the beach. His grip slackened, and he instinctively leaned back to narrowly evade a bullet. However, the tree was slick with rain, and he lost his grip, momentarily hanging in midair. This precarious situation was highly perilous. Once suspended, the enemy could easily predict his position and simply lower their aim to strike him down. With no chance to evade while airborne, Lin Shi had prepared for this moment, twisting his body mid-fall to return to the tree. To his astonishment, he had been holding onto a rope the entire time. The rope had been tied to the tree beforehand. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a surge of disbelief. How could the enemy possess such precise aim, able to locate him from over 200 meters away in the pitch-black rain. While a single instance could be ascribed to chance, two occurrences suggested the adversary possessed remarkable marksmanship. Thus, after being detected the first time, he had been ready to evade. Without thermal imaging equipment, Lin Shi could hardly believe the enemy would still be able to locate him. Yet, this time, he was mistaken. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and as Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet struck his left shoulder. Despite defying the laws of physics to regain his position, the enemy had still managed to pinpoint him. How was this possible? Lin Shi was astonished. Was it mere luck? Though the bullet had been blocked by his bulletproof vest, the impact sent him tumbling towards the ground once more. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed him entirely. Chapter 38. Gene Lock Bad Content. Chapter 39. Return to Shushi Number 2 offered a bitter smile. I am but a solitary figure, not a member of the Shin family. The Shin family pays me, and I work for them. That is all there is to it. Once I am gone, what becomes of the Shin family matters not to me. You managed to evade the 3 shots I fired to unlock the gene lock. Quite impressive. Regrettably, upon exiting this place, your life expectancy is severely limited. The Shun family will not allow you to escape, and you will undoubtedly fall victim to their annihilation. Blood began to seep from the nostrils of Individual 2. Yet his complexion improved as he sensed the end of his time approaching. Let me share one more piece of information with you. Shun Jinbin is not dead, sustained by the Shun family's pharmaceuticals. He will not perish so easily. Individual 2's lips quivered slightly, but Lin Shi could not discern the subsequent words. Shun Jinbin is not dead? A transformation appeared on Lin Shi's face. Shun Jinbin is alive. Despite having pierced his heart, how could he possibly survive? Lin Shi yearned for more details, yet at that moment, Individual 2's head drooped, and he succumbed to silence. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, crouched down, and checked Individual 2's pulse. He was already deceased. Lin Shi searched the body, uncovering a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an identification card. Liu Heo was the name of this individual. Perhaps aware of his impending demise, Liu Heo never implored Lin Shi to administer the remaining half of the pill to him. Liu Heo mentioned that the Shin family extended their reach beyond the energy sector, even cultivating individuals capable of unlocking genetic locks. This was the true reason for the Shin family's formidable power in the post-apocalyptic world. In his previous life, Lin Shi had been akin to a frog in a well, utterly oblivious. The fact that Shun Jinbin was alive had completely eluded Lin Shi's thoughts. He opened his palm. Gazing at the half of a blue pill nestled within, he carefully stored the pill in his spatial compartment. Given Shun Jinbin's grievous injuries, even with the Shun family's miraculous remedies, it was improbable that he could recuperate swiftly. The tumultuous journey might exacerbate his condition, suggesting that Shun Jinbin could still be in Shushi. Lin Shi rose and headed toward the other corpses. He swiftly retrieved all the arrows from the bodies. And after collecting the spoils of war, he set off in search of the lifeboat. It was now nearly 1 a.m., and the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl indicated over 9 hours remaining. He needed to return promptly to locate Shun Jinbin and eliminate him before the solar storm reached Earth. However, upon arriving at the beach, Lin Shi realized he could not proceed. A torrential downpour had commenced. The sea roiling with waves, and the moonless night rendered the ocean's surface pitch black, nearly impossible to navigate. Venturing out onto a small lifeboat in such weather would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Shi had no choice but to retreat into the forest. Once dawn broke and the rain ceased, he would return to Shushi to search for Shun Jinbin's whereabouts in the hospitals. Time was of the essence. He had to return to his safe house before the solar storm arrived on Blue Star. Recalling the satellite phone he had found on Liu Heo, he took it out and dialed a number. Suchin, I need your assistance with something. After hanging up, Lin Shi found a slightly elevated area to pitch a tent and closed his eyes for a brief rest. In such a place, he dared not enter a deep slumber. As the first light of dawn appeared, he packed away the tent and took out some water and food from his spatial compartment to eat hastily. The rain had stopped at this moment. It was 5 a.m., with 5 hours remaining on the countdown in the treasure bowl's upper right corner. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes, on his way to the beach. He happened to pass the battlefield from the previous day, casting another glance at Liu Heo's corpse. To his astonishment, the body had begun to exhibit signs of severe decomposition. Only one night had passed. No. To be precise, it had been roughly 4 hours. Much of the skin had sloughed off, revealing muscles beneath, and in some areas, white bones were faintly visible, a sight most horrifying. Was this the consequence of genetic collapse? Recalling the several shots he had fired in combat against Li Hao, he reflected on the extreme precision of his predictions, his impeccable marksmanship, and his extraordinary calculation ability. Without external aid, it was exceedingly difficult for humans to achieve such a level. The genetic lock, a perilous double-edged sword. Lin Shi proceeded toward the beach. The sea had calmed, and he pushed the lifeboat into the water, boarded it, and started the engine, heading toward Shushi. After more than 3 hours, Lin Shi finally neared the Shushi coastline. At this point, there was just over an hour remaining on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl before the solar storm would reach Earth. Lin Shi took out his phone to contact Su Qin. Su Qin, have you located that individual? He informed her that a friend was gravely injured, nearing death, unable to reach him and currently at sea. He was rushing back to see him one last time. He requested Su Qin to search the major hospitals in Shushi, promising a substantial reward. Lin Shi provided Shan Jinbin's name, age, and distinguishing features, instructing her to start with the most well-equipped hospital. Su Qin initially considered ignoring him, but upon hearing Lin Shi mention a generous reward of 20,000 yuan, she forsook sleep and hurriedly took a taxi to search the hospitals. I found him. At Shushi First Hospital, in room 1 of the 8th floor ICU. There are indeed many specialists coming for consultations. Who is your friend to warrant such attention? Su Qin yawned, her voice weary. In truth, she had found the person as soon as she arrived at the first hospital, but she feared that if she made it too easy, Lin Shi might backtrack on his promise. Thank you. I've transferred the reward to you. Lin Shi hung up the phone and found a secluded spot on the beach to disembark, stowing the lifeboat in his spatial compartment. At this moment, there were 1 hour and 26 minutes left on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure bowl. Lin Shi donned a baseball cap and a mask, then flagged down a passing vehicle, heading towards Shushi First Hospital. Outside Shushi First Hospital, the 8th floor ICU was surrounded by a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman. Remarkably, these doctors were all renowned specialists frequently featured in major newspapers. They would typically be found at hospitals in Haishi or Jingdu, waiting for patients to schedule appointments. Yet now, they were all gathered here to discuss the treatment plan for one individual. Beep. Beep, beep. Inside the ward, Shan Jinbin lay on the hospital bed, his body covered in bandages and tubes, his breath faint. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The speaker was a middle-aged woman dressed in a tailored suit. Exuding professionalism, her striking face showing signs of fatigue and resentment. Last night, Xin Fanren, whom she had not contacted for years since their divorce, suddenly called, saying their son was in trouble and that he could not leave Haishi due to other matters, urging her to come and care for him. Upon arriving in Shushi, Li Huilan learned of the severity of her son's injuries. That unfaithful scoundrel, that beast, had neglected their own flesh and blood. All he did was accompany that vixen. Chapter 40. The Death of Shan Jinbin. The specialists exchanged glances, shaking their heads with sighs. Young Master Shun is gravely injured, though we are unsure what sustains his life. His will to survive is remarkably strong. However, with such injuries, most individuals would. We can only do our utmost. Their words were couched in euphemism, yet the meaning was unmistakable. That he had survived this long without succumbing was already a miracle. How could they possibly save him? Li Huilan collapsed, weeping uncontrollably. I implore you, are you not esteemed experts? You must save my son. One of the specialists cautiously inquired. We have detected a unique substance within young Master Shan's body, which is maintaining his last breath of life. Do you know what he ingested previously? All the experts' eyes lit up. They too were eager to learn more. What? I do not know. Li Huilan turned to the bodyguards who had accompanied Shan Jinbin to the hospital, clutching at them as if they were a lifeline. What did you give Jinbin? Is there any left? Hurry and bring it out. The two bodyguards exchanged glances. There is none left. That was the life-saving medication entrusted to us by Mr. Shun, only one pill. However, the courier is already en route. At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a phone call. Hello, yes, on the 8th floor. After hanging up, the bodyguard looked at Li Huilan. The courier has arrived. They are downstairs. Li Huilan's expression turned ecstatic. Wonderful. Jinbin is saved. The countdown read 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital, making his way toward the inpatient department. The hospital was filled with individuals wearing masks, and Lin Shi's appearance went unnoticed. The ICU and general wards were situated in separate buildings, and the crowd was sparse. Soon, Lin Shi reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button. A figure approached, seemingly also waiting for the elevator. Just then, the elevator doors opened with a chime. As Lin Shi prepared to step inside, he caught a glimpse of a figure reflected in the elevator's mirror and momentarily froze. The reflection revealed a robust individual dressed in black, with a cold demeanor and a box in hand. This person bore a striking resemblance to Shan Jinbin's bodyguards. Lin Shi did not pause his steps, walking into the elevator as usual. The man in black followed suit. The elevator doors closed slowly, and Lin Shi pressed the button 4-7. If this individual was connected to Shan Jinbin, he would likely be heading to the 8th floor. Indeed, the next moment, the man in black stepped forward and pressed 8. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Shi's eyes beneath his cap. He was now certain that this person was affiliated with Shan Jinbin. The elevator ascended slowly. The building was sparsely populated, and the elevator proceeded directly to the 7th floor without stopping. Lin Shi suddenly clutched his chest, bending over as if he were suffering an ailment. The man in black glanced back at Lin Shi, dismissing him, and instead took a step back. Ding! The 7th floor arrived, and the elevator doors opened. Typically, there would be no one outside the elevator on this floor of the hospital. To visit a patient, one needed to exit the elevator and pass through an inner door to access the inpatient department. At this juncture, Lin Shi had collapsed to the floor, facing down, effectively wedged in the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Apart from the man in black, it seemed that no one could assist Lin Shi. If Lin Shi were not helped up, the elevator would be unable to function properly. The man in black furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the suitcase. Ultimately, he approached Lin Shi, bending down to extend a hand, preparing to lift him and toss him out of the elevator. However, the moment his hand made contact with Lin Shi suddenly lunged into the man's embrace, a dagger appearing in his hand unbeknownst to him. Plunging it into the man's abdomen, he twisted it viciously. The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed into Lin Shi's arms. He never anticipated that anyone would dare to commit murder in such a monitored environment. Lin Shi refrained from withdrawing the dagger to avoid splattering blood. Uncertain of how many of Shan Jinbin's men were upstairs, he resolved to eliminate one at a time. At this juncture, he was no longer afraid of being discovered. With less than an hour remaining, chaos would soon engulf the entire world. He merely needed to take care of Shan Jinbin before the hospital security reacted. He laid the man in black down outside the inpatient department on the 7th floor. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the suitcase tightly clutched in the man's hand, and he reached out to seize it. Then he swiftly slipped into the elevator just before the doors closed. Ding! The elevator opened on the 8th floor, and Lin Shi hurried into the inpatient department. Upon seeing Lin Shi clad in black, Li Huilan approached briskly, extending her hand. Are you delivering medicine? Where is it? Lin Shi assessed this woman, who bore a resemblance to Shan Jinbin. Confirming her identity, without answering, he strode directly towards Shan Jinbin's hospital room. Wait! A bodyguard of Shan Jinbin, sensing something amiss, blocked Lin Shi's path. I haven't seen you before. Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, effectively sealing off his escape routes. These two were the same bodyguards who had escorted Shan Jinbin back from the yacht earlier. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, suppressing his voice. I am responsible for guarding the medication. Mr. Shun urgently required it, so I was sent to deliver it. This statement was ambiguous, capable of being interpreted as Lin Shi being the regular guardian of the medication, or as him delivering the medication this time. The interpretation depended on the listener. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed somewhat, yet still insisted, open the suitcase for us to inspect. Lin Shi's lowered gaze flickered. He had yet to ascertain the contents of the suitcase. In the elevator, he had already exchanged its contents for a handgun using his spatial abilities. Without hesitation, he placed the suitcase on the ground and unfastened the clasp. The experts gathered around, eager to discover what miraculous item could save a seemingly doomed individual. Lin Shi slowly lifted the suitcase lid with one hand, while swiftly reaching inside with the other. He drew out a handgun and aimed it at the bodyguard obstructing his path. Firing without hesitation. Pfft. The silenced gunshot rang out, and bright red blood erupted from the chest of the bodyguard in front of him. Everyone's eyes widened in horror as they witnessed this scene. Ordinary people, who had only seen guns on television throughout their lives, were utterly paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single word. The bodyguard standing behind Lin Shi reacted the quickest, already reaching for his sidearm. However, with anticipation thwarted, Lin Shi's speed surpassed his own. He spun around and pulled the trigger. Pfft. The bullet shot upward, piercing through the bodyguard's chin and into his brain. A spray of blood erupted from the back of the bodyguard's head. At this moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally regained their senses. Ah! Li Huilan fainted on the spot. Murder! Murder! Run! Seizing the chaos, Lin Shi pushed open Shan Jinbin's hospital room, confirming it was indeed Shan Jinbin before aiming the gun at his head. Pfft, pfft, pfft. 3 consecutive shots rang out, splattering Shan Jinbin's blood and brain matter across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing beep. This time, Shan Jinbin was beyond saving. Lin Shi tucked away the gun and departed. At that moment, a group of hospital security personnel, having witnessed Lin Shi's act of murder in the elevator via the surveillance cameras, rushed towards his location armed with batons and riot shields. The countdown to the apocalypse stood at 35 minutes. Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital. It had been 5 minutes since Lin Shi had killed a bodyguard of the Shin family on the 7th floor. Security personnel in the monitoring room had gathered and were making their way towards the building. They had also called the police, but it would take several minutes for law enforcement to arrive. Lin Shi swiftly exited the hospital room, intending to enter the secure passage of the inpatient building and escape via the stairs. Just then, a hand grasped his pant. Li Huilan, having regained consciousness, lay on the ground, clutching Lin Shi's pant leg tightly. She had merely fainted in fear, but upon hearing the gunshots from the hospital room, she forced herself to awaken. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears as she stared desperately at Lin Shi. Her voice a mixture of despair and rage. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi struggled, but to his surprise, he could not free himself. He looked down at this distraught mother, feeling not an ounce of sympathy. "You know your son has killed many people, right? He deserved to die. If you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for not raising him properly." Li Huilan screamed. He could have been punished by the law for his crimes. "Why did you have to kill him? Why? And even if my son did kill someone, they were merely worthless commoners. My son was born noble. Killing a few lowly people and compensating their families with money is an honor for them. You, the executioner, return my son to me." Had it not been for her venomous words, her anguished expression of losing a child might have evoked some sympathy. Lin Shi scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision. "If that is the case, then let the law punish me as well." With that, he kicked the woman away and dashed toward the emergency exit. Li Huilan's expression twisted in rage, her voice filled with venomous hatred as she called after Lin Shi's retreating figure. "You killed my son. I will make your parents, brothers, and all your relatives and friends pay for his death. No matter where you flee, I will ensure you suffer and die in torment." Lin Shi abruptly turned around, his eyes instantly chilling with murderous intent. He should have anticipated that someone like Shan Jinbin would be shaped by his family. Shan Fanren was no saint. Shan Jinbin's mother was a wolf disguised in human skin. For every grievance, there is a rightful owner. He originally did not wish to kill more people. Realizing what was happening as Lin Shi halted, Li Huilan retreated in terror. "No, no, no. I was just joking." Before Li Huilan could finish her sentence, Lin Shi shot without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she collapsed to the ground. After firing, Lin Shi did not glance back at Li Huilan, swiftly making his way down the corridor. Just as Lin Shi departed, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out, stunned by the gruesome scene before them outside the intensive care unit. The corridor was awash in flowing blood. God, what grudge could lead to this? The higher-up said the victim is the son of a billionaire. Quick, check if he is still alive. Dead, dead. These are all gunshot victims. What should we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The perpetrator has escaped through the secure passage. Pursue. No need to run too fast, just hold him up. As Lin Shi sprinted to the second floor, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from below. They're quite quick, he muttered, throwing open a window in the corridor. Glancing down before leaping out, he rolled to reduce his momentum and stood up. Running into the registration hall, the suspect jumped out the window and is heading for the registration hall. Those below quickly surround him. The registration hall was crowded, and just a few security guards were insufficient to contain him. Lin Shi quickly evaded the guards and slipped into the restroom. When he emerged, he was dressed in casual attire. Having removed his mask and hat, he left the hospital without a hint of suspicion. Had today not been the end of the world, law enforcement could have utilized surveillance to track those entering and exiting the hospital to pinpoint Lin Shi. The world-renowned Xia country's sky eye was not just for show. However, filtering suspicious individuals through surveillance required time, and now, time was of the essence. Lin Shi hailed a taxi, glancing at the top right corner of the Treasure Basin interface. The first wave of danger will arrive in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. He gazed out the taxi window at the oblivious ordinary people on the streets. The apocalypse was approaching, and this should be the last moment of tranquility and harmony. It seemed that his previous post had not had the desired effect. The era of peace was about to vanish. Lin Shi kept a close watch on the countdown timer on the Treasure Basin interface. With nearly 4 kilometers remaining to his safe house, the taxi's radio suddenly crackled to life. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. Local time is 10:05 a.m. A solar storm will reach Blue Star shortly. For safety, please pull over immediately for 10 minutes. Any violations during this 10-minute period will not incur traffic penalties. All vehicles, please take note, this is the National Security Bureau. The announcement repeated incessantly. Lin Shi stood frozen in shock. Just then, his phone started ringing. Time rewinds to 15 minutes ago, at the highest floor of the Heisher Apocalypse New Energy office building. Xin Fanren, the chairman of Apocalypse New Energy, stood before the window, gravely listening to his subordinates report. Mr. Shen, we have discovered that in the past 2 days, someone has intercepted all export materials from Xia country. In the past couple of days, external orders have astonishingly surged by several dozen times. Furthermore, our sources have uncovered that the military has abruptly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call in the early hours, and from 10 a.m. onwards, the entire city of Hai has been plunged into darkness for a day. We have yet to ascertain the exact cause behind this. Xin Fanren's brow furrowed. Instead of attending to his son, whose life hung in the balance, he remained in Hai City due to the inexplicable and significant movements from above in recent days. Tensions among nations have been escalating for years. Could a war be imminent? Yet, why would a war necessitate a power outage? Xin Fanren felt a growing sense of unease regarding the nation's inscrutable actions. At that moment, his private phone rang unexpectedly. The display revealed a dedicated number from the Public Security Bureau, causing Xin Fanren's heart to skip a beat. He answered the call, and a grave voice came through. Mr. Shen, this is the Public Security Bureau of Xia City. We regret to inform you that your son Shan Jianbin, along with your ex-wife Li Huilan and 3 bodyguards, were killed just a few minutes ago. Xin Fanren's body trembled. What did you say? The voice on the other end continued. Additionally, we discovered illegal weapons, including handguns and daggers, on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Public Security Bureau of Hai City. Please do not leave Hai City in the next couple of days and cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 42. I'll see you at Chapter 43. The End of Technological Civilization. Originally, Lin Shi could only ride his bicycle at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, but he now propelled it to 40 or 50. Stop! It's dangerous, shouted a traffic officer behind him. Yet Lin Shi seemed oblivious. After cycling for a while, Lin Shi noticed that the billboards and LED lights on nearby buildings were all dark. The city center's advertisements, usually visible even from several kilometers away, were inexplicably unlit. Just moments ago, the hospital still had power. Had there been a sudden blackout? This thought briefly crossed Lin Shi's mind. Without dwelling on it, he pedaled with all his might, finally returning to the mountain just in the nick of time. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He discarded the shared bicycle and hurried to the door, unlocking it with the utmost speed. After entering the first door, he secured it and removed the surveillance camera facing the entrance, stashing it away. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. Click, the door opened. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He stepped inside, forcefully closing the door behind him and collapsing onto a beanbag chair. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare yourself. The solar storm has arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming, and source materials are rapidly generating. In that moment of darkness, Lin Shi thought to himself, what is source material? Simultaneously, an invisible solar storm swept across Blue Star. Over 1,000 satellites, both large and small, erupted into sparks, resembling a grand fireworks display. All satellites were rendered inoperative. Even those that did not explode ceased to function. The debris from the satellite explosions rained down like projectiles upon various nations' manned spacecraft. The screens of all space stations went black in an instant, only to be suddenly engulfed in electric sparks. The astronauts still working aboard the stations found themselves at the forefront of devastation, their fate sealed despite having received prior warnings about the impending solar storm. They were left with no time or opportunity to return home. Meanwhile, all devices on Blue Star simultaneously lost signal. But this was merely the beginning. The overwhelming electromagnetic pulse unleashed by the solar storm engulfed the entire Blue Star. A terrifying force radiated an invisible wave, swiftly dismantling all electronic devices containing circuits worldwide. The electromagnetic pulse would obliterate not only those devices in use, but also those that were turned off. In this technologically advanced era, virtually all appliances contain circuits. Airborne aircraft plummeted from the skies at that moment. Ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines were all rendered useless, turning into heaps of scrap metal. Countless household appliances suddenly sparked and ignited. Those fortunate enough experienced mere smoke, while others met with immediate flames. People fled their homes in terror, but some, like Lin Shi, succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the geomagnetic storm, only to be engulfed by flames in their comatose state nearby. Those near transformers were horrified to detect a burnt smell as the wires connected to the transformers began to ignite. All power stations worldwide, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, faced simultaneous energy overloads, causing fuses to blow rapidly and even ignite. Some nuclear power plants exploded, devastating areas within hundreds of kilometers. The entire world abruptly lost all power supply in the midst of night. Much of the Blue Star was plunged into darkness. Countless individuals reliant on medical machines lay in comas, edging towards death. Yet, this was not the end. All vehicles on the road, whether energy-powered, electric, or otherwise, inexplicably malfunctioned. Streets were littered with dozens, even hundreds, of car accidents. When people sought help, they were met with the terrifying realization that their phones either overheated and burned out or went completely black. They could reach no one, receive no assistance, and could only despairingly flee from the encroaching inferno. In just a few minutes, the entire Blue Star was engulfed in flames. If someone were to stand in outer space, they would witness this fleeting moment marking the end of the technological age on Blue Star. The fruits of humanity's explosive technological advancement over the past few centuries met their demise on this day. Lin Shi had experienced all of this in his previous life. This moment, he, like many sensitive individuals to the magnetic field, had fallen into a stupor due to the drastic changes in the Blue Star's magnetic field. The lack of power, coupled with all appliances being stored away by Lin Shi, rendered this danger utterly inconsequential to him. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier warnings had led to the entire nation of Xia shutting down its power supply in the morning. Compared to other nations engulfed in flames and chaos, although Xia also faced casualties, the toll was significantly mitigated. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth began to alter the trajectory of the future from this moment onward. Unconscious, Lin Shi could not perceive the changes occurring on the interface of the Treasure Basin before him. Rebooting source, generating large quantities, will accelerate the evolutionary speed of all life on Blue Star. Detected that the spark is in a safe environment, please absorb source rapidly to complete evolution. Detected that the spark has lost consciousness, auxiliary program initiated. Treasure Basin autonomously activating. In progress, activation completed. Commencing absorption of source. Lin Shi tightly closed his eyes. A faint golden light emanated from his brow. Invisible minuscule materials began to converge towards his body, merging with him. His cells and his genes, if Lin Shi's genetic chain were to be observed at this moment, one would see it rapidly absorbing this material. The genetic strands swiftly fractured, only to be instantaneously reorganized. This state bore a striking resemblance to unlocking genetic locks. However, during normal instances of unlocking genetic locks, the rate of reorganization following strand breakage was far slower. Thus, Lin Shi, now unconscious, felt no pain from the unlocking of his genetic locks. Concurrently, other beings on Blue Star unconsciously absorbed source materials. Animals absorbed the most rapidly, followed by plants, with humans trailing last. Even among humans, there were individual differences. Yet, even the most powerful animals absorbed far less than Lin Shi at this moment. After a day and night, the geomagnetic storm began to subside, and the formation rate of source materials in the air slowed. Those who had fallen into unconsciousness or discomfort due to the magnetic field changes gradually returned to normal. The golden light on Lin Shi's brow slowly dissipated. Simultaneously, the Treasure Basin interface displayed new prompts. The apocalypse has officially commenced. The countdown for the next wave of danger will begin within 72 hours. Moments later, Lin Shi's eyelids fluttered, and he awoke. Chapter 44. Encounters in the Rain. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The secure room, devoid of light sources, was engulfed in darkness. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic storm passed? Lin Shi rubbed his forehead, feeling slightly dazed. He retrieved an emergency flashlight from his space and turned it on, illuminating the walls. He then extracted a household gasoline generator and connected it to the home's wiring. As he pulled the circuit breaker, power surged back into the secure room. Lin Shi had no idea how long he had been unconscious. In his previous life, he had been comatose for a day and a night. He wondered if it was the same this time. His mechanical wristwatch indicated the time was 11:34. The hunger in his stomach suggested he hadn't eaten in 2 or 3 days. Lin Shi decided to first hydrate and eat something before venturing outside to assess the situation. He suddenly recalled the prompt that appeared on the Treasure Basin before he lost consciousness. The solar storm has arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming, and source materials are rapidly generating. What exactly are source materials? He checked the Treasure Basin interface, but there were no changes. The previous countdown had vanished. His stomach protested once more. Suppressing his rising curiosity, Lin Shi retrieved a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from his space. He filled the pot with water, placed hot pot seasoning at the bottom, and sliced the beef into the boiling broth. All the beef was fresh, and Lin Shi sliced off a piece and ate it, accompanied by some fresh vegetables. Before long, he had consumed 5 pounds of beef. When did I become such an eater? Although his stomach was full, he couldn't shake the feeling of still being hungry. Was it a lingering effect of the geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi rubbed his belly, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the faucet to test the water. The ordinary electric water pumping device would be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse. Therefore, when constructing the pumping apparatus, Lin Shi had insisted that the craftsman use a traditional, non-powered water pumping device. The fact that water was still flowing proved that Lin Shi's foresight had not been in vain. The water was slightly cold, yet still within a normal range. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changed into long sleeves and pants and opened the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of the safe house was exceptional. As he approached the front door, he first peered outside through the peephole. Then he opened the door. Outside, it was pouring rain, and Lin Shi reached out to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was only slightly cool. It seemed that the duration of his unconsciousness was similar to that of his previous life. After the solar storm in his past life, the sun's rays had diminished at a visibly rapid pace. And within 3 days, the temperature on Blue Planet had plummeted by several dozen degrees. That time, Lin Shi was in Heisher, and he remembered that the temperature had dropped by over 10 degrees Celsius the day after he woke up, accompanied by heavy rain. People were still panicking due to the loss of electricity and the inability to receive external news following the solar storm. They did not notice the abnormal weather, merely assuming it was a wave of strong cold air. However, by the 3rd day, the temperature had further dropped by more than 20 degrees. Many areas experienced hail, strong typhoons, and blizzards. People began to realize something was amiss. Braving the heavy snow to loot supplies. By the 4th day, the temperature fell again, dropping by over 30 degrees in a single day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon was 20 to 30 degrees, which was extremely alarming. Many who had gone out to gather supplies did not make it home in time, succumbing to hypothermia in the blizzard. In the south, temperatures plunged to around -50 degrees Celsius, and it was even worse in the north. The human body requires time to acclimatize to temperature changes, but the sun had offered no time for adaptation. Even those huddled under blankets at home found themselves unable to withstand the sudden drop in temperature, leading to widespread illness and frostbite, with many succumbing to the cold. Hospitals were overwhelmed, and all equipment and ambulances had been destroyed in the solar storm, with no electricity supply. The speed of treatment could not keep pace with the number of ill, and medication began to run short. Countless people perished within a day. Panic and chaos ensued as people finally realized the apocalypse had arrived. Shi, being close to the equator, was currently in summer, so the rate of temperature drop should not be as rapid as in Heisher. Just a couple of days ago, the daytime temperature in Shi had still been a balmy 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi pulled out an electronic air thermometer. The result indicated a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. He returned indoors, donned a jacket, and slung on a backpack. Taking advantage of the lull before the impending snowstorm, he decided to venture out to gather some supplies. Although the resources within his space were already sufficient for his needs, no one would ever complain about having too much. Surplus resources could be traded or kept for emergencies. Now that there were no more surveillance cameras outside, he no longer had to be cautious about exposing the existence of his space. Putting on a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up the shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded earlier. The electronic lock of the shared bicycle had been damaged by the electromagnetic pulse, but it did not affect its usability. He hopped onto the bicycle and sped down the hill. Upon descending, Lin Shi found that riding today was considerably easier. Previously, he had to exert all his strength on the pedals to reach a speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. But now he could effortlessly achieve that pace. Had his physical condition improved after a single nap? Lost in thought, he failed to notice a junction ahead where a group of people was emerging. They were clad in matching raincoats, each bearing a resolute expression, their demeanor alert and vigilant. Upon closer inspection, one could see the standard army green military uniforms peeking out from beneath their raincoats. Among this group was a girl in a transparent raincoat, dressed in a white gown, carefully shielded in the center. As Lin Shi suddenly appeared from the corner, he realized it was too late to brake. Screech! The harsh sound of brakes echoed as the shared bicycle continued to careen towards the group. Ah! A startled cry escaped from the girl among them. A middle-aged man in the group furrowed his brow, stepping forward with a swift kick aimed at the bicycle's wheel. Normally, such a kick would surely fracture the assailant's leg due to the force of impact. However, to everyone's surprise, instead of the expected cry of pain, Lin Shi, along with his bicycle, was sent skidding backward. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed, and after retreating several meters, he finally stabilized the bicycle. Upon looking down, he noticed that the front frame of the shared bicycle had been dented. Who were these people? So strong. Who are you? The others became alert, their gazes fixed warily on Lin Shi, some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Lin Shi quickly regained his composure and scratched his head apologetically, exclaiming, "Sorry, I just stepped out to buy some things and was in a hurry to get home. Thankfully, I didn't collide with any of you. That uncle, are you all right?" The middle-aged man remained silent, merely frowning at Lin Shi. His eyes filled with scrutiny and wariness. Lin Shi tightened his grip on the handlebars. Both parties fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from the group. "Uncle Chio, let it go. He didn't do it on purpose." Chapter 45. Port $0 Purchase Bad Content. Chapter 46. The Emergence of Malicious Intent. But what if there are still cameras or electricity? The bald young man said cautiously, his eyes filled with concern and a hint of fear. Likue, filled with frustration, pointed his finger at the bald young man, angrily stating, "That's why I said you won't get rich. You have no observational skills. Do you see any electricity anywhere in Shi right now? Not even the traffic lights are working." Likue glanced at the four brothers who had followed him for 2 years, taking in their expressions of struggle, and began to reason with them. "I brought you all out to make money because you've been with me for so long. If I were to betray you, I would be betraying myself too. This is a golden opportunity. Once electricity is restored, we won't have another chance. Think about those who look down on you. Why do they look down on you? Because you have no money. Now the opportunity to make money is right in front of you. Do you want to remain poor and be looked down upon for the rest of your lives?" Likue spoke passionately, his words punctuated by fervor. The reason for his fervent speech was that he had accrued a substantial debt from gambling a few days prior. The individuals he owed money to were not like him. They had considerable backing and could easily deal with him. If he failed to repay the debt, he would soon be missing limbs. He had been desperate when suddenly the entire Shushi lost power. It felt like divine intervention. Thus, he decisively set his sights on the nearby port. Knowing he couldn't carry much alone, so he called upon these 4 cowards. Seeing that the 4 seemed swayed by his words, Li Kuei seized the moment. There are so many boxes here. If we empty one, no one will notice, and with no surveillance, even if someone does notice, they won't know it was us. What is there to fear? If we get caught, you can just say I ordered you to do it. Seeing Li Kuei's reasoning, taking the blame upon himself, the others finally set aside their worries, their eyes glimmering with varying degrees of greed. They were all in their 20s, without a single legitimate job, spending most of their time relying on their families. This commonality had drawn them together. One young man with yellow hair spat on the ground. Let's do it. These are the profits that capitalists have scraped off us common folks. We are merely redistributing wealth. Li Gu is right. There is no surveillance. What is there to fear? Once we complete this job, I'll throw the money in front of my old man and show him his son is just a useless spendthrift. Another, a stout man with layers of flesh around his neck, chimed in. The last one, a young man with a buzz cut and earrings, declared, let us do it. The bald young man, seeing his companion's resolve, gritted his teeth. I'll follow Li Gu. Good. Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Move quickly when the time comes. Let us go. Just then, the yellow-haired young man suddenly exclaimed, Li Gu, there is someone over there. Could it be a staff member here? A yellow-haired youth pointed to Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, busy opening a mystery box, or rather, collecting supplies from a shipping container. Li Kuei glanced in the direction indicated by his subordinate, sizing up Lin Shi. He quickly discerned that Lin Shi was no staff member. The workers here all wore standardized uniforms. Don't mind him. We'll head to the other side. With that, he led his subordinates toward another set of containers. The port's shipping containers included both imports and exports, containing a myriad of items. Just moments ago, Lin Shi had collected a container of medicine and a box of luxury goods. While the luxury goods were of no use, the medicine was incredibly precious. Placing his hand on the container in front of him, he focused his thoughts. To his surprise, inside was a box full of seeds. The container was packed to the brim with over 2,000 cardboard boxes, each labeled with the name of the seeds. The seeds were minuscule, with a single box potentially containing tens of thousands of them. This entire container held no less than 1 billion seeds. If he did not take them, they would soon freeze and become unusable. However, even if he took them, under the conditions of the apocalypse, planting them would be impossible. In this extreme cold, aside from a few mutated plants, most flora would perish. Greenery would no longer be visible. The world would be devoid of color. Save for white. Lin Shi shook his head with a hint of regret, yet he still stowed the items into his space. After collecting over 100 containers of supplies, only a small corner of his space was occupied. With the current volume of his space, accommodating over 20,000 containers of goods posed no challenge. Lin Shi continued his stride towards the next container. Suddenly, a series of metallic clinks echoed from a distance. Frowning, Lin Shi turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The view was obstructed by containers, preventing him from discerning the situation several hundred meters away. Cautiously, he approached, concealing himself behind a container to peek. He discovered 5 masked individuals wielding a fire axe, evidently stolen, as they attempted to hack at the lock of a container. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Shi's face. It was astonishing how quickly others had responded, sharing the same intent as he did. However, these individuals lacked a space of their own. They could only break the locks to remove the contents inside, and without vehicles, they could not carry much. Though the sound of the rain masked their actions, such commotion could easily attract the attention of nearby management personnel. Indeed, after a few cautious glances, Lin Shi spotted 2 management staff, clad in raincoats, jogging towards him from several hundred meters away. The door is open. It's unlocked. Hurry. Let us see what's inside. Whoa. Isn't that the bag often carried by female celebrities on TV? This is a Durex brand. I have an X brand over here. This entire container is filled with valuable goods. We're going to strike it rich. The 5 rushed into the container, hastily opening boxes, utterly engulfed by their astonishment. Oblivious to the approaching management personnel, Lin Shi swiftly concealed himself further behind the container, discreetly gathering the supplies from within into his space. The two port management personnel, following the sounds, quickly discovered the open container. "Hey, what are you doing?" The five were startled, the bald young man dropping the box containing the Durex bag onto the ground. Li go. We've been discovered." "Shut up, you fool." Li Kuei hissed. The two management personnel brandished their batons, pointing at the five, commanding, "Come out." Li Kuei glanced at the container brimming with luxury items, his eyes gleaming with greed. With this cash, he could not only repay his usurious debts, but also afford a house in the suburbs, leading a secure and stable life thereafter. If today's endeavor failed, he would be unable to repay the exorbitant loans, facing the grim fate of having his limbs severed and being imprisoned. With no surveillance in place, eliminating these two would leave no trace of his involvement. A ruthless glint flickered across Li Kuei's face as he seized the fire axe beside him and charged towards one of the port management personnel. Chapter 47. The arrival of the Sand City forces. The two management personnel were taken aback by the ferocity of the assailants. During their moment of shock, one was swiftly felled. Blood pooled around the fallen figure. The other, paralyzed by fear, scrambled backward, his face a mask of terror, pleading, "No, please don't kill me." Li Kuei's axe struck the man's leg, his bloodshot eyes sweeping menacingly over the four accomplices. The bloody axe still in hand. "Aren't you going to act?" This scene was a profound shock to the four, who had always lived in a world governed by safety and peace. Fearing for their lives, they summoned their courage and approached the two still-breathing management personnel. Lin Shi, however, chose not to witness the unfolding horror any longer. Such scenes would soon become commonplace. Opting not to interfere, he shifted direction and continued to collect supplies. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi had amassed a substantial portion of the supplies from the containers at the port. The weather, already dreary, had turned darker as evening approached, with the temperature dropping several degrees from midday. The humid air carried a slight chill. With no streetlights and the absence of a moon on this rainy night, Lin Shi resolved to return. Perhaps it was simply an ill-fated day, for as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly encountered the five individuals again. They were no longer the same as before. 3 had lost their raincoats, revealing their true identities, and all were stained with blood. Particularly, the one who had struck first bore bloodstains that obscured the original color of his green attire. "Li Gu, it's that kid from before." The blonde-haired man recognized Lin Shi immediately. After Lin Shi had left, they had spent less than half an hour moving items when they encountered 3 workers searching for them. Whether it was 2 or 5, killing was the same, and the group silently unified in their actions. Having experienced 2 murders, they had largely overcome their psychological fears, driven by bloodlust, ready to kill upon sight. The buzzcut man, with a ferocious expression, charged at Lin Shi. Fire axe raised, Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, retrieving a silenced pistol from his space, and fired directly. Thud. A blood hole appeared in the buzzcut man's forehead, and propelled by inertia, he stumbled a few steps before collapsing. Dropping the fire axe, the other 4, including Li Kuei, abruptly snapped out of their frenzied state. Thud. The bald young man knelt, clutching his head in terror. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Please don't kill me." Lin Shi, fluidly drawing his weapon, fired again. The bald man instinctively perceived Lin Shi as a law enforcement officer. Li Kuei, his face contorted with rage, shouted, "What are you afraid of? We've killed enough people to warrant bullets. He's just one man with a single gun. Let us take him down together." With that, he charged ahead. The fat man and the blonde, emboldened by Li Kuei's words, surged towards Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Lin Shi fired thrice, and one by one, they fell. The last, the blonde, nearly grasped Lin Shi's arm, but in his weakened state, he stood no chance against Lin Shi in a mere moment. 4 bodies lay lifeless on the ground. The so-called Robin Hood squad was now reduced to the bald young man, who was left trembling in fear, having lost control of his bladder. Lin Shi aimed his gun at the bald young man, in a state of despair and terror. The young man rolled his eyes back and fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to step closer to silence him, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps nearby. The sound was rhythmic, and Lin Shi instinctively sensed trouble. retreating swiftly behind a container. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from behind a stack of containers, closing in on Lin Shi within mere meters. Who goes there? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Are these soldiers? He recalled that the troops stationed in Sand City were based on a small island. With no boats available, had they truly rowed over? As dusk approached, with heavy rain obscuring visibility, Lin Shi had not noticed any vessels on the sea. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he lowered his footsteps and quickly retreated. Using the containers for cover, however, fortune was not on Lin Shi's side today. Just as he evaded one wave of soldiers, he barely made it a few meters when another group of soldiers emerged from behind a nearby container. A dozen dark barrels were aimed directly at Lin Shi. Who are you? Lin Shi immediately halted, raising his hands and feigning a panicked expression. I'm just a student. Upon hearing he was a student, the soldiers lowered their weapons slightly, yet remained vigilant, encircling Lin Shi. Don't move. They had just disembarked at the port and discovered several corpses nearby, along with signs of forced entry into containers and missing goods. This undoubtedly pointed to a heinous murder case. The military of Xia country, while their mission was to take control of the supplies here, they also bore the responsibility of apprehending the culprits. One soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. Lin Shi had already stowed his pistol back into his space, complying obediently. Report. No hazardous items. The soldier returned to formation. A man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, approached Lin Shi with a serious demeanor, confirming his age before inquiring, "Which school do you attend, and why are you here?" Sand City Art College, Lin Shi replied, mentioning Suqin's school. The identity of a student was more likely to allay their suspicions, especially since Lin Shi had indeed been a student. I was trying to return to school, but I got lost without navigation, Lin Shi explained. Without taxis or navigation, this reasoning was logically sound. Show me your student ID. I didn't bring my student ID. Lin Shi feigned unease. Would my identification card suffice? Seeing the nod from the soldier, Lin Shi retrieved his ID from the unsearched compartment of his phone case. Storing his ID or access card in the phone case was one of Lin Shi's habits. The soldier, Wang Chao, examined the ID, confirmed its validity, and returned it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi appeared clean and intact, devoid of any blood, and without any weapons on him, just 19 years of age. He hardly resembled a murderer. However, Wang Chao felt an underlying unease about Lin Shi. Come with me to the front. I'll have someone escort you back to school shortly. Lin Shi's heart sank at these words, though he maintained an outward facade of composure. All right. Soon, Lin Shi was led to an open area. A quick glance revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed. Additionally, over 100 port management personnel, clad in uniform, were gathered in the same space. That moment, a port leader, noticeably rotund, was tearfully conversing with a man who appeared to be a commanding officer. Among them, Lin Shi spotted the bald young man. The sole survivor of the group, tightly bound with ropes, a look of despair etched across his face as two soldiers stood guard over him. Just then, the bald young man lifted his head and cast his gaze towards Lin Shi. Chapter 48. Escape. Bad Content. Chapter 49. Shushi Art Academy. Bad Content. Chapter 50. Hailstorm. Bad Content. Chapter 51. Darkness and Light. Part 1. After Li Wei's departure. Lin Shi sat cross-legged nearby, observing the transformation of Suqin. Despite Suqin's evident suffering, he remained unmoved. The sweat pouring from her pain soaked her hair and clothes, the thin white t-shirt clinging to her form, revealing her delicate silhouette. If it were an ordinary young man in the company of a beautiful woman seemingly incapable of resistance, even the most restrained individual might feel their blood race and cheeks flush. However, Lin Shi felt no flicker of desire at the scene before him. 10 minutes later, the anguish on Suqin's face began to fade, her body gradually calming. Once she regained her composure, she weakly opened her eyes and glanced around. Where am I? Am I not dead? Lin Shi helped her lean against the wall. This is the gymnasium. You just had an episode. Episode? I'm not ill that I don't know what happened. I was on the verge of fainting. And suddenly I felt excruciating pain. Suqin's expression was one of confusion and dread. The pain she had just endured was unbearable. Lin Shi's gaze shifted, his suspicion deepening that Suqin might have inadvertently activated her genetic lock. Did anything unusual occur before you entered the gymnasium? Or did you experience any peculiar sensations? Su Qin shook her head. I was too scared before. All I could think of was running, but I fainted while fleeing. Who rescued me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? Su Qin fixed her gaze intently on him. It was that soldier who saved you, Lin Shi replied without admitting any involvement. Su Qin lowered her head. The dim candlelight obscured her expression. Where's that soldier? He went to find the school doctor. Upon hearing this, Su Qin fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a prolonged pause, she suddenly spoke in a low voice. Why? Lin Shi looked at her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower, using your flashlight to illuminate the path, Xiao wouldn't he have died? Why? Why have you become so cold-blooded? You caused Xiao's death. By the end of her outburst, Su Qin nearly shouted. Throughout her painful episode, she had remained conscious and had overheard the conversation between Lin Shi and Li Wei, yet she had been powerless to voice her thoughts, having endured a series of near-death experiences. Her mind was frayed, and that last question was the final straw. Xiao had called her name before her demise, yet she had not turned back, nor had she paused. Unable to bear the burden of guilt for Xiao's death, she transferred all blame onto Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was a mask of accusation and resentment, her crimson eyes fixated on Lin Shi. Lin Shi's gaze grew cold, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He had encountered such situations too often. Whether labeled cold-hearted or selfish, the harsh lessons of the apocalypse had taught him not to extend genuine kindness or goodwill to anyone. Even if he had been the one to save Su Qin, she would still believe he was responsible for Xiao's death. Yet Su Qin failed to consider that Lin Shi and Xiao were unrelated. Why should he risk his life to save her? With a flicker of thought, a dagger materialized in Lin Shi's hand from behind his back. He could not allow someone who harbored hatred towards him to continue living, especially someone who might have unlocked their genetic potential. That posed a threat to him. Su Qin was startled by Lin Shi's gaze, instinctively retreating. Yet behind her lay the cold wall. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the gym. Lin Shi swiftly concealed the dagger. Li Wei hurried into the gym, pulling someone along with him. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi stood up and noticed a man in a white coat, carrying a medical kit. Hastening towards Su Qin. "Su Qin, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" The man surprisingly recognized her. Su Qin, equally astonished, replied, "Dr. Chu?" Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, observing as Dr. Chu inquired about Su Qin's condition and examined her. Lin Shi refrained from asking the already bruised Li Wei how he had located the doctor, keenly listening to Su Qin's account. Her words mirrored what she had told Lin Shi earlier. Suddenly, Dr. Chu turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei. "Su Qin has numerous external injuries. I need to treat and bandage her. Gentlemen, please step outside for a moment." Su Qin lowered her head in embarrassment. Lin Shi turned to leave, followed closely by Li Wei, who closed the door behind them. As soon as the door to the gymnasium shut, Su Qin collapsed into Dr. Chu's embrace, weeping softly. Moments before, while Dr. Chu had leaned in to examine her, Su Qin had discreetly tugged at his clothing, using his form as cover, and written, "Help me" in his palm. "Werwo, Dr. Chu, someone is trying to kill me." Just moments ago, Su Qin had glimpsed Lin Shi's silhouette reflected in the glass, witnessing the dagger that had seemingly appeared in his hand. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. Dr. Chu, feeling her warmth against him, experienced a fleeting surge of desire. Gently patting Su Qin's back, he reassured her, "Take your time. Tell me what happened." Lin Shi and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment before addressing Lin Shi. "The escort mission is complete. I should return now." Chapter 52, Darkness and Light, Part 2, Bad Content. Chapter 53, If I Shoot at You? Just try to dodge. Bad Content. Chapter 54, Return Journey. At present, Lin Shi felt a 70% certainty that the unlocking of the genetic lock was closely tied to the intense life-and-death crisis. "You liar." Su Qin attempted to confront Lin Shi, questioning why he had not kept his word. Yet in the next moment, she collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing. 8 seconds. The time elapsed from Su Qin dodging the bullet to her falling down. Lin Shi fixed his gaze on her. This time, Su Qin did not lose consciousness. Her body exhibited the same reaction as before. "Does it hurt?" Lin Shi observed. noticing that the side effects of the genetic lock were markedly more severe this time. Blood oozed from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth. Her eyes filled with crimson veins. Su Qin could not utter a sound, her eyes locking onto Lin Shi, conveying a clear message. Kill her. Lin Shi remained indifferent. Ultimately, after 17 minutes, the side effects subsided, and Su Qin fell into unconsciousness. Lin Shi holstered his pistol and plunged a knife into Su Qin's heart, ending her life. Casting a glance at his mechanical watch, he noted it was already past 3 in the morning. It was time for him to leave. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to store both Dr. Chu and Su Qin's bodies in his space, to prevent any future discovery through their remains. Outside, a fierce wind had begun to blow, causing the windows of the Taekwondo gym to rattle ominously. The indoor temperature, previously a comfortable 12 degrees, had plummeted to around 10 degrees. Outside, it was likely only 5 or 6 degrees. Lin Shi first retrieved a warmer set of clothes before pulling out a shared bicycle. Attaching the flashlight to the front, he pedaled towards the Shushi Cross-Sea Bridge. Now, with several corpses stored in his space, although they remained preserved and uncorrupted, the presence of so much food alongside them was unsettling. Lin Shi planned to take advantage of the cover of darkness to dispose of these bodies. After cycling a few kilometers, fog began to envelop the area, reducing visibility. Occasionally, he spotted a few pale corpses that had been struck down by hail. Some had their heads smashed in, brain matter splattered, while others were a gruesome mess, blood pooling around them. In such a dark, silent night, it all appeared particularly eerie and horrifying. Lin Shi showed little change in expression. Having witnessed numerous corpses in the apocalypse, he had become immune to such sights. The hailstorm in Shushi had occurred at night, unlike the daytime disaster in his previous life in Haishur, which would have resulted in even more fatalities. After about 20 minutes, Lin Shi tossed several corpses into the sea with a plop, as if dropping dumplings. He also took the opportunity to wash the bulletproof SUV. Once the blood was cleaned from the vehicle, he drove directly towards the safe house. At this hour, there were likely few people out and about. Even if someone heard the vehicle, they would not see who was driving. With the high clearance of the SUV, he could simply run over any bodies without needing to disembark. This was far more convenient than the shared bicycle. Naturally, Lin Shi would not foolishly cycle in the cold wind. As he passed through the urban area, some individuals heard the sound of the vehicle below. "Honey, wake up, I think I heard a car." "Dear, stop messing around. Go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." A car. Are there still any functioning vehicles? Some opened their windows to peer outside, only to be met with a gust of frigid air, hastily shutting the window again. The road occasionally presented obstacles and corpses, prompting Lin Shi to drive at a moderate speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As dawn broke, he stored the vehicle back in his space and reverted to the shared bicycle. With daylight creeping in, Lin Shi observed a greater number of hurried pedestrians than the day before. Moreover, the majority of the individuals present were young adults. Just yesterday, many were clad in short-sleeved shirts, yet today, they have uniformly donned long-sleeved jackets. However, the clothing of most appeared rather flimsy, as Lin Shi had anticipated. In Shushi, a city that seems to bask in summer throughout the year, the local residents were ill-prepared for winter attire. The fog thickened, and sporadic snowflakes began to fall, an almost impossible weather phenomenon for Shushi. Even the most oblivious could sense that something was amiss. Those who had rushed to hoard food yesterday were now frantically seeking warm clothing and bedding. Countless individuals on the streets were shivering, their lips turning purple from the cold. Yet, despite the biting wind, they were compelled to venture out. At home, elderly individuals and children were in dire need of warmth. Yet, it remained uncertain how many of the household's pillars would return alive today. A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi observed that some individuals, unable to endure the cold, resorted to smashing the glass of shuttered shops. They ripped down curtains or seized other items for warmth. Order began to unravel. As the apocalypse loomed, the desperate acts of survival could lead to anything. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The path to his safe haven lay just beyond the village, requiring him to either circle around or traverse through the village itself. Given the villagers' notorious behavior, Lin Shi wisely opted for the longer route. Yet today, a throng of villagers surrounded his necessary passage just outside the village. On the cement road outside the village, a dozen villagers wielding kitchen knives, hoes, hatchets, and clubs formed a barricade in the middle of the road. The cacophony of shouts erupted from within this circle. Attack? Kill it! Liangzi, hurry up! In this frigid weather, I've been yearning for a dog meat hot pot. What are you afraid of? It's merely a beast, and we are many. Well, why don't you step forward then? In the midst of these villagers stood a dog, battered and bruised, baring its teeth and emitting threatening growls. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a large breed, its once pristine coat now obscured by dirt. Its round, expressive eyes revealed a fierce demeanor, and the sharp teeth that glinted with traces of blood were a sight to behold. Astonishingly, its eyes were heterochromatic, the left a deep sea blue, while the right blazed a fiery crimson. It's just a beast, with so many of us. How could it possibly bite someone to death? Killing this creature means several pounds of meat for each of us. We can't find any at the market now. The speaker was none other than Li Chong, who had attempted to extort Lin Shi just days prior. Though Li Chong's words held some merit, none dared to take the initiative. They were all waiting for someone else to distract the dog, ensuring their own safety in the process. Who would be foolish enough to get bitten? It was the village chief, the oldest among them, who finally made the call. All right, Xiangzi, Liangzi, you two are the strongest here. You go. Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged glances, understanding each other's unspoken thoughts. Wang Liang protested, Uncle, if you say that, I'm going home. Why should it always be me and Chong taking the lead? Li Chong chimed in, Exactly. Last time you sent me up the mountain, my father ended up with a broken hand, and I still haven't collected a penny from that scoundrel. Just yesterday, Li Chong had pounded on Lin Shi's door, shouting and banging until he was exhausted. Yet Lin Shi never emerged, leaving him thoroughly disgruntled. Now, with no money in hand and medical expenses already in the thousands, Li Chong silently vowed to make Lin Shi pay the next time he saw him. As fate would have it, just then, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, and Lin Shi, obscured by the wind and snow, only discovered the villagers ahead as he drew near. The villagers, spotting Lin Shi, turned their attention to him. Li Chong brandished his hatchet, pointing it at Lin Shi with an angry shout. You little brat! We've finally found you! Chapter 55. Assault with a deadly weapon. Li Chong disregarded the dog entirely. Striding forward to block Lin Shi's path, he snarled menacingly, You will pay! My father's medical bills, compensation for emotional distress, lost wages, nutritional expenses. It totals 500,000. I distinctly recall you mentioned 50,000 last time? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Dismounting his shared bicycle with a leisurely demeanor, Li Chong glared. Last time was last time. Look at the situation now. Just a few days ago, meat was a mere dozen per pound, and now it's 50 and still impossible to find. The remaining villagers encircled Lin Shi, their intentions clear. According to village tradition, no matter the amount owed, it was to be equally divided among the villagers. Compared to 500,000, a mere dog was insignificant. And what if I refuse? Lin Shi, unfazed by the crowd, calmly inquired. Refuse? Ha! Let's ask the weapons in our hands what they think. Surely you aren't considering calling the police for help, are you? Go ahead and try. One villager, emboldened by the knowledge that all electronic devices were rendered useless, taunted. Kid, this village and the surrounding mountains are under our control now. If you can't cough up the cash, you won't be leaving today. Right? Hurry up and pay, or do you believe we won't break your legs? Another villager brandished a club, threateningly. Listen, if you don't compensate, they might just beat you to death with their sticks. Think carefully. The village chief seemingly offered sound advice while subtly signaling behind his back. Noting the chief's gesture, Li Chong felt a surge of glee. This was his chance to settle the score from last time. Unlike before, he stood among a dozen comrades, and he held no fear that Lin Shi would dare retaliate this time. He was determined to teach this brat a lesson. With a sinister grin, Li Chong stepped closer to Lin Shi, swinging a mighty slap towards his face. The large palm sliced through the air with a whoosh, and if it connected, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be knocked to the ground. The other villagers wore expressions of anticipation. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them. He swiftly seized Li Chong's hand. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Lin Shi struck Li Chong back. The scene was eerily reminiscent, and Li Chong's mind momentarily blanked. The force of the blow sent him spinning, crashing to the ground, the hatchet slipping from his grasp. His head buzzed, and as he spat out something from his mouth, he was horrified to discover it was 2 bloody teeth. Clearly, Lin Shi had held nothing back this time. The dozen villagers fell into a stunned silence. The atmosphere turned inexplicably quiet for a moment. They were 13 against 1, holding an absolute advantage with weapons in hand. Never had they imagined that Lin Shi, cornered by so many, would dare to fight back, and with such ferocity. Li Chang was enraged. The previous incident, witnessed only by his family, lingered in his memory, but now he had been humiliated before the villagers. The pain on his face ignited a tempest of fury within him. "I'll kill you." Li Chang sprang to his feet, retrieving the hatchet and swinging it towards Lin Shi's head. It became evident that a small fraction of individuals could be driven by their emotions, making irrational choices they would regret for a lifetime. In that moment, Li Chang was blinded by rage. "Li Chang, stop!" The voices of 2 individuals rang out in unison. Yet, Li Chang appeared deaf to their words, continuing his assault with unwavering intent. Lin Shi stood motionless as the hatchet bore down upon him. Seemingly paralyzed with fear, the scene was so tense that even the most timid villagers dared not look directly. But just then, a shadow darted past. Ah! Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot startled the birds within 100 meters. Simultaneously, Li Chang's scream echoed alongside the gunfire. Just before the shot rang out, the dog that had been cornered by the villagers clamped its jaws around Li Chang's left leg. It turned out that the dog had not fled after breaking free from the encirclement, but had instead stealthily maneuvered to the grassy area beside the cement road. Lin Shi was taken aback. He had noticed the dog earlier but had chosen to ignore it. He never expected it would come to his aid when Li Chang attacked. Li Chang was struck in the side by a bullet. The hatchet clattering to the ground, he collapsed, the dog swiftly retreating to safety. The gunfire sent a shockwave through everyone present, except for Lin Shi. The villagers gasped in shock. "Don't move. Drop all your weapons. Raise your hands." 2 security officers emerged from the village, their expressions stern, firearms at the ready. They had been dispatched to inform various villages and counties about the need for warmth and resource storage. After checking other villages without issue, they arrived at Wulong village only to find it in chaos. Upon learning that the village chief was outside dealing with a dog, they rushed over, only to witness an attempted murder with a weapon. The officer who had just fired was one of the 2, the same who had earlier shouted for Li Chang to stop. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chang and then at the guns held by the officers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily discarded their weapons, the clattering sound echoing as they hit the ground. The officers approached, weapon drawn, commanding, "Everyone squat down. Form a line along the roadside." The villagers complied, and Lin Shi obediently squatted down beside Li Chang. Though Li Chang was not dead, he lay on the ground, his eyes wide with rage, fixated on Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi might have already met a gruesome fate. Observing Li Chang's expression, Lin Shi suddenly felt a wicked amusement. Chapter 56. The villager's misfortune. A normal person, confronted with the resentful gaze of one on the brink of death, would undoubtedly feel a shiver of trepidation deep within. Yet, Lin Shi was clearly unfazed. He slightly parted his lips, his expression unwavering, and spoke in a tone barely audible to anyone but the 2 of them. "Rest assured, you shall not die alone. I shall ensure that your parents and sister accompany you when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Li Chang's eyes widened with fury, and in his rage, he kicked out his legs, promptly rolling his eyes back. An officer approached to assess Li Chang's condition. Lin Shi quickly composed himself, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had narrowly escaped disaster. The officer, upon discovering that Li Chang had succumbed, turned to his colleague and declared, "The perpetrator is dead." "Are you all right? Are you injured?" the officer inquired of Lin Shi. Lin Shi replied, "No, fortunately, you arrived in time. These villagers were extorting me." The village chief, with a sudden shift in demeanor, dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face, interrupting Lin Shi. "Oh heavens! What sins have we committed?" The village chief sobbed uncontrollably, pounding his chest as he cried out, "Old Li, your hand has been broken by this scoundrel, and your son has been killed by him. How can I ever face your family?" He knelt before the villagers, gesturing with his hands behind him. The villagers immediately grasped the cue. Wang Liang, his face a mask of indignation, pointed to the 2 teeth Li Chong had lost on the ground and exclaimed, "This villain broke Strong Z's father's hand, and we demand medical compensation for Strong Z." Not only did he refuse, but he also knocked out Strong Z's teeth. "Officer, look at these 2 teeth on the ground, and then look at Strong Z's face." The officer indeed spotted the 2 teeth and examined Li Chong's face, which was severely bruised and swollen. The fact that Li Chong had committed murder was indisputable. Thus, it seemed fitting to drag this insufferable brat down with him, a thought that flashed with malice in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief cast a look of approval at Wang Liang, recognizing him as his most promising successor. Yes, Strong Z only retaliated when pushed to the brink. How can one inflict such harm and deny the right to self-defense? Strong Z met a tragic end. What will become of his elderly parents and unmarried sister? Is there no justice left in this world? The villagers, having practiced this routine for years, quickly voiced their grievances. Both officers furrowed their brows and inquired, "Did you strike him?" Lin Shi did not deny it. "He approached me with a knife, and I merely defended myself." "Understood that in such situations, it is best to flee. Your safety is paramount, do you comprehend?" One officer patted Lin Shi's shoulder. This village was notorious in the region, and the officers had heard tales of it before. They were naturally skeptical of the villagers' claims. They had witnessed the assailant wielding a knife while a throng of villagers surrounded Lin Shi, weapons drawn. Most crucially, Lin Shi was unarmed, clearly the victim in this scenario. Lin Shi's expression bore genuine astonishment. This was not feigned. He had anticipated a confrontation with the villagers. However, he quickly grasped the unfolding situation. The villagers were left dumbfounded. Typically, they relied on their numbers and cooperation to intimidate officers with impunity, but this time, their numbers did not grant them authority. "Officer, he struck him. How can you favor him?" Wang Liang challenged defiantly. "Even if it were a brawl, that does not justify murder," one officer responded. "You all surrounded him with weapons. Even if he retaliated, it would be self-defense. We witnessed your collective aggression firsthand. Were you not prepared to commit a crime in broad daylight?" Another officer added. "We wield these tools to fend off dogs," a villager protested. "Where are the dogs?" The villagers looked around. Realizing the dogs had long since fled, the officers sternly addressed the villagers. "You will all remain in the village for the duration of the investigation, understood?" Times had changed. Had this occurred days prior, they would have thoroughly investigated and dealt with the matter sternly, bringing all involved back to the station. However, now they had more pressing issues at hand. The dozen or so villagers wore expressions of discontent. The fear of the officers was not easily dispelled, and despite the lack of surveillance, they dared not openly confront the officers. Noting the villagers' silence, the 2 officers exchanged relieved glances, as members of the system. They understood better than anyone the current state of disorder. Despite the evident truth, the officers still pulled Lin Shi aside to inquire about the events, taking a brief statement. Lin Shi recounted how Li Chong and his family had attempted to extort him at his doorstep, how he had, accidentally, brokenly dodged his hand and promised to compensate them with 50,000, only to be confronted with a demand for 500,000, which led to the altercation. The officers nodded, finding his account consistent with their suspicions. "Will you accompany us to the town? We can arrange a place for you to stay. It's not safe here, and we cannot ensure your protection in this remote area," one officer suggested. The implication clear. They feared the villagers might retaliate against Lin Shi. The villagers seethed with resentment at the officers' words, cursing them under their breath. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi declined. "I want to go." The officer pulled Lin Shi aside, lowering his voice. "Once we leave, if these villagers trouble you, we want to be able to assist." Lin Shi met the officer's gaze and recognized his genuine concern for his safety. However, he firmly rejected the offer. "I will safeguard myself. I have learned some self-defense techniques. Moreover, my home is secure. They cannot harm me." After a few more attempts to persuade him, the officers saw his determination and relented. "If you encounter any trouble, seek help at the nearest town security office." "Understand?" Lin Shi nodded. Seeking help was out of the question. The ones in need of assistance were these villagers. Unbeknownst to the 2 officers, the group of villagers behind them wore expressions of malice. Their eyes fixed on Lin Shi. Some even made provocative gestures in his direction. The village chief glared at Lin Shi with a dark expression. This village had never suffered such a significant loss before. Lin Shi, in the face of their hostility, merely curled his lips in a cold smile point. One officer noticed Lin Shi's gaze and turned to see the villagers quickly revert to their usual demeanor. Though he still caught sight of a few hostile glances. You may return to your homes. Remember to stay inside for the next few days. Village chief, remain. The officer resolved to sternly admonish the village chief. The other villagers shot Lin Shi one last menacing look before dispersing. You should also return home. Refrain from going out and keep warm while storing some food, the officer advised Lin Shi. Lin Shi acknowledged the warning. As he rode away on a shared bicycle, he glanced back at the thicket where the earlier dog had taken refuge. It was now empty. Perhaps his arrival had inadvertently saved the dog from danger, prompting it to leap to his defense when Li Chang attacked. Truly, a grateful creature. Lin Shi felt a twinge of regret for his previous decision to forego dog ownership. The journey back up the mountain was uneventful. However, upon reaching the summit, he spotted a dark, unkempt dog sitting in the clearing by his door. Lin Shi's spirits lifted instantly. Were you waiting for me? Chapter 57. A new companion 1 inch. Were you waiting for me? The dog merely gazed at Lin Shi. Silent, Lin Shi casually returned the shared bicycle to its designated space. Before this dog, he felt no need to conceal anything. Yet, he instinctively glanced at the dog's expression. The dog was fixated on Lin Shi's hand as he returned the bike, tilting its head slightly, a glimmer of curiosity in its intelligent eyes, seemingly perplexed as to how that hand could make objects vanish into thin air. Such a large dog displaying such an expression was undeniably amusing, further affirming its cleverness. Lin Shi had initially considered adopting a sled dog, but the idea had faded after a fire had destroyed his sled in the warehouse. Dogs could not speak, would not betray their secrets, and remained fiercely loyal to their owners. Although he had never owned a dog, he had heard tales of their unwavering fidelity. Perhaps this dog might be a splendid choice. Cautiously, Lin Shi approached the dog a few steps. The dog stood up, taking a step back, appearing somewhat apprehensive. He immediately halted, feeling a pang of disappointment. This dog was evidently a stray, likely abandoned and perhaps traumatized, making its wariness of human proximity understandable. He would not force the issue. Yesterday, at the port, he had come across a container filled with pet supplies. He retrieved a bag of dog food from his space and placed it before the canine. Here's something to eat. Go home. He then sidestepped the dog and began to walk toward the entrance. After a few steps, he felt that familiar sensation of being watched. Turning around, he was surprised to see the dog carrying the dog food, eagerly following him. His eyes lit up with realization, and he exclaimed, "Were you the one watching me in the woods last time?" He chuckled at himself. How could a dog comprehend his words? Yet, to his astonishment, the dog displayed remarkable intelligence. It dropped the food from its mouth and barked, "Woof. Is it really you? Do you want to come home with me?" Lin Shi asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Woof. The dog, clutching its food, approached Lin Shi cautiously, stopping briefly to gauge Lin Shi's expression, seemingly seeking confirmation that its presence was not unwelcome. Eventually, it inched closer, lying down before Lin Shi, gently wagging its tail while gazing up at him. At that moment, Lin Shi no longer doubted the dog's ability to comprehend his words. He bent down, extending his hand to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively recoiled, yet ultimately remained still, allowing Lin Shi to caress it. Such reactions unmistakably indicated its subconscious aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that had he not inadvertently saved its life, this dog, with its evident hostility and wariness towards humans, would not have accepted him so swiftly. It seems we share quite a bond, Lin Shi chuckled, locking eyes with the dog's striking heterochromia, and earnestly declared, "Let us go home. From now on, we shall rely on each other." The dog gazed intently at Lin Shi, as if silently responding. Upon returning to the safe house with the dog, Lin Shi first examined its wounds. The dog bore significant external injuries. Its matted fur was riddled with patches of missing skin, exposing raw flesh. Most of the injuries were fresh and still oozing blood. Many wounds were concealed beneath its dark, dirty fur, and had Lin Shi not inspected closely, he would have been oblivious to the severity of its condition. Remarkably, it still lunged at him as if it were unharmed. "You truly are a tough one," Lin Shi remarked with a hint of resignation. Such severe injuries, if left untreated, would likely lead to infection and death within a few days. He could only hope that the dog had no internal injuries. I must tend to your wounds. I will need to shave your fur, and it may hurt a bit, so bear with me, he said. Seeing no other reaction from the dog, Lin Shi retrieved antiseptic, clippers, bandages, and medical sutures from his supplies and began to treat its wounds. Shaving, disinfecting, stitching, applying medication, and bandaging took over 3 hours. Throughout the entire process, no anesthesia was used, yet the dog remained remarkably calm, allowing Lin Shi to work without flinching or howling. You are indeed a resilient creature, Lin Shi noted, astonished that it endured the treatment in silence despite the roughness of his methods. He gently patted the dog's head and draped a blanket over it. Due to the numerous wounds and the filth of its fur, which had become matted, he ultimately shaved all its hair off. Now, completely bare, the dog appeared somewhat comical. Upon shaving, Lin Shi realized how emaciated it was, with its ribs distinctly visible beneath its skin. Feeling the temperature dropping, he turned on the heater, and warmth swiftly dispelled the chill in the living room. After clearing away the debris from the floor, Lin Shi began preparing lunch. As he entered the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him, quietly lying at his feet. You've had stitches, so try not to move around too much. Stay in the living room, he instructed. The dog obediently lowered its tail and departed. By the way, should I give you a name? Lin Shi suddenly pondered. Having never owned a pet throughout his life, primarily due to a woman who detested animals and the excess fur they brought, he lacked experience. Upon hearing that it would receive a name, the dog paused and looked up at Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. How about Platter? Iron Man? Blue-Red? The dog's face visibly fell. Haha, I'm just joking with you. With a new member in the household, Lin Shi found himself chatting more than usual. What do you think of the name Demon King? Woof. Demon King? Woof. Demon King. Woof. For lunch, Lin Shi prepared a generous amount of meat, and, upon discovering that the dog favored raw meat, he retrieved a large piece of raw beef from his supplies. After both man and dog had eaten their fill and were resting, a commotion arose outside the door. Bang, 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 bang. Someone was pounding on the door. Chapter 58. The village chief schemed. Dozens of villagers, young and old, men and women alike, stood at Lin Shi's safe house door, brandishing farming tools or clubs, their demeanor menacing. At the forefront were the same young villagers Lin Shi had encountered earlier that morning outside the village. Wang Liang and another villager were hammering the door with a hoe. However, after quite some time, the door bore only a few marks and showed no signs of yielding. My son, you died so tragically. Why must my life be so bitter, sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one? A woman namely, supported by another villager, wailed amidst the crowd. We must tear down this door today. To avenge Chong. That brat must pay with his life. For Chong's vengeance. The villagers' furious roars echoed through the mountains. Although Li Chong was not killed by Lin Shi, they dared not confront the security officer and naturally placed the blame on Lin Shi. For years, the villagers had extorted many outsiders with ease, rarely failing, especially not suffering such a significant loss. Just moments after the security officer departed, the village chief rallied a third of the village to seek retribution. He paid no heed to the security officer's warnings. Word had it that chaos reigned outside. Did this not mean that the villagers could act with even greater audacity, free from oversight? The village chief silently calculated in his heart. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wulong village would have become a small survivor haven in the apocalypse, with the village chief at the helm. Over the years, the villagers had been brainwashed by him. United in purpose, always responding to his call. As long as they did not confront the authorities directly, they could do as they pleased in this small territory. When the door proved unyielding, someone swung a hoe against the outer wall. A resounding crash echoed, leaving only a shallow mark on the wall, as the hoe flipped back in recoil, nearly striking those standing behind. Chief, this thing is too solid. We can't break it. Wang Liang gasped for breath. The village chief pondered while staring at Lin Shi's reinforced door. Keep smashing. I refuse to believe he will never come out. Wang Liang and another villager resumed their efforts, just when the villagers thought Lin Shi would cower in fear. The door lock emitted a click and swung open. Lin Shi stepped outside, glancing at the scratches left by the hoe on the door, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What do you want? The villagers had been eagerly awaiting Lin Shi's emergence in the biting wind, and were now growing impatient. A middle-aged villager in his 40s stepped forward without waiting for the village chief's instruction, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "What do you mean? What? Debts must be repaid, and blood must be avenged. You!" Before the villager could finish his tirade, Lin Shi, noticing the finger so close, frowned slightly and seized it, twisting it forcefully. "Ah!" The sharp snap of a finger breaking coincided with the villager's anguished scream. His face turning pale from the pain, Lin Shi released the finger and delivered a swift kick to the villager's abdomen, sending him sprawling. While the other villagers quickly dodged, the fallen villager clutched his stomach, grimacing in agony, unable to rise. Lin Shi surveyed the group of villagers. "If you wish to speak, do so respectfully. I despise being pointed at." The villagers were momentarily stunned by Lin Shi's ruthless demeanor. However, they were not without malice themselves, and soon their expressions hardened again. The village chief stepped forward, asserting, "Young man, you struck first. Violence leads to imprisonment." Lin Shi found the statement amusing, and no wonder there's a saying online that some people, when you reason with them, they resort to thuggery. When you fight back, they suddenly want a reason. Seeing Lin Shi remain silent, the village chief assumed he was intimidated. His eyes darted, and he added, "You are still young. If you have a criminal record, it could haunt your future." The village chief feigned concern for Lin Shi's well-being. Noticing Lin Shi's lack of rebuttal, he continued, "We can forego reporting this incident, provided you compensate for the losses in our village, and we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say? It cannot be let go. Kill him to avenge my son. He was the only heir of the Li family." Upon hearing the village chief's words, Li's emotions flared, and she began to wail. The village chief signaled to some of the villagers, who promptly covered Li's mouth. "So, what do you say? Will you think it over?" The village chief rubbed his hands together, eyeing Lin Shi's safe house. Unlike the other ignorant villagers, he was acutely aware that chaos loomed outside. Power outages, stranded vehicles, and snow in June. If these conditions worsened, it could very well lead to an apocalyptic scenario. He had to plan for himself, it must be said. The village chief had some cunning to lead the entire village to prosperity. Lin Shi regarded the village chief with a bemused expression, inquiring, "You want me to pay you?" A glimmer of cunning flickered in the village chief's eyes as he smiled. "As for money, a token amount will suffice. We don't need much. Just hand over this house behind you to us, and it will suffice." With ATMs down and banks overwhelmed, the village chief knew full well that accessing cash was impossible. What he desired was a safe haven before chaos erupted. The coldness in Lin Shi's gaze intensified. It turned out they had their sights set on his safe house. Such audacity! He immediately darkened his expression, declaring, "Get lost." The village chief's smile faltered, his eyes igniting with anger. "Young man, you must think this through. If it weren't for those meddlesome security officers this morning, you would have been dead at Chang's hands long ago." The underlying implication is that Lin Shi narrowly escaped disaster this morning due to fortunate circumstances. The other villagers share this sentiment deep within. They are numerous and formidable. Even if Lin Shi possesses great strength, they are all accustomed to heavy labor. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, one fears the kitchen knife. This morning, they witnessed Lin Shi nearly being killed by Li Chang. You may not be aware, but chaos has already erupted outside. Even if a murder occurs, the body would be discarded without anyone investigating. I advise you to ponder carefully. Is your life more valuable, or are mere possessions worth more? The village chief squinted, his words a blatant threat. The other villagers immediately brandished their makeshift weapons, aligning with the chief to display a fierce and eager demeanor. "Humph!" Lin Shi scoffed, realizing they believed their numbers could render him a soft target. Little did they know, had the troops from Shushi not appeared, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. If they sought death, he would not show mercy. "Old fool, if you desire my belongings, you can take them only from my cold, lifeless body. Spare me your idle chatter. You are truly ungrateful." Chapter 59. The First Appearance of the Beasts. The village chief, having lost all patience, revealed his anger. "If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Wang Liang and the villagers beside him exchanged glances, raising their hammers to strike at Lin Shi. A blow from a hammer may not kill instantly, but it would certainly result in fractures and internal injuries, i.e. the current medical conditions. Such severe injuries are far worse than immediate death. Seeing this unfold, Li Denyang ceased her struggles, a gleam of vengeance shining in her eyes. Yet, before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a sudden turn. As the two villagers moved, Lin Shi sprang into action. He swiftly seized Wang Liang's hammer, pulling both him and the hammer towards him. In Wang Liang's astonishment, the heavy hammer collided with another villager's weapon. The other villager's hands were crushed, and Lin Shi kicked him away, causing the hammer to fly and strike another villager on the head. The villager collapsed instantly, lifeless. A few women among the villagers screamed in horror. The village chief retreated into the crowd, directing others, "You five? Attack together and kill him." The 5 villagers, armed with axes, surrounded Lin Shi. They launched a full-force assault. Lin Shi shook off Wang Liang, drew the knife from his back, and his gaze sharpened as he met the villagers head-on. With a swift sidestep, he evaded their attacks, and his blade sliced across the throat of the nearest villager. Avoiding the splatter of blood, he pivoted and stabbed another villager in the back. 2 had been slain in an instant. The ordinary villagers, relying solely on brute ferocity, lacked any true skill or combat experience, making them as easy to dispatch as chickens. If he had to use firearms against these untrained individuals, it would be a disgrace after 8 years of survival in this world. The remaining 3 villagers, witnessing their companions fall, froze in fear, their weapons remaining still in their hands. This is the drawback of lacking combat experience. Fearing death is instinctual, and witnessing the brutal demise of comrades breeds trepidation. Yet Lin Shi understood that regardless of the chaos surrounding him, as long as he could still move and his enemies were not all dead, he could not afford to stop. It was either fight or flee. To halt meant certain death. He easily plunged his blade into the neck of the 3rd villager, then slashed the throat of the 4th. The last remaining villager finally realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. Shouting incoherently, "Village chief, he has a knife. He's killing people." However, before he could get far, a blade pierced through his chest. Lin Shi withdrew the knife, surveying the villagers who stood frozen in shock at the carnage. Witnessing Lin Shi's ferocity, the village chief felt a sense of foreboding rise within him, shouting, "So what if he knows martial arts? Even a blind punch can strike down a master. He only has 2 hands and 1 knife." Everyone, attack together. The other villagers exchanged glances, first at the chief, then at Lin Shi, still gripping his bloodied knife. Being unaccustomed to bloodshed, their innate fear overpowered their respect for the chief. "Oh my God, he's killing people." One villager dropped his farming tool and bolted. This triggered a chain reaction, with others abandoning their weapons and fleeing in panic. "Don't run," the village chief bellowed, but the terrified villagers were deaf to his cries. In the ensuing chaos, they trampled the chief to the ground. "You all, hey, don't push!" Under the weight of the crowd, the chief was quickly covered in footprints, rendered speechless. Once the villagers had fled, the chief lay there, marked by numerous footprints, his body resembling one who had been savagely beaten. Barely clinging to life, Lin Shi chose not to pursue the disarrayed mob, his gaze fixated on the village chief. A leader capable of guiding the village to defy the authorities even in peaceful times was indeed formidable. Such a person, if given time during the apocalypse, might lead these villagers to wreak havoc. Lin Shi approached, plunging his knife into the village chief's heart, taking the now unconscious chief with him, as the blade pierced. The chief momentarily opened his eyes wide, staring at Lin Shi in disbelief before he succumbed. He never anticipated that he would be betrayed by those he had nurtured. Just as Lin Shi prepared to dispose of the corpses down the hill, he suddenly heard a commotion from halfway up the mountain. "Help! Don't come over! Don't come over!" A wild boar, significantly larger than the average, burst forth, charging at the fleeing villagers. Many tumbled off the cliff, while others crashed against the mountainside, spewing blood, with several corpses already lying on the ground. The villagers had only one path of descent, and on flat ground, they could not outrun a wild boar. Each charge claimed a life. Only after leaving behind a dozen corpses did the boar cease its onslaught. Biting down on a corpse's neck and beginning to feast, the panicked villagers dared not look back, oblivious to the fact that this boar was unlike any they had seen before. Ordinary wild boars rarely attacked without provocation and never consumed human flesh. Yet this boar had crimson eyes, savagely gnawing on human flesh, seemingly relishing the act. Lin Shi, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Beasts, in his past life, the arrival of extreme cold had led to widespread plant death and the demise of countless herbivores. Many animals, however, survived the low temperatures, emerging from the depths of the mountains to hunt humans. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunting parties, suffering casualties yet managing to procure some food. Survivors at that time did not view these animals as threats, and authorities were focused on restoring humanity's technological civilization. Little did they know that animals once in need of protection would experience a surge in reproduction, launching attacks on humans. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beast tides emerged. As time passed, human ammunition dwindled. Even as efforts were made to resume production, the manufacturing speed could not keep up with consumption. Human defenses began to falter. Carnivorous animals not only grew larger and more ferocious, but also began to exhibit various mutations. The term mutated beasts emerged to describe these altered creatures. Scientists discovered a substance within their blood and flesh that accelerated their evolutionary process. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick hides of these beasts. It was then that humanity realized that without drastic changes, they would be unable to contend with these mutated beasts. Lin Shi never anticipated that in this lifetime, mutated beasts would appear so early. His expression shifted from shock to gravity. Was this the outcome of accelerated species evolution mentioned by the treasure trove? Seemingly sensing Lin Shi's gaze, the mutated wild boar paused its feeding and turned its head to look at him. Chapter 60. Unlocking the first tier of the gene lock. The mutated wild boar regarded Lin Shi with blood-red eyes that seemed capable of awakening the deepest fears within a person. Lin Shi tightened his grip on the knife. Mutated beasts not only boasted superior defense compared to ordinary animals, but also possessed greater strength, speed, and intelligence. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao had once collaborated to slay a mutated beast. But a dispute over spoils nearly led to Zhao Xiao's demise at the hands of their adversaries. Since then, Zhao Xiao refused to hunt mutated beasts again. That time, Lin Shi had no chance of victory against a mutated beast in a one-on-one confrontation, which extinguished his desire to hunt. Now, faced with a mutated beast once more, it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. However, this time, Lin Shi was no longer the destitute individual armed only with a dagger. Collecting his thoughts, he willed the military knife back to his space. Reappearing in his hand was a formidable black weapon, the crossbow. While a handgun fires faster, its power pales in comparison to that of the crossbow, especially against the notoriously thick hide of wild boars. The crossbow can easily shatter an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters, illustrating its formidable power. The crossbow materialized in Lin Shi's hands. The mutated wild boar seemed to sense a threat and charged directly at him. Lin Shi quickly readied the crossbow. Lin Shi aimed carefully. The long quiet interface of the Treasure Basin suddenly displayed a change. A first-tier source beast has been detected. Please eliminate the source beast and absorb the source power within. Source beast? Source power? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. The mutated wild boar moved with astonishing speed, closing half the distance in the blink of an eye. And Lin Shi could even smell the pungent scent wafting towards him. Regaining his composure, he quickly aimed and released an arrow with great haste. However, the shot was too rushed. A slight miscalculation led to a significant error. He intended to target the weak spot above the boar's eyes, but instead struck its nose, the arrow piercing through and exiting beneath its mouth. The arrow effectively sealed the boar's jaws. Yet, this injury would merely infuriate the mutated wild boar without hampering its mobility in the short run. With a painful grunt, the once crimson eyes of the beast flared even brighter, and it charged at Lin Shi with increased speed. There was no time for another shot. Lin Shi resolutely retracted his crossbow, rolled to the side, and narrowly avoided the boar's collision. Faced with such a formidable creature, being struck even once would mean immediate incapacitation. Its razor-sharp tusks could easily impale a person, and its tremendous force could shatter internal organs. The mutated boar ran a good 10 meters before it managed to halt its momentum, turning back to charge at Lin Shi once more. Swiftly rising to his feet, Lin Shi found a military knife back in his hand. This moment, the distance between him and the boar was merely a few meters, an insignificant space considering the boar's speed. The visual impact of the boar's massive frame was overwhelming as danger loomed ever closer. Lin Shi's heart raced uncontrollably, adrenaline surged, yet his gaze remained increasingly composed as the boar lunged towards him. He swiftly sidestepped, positioning the knife horizontally before him, slicing through the beast's slick hide. A gash over half a meter long appeared on the side of the boar, blood sprang forth. However, there was no trace of joy on Lin Shi's face after delivering this strike. He knew that while the wound appeared severe, it had merely broken the surface of the boar's skin, penetrating only the outer layer of flesh. In comparison to the boar's massive size, this injury was far from fatal. Conversely, the tremendous recoil from the knife caused his grip to split, blood dripping from his hands. If it had been an ordinary wild boar, it would have been eviscerated by such a blow. The extraordinary defensive capabilities of mutated creatures were evident. Enraged by the pain, the mutated boar twisted its head sharply. The distance between the two once again diminished. Lin Shi's palms began to sweat as he gripped the knife tightly. The boar's speed was astonishing, making evasion nearly impossible at such close range. He had no choice but to fight back. A fleeting look of resolve crossed Lin Shi's face as he charged directly at the mutated boar. The creature's form loomed larger before him, its sharp tusks seemingly within reach. A profound sense of life-and-death crisis sent shivers down Lin Shi's spine, and the adrenaline peaked within him. Just as he was about to make contact with the boar, Lin Shi felt something within him shatter. The boar's speed suddenly decelerated, and the surrounding sounds dulled. Flashes of all the knowledge and combat experience he had learned surged through his mind. His brain entered a state of rapid calculation. The current wind speed was 4, a northeast breeze. The concrete slope was at 27.6 degrees. The mutated boar's speed was 19.8 meters per second. His own explosive speed was 13 meters per second. In 0.7 seconds, collision with the boar was inevitable, with a 99.99 chance of death. Optimal evasion angle, optimal attack point. These pieces of information raced through Lin Shi's mind in a mere 0.01 seconds. Next, Lin Shi felt as if his body had transformed into a finely tuned machine. There was no need for reflex or thought. His brain had already determined the best moment and angle for evasion. Narrowly avoiding the boar's impact, his arm moved with the precision of a perfect mechanism, unleashing all his strength at the most opportune moment. The knife plunging into the boar's neck, he immediately released his grip to avoid being thrown by the boar's momentum. The boar, with the knife embedded in its neck, continued a few meters forward due to inertia before turning back again. This strike, however, did not deliver a fatal blow. Its speed had diminished considerably, and the mutated boar staggered as it prepared for a final assault. But as it turned, it was met with an exceptionally sharp arrow. The instant Lin Shi released the knife, a crossbow appeared once more in his hand. As if anticipating the boar's reaction, he released an arrow at the exact moment it turned its head, making it seem as though the boar had collided with the arrow itself. The immense force of the arrow penetrated the boar's skull, sending it reeling. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground. The next moment, clarity returned to Lin Shi's eyes. He glanced at his hands, an unusual light flickering in his gaze. Was this the sensation of unlocking the genetic lock? No wonder, even in the pitch-black rainforests, he could discern his position and movements through imperceptible sounds. In that fleeting moment of unlocking the genetic lock, his brain operated with the efficiency of a computer. Regrettably, this state could only be maintained for 3 seconds. It could only be used in critical moments, and the aftereffects were bound to follow, right? Just as Lin Shi had this thought, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his limbs. The aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock had manifested. Chapter 61. Extreme Cold Evolution. Minutes later, Lin Shi finally regained his composure. Unlike Su Qin, who fell into a coma after unlocking her first genetic lock, the duration of his pain was shorter. More importantly, he did not feel overwhelming agony. It hurt, yes, but it was far from the depths of despair. Is there a difference in individual responses to the genetic lock? Lin Shi pondered, suppressing this question for the moment. A more pressing issue lay before him. He approached the now lifeless mutated boar. This beast should be the first-tier source beast mentioned by the Treasure Basin. How, then, should he absorb the so-called source power? Lin Shi crouched before the wild boar. Lost in thought. Undetected, source power found. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. A line of text suddenly appeared on the Treasure Basin interface. Lin Shi's spirit lifted, and he declared, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Warning: the absorption process must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and be irretrievable. An interruption would mean he could not obtain it. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then stored the boar's corpse in his space and headed towards the safe house. He was uncertain how long the absorption of source power would take. Although the area seemed deserted, it was better to be cautious. Returning to the safe house was the safest option. Lin Shi hurriedly made his way back, patting the head of the Demon King's dog to signal it to stay obediently in the living room before entering a storage room initially intended for miscellaneous items. He retrieved the body of the mutated wild boar from his space, and the Treasure Basin interface displayed the prompt once more. Undetected, source power, found. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no? Lin Shi let out a silent sigh of relief, placing his hand on the wild boar's sticky hide, and said, yes. As Lin Shi's words fell, an invisible source power detached from the mutated boar, surging into his body through the palm of his hand. He felt a gentle warmth spreading from the point of contact with the boar, enveloping his entire arm. Then, a sensation of comfort coursed through him, reaching from his cells to his very soul. It took 2 minutes for this feeling to subside, leaving no further sensation behind. When Lin Shi withdrew his hand, he still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. Is this the feeling of evolution? He smacked his lips, returning the boar to his space and washing his hands. Soon, he realized that his walking speed had increased slightly compared to before. He tested his strength and found it had also improved. His overall physical condition had risen by approximately 10%. He was certain that the source power was the key to rapid human evolution. Lin Shi recalled the onset of the apocalypse when the Treasure Basin exhibited anomalies. Solar storms have arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming, and source material is rapidly generating. Source power could facilitate biological evolution. This so-called source material was the key to animals obtaining source power for evolution. Obtaining source material and forming source power was crucial to becoming stronger. In his past life, scientists discovered mutations in animals and plants, while humans only became slightly more resilient to cold. This proved that source material could be passively absorbed by flora and fauna, but humans could not. They had to absorb it actively. Hence, in his previous life, the practice of resonance emerged. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin Shi had distinctly felt his physical condition improve. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join forces to slay a mutated beast. He recalled that since the apocalypse began, he had not practiced the nourishment technique. Now was the perfect opportunity to test which was more effective, the nourishment technique or resonance. Without hesitation, Lin Shi began practicing the nourishment technique in the living room. As he expected, after completing a set of the technique, the warm sensation within him intensified, accompanied by a tingling feeling reminiscent of the source power absorption. He then tried resonance again and found its efficacy significantly inferior to that of the nourishment technique, lacking by at least half. A glimmer appeared in his palm as the nourishment technique manifested before him, still in its tattered and dirty state. Nourishment technique, resonance. If he were to encounter that plump Taoist again, he must inquire about the origins of this nourishment technique. Lin Shi stowed the nourishment technique away once more. Ordinary individuals are now capable of unlocking genetic locks, and even bizarre creatures have emerged. This apocalypse is no longer reminiscent of the one I experienced in my previous life. The outside world is poised to become fraught with peril. Lin Shi turned his gaze towards the demon lord, who was curiously observing him while sprawled on the carpet, and affectionately patted its head, saying, "Demon lord, let us strive to grow stronger together. Woof! Tonight, we shall feast on game. Woof!" That evening, Lin Shi dealt with a mutated wild boar. The massive carcass weighed at least 400 pounds, an impressive size indeed. In my previous life, I had heard tales of the exquisite taste of mutated beasts, and I had longed to sample it. Lin Shi first carved a substantial piece for the demon lord before preparing several pork chops for himself. To his delight, the meat of the mutated wild boar was neither as tough as that of ordinary wild boar, nor did it possess any gamey flavor. It was wonderfully tender, bursting with flavor. Lin Shi devoured 7 pieces in one sitting before pausing. Even the demon lord indulged in 2 additional pieces, licking its lips in contentment. This might be attributed to the source energy having altered the very essence of the source beast's life. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Shi decided to take a stroll outside. The demon lord insisted on accompanying him, but concerned about its lack of fur and the cold, Lin Shi fashioned a garment for it. The demon lord seemed somewhat uncomfortable but ultimately accepted Lin Shi's makeshift attire. Outside, a heavy snowfall had begun. Within just a few hours, the traces of blood on the ground had completely vanished. From the mountaintop, a small portion of the county town lay shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, a faint light flickered from a household, likely the glow of a candle. Demon Lord, there will be no more twinkling lights from countless homes, Lin Shi murmured as he surveyed the darkened world. He had come to comprehend the purpose of this apocalypse. Humanity had lingered at the pinnacle of the food chain in complacency for far too long. This apocalypse, perhaps, was a forced return to competition between humans and other beings. Regarding the reasons behind the previous two apocalypses being reignited, Lin Shi had formed his own conjectures. Humanity had grown accustomed to relying on external forces and had forgotten the importance of self-improvement. In the years leading up to the last apocalypse, humanity still yearned to restore technological civilization. Lin Shi could easily envision that in the decades following his demise, the evolutionary pace of flora and fauna would far surpass that of humankind, their reproductive rate multiplying several-fold. As humanity lagged behind, it would inevitably march toward extinction. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Lin Shi felt as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon his heart. What was he to do? The demon lord gazed up at Lin Shi, seemingly sensing the weight of his thoughts, and nuzzled against his leg. Together, the man and the dog stood silently in the pitch-black snow-covered expanse. Chapter 62. The blue pill. The next day marked the fourth day since the onset of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Lin Shi practiced the health cultivation technique in the living room. Knowing that practicing this technique could enhance his strength, he naturally devoted more time to his training. Upon returning to the safe house last night, Lin Shi had also trained for several hours, only stopping when his limbs were too fatigued to lift before succumbing to sleep. After a night of rest, he had come to a realization. He was but one person, unable to sway the entire world. Even if he were to inform the authorities that this was the third apocalypse and that humanity must begin to elevate itself instead of yearning to restore technological civilization, they would likely dismiss his words. They might even imprison him to interrogate how he acquired such knowledge, or worse, eliminate him in an attempt to seize the treasure he possessed. The best outcome would be to confine him as a tool for those in power. Lin Shi had not yet reached the level of greatness where he would sacrifice himself for the sake of all humanity. With the treasure, the health cultivation technique, and an understanding of the truths of this apocalypse, he stood ahead of everyone else. His priority should be to continuously strengthen himself. Only by becoming powerful enough to instill fear in the authorities could he gain the right to converse with them as an equal. An ant cannot influence the world, but a giant certainly can. Moreover, he needed to discern whether this world was worth saving and to what extent he should exert himself. After all, the worst outcome would merely be collective destruction. As he pondered this, the faces of the Shin family flashed through Lin Shi's mind, causing his gaze to turn icy in an instant. Individuals like Shun Fanren did not deserve to live well. The demon lord, who had been watching Lin Shi train, noticed his sudden fearful expression, widening its eyes and instinctively tilting its head back. After finishing his training, Lin Shi took a moment to rest. Preparing 2 ham sandwiches, boiling 30 eggs, and pouring 2 cups of milk, sharing the meal with the demon lord. In this regard, he and the demon lord were quite in sync. Both had hearty appetites. After breakfast, Lin Shi reattached the previously disassembled camera back onto the outer door's peephole. Outside, a blizzard had begun to rage. The world was cloaked in a blanket of white snow. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The fleeing villagers had not returned to cause further trouble. Last night, countless lives were likely claimed by the cold while they slept. At this moment, they were likely too preoccupied to care for themselves. Lin Shi had yet to see any of the official supplies that Li Wei had mentioned earlier. He surmised that the sudden drop in temperature had caught the authorities off guard. They had intended to distribute lighting supplies to reassure the populace, but it had become irrelevant whether light could be seen at night. What the people truly needed were warmth and food. He was not particularly fixated on the official supplies. Rather, he wished to observe the extent of the government's capabilities. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Shi tended to the demon lord's wounds. The demon lord's healing ability was astonishing. Not only had the wound shown no signs of inflammation or infection after a day, but it also exhibited signs of scabbing. To be cautious, Lin Shi administered half a tube of anti-inflammatory injection to the Demon Lord. After the injection, the Demon Lord began pacing about the safe house, frequently glancing toward the door, seemingly brimming with excess energy. "Once you're healed, I'll take you outside," Lin Shi said with a hint of exasperation. He then recalled that among the pet supplies he had collected, there were some pet toys, which might be suitable to keep the Demon Lord occupied. "Let me find some toys for you to play with." Lin Shi communicated with the space using his thoughts. Scanning the expansive area, suddenly, he noticed a box. Oh! A flash of light revealed a box in his hand. "What is this?" This was the box that Shen Jinbin's bodyguard had attempted to bring into the hospital. Lin Shi had replaced the box with a handgun and then hurried back to the safe house, completely forgetting about its existence until now. The Demon Lord, noticing the box in Lin Shi's hand, approached with its bald head and sniffed. "Not this." Lin Shi gently pushed the Demon Lord's head aside, and with his other hand, produced a ball, tossing it to the Demon Lord. "Play with this." However, the Demon Lord merely glanced at the ball before turning back to fixate on the box, clearly more intrigued by it. Unable to dissuade the Demon Lord, Lin Shi said, "Then let us investigate together, but I have no idea what's inside, so keep your distance." The Demon Lord obediently settled onto the couch beside Lin Shi. Cautiously, he opened the box. Inside, neatly arranged, were 6 blue pills that bore a striking resemblance to the blue medicine he had obtained from number 2, albeit in a different shape and slightly larger. The Demon Lord had drawn closer. Sniffing at the blue pills, these pills were originally intended for Shan Jinbin's life-saving treatment. What could they possibly be? Lin Shi picked one up. The moment his fingers touched the pill, the treasure suddenly issued a prompt. Detected trace amounts of source material. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. These pills contained source material? He was all too aware of what source material represented. Shen Fanren was capable of extracting such material even before the apocalypse. Lin Shi's expression turned grave as he declared, "Yes, absorb." In the next instant, a gentle warmth flowed from the point of contact between his finger and the pill into Lin Shi's body. He felt a slight warmth in his arm. But then nothing more. He took a moment to assess the sensation. Absorbing the pill felt somewhat akin to the experience of absorbing source energy, but its efficacy was negligible, barely a fraction of that of source energy. Moreover, the source material contained within the pills left by number 2 was pitifully minimal, as the treasure didn't even provide a prompt when he held it. This realization brought a subtle relief to Lin Shi's heart. If these pills contained substantial amounts of source material, he would have to reconsider whether to seek revenge on the Shen family. Number 2 had mentioned before his demise that Shen Fanren was cultivating genetic warriors. If the source material within these pills was abundant, it would imply that Shen Fanren had likely succeeded. However, it appeared that this was not the case, and these pills seemed to be quite precious to Shen Fanren, as he wouldn't have brought just 6 when his own son was on the brink of death. Turning his gaze to the Demon Lord, who was still sniffing at the pills with an eager expression, Lin Shi inquired, "Would you like to eat one?" The Demon Lord replied, "Woof." The source material was beneficial for both humans and animals alike. However, the amount contained in these pills paled in comparison to what he could gain from practicing the health cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Lin Shi tossed a pill into the Demon Lord's mouth. The Demon Lord swallowed the pill and licked its lips. Seeing that the Demon Lord exhibited no unusual reactions, Lin Shi fed it the remaining 5 pills. What had started as an impulsive act unexpectedly yielded delightful surprises the following day. The next morning, upon awakening, Lin Shi was startled as the treasure emitted a prompt. Detected a first-tier source beast within 2 meters. Chapter 63. The Demon Lord evolves. The prompt sent Lin Shi leaping out of bed in alarm. Within 2 meters. Wasn't he that right in his room? What kind of source beast could breach the sanctuary's defenses and enter his room? Lin Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, upon inspection, he found that the only beings in the room were himself and the Demon Lord, who lay sprawled on the carpet. There were no other life forms present. The Demon Lord was also awakened by Lin Shi's commotion, and the two stared at each other in surprise. Upon awakening to the sight of Lin Shi, the Demon King approached him, wagging its tail and nuzzling against him. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi finally confirmed that the first-tier source beast indicated by the treasure pot was indeed the Demon King. He couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the Demon King's exterior showed no significant changes. However, the grievous wounds that had marred its body had miraculously scabbed over during the night. Even the wounds that Lin Shi had previously stitched up were nearly healed. With such a remarkable recovery rate, if he remained cautious, full recovery was likely to be achieved in just a few days. What extraordinary self-healing capabilities! Following his initial shock, elation set in. I can actually become companions with a source beast? Lin Shi exclaimed, his rare smile revealing a dazzling set of teeth. He reached out to stroke the Demon King once more. The creature's pair of mismatched eyes appeared to exhibit even greater vitality. The blue eye shimmered with clarity, while the red one took on an otherworldly allure. Animals that transformed into source beasts typically experienced an increase in intelligence. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers and inquired of the Demon King, "What number is this?" "Woof woof." "And this?" "Woof woof woof." "What is the sum of this and that?" "Woof woof 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 woof." After conducting his tests, Lin Shi concluded that the Demon King's intelligence was at least comparable to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps, with further learning, its intellect would elevate even more. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches from the Demon King's wounds, surmising that the creature had already absorbed a considerable amount of source material, reaching the threshold for evolution. This, he believed, explained its immediate evolution after consuming the pill he had provided. Once the stitches were undone, the Demon King affectionately licked Lin Shi. "Good dog." Lin Shi gently patted the Demon King's head. As before, upon hearing Lin Shi's praise, the Demon King wagged its tail enthusiastically. For the remainder of the day, Lin Shi observed the Demon King, becoming increasingly convinced of its unchanged disposition. He sensed that the Demon King would become his greatest ally, aside from the treasure pot. 3 days later, a fierce blizzard descended upon the city, which had never before witnessed such snowfall, showcasing the true meaning of a winter wonderland. The temperature plummeted to below 30 degrees Celsius, with nighttime lows dipping even further, reaching over 50 degrees below zero. Although Lin Shi had not been to Sha City in his previous life, he recalled that Haishi's temperature on the 4th day had plummeted to over 50 degrees below zero, with nighttime lows reaching a staggering 80 degrees below zero. In the northern regions, temperatures had likely dropped to between 70 and 90 degrees below zero. Had Lin Shi lived in Haishi during this lifetime, he would have noted that the current daytime temperatures had fallen to over 60 degrees below zero, with nighttime lows of 80 degrees below zero, or even as low as 90 degrees in the north. Those traversing the region with thermal sensors would observe that very few forms of life remained. Cities near the extreme north showed no signs of life whatsoever. This bout of extreme cold was indeed harsher than the last apocalypse. During these few days, Lin Shi remained within the safety of his shelter, sharing meals and practicing his health cultivation techniques with the Demon King. Outside, the temperature hovered above 30 degrees below zero, while indoors, Lin Shi maintained a cozy 20 degrees above zero with a heater. Other survivors wrapped themselves in every piece of clothing, curtains, and bed linens they could find, yet still felt the biting chill in stark contrast. Lin Shi comfortably donned only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, even indulging in a glass of freshly squeezed juice while perspiring from his health regimen. The relentless blizzard caused those who once took pride in residing in high-rise buildings to regret their choices, as the storm shattered windows and left their homes in disarray. With frigid winds infiltrating every corner, their apartments became chaotic. Not only was there a lack of electricity, but the water pipes had also frozen. Deprived of running water, survivors resorted to melting snow in basins and buckets. It wasn't until many plastic containers had been ruined that they remembered to retrieve their stainless steel basins from storage. With natural gas also cut off, those without access to cooking gas were left to despair as they resorted to eating raw food while awaiting rescue. In contrast, Lin Shi had preemptively sealed the well, and the water pipes were buried at a depth of over 6 meters, ensuring they remained unfrozen and usable. Even if the well water froze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the shelter during its construction, safeguarding his access to water. Each day, Lin Shi relished grilling meats, enjoying hot pot, and savoring boiled fish. When boredom struck, he would watch downloaded shows, providing the Demon King with a 9-year compulsory education. Aside from the inability to venture outdoors for leisure and the need to shovel snow, His life felt remarkably similar to that of the pre-apocalyptic era. The villagers down the mountain were not faring as well. Since Lin Shi's departure, the mutated wild boars had claimed the lives of over a dozen individuals. Those who remained in the village noticed that, within just a few hours, the number of people who had gone had dwindled significantly. Upon hearing of the events on the mountain and losing their steadfast leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some cried out in despair, others sought assistance from security personnel, while some prepared to take up arms and confront the threat. Just then, the blizzard struck, though it was a mountain village. Its inhabitants had lived in Sha City for decades, lacking experience in withstanding the cold. The self-constructed windows of the village homes were far less insulated than the soundproof glass found in the city. On the first night, most of the windows shattered under the sudden temperature changes and the relentless assault of the storm. Fortunately, the residents of Wulong village had stockpiled wood, allowing them to make emergency repairs overnight. However, by morning, 1/3 of the villagers were afflicted with illness and fever. The patched windows still allowed drafts to seep in, forcing many villagers to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the main hall on the first floor. Yet, compared to those in the city, the villagers fared somewhat better, as most homes utilized gas canisters and many still cooked over open flames. Additionally, they had a habit of keeping candles and flashlights on hand. So dining and illumination were not significant issues. However, as the blizzard continued unabated for several days, many ailing villagers could not withstand the harsh conditions. Numerous elderly residents quietly passed away amidst the howling winds of the storm. One fateful morning, those who could still rouse themselves from slumber discovered that the blizzard, which had raged for several days, had finally ceased. Even the long-lost sun reappeared in the sky. Chapter 64. The sun reemerges, witnessing the sun's return to illuminate the earth. The surviving individuals were filled with ecstatic joy, believing that their nightmare was finally coming to an end. Yet soon, they realized that the sun no longer shone with its former brightness and warmth, even standing beneath its rays. They felt little comfort. Those residing on the ground floor without eaves to shield them quickly discovered that their doors were now stuck shut. A continuous accumulation of snow, more than a meter deep, blanketed the entire city of Sha. Those with windows could only climb through them to clear the snow at their doorsteps, while others without windows had to devise ways to navigate from the second floor. This posed little challenge for Lin Shi, who had designed the safety shelter with inward opening doors, allowing them to open even under thick layers of snow, albeit requiring regular snow removal to prevent entrapment. As the door to the safety shelter swung open, Lin Shi and the Demon King stepped outside. The Demon King's injuries had fully healed. The once bloody wounds had transformed into tender pink scars. The fur that had been shaved off had begun to regrow, and merely a few days had resulted in a fine layer of fuzz covering its body. However, the outdoor temperatures were still too harsh, prompting the Demon King to don the unappealing outfit that Lin Shi had modified. Lin Shi, on the other hand, was clad in waterproof and cold-resistant outerwear, layered over thermal underwear and a high-neck fleece top. His footwear consisted of non-slip snow boots, while insulated and waterproof gloves adorned his hands. A windproof hat shielded his head, and even his face was covered with a protective mask. To top it all off, he donned ski goggles to guard against the blinding glare of the snow. He was, without a doubt, fully equipped. Lin Shi retrieved a pair of skis from his supplies and, once ready, turned to the eager Demon King, saying, "Let us set off. Don't run too fast, and be mindful of your turns." Upon hearing the words, "Let's go," the Demon King dashed off like a wild stallion, sprinting across the snow. Lin Shi chuckled in resignation and pursued after it. The pair swiftly descended the mountain. Once at the bottom, Lin Shi stowed his skis and trudged alongside the Demon King, each step sinking into the snow. Along the way, many individuals emerged from their homes, bundled in layers of clothing that spoke to their attempts to combat the cold that in comparison to them, Lin Shi appeared quite underdressed. However, the contrast was evident, as those individuals bore lips tinged purple and faces and hands reddened from the chill. A young man, noticing Lin Shi's attire, called out enviously, "Hey, you there, the one with the dog." When Lin Shi seemed unresponsive, the young man hurriedly approached, tripping in the snow but quickly regaining his footing to catch up. Only when he reached Lin Shi did he stop, gazing up at him with a flushed face and an eager expression. "My name is Liang. What is your name?" he asked, brushing the snow off his clothes and smiling ingratiatingly at Lin Shi. "Speak plainly," Lin Shi replied. Qian Liangliang appraised Lin Shi's outfit, eyes filled with unabashed envy. I just wanted to ask where you got that gear. I'd like to get a set for myself. In the city mall, Lin Shi replied tersely before continuing on his way. Hey, don't go just yet. Qian Liangliang hurriedly followed, asking as he walked, how much does a set cost? Do you have an extra one you could lend me? Lin Shi frowned, casting a cold glance at Qian Liangliang. Go buy your own. Stop following me, or I'll have to be unkind. The demon lord came to a halt, casting a malevolent gaze upon Qian Liangliang, emitting a low, threatening growl. Qian Liangliang, filled with trepidation, stole a glance at the demon lord, whose size surpassed any dog he had ever encountered. All right, take care, big brother. Once Lin Shi had walked away, Qian Liangliang spat disdainfully at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Teeth, relying on a dog for power. What is so impressive about that? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a down jacket passed by Qian Liangliang. He immediately approached, saying, Excuse me, sir, that jacket you're wearing, get lost. Just a few days prior, some shops were still operating despite the power outages. Today, however, that was no longer the case. After enduring several days of nightmarish upheaval, people had finally come to the grim realization that without a desperate effort to gather food and winter supplies, survival was impossible. The streets were rife with individuals wielding various tools and weapons, smashing shop windows. A group of people surged into clothing and food stores, while others brazenly seized supplies from the hands of their fellow citizens. Some even resorted to murder in plain sight. The fabric of social order had disintegrated entirely. Lin Shi, accompanied by the demon lord, arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. His purpose for venturing out this time was to collect gold to upgrade the long-neglected Treasure Basin. The origins of the Treasure Basin were shrouded in mystery. It had foretold the impending apocalypse and possessed knowledge of terms like source power and source beasts, words unheard of in his previous life. It felt as if it knew everything. Its abilities to replicate and store items were unprecedented, and it even had the potential to grant rebirth. Perhaps, upon upgrading the Treasure Basin to a certain level, unforeseen surprises would await him. Thus, Lin Shi had never wavered in his intention to upgrade it. He motioned for the demon lord to step back and, wielding a hammer he had prepared in advance, struck the tempered glass of the gold shop with considerable force. With his current strength, a single blow shattered the glass into countless tiny fragments. After a few more strikes, the entire pane cascaded to the ground. Scattering shards everywhere, the shop remained eerily silent, devoid of blaring alarms or panicked staff. With the demon lord on guard outside, Lin Shi entered the shop, methodically smashing open each display case, collecting gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds, anything of value, he stowed away in his backpack. He then maximized the storage space within his bag. The entire process took less than half an hour. He refrained from using his space to directly retrieve the gold from the counters. For if subsequent patrons found the counters intact yet the gold mysteriously vanished, it would heighten the risk of exposing his possession of the Treasure Basin. After raiding one shop, he proceeded to the next. Lin Shi had previously visited the downtown area before the apocalypse, well aware of the multitude of gold shops in the vicinity. As he continued his spree, he plundered 8 gold shops in total, 3 of which were large establishments. The amassed wealth in gold and jewels was worth at least hundreds of millions before the apocalypse. With an abundance of shops and malls in the downtown area, many had come to seize supplies. Some, witnessing Lin Shi's brazen theft of gold and jewels, attempted to join in on the spoils, but were promptly deterred by the demon lord guarding the entrance. Others scoffed at Lin Shi's actions, mocking him for hoarding items that couldn't be eaten or worn. At noon, Lin Shi shared a meal with the demon lord in a gold shop he had already stripped bare. Using his backpack as a shield, he retrieved some pre-prepared beef patties from his space and shared them with the demon lord. Although the shop was empty, he remained vigilant. Past experiences had taught him to never let his guard down. As they savored their meal, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the gold shop. Chapter 65. The Reappearance of Source Beasts. Chapter 66. The Demon Lord versus the Tabby Cat. Upon sighting another source beast, Lin Shi's demeanor shifted. The last time, he had been caught off guard by a sudden notification from the Treasure Basin, resulting in his failure to eliminate the mutated wild boar in advance. This time, he would not miss his chance. That moment, the demon lord beside him erupted with intense battle spirit. its eyes filled with hostility as it fixated on the mutated tabby cat. The demon lord took a few steps forward, looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his approval. Do you wish to confront that cat? Lin Shi quickly grasped the demon lord's intent. The demon lord nodded. Recognizing that a source beast must be slain, Lin Shi was eager to seize the opportunity to swiftly enhance his strength. The demon lord's initiative to engage in battle surprised him, yet it also provided a chance to gauge the demon lord's combat capabilities. After all, it mattered not whose hands the source beast fell to. He inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The demon lord nudged Lin Shi with its head, urging him to step back, signaling for him not to intervene. Very well. Go ahead. With him standing by, Lin Shi felt assured that the demon lord would not come to harm. The demon lord cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi and slowly approached the tabby cat. Simultaneously, the mutated tabby cat seemed to sense something, turning its gaze towards the demon lord. Upon seeing the demon lord, the cat abandoned the group of humans, fixating intently on the advancing creature. Its body arched in warning as it let out a sharp meow. The demon lord quickened its pace and lunged forward. As two source beasts clashed, the ensuing battle was imminent. While Lin Shi focused on the impending confrontation between the cat and dog, a family of 3 inside the gold shop fell into a heated argument. Hurry! Hurry! Take Chiyo to the hospital. The middle-aged woman pressed a cloth against the boy's wound, carefully wrapping his severed arm. Do you not understand the situation at the hospital? Are there even any doctors left? In the past few days, the hospital has seen the most deaths, and now there are ferocious cats outside. How can we possibly go out? After a few days of chaos, the hospital had become one of the most tumultuous places in the city. Just days prior, countless injured, frostbitten, and feverish individuals had rushed to the hospital, but the arrival of the blizzard had trapped everyone within its walls. The hospital was overcrowded, yet there were insufficient supplies to accommodate so many. Desperate and frozen, people on the brink of death would resort to unimaginable actions. The hospital had devolved into a hellish nightmare. What are we to do? Are we just supposed to watch Chiyo die here? The middle-aged woman cried out in desperation. Mom, first tie Chiyo's wound with a rope. It can reduce the bleeding, spoke the girl who had remained silent until now. Upon hearing her daughter, the middle-aged woman, who had previously exuded maternal concern, instantly shifted her tone, sharply retorting, "What do you know, you worthless girl? Are you trying to turn your brother into a cripple?" The girl, appearing meek, softly replied, "I read about this online before. If he continues to bleed like this, he could die from blood loss." Her words ignited a powder keg. The middle-aged man swiftly advanced and struck the girl across the face, releasing his pent-up rage onto her instead of Lin Shi. "You want to watch your brother die? Don Tiyu, you useless, wretched thing. Why didn't Tiyu stop Chiyo from going in? Why didn't Tiyu help him grab a beef patty? Why weren't you the one bitten?" The girl was knocked to the ground, shards of glass embedding painfully into her palm. Yet the middle-aged couple remained oblivious, the woman continuing her harsh tirade against the girl. "If anything happens to your brother, you won't have it easy either." The girl numbly stood up, wordlessly removing the broken glass from her bleeding palm, her eyes reflecting a tumultuous darkness. The battle between animals is primal and brutal. Within mere minutes, both the cat and the dog bore wounds. Those who had been pursued by the tabby cat seized the opportunity to flee while the two beasts clashed. The tabby cat limped, its right leg injured by the demon lord's bite. Meanwhile, the demon lord bore deep gashes beneath its eyes, nearly losing an eye to the cat's claws, and suffered several severe wounds on its legs. Lin Shi's heart raced. Should the demon lord find itself in peril, he was prepared to draw his ranged weapon at a moment's notice. The demon lord lunged fiercely once again, only to be evaded by the tabby cat. The cat swiftly turned, its claws glinting ominously in the sunlight as it swiped at the demon lord. The demon lord's down jacket was torn as feathers scattered in the AT that moment. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent igniting within him as a pistol silently appeared within his sleeve. A startled scream from the girl rang out behind him. "Run! They're going to kill you." Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged couple had circled around to Lin Shi's rear, each wielding a knife, their eyes filled with murderous intent and madness. Their intentions all too clear. Damn! This ungrateful wretch. Upon realizing Lin Shi had spotted them, The middle-aged man shot a venomous glance at the girl, and no longer concealing their intentions, he sneered at Lin Shi. Your dog isn't by your side now? Kid, you harmed my son, and I'll chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. That outfit of his would look good on you, and I want the beef patties, the middle-aged woman urged frantically. They had been keeping an eye on Lin Shi for some time. Initially, they had targeted his dog, but they hadn't anticipated the demon lord would be so ferocious. After realizing that Lin Shi's dog was not an easy target, they had contemplated retreating, waiting for nightfall to ambush him, using the girl to distract the dog before striking. They never expected that, in a moment of carelessness, their son would be the first to encounter disaster. However, taking action now is no different. While the dog is away, let us eliminate this scoundrel. Woof! Upon sensing Lin Shi's peril, the Demon King let out a furious roar, swiftly swatting the approaching tabby cat to the ground with a powerful paw, and lunged at its injured right leg with renewed ferocity. This decisive bite sealed the creature's fate, as the tabby cat's right leg was severed in one swift motion, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The Demon King then pounced on the tabby cat, demonstrating overwhelming strength as its sharp claws firmly pinned down the creature, which struggled desperately to rise. In the next moment, the Demon King mercilessly crushed its neck. Meanwhile, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded for Lin Shi. Just as the middle-aged couple charged at him with knives raised, the previously trembling girl who had been cowering in the corner suddenly brandished a cleaver. Launching herself at them, Chapter 67. Qin Shuang. No one present anticipated such a dramatic shift. The girl, who had initially seemed so inconspicuous among the four, timidly refraining from speaking, now took this astonishing action. Though she appeared frail, her strength was formidable. With one slash, she nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck. Following swiftly, the middle-aged woman was caught off guard and fell to the ground, also struck down by the girl. This was Lin Shi's first encounter with such chaos, his expression one of mild astonishment. After dispatching the tabby cat, the Demon King raced back to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi affectionately patted the Demon King's head in approval, before retrieving medical supplies from his backpack to tend to its wounds while keeping an eye on the unfolding scene. On the other side, the middle-aged man, having severed his carotid artery, soon succumbed to massive blood loss. His body convulsing as his eyes rolled back, the middle-aged woman, still struggling for life, lunged at the girl with a fruit knife. The girl dodged but was nonetheless wounded in the arm. Yet, undeterred, she struck the woman on the head. Even as the woman lay motionless, the girl continued her relentless assault, blood splattering as if the victims were mere slabs of meat rather than her own parents. It was only when the bodies were reduced to a bloody pulp that she ceased her attack. She stood, clutching the knife, and approached the unconscious boy, whispering, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she brought the blade down upon the defenseless boy, severing his head with several strikes. After completing this gruesome act, the girl walked toward Lin Shi, only to stop midway and drop the knife to the ground. Her demeanor vacant as she beseeched, "Please, kill me. Why would I do that?" Lin Shi replied, perplexed. He only took lives to safeguard himself and his interests. This girl had not attacked or insulted him. In fact, she had even warned him. Although he had sensed the threat behind him, it indicated that she bore no malice toward him and had alleviated his troubles. He had no reason to harm her. The girl's eyes lost their luster. "I have killed my own family. A wretch like me deserves to die, does she not?" Lin Shi found it amusing. "Your actions against your kin bear no relation to me. Besides, some individuals are unworthy of parenthood." In that moment, Lin Shi recalled Lu Siyue, a shadow flickering in his gaze, as he patted the Demon King and declared, "Let us depart." By the time Lin Shi and the Demon King returned to the tabby cat's side, those who had fled earlier were cautiously returning, lingering at a distance, too fearful to approach. The tabby cat lay dead, and the Demon King, who had slain it, remained nearby. Ignoring the glances around him, Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to carry away the tabby cat's corpse. Those who had anticipated that Lin Shi might leave the body behind exhibited disappointment, believing they might salvage some meat from the remains. However, the severed leg of the tabby cat, bitten off by the Demon King, incited a scramble among several individuals. Regardless of its origins, meat was meat. After walking a distance, Lin Shi halted and called out toward a nearby corner, come out, covered in blood and clutching a large bag. The girl cautiously emerged. It was the very girl who had just murdered her family. Why are you following me? Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, pausing upon hearing the Demon King's threatening growl. May I accompany you? Absolutely not, Lin Shi replied without hesitation, rejecting her outright. His decision not to kill her did not imply acceptance. I can do anything. Do not underestimate my strength. I can endure hardship and eat little. The girl fervently promoted herself. I already have companions, Lin Shi warned her with a piercing glare. Do not follow me. I will not hesitate to kill if necessary. He was resolved never to form partnerships again, not even to allow a servant to remain by his side. My name is Qin Shuang, the girl shouted at Lin Shi's retreating figure. As Lin Shi continued without looking back, Qin Shuang's gaze hardened, and she turned to leave in another direction. As the feeling of being watched gradually faded, Lin Shi found a secluded corner to store the tabby caddis corpse. In the afternoon, he retrieved the previously marked map and continued his looting of gold stores. After raiding several shops, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of another gold store. Are you following me? Lin Shi's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he regarded Qin Shuang, who had reappeared. She hurried to defend herself. I am not following you. I have come to this gold store to find something. At that moment, Lin Shi noticed the fire axe in her hand. It appeared she was also on a quest for gold, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Having encountered this girl twice in one day, Lin Shi instinctively assumed she intended to cling to him. He attempted to bypass her, but Qin Shuang called out, Wait! Lin Shi turned, his impatience evident as he regarded her. Qin Shuang set her heavy bag down, revealing it was considerably fuller than before. She opened the bag to display a collection of various gold jewelry amid the clutter. Her eyes sparkled as she offered a handful of gold to Lin Shi, saying, Take this. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly, his impatience giving way to curiosity. Why are you giving this to me? Do you not need gold? I scoured 4 gold stores this afternoon, and this is what I collected, she explained. Lin Shi responded coldly, I can gather my own gold. Even if you have squandered your time collecting these, I will not accept your charity. I understand, Qin Shuang replied, her hands dropping as she clutched the gold jewelry tightly, bowing her head. I know my worthless life can only rely on myself. I merely wish to thank you for not pushing me further into despair when I was at my lowest. There is no need for thanks. I did nothing, Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. Yet, Qin Shuang looked at him with unwavering determination, insisting, What is, this gold is of no use to me. Please accept it. Lin Shi desired the gold, but would not allow himself to owe a debt of gratitude. If you are insistent on giving it to me, I will exchange it for something. He retrieved from his backpack a packet of anti-inflammatory medication, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages. The trade of such a quantity of gold for mere medical supplies would have seemed ludicrous before the apocalypse. Yet now, in a world where pharmaceuticals had been stripped from stores and hospitals, these items were far more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been wounded by the middle-aged woman, and if left untreated, the injury could easily become infected, potentially leading to death in their current environment. For her, these supplies were invaluable. For Lin Shi, trading a small amount of medicine for a substantial quantity of gold was a profitable deal. And he would also gain her gratitude. A glimmer sparked in Lin Shi's eyes as he realized this girl was not as simple as she appeared. Chapter 68. The second phase, a girl capable of carrying such a significant amount of gold, along with a bag of supplies and wielding a hefty fire axe, possessed strength that transcended mere physicality. Additionally, despite her injury from the middle-aged woman, she had continued her quest for supplies with apparent ease. Lin Shi glanced at the Demon King's wound. Noting it had ceased bleeding with a thought, he pulled out several packets of instant noodles he had collected from the container earlier and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medical supplies. Qin Shuang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she trembled while accepting the items from Lin Shi. Thank you. Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack and stated, I must take my leave. Darkness will soon fall. Although it was not yet 4 in the afternoon, the sky had already begun to darken. The arrival of the frigid cold extended the night far longer than the day. Without light, the night proved significantly more perilous than daylight. What is your name? Qin Shuang's voice called out from behind him. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before responding without turning around, I am Lier Heo. Lin Shi returned to the safe house with the Demon King before night fell. Upon arrival, he first examined the wounds the Demon King had sustained that day. As expected, the injuries were healing rapidly and had ceased to bleed. Lin Shi marveled once more at the remarkable regenerative abilities of source beasts, carefully tending to the deeper wounds. He allowed the Demon King to rest in the living room before locking himself in the storage room, where he retrieved the tabby cat's corpse. Detected unclaimed source power. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. Upon receiving the prompt from the treasure chest, Lin Shi did not hesitate to respond, yes. Just as he had when absorbing the wild boar's power. A warm current coursed through his arm, eliciting an indescribably exquisite sensation that radiated through his entire being. It was a wondrous sensation, a sublime essence of life itself. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body trembled, at that moment. The genetic locks within him inexplicably began to unlock automatically. Astonishment washed over him. An unprecedented sense of power surged within his heart. What is this? Lin Shi marveled at his own body. This feeling was truly miraculous and unfathomable. At this instant, his mind was as clear and composed as when he had first unlocked the initial genetic lock, yet the strength coursing through him seemed to be inexorably increasing. He suddenly experienced an illusion that he could contend with the source beast using only his bare hands. Tentatively, Lin Shi threw a punch into the air. The wind generated by his fist actually sliced through the atmosphere, producing a howling sound. At that moment, his brain calculated the force of this punch. Astonishingly, it had increased tenfold compared to before. It far surpassed the strength achievable by an ordinary human, and this was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Is this the second stage of the genetic lock? Lin Shi was utterly astonished, leaping effortlessly to touch the ceiling. He attempted to jog a few steps and, to his amazement, found himself sprinting from one end of the storeroom to the other in the blink of an eye. At such incredible speed, within a room that was not particularly spacious, Lin Shi accelerated from a standstill to a complete halt, stopping just shy of the wall without colliding. Such a feat could only be accomplished with perfect control over his strength. If a normal person's strength and speed were to suddenly increase, they would be unable to adapt to their newfound power in such a short time, and might even experience a lack of coordination, potentially injuring themselves. Adaptation would require time and practice. However, in his state of having unlocked the genetic lock, Lin Shi's mind could precisely control every ounce of strength in his body, while the power within him seemed to flow endlessly. The sensation was overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the genetic lock persisted for 8 seconds. Upon exiting the state, Lin Shi swayed slightly and knelt on one knee, his limbs feeling weak and a slight ache coursing through him. Yet it was significantly less severe than the aftermath of unlocking the genetic lock for the first time. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that I absorbed the source power of 2 source beasts, Lin Shi pondered. Initially, he had learned from number 2 that the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock worsened with each occurrence, yet his current condition was markedly improved. Source power. Lin Shi understood that this was the key. Is it possible to unlock the second stage of the genetic lock by absorbing the source power of 2 first-stage source beasts? Or had my body already absorbed some source material beforehand? He quietly questioned himself. Lin Shi was unaware of the fact that the Treasure Basin had automatically absorbed source material while he was unconscious. Otherwise, he would not have harbored such doubts. After resting for about 10 minutes, although his limbs still felt somewhat unsteady, he gradually regained his strength. He attempted to unlock the genetic lock once more. But there was no response. Indeed, while the strength he felt during the unlocking was formidable, Lin Shi still had yet to grasp how to activate the genetic lock at will. Aside from life-threatening situations, or when his emotions reached a certain peak, he had not discovered any other means to actively unlock the genetic lock. Moreover, after observing the battle between the Demon King and the tabby cat, Lin Shi realized that, apart from humans, other animals seemingly lack the concept and ability to unlock genetic locks. They enhanced their physical strength more directly, resulting in some external changes in size. The evolutionary paths of humans and source beasts were fundamentally different. At present, everything remained in an exploratory phase, and Lin Shi could only gradually uncover the mysteries within. After retrieving the tabby cat's corpse into his spatial storage, he opened the storeroom door. The Demon King had been waiting at the door, seemingly for him. Were you waiting for me? Lin Shi inquired with mild surprise. Crouching down to pet the Demon King. The Demon King circled around Lin Shi twice, sniffing him incessantly, as if confirming something. "What's the matter?" Lin Shi asked with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose. Its lively eyes filled with affection and a hint of reverence. Assuming the Demon King was hungry, Lin Shi patted its head and said, "Are you hungry? Let us go eat." After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi took out all the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected that day from his spatial storage and placed them on the living room floor. The day's haul of gold alone weighed several hundred kilograms. And when combined with the silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry, it amounted to nearly the same weight. The living room floor sparkled with golden brilliance, a sight to behold. Replicas could not be used for upgrades. These items had lost their value for replication beyond the purpose of enhancement. Lin Shi glanced at the Treasure Basin interface. Treasure Basin, storage space. 96. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function. Item duplication 21. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 58. 500. He crouched down, placing his hands on the pile of jewelry, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Upgrade item duplication." Chapter 69. Upgrading the Treasure Basin again. As soon as Lin Shi's words left his lips, the interface before him shimmered with golden light, and a portion of the jewelry began to diminish. The numbers on the Treasure Basin interface fluctuated rapidly, settling into Treasure Basin, storage space. 96. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32. 000. Ear function. Item duplication 45. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 160,000. The pattern of item duplication upgrades was such that the first upgrade increased by 3, the second by 6, the third by 12. This was Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, yielding a substantial increase of 24. Simultaneously, the wealth required for the next upgrade had escalated significantly. Previously it was 80,000, but after Lin Shi fed the excess gold to the duplication function, it dropped to 58,000, and now it had surged to 160,000.160,000 wealth points equated to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum could also be consumed, but none could match gold's 1:1 ratio. Silver required 100 G to be exchanged for 1 wealth point. As for diamonds, the Treasure Basin seemed to disregard these exorbitantly priced stones. Or perhaps it could only consume precious metals. Lin Shi set aside these thoughts and continued to upgrade the item duplication. For the fifth upgrade, the item duplication count increased by 48. The next upgrade required 320,000 wealth points. For the sixth upgrade, the item duplication count rose by 96, with the next upgrade necessitating 640,000 wealth points. Lin Shi glanced at the remaining gold and silver jewelry, noting that they had been significantly reduced. Following this upgrade pattern, the next upgrade would require over 1,000,000 wealth points. He estimated that the remaining gold and jewelry could yield around 400,000 to 500,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was far from achieving the necessary amount for the next level of item duplication. Lin Shi opted to upgrade the storage space instead. After 5 previous upgrades, the space had reached its current size. The wealth required for upgrading the storage space was considerably less than that for item duplication. He estimated that after 4 or 5 more upgrades, it would suffice without any further need for enhancements. Upgrade the storage space entirely, Lin Shi declared decisively, as his words echoed. All the jewelry except for the diamonds vanished from beneath his hands. This time, the duration of the Treasure Basin's upgrade was noticeably prolonged. After 4 rounds of numerical changes, it transformed into Treasure Basin, storage space. 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 985,755 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function. Item duplication 381. Wealth points required for next upgrade. 1,240,000. Complete storage space. Lin Shi paused momentarily. Deep down, he had always suspected that upgrading the Treasure Basin to its maximum might yield unforeseen changes, and he had not anticipated reaching that point so swiftly. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Having upgraded the storage space 5 times previously, and now again 4 times, did that mean he could upgrade it a maximum of 10 times? Lin Shi took out a piece of paper and began to calculate silently. Following the pattern of wealth points doubling with each upgrade, the 10th upgrade for storage space should require 512,000 points. However, after absorbing the excess gold and silver, it still required over 980,000. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. This indicated that the final upgrade would not merely double in costs, but quadruple. The item duplication had already been upgraded 7 times. If it too followed the 10-level upgrade pattern, he would still need 2820,000 wealth points. In other words, he needed to collect over 20 tons of gold, or even more precious metals. Lin Shi promptly opened the map of Sha City to examine his options. The gold shops he had previously looted were already marked off. There were not many gold shops remaining on the map. The city was small, and within a day, he had already visited 60% of the gold shops. The remaining ones were located in the suburbs, where not only would the collection speed slow down, but the number of shops was also limited. It was far from sufficient to gather 20 tons. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before immediately considering the bank vaults. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. During his outing to collect supplies, he had already observed that most banks had been completely locked down, although unguarded. The walls were fortified and the glass was bulletproof. Not to mention the bank vaults, which were rumored to be impervious to explosives. Even if left unattended, with the limited firepower preserved in his spatial storage, breaching bulletproof glass would be exceedingly difficult, let alone accessing the bank vault. Lin Shi glanced at his hands, wondering whether the Treasure Basin space could penetrate the bank vault's walls to extract the gold inside. With that thought in mind, he immediately stood up and walked toward the wall. I wish to ascertain whether it is feasible. It is quite straightforward. One need only attempt it within their own secure sanctuary to discover the truth. The external walls of his sanctuary boast a thickness exceeding 3 meters, yet the internal partitioning walls are considerably thinner, approximately 30 centimeters thick. Let me first experiment with my own chamber. Lin Shi placed his hand against the wall connecting to the bedroom, closed his eyes, and focused all his thoughts on communicating with the space. The moment his consciousness intertwined with the space, there was an overwhelming sensation as if his awareness could dissolve and disperse. Previously, when he had removed items from the shipping container and suitcase, he experienced a subtle sensation of being able to vaguely touch the contents within. However, at this moment, the instant he conceived the thought of retrieving an object from the room, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his brain. Lin Shi immediately severed his connection with the space and found himself crouched on the ground. Woof! The Demon King, witnessing this, hurried to Lin Shi's side, anxiously circling around him. Lin Shi, suppressing the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, managed to force a smile at the concerned gaze of the Demon King and reassured him, "I am fine." After resting for a while, the unsettling feeling subsided. However, his heart had already grown cold. Skeptically, he attempted to experiment with other objects, from cups to metal boxes to cabinets and so forth. Everything he could conceive of was tested. Lin Shi eventually discerned the limitations of telekinesis. The success of retrieving an object from a container was contingent upon both the thickness and density of the container. To extract an item from within a container, the maximum thickness of the container must not exceed 5 centimeters, regardless of the object. Furthermore, the greater the density of the container, the lower the upper limit of thickness. For instance, after Lin Shi assembled several alloy plates into a box-like shape, he discovered that exceeding 3 centimeters would result in the same complications he encountered when attempting to transfer an item from the living room to the bedroom. It seems this avenue is unfeasible, Lin Shi mused. Rubbing his throbbing temples, to retrieve items across a container, they must be relatively thin and of low density. Clearly, a bank vault does not meet these criteria. It appears he must pursue another path. Once he has gathered all the gold from the gold shops in Sha City, he will venture to neighboring cities to collect more gold. Chapter 70. The Movements of the Troops. Chapter 71. Complete Storage Space. Chapter 72. Experimental Space. The newly appeared land within the space lay desolate, resembling a barren wasteland, with nothing but a ground covered in gray-black soil. Lin Shi was immediately inclined to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the Demon King for this. The Demon King was already his companion, and he would surely regret it should anything go amiss. Stepping outside the sanctuary, Lin Shi glanced around, and apart from the vast expanse of white snow, there seemed to be no other living beings in sight. His gaze quickly shifted to the villagers down the mountain. Wulong Village. Wang Liang, with a sullen expression, navigated through the homes of the villagers. "Uncle Wang, the world outside has descended into chaos. Do you think we could perhaps postpone the funerals of the elders, or simplify the arrangements?" Wang Liang inquired as he entered a villager's home. The man referred to as Uncle Wang replied, his tone filled with ire, "Postpone it to when? Who knows when another blizzard will strike? Leaving my father to lie at home for 10 days or half a month? That simply will not do. The deceased must be laid to rest, and with so many elders passing, holding just one funeral is already a simplification. What more do you wish for?" Wang Liang, frustrated, retorted, "A person has died, and that is that. We who live must continue living, right? We cannot jeopardize the living for the sake of the dead. My father did so much for this village in his lifetime. Liangzi, the village chief, always taught us that we must not be selfish. We are a community that must stand together through thick and thin. Do you wish for my father to be left to rot in the wilderness? Spare me your heartless words." Wang Liang visited over a dozen households, receiving nearly identical responses. Cursing under his breath, he stormed away with a grim expression. Initially, the village chief had intended to groom Wang Liang as his successor, given a few more years. Once the village chief had passed, he would undoubtedly have become the next village chief. However, with the unexpected demise of the village chief, Wang Liang had yet to establish his authority, and the villagers disregarded him. Resolutely insisting on holding funerals for the deceased villagers, in recent days, nearly every household in the village had mourned a loss. Unlike the urban districts where each family maintained their own affairs, the villagers, through the village chief's years of effort, had developed a strong sense of unity. With so many friends and relatives lost in a short span, when one proposed adhering to the traditional customs for the funerals of the deceased villagers, the others unanimously agreed. The village, located in a suburban area near a mountain, had residents accustomed to stockpiling food, drying vegetables, and curing meats. Thus far, they had not descended into the chaos of looting like those in the cities. However, Wang Liang had ventured outside and witnessed the mayhem, where individuals were committing heinous acts for mere morsels of food and clothing. If they did not devise a plan soon, once the village's food supplies were depleted, they would find themselves in the same predicament as those outside. This urgency was the source of Wang Liang's agitation. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of clarity amidst the drunkenness of the masses. He suddenly realized that the village chief's philosophies were inadequate to confront the current circumstances. Enraged, Wang Liang exited Uncle Wang's house and, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, kicked the snow-covered ground with fury, exclaiming, "It's all that damned bastard's fault. One day, I shall make him pay." Wang Liang vented a string of curses, invoking the names of Lin Shi's ancestors, seemingly the only way to release his pent-up frustration. Had it not been for Lin Shi, he would have been waiting to inherit the position of village chief in peace. Suddenly, Wang Liang noticed a shadow behind him. Just as he turned to look, a hand landed on his shoulder. Having just descended the mountain, Lin Shi spotted a lone villager. He intended to use this villager to test the capabilities of the space. Since this village's inhabitants harbored hostility towards him, it would be straightforward. Coincidentally, Lin Shi overheard Wang Liang cursing him. A cold smirk crept across Lin Shi's lips as he placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder, directing his thoughts. Wang Liang turned around, and their eyes met. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Shi thought, "Why is the space not reacting?" Wang Liang pondered, "This person looks remarkably familiar." Suddenly, Wang Liang's eyes widened in terror. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Shi delivered a swift strike, rendering him unconscious, re-establishing communication with the space. This time there were no obstructions. Wang Liang vanished from Lin Shi's grasp. Must a living being placed into the space be unconscious? Lin Shi furrowed his brow, examining the situation within the space. Before him lay a figure sprawled across the previously barren ground. It was none other than the recently incapacitated Wang Liang. With a flick of his thoughts, Lin Shi returned Wang Liang to the snow-covered ground. He relocated Wang Liang to a secluded corner and stuffed a handful of snow into his clothing. It wasn't long before Wang Liang awoke, shivering from the cold. Upon seeing Lin Shi, he instinctively wanted to scream in terror. Anticipating this, Lin Shi swiftly delivered a punch to Wang Liang's mouth, stifling his cry. "Silence. Otherwise, you shall meet your end," Lin Shi warned. His gaze fierce enough to instill fear. Wang Liang nodded vigorously. The force of Lin Shi's punch had already knocked out several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi then attempted once more to draw Wang Liang into the space. This time, he distinctly felt a resistance when he tried to channel his thoughts to pull the person in, rendering him unsuccessful. Wang Liang, bloodied and terrified, watched Lin Shi's hand hover above him. Motionless. The unknown terror was the most frightening. He had no idea what Lin Shi intended to do. Listen closely, and no matter what sensations you experience next, do not resist. Otherwise, I will kill you, understood? Lin Shi's cold gaze bore into Wang Liang's, who nodded desperately. Lin Shi attempted to connect with the space again. This time, the resistance was noticeably diminished, yet something still felt amiss, and he remained unable to succeed. In the next moment, Lin Shi seized Wang Liang by the throat, gradually tightening his grip. Wang Liang's eyes bulged in desperation as he struggled against Lin Shi's hand. Without hesitation, Lin Shi used his other hand to break Wang Liang's wrist, preventing further resistance. His current strength allowed him to easily snap a person's bone with bare hands. As Lin Shi tightened his grip further, he maintained his mental connection with the space, striving to pull Wang Liang inside. Just as Wang Liang's eyes began to roll back, Lin Shi released his hold, successfully accomplishing his goal. Wang Liang was not dead. He was merely on the verge of asphyxiation. Suddenly freed, he gasped for air, struggling to comprehend his surroundings before Lin Shi pulled him out from the space once more. In this manner, Lin Shi conducted several trials, ultimately confirming that to draw a person into the space, they must be incapable of resistance or possess a weakened will. Moreover, time within this living space flowed normally, allowing individuals to breathe and move. Although the inability to draw a normal person into the space was somewhat disappointing, he did not necessarily require it to be used on humans. The consciousness, or rather the mental fortitude of animals, was weaker than that of humans, making them potentially easier to draw into the space. Lin Shi had begun to formulate a plan, yet he needed to return and try with the Demon King to ascertain its effectiveness. At that moment, Lin Shi's gaze shifted slightly. Ignoring the already dazed Wang Liang, he strained to listen to the surrounding sounds. After a brief moment, Lin Shi pressed his ear to the snow-covered ground, focusing intently. Just seconds later, he stood up with a grave expression. If he had not misheard, at least 2 wild beasts or source beasts were approaching their direction. Given the current environment, the likelihood of encountering source beasts was significantly higher. Lin Shi cast one last glance at the barely conscious Wang Liang and swiftly snapped his neck. The moment his neck was broken, a glimmer of relief flickered in Wang Liang's eyes. Today was more terrifying for him than a nightmare. If there were another life, he would certainly refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs, Wang Liang thought at last. Lin Shi swiftly returned to the safe house. Chapter 73. Lin Shi's ambition. It was the time just before nightfall. The villagers of Wulong village were mostly at home preparing their evening meals. The homes of the living villagers were sending up plumes of smoke from their stoves. Previously, Liao Peng had counted 96 households in this village, with a total population not exceeding 400 in recent days. Nearly half of the villagers had already perished. Yet, the remaining inhabitants were still numerous. Due to the abundance of food, the concentration of humanity and its scent in the village was markedly greater compared to those dispersed in the high-rise buildings. Had it not been for the appearance of the source beasts, the villagers might have lived a while longer. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the previous stench of blood, uninvited guests appeared in the village that night. When Lin Shi observed 5 unusually large wild boars charging into Wulong village from the vantage point of the safe house, he understood that tonight would be anything but ordinary. With not a single evolver in the village at that moment, even if there had been one, they would not be able to withstand the source beasts. Upon hearing the screams erupting from Wulong village, Lin Shi turned away from the scene. He returned to the safe house and approached the Demon King, asking, "Demon King, shall we play a game?" He beckoned to the Demon King. "Demon King, let us engage in a game." Lin Shi coaxed gently, "In a moment, I will take you to a place. You can help me see if it is enjoyable. Do not fear. I will bring you back swiftly." The Demon King tilted its head. Pondering the meaning of Lin Shi's words, Lin Shi placed his hand on the Demon King's head, connecting his consciousness with the spaced in. The next moment, the Demon King appeared in the realm of space, looking utterly bewildered. Upon its arrival, the Demon King sprang up, alertly surveying its surroundings, emitting a series of anxious growls. "Woo, woof! Woof, woof!" Lin Shi quickly transferred the Demon King back from the space, returning to the familiar safe house. The Demon King, upon seeing Lin Shi, Nearly overflowed with excitement, IT was on the verge of leaping onto Lin Shi. After patiently explaining several times and calming the Demon King, Lin Shi sent it back into the space once more. This time, the Demon King was not as restless as before and began to run joyfully within the space. The area of the spatial land was roughly the size of a basketball court, and when the Demon King reached the boundary, it was halted by an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the Demon King through his thoughts. "Demon King, can you hear me?" The Demon King abruptly lifted its head, scanning the space. Seeing its response, Lin Shi felt a surge of joy. His suspicions were confirmed. He issued another command. "Demon King, try digging." Although the Demon King was puzzled as to why it could hear the voice without seeing its master, it obediently began to dig in place. With powerful hind legs, it quickly excavated a pit. Lin Shi then pulled the Demon King out of the space. The Demon King maintained its digging posture. Suddenly realizing it was back home, its expression one of utter confusion. Turning to see Lin Shi, whose smile nearly reached his ears, Lin Shi's heart swelled with joy. The thought in his mind became increasingly clear and intense. Indeed, this treasure-holding space could accommodate source beasts. Human hearts are unreliable, so he must attempt to assemble his own army of source beasts in this apocalyptic world. Only in this way could he hope to avenge the Shen family. Lin Shi crouched down and patted the Demon King's head, his gaze resolute. "Demon King, we must grow stronger quickly. I will make you the king of source beasts." The commotion in Wulong village did not cease until the early hours of the morning. Lin Shi ventured out to check on the situation in Wulong village during the night. The next day, although the Demon King's injuries had healed, Lin Shi decided to venture out alone. Today, he intended to visit the eastern suburbs. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi deliberately donned a rather inconspicuous coat and concealed his face with a mask. He took out Liu Heo's identification card and tucked it into his pocket. Having seen the notice the previous day requesting survivors to register their information, he brought it along just in case. He kept Liu Heo's identification card because, although Liu Heo had ordinary features, their facial contours bore resemblance. It might come in handy someday. To further enhance the authenticity of his disguise, Lin Shi even used an electric razor to give himself a hairstyle resembling that of Liu Heo's photo. With the mask on, he appeared about 50% similar to the image. If the military personnel did not conduct a strict review, it might not be discovered. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction at his reflection in the mirror, leaving enough food for the Demon King before descending the mountain. Before heading to the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi first visited Wulong village, which had been bustling with smoke just yesterday but was now eerily silent. Many houses had collapsed, and large pools of blood were visible inside. Yet not a single corpse could be found. It went without saying what fate had befallen these villagers. As for the two wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had known when he encountered the wild boars on the mountain that they could not possibly be limited to just one or two. Perhaps in the deep mountains, there were still many mutated wild boars or other beasts. He needed to grow stronger as soon as possible. As for the dead villagers of Wulong village, Lin Shi had no obligation to save them. Having the wild boars clear them out was, in Lin Shi's view, the best outcome, ensuring that no one would come to trouble him near his safe house in the future. Confirming that there were no living souls left in Wulong village, Lin Shi departed eastward. As he made his way toward the eastern suburbs, he encountered many people heading in the same direction, evidently responding to the notification to go to the eastern suburbs. The journey was peaceful today, with no one daring to act out. Occasionally, small groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. The trek from the western suburbs to the eastern suburbs on foot would likely take the entire day. Lin Shi found an unoccupied spot to retrieve a snowmobile, avoiding the crowds and riding a considerable distance. As he approached the eastern suburbs, he found a place to return to the space. Finally, he arrived at the eastern suburbs around noon. Upon arriving, Lin Shi realized that although he had come quickly, he was not among the first. Many residents already living in the eastern suburbs had gathered around the entrance of Shanghai apartment, along with numerous survivors who had rushed over after receiving the notification the previous day. Although the nighttime temperatures were 10 to 20 degrees lower than during the day, those with sick relatives on the verge of starvation or freezing had no time to worry about the cold. They pushed themselves to arrive at the eastern suburbs as early as possible. Many survivors appeared emaciated and weak, their footsteps unsteady. Amid the bustling crowd, Lin Shi could not even see the entrance of Shanghai apartment. Since he was merely there to gather information, He was in no rush to move forward, quietly observing the situation from the outskirts of the crowd. Before long, a piercing blare from a loudspeaker cut through the air, followed by a rugged voice addressing everyone. Silence. Listen up. All of you. Stand in 5 lines and queue up. Disruptors will be killed. Chapter 74. Distribution of supplies. The word kill carried a chilling aura. If that alone did not intimidate the survivors, the synchronized sound of soldiers loading their weapons in a long line at the apartment entrance finally brought genuine silence to the raucous crowd. Moments later, some quick-witted survivors managed to push to the front and form a line. Others hurriedly joined the queue. Lin Shi also fell in line at the back of one of the groups. At this point, the loudspeaker switched to a younger voice, which lacked the previous speaker's menacing tone. Everyone, please line up, have your identification cards ready, and after registering your identity, enter the community to receive supplies. 1 identification card per supply. If a family member is collecting on your behalf, please present a household registration book or marriage certificate as proof. Those who attempt to collect improperly or take more will lose their permanent eligibility to receive supplies. Please collect rationally. If you have lost your identification card, you can register for verification over here on the right. During this special time, to prevent chaos, we must treat this seriously. We appreciate your understanding. Job seekers, please register for interviews on the left. Lin Shi stood at the back of the crowd, observing. Although he could not see clearly, the queue was moving at a steady pace, indicating that the review process was not very strict. After a while, a commotion erupted at the front. My surname is Chun. What's the problem with my son taking my wife's surname, Huang? Why can't I collect for him? A man at the front of the queue shouted excitedly. The registrar replied, to collect on behalf of a family member, you must present the household registration book or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I came all the way from the Southern District, and I didn't bring those documents. Without proof, you can only collect for yourself. Hey, aren't you supposed to be serving the people? What kind of service attitude is this? Do you want me to file a complaint? The man was about to say more when a cold gun barrel suddenly pressed against his forehead. Do you not understand what he said? With identification, you can collect on behalf of others. Without it, you can only take your own. Now, either collect your own or go home for your documents. Disruptors will die. The voice belonged to the same rugged man heard earlier on the loudspeaker. The man, clad in a green military coat, appeared exceptionally robust, with a square, rugged face. One of his eyes was an abnormal murky color, suggesting an injury that added a touch of fierceness to his already stern visage. The combination of his menacing voice and the cold touch of the gun barrel sent a tremor through the disruptive man, causing him to collapse to the ground. I understand. The tumultuous man rose to seize the sign from the hands of the registrant, tumbling and scrambling through the right side passageway, dashing into the apartment. Numerous individuals, who initially shared the same intentions as the raucous man, upon witnessing this spectacle, promptly extinguished their aspirations. The pace of the queue quickened slightly. Shortly thereafter, a person who had previously registered to collect supplies emerged from the apartment, clutching a large black bag. Instantly, the eyes of those in line shifted towards the bag, as if attempting to peer inside and discern its contents. A bold individual in the queue shouted, "Hey, what did you get?" The person, however, offered no response, tightening their grip on the bag and hastily departing. As the line continued to advance, after 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shi found himself closer to the front, with only a handful of people ahead of him. He soon discerned that, aside from the stringent scrutiny involved in assisting others to collect supplies, the process for individuals was relatively simple, merely registering their identification details and answering a question about their pre-apocalypse profession, after which they could enter the apartment to receive supplies. Those whose professions aligned with the construction of shelters were additionally extended an olive branch. Directed to another area, Lin Shi was particularly intrigued by a man standing resolutely before the soldiers. This individual emanated a commanding aura, his piercing gaze riveted at the front of the queue, exuding a semblance of authority that rivaled that of the armed soldiers. Previously, a soldier had approached this man to report, and Lin Shi had vaguely overheard the soldier address him as Major General Lin. Could it be that this man was the leader of the Shushi forces? Lin Shi refrained from staring too intently, lest he attract attention. Soon, it was Lin Shi's turn. He produced the identification of Liu Hao and presented it before the registrar. The registrar glanced at Lin Shi. recorded his age and gender, and inquired, "What was your occupation before?" Cough, cough, cough. "I've been suffering from a severe cough these past few days, and I fear I may have caught some flu. Do you have any medicine among your supplies?" Lin Shi coughed forcefully a few times, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I was an accountant." The staff member scrutinized the identification and Lin Shi once more, then handed back the ID along with a metallic tag, stating, "Take this tag to collect your supplies. Next." Lin Shi accepted the tag and entered the apartment through the passageway delineated by soldiers. Inside, he felt no risk of losing his way, as two armed soldiers stood guard every meter along the corridor. Truly a post every 5 steps, a sentry every ten. By simply following the path flanked by the soldiers, he could reach the supply collection area. He examined the cool, metallic tag in his hand. It was merely a rectangular piece of metal, reminiscent of aluminum alloy, stamped with a symbol of the Summer Nation. It appeared to be hastily cut from a larger sheet of aluminum, with jagged edges that could easily inflict a cut if mishandled. This step of manufacturing metal tags and entering the apartment to collect supplies seemed somewhat superfluous. Yet, Lin Shi understood that had supplies been distributed directly at the entrance, they would accumulate outdoors, vulnerable to snowstorms or blizzards, complicating transport and storage. Furthermore, faced with a multitude of survivors, the sight of supplies could incite reckless behavior among the desperate, leading to potential chaos. An influx of desperate individuals could spark a riot, rendering the entrance difficult to defend. The current method effectively dispersed the crowd and deterred ill-intentioned individuals. Should chaos erupt within the apartment, it would be nearly impossible to breach the layers of security. This approach minimized the risk of unrest and accidents, achieving a balance between external vigilance and internal leniency. This was merely Lin Shi's conjecture. There may well be further reasoning behind it. Turning a corner, he encountered a person returning from collecting supplies. Lin Shi cast a casual glance and was taken aback to find the individual somewhat familiar. Qian Liang, with a vigilant expression, clutched the supplies against his chest, fearful of losing his hard-won bounty. These past few days had been arduous for him. Although he initially secured 2 garments and some food through his cleverness, he soon found himself unable to procure any more items. To make matters worse, he had been robbed and nearly lost his life. Having gone hungry for 2 entire days, he had sprinted here before dawn, and at last, he had acquired supplies. At this moment, Qian Liang noticed the individual approaching him was observing him. That day, Lin Shi had been masked and clad in a hat, accompanied by the Demon King. Thus Qian Liang failed to recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liang glared at Lin Shi, hastening towards the apartment entrance. Chapter 75. The peculiar young man. At this juncture, Lin Shi recalled that Qian Liang was the individual he had encountered a few days prior, and he averted his gaze. The supply collection point was situated within the property management hall of the apartment, and when Lin Shi arrived, there was also a queue inside, albeit not as extensive as that at the entrance. Once more, Lin Shi found himself at the back of the line. After a while, an elderly woman maneuvered around from behind, briskly advancing to the front of the queue, seamlessly inserting herself ahead. Immediately, discontent arose among the others. "Hey, lady, how can you cut in line?" The elderly woman, hands on her hips, retorted defiantly, "I'm an old woman with bad legs. After walking all day, my legs are sore. It's only right that you young people yield a little. So stop grumbling. Can't you see that none of these soldiers have said anything?" The crowd glanced at the expressionless soldiers, firmly guarding the supplies, and some could only silently swallow their indignation. Yet, there were still those who could not contain themselves, stating, "Haven't we all walked quite a distance and stood in line for a long time? Just because you're old, does that give you the right to take advantage? You look like you've walked far enough, and your stamina is no better than ours." The elderly woman cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Young man, everyone else is silent, yet you insist on making a fuss over a trivial matter. Can't you show a bit more magnanimity? Causing a commotion benefits no one. Stay quiet, or you'll suffer the consequences of ignoring an elder's advice." The elderly woman was audacious, for one could only fear a learned elder. Her words made it seem as though the other was the one being unreasonable, leaving him biting his tongue in frustration. "Ha! Ignoring the advice of the elderly, and now you'll be unhappy for years to come?" At that moment, a young man in front of Lin Shi suddenly laughed and stepped forward, pulling the elderly woman out of the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. who would stand up during such a moment? Those who had initially felt displeased by the woman's cue-cutting exhibited expressions of delight, as they were pleased to see someone take on the bothersome elderly woman. Lin Shi observed the scene with keen interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man's grip was evidently strong, and despite the elderly woman's struggles, she was dragged out of the line. The elderly woman turned to return to the queue, but the others tightened their formation, denying her any chance to reinsert herself. Realizing her attempts to cut in line were thwarted, the elderly woman pointed angrily at the young man who had pulled her out and berated, "Are you insane? Why didn't he cut in front of you?" The young man merely smiled, returning to his place in line, this time standing behind Lin Shi. The elderly woman was furious, but dared not escalate the situation further. Muttering under her breath as she stood behind the young man, "You're so morally deficient. You think you did a good deed, but no one here is letting you cut back in." The young man leaned towards Lin Shi and asked, "Can I cut back in?" Lin Shi gestured for him to proceed. The young man raised an eyebrow, casting a smug glance at the enraged elderly woman, and rejoined the line in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi found the young man rather intriguing. It was merely a matter of position in line, insignificant whether he let him or not. What captured Lin Shi's attention was the young man's demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to the pervasive despair that enveloped those around them who had succumbed to the harshness of the apocalypse. Instead, this young man radiated a sense of irreverence and optimism reminiscent of the peaceful times before the apocalypse. Lin Shi had not perceived this while standing in line, but after witnessing this exchange, he immediately sensed the young man's uniqueness. Perhaps due to Lin Shi's unwavering gaze, the young man turned suddenly, winking at Lin Shi. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the despondency, despair, and wariness that nearly everyone around them exhibited, yet possessing an emotion that Lin Shi could not quite comprehend. "Thank you," the young man said with a smile. Lin Shi nodded, lowering his gaze to avoid further interaction. Regardless of how peculiar, he remained an unrelated individual. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to collect supplies. Like the others, he presented the metal tag, and upon inspection, the staff retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag was fluffy, weighing approximately a dozen pounds. On the other side of the queue, someone who had just received their supplies tore open their bag, exclaiming indignantly, "Is this all we get to eat for a week? Are you trying to starve us?" Lin Shi glanced inside the bag. It contained several packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, some cold medicine, and a few vegetables and fruits that had been frozen to the point of decay. Discontent echoed throughout the crowd. Perhaps due to prior disturbances, soldiers quickly approached to retrieve the discarded bag, their voices cold as they stated, "If you don't want it, go find your own." These items were brought back at great peril by our men, who risked frostbite. Even the Shushi forces lacked adequate cold-resistant clothing to withstand such extreme temperatures. Although they had gathered sufficient clothing, items like waterproof snow boots and gloves were virtually non-existent in Shushi. In recent days, we have been gathering and transporting supplies, and many soldiers in the unit have suffered from frostbite, with some even losing fingers and toes to the cold. The situation outside is well known to all, and in the end, that person could not utter anything as defiant as no. With a sense of indignation, he seized his bag and strode outside. Given the scarcity of resources, it is fortunate to have these items. In a few months, they may become unattainable, Lin Shi pondered silently. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a large notice affixed to the wall of the hall. It listed the details of material exchanges for contribution points and the reverse exchange for materials in return for contribution points. Nearby, paper and pens were provided for everyone to copy the information to take back. Lin Shi also took a sheet of paper and noted down the details. 100 kilograms of sand could be exchanged for 5 contribution points. 100 kilograms of cement for 10 contribution points. 100 kg of rebar for 20 contribution points. A comprehensive list of building materials for exchange. Below it were details for non-damaged circuit boards, various intact electrical appliances, automotive parts, and an array of precision components, wires, and more, all available for contribution points. The most enticing was the list detailing the materials obtainable in exchange for contribution points. Chapter 76, Material Exchange List. Chapter 77, Encounter with Source Beasts. With the arrival of extreme cold, the nights have grown eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. plunging Wulong village into an even deeper darkness. In this obscurity, the entrance of the village loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. Waiting for Lin Shi to step inside, a vague sense of danger welled up within him as he gazed into the shadows. Although there were no living villagers left in Wulong, the threats that night were typically not from humans, but rather from wild beasts and even source beasts that roamed the mountains in search of food. Being a mountain village, the likelihood of encountering such creatures was inherently higher than in other locales. Every advantage carries its disadvantages. The remote location he had chosen naturally increased the chances of an encounter with source beasts. Lin Shi donned his infrared night vision goggles. In the darkness, any warm-blooded animal within 200 meters would be rendered visible under the device's gaze. He then retrieved his weapon and ventured down the path leading out of the village. To one side lay fields, while the other was lined with the houses of the villagers. The night was still, with snow falling, making the open fields, devoid of obstructions, entirely visible. Lin Shi directed his attention towards the village side, advancing cautiously step by step. After several minutes, he had yet to spot anything suspicious. The only sounds were the faint crunch of snow beneath his feet. Had he been overly suspicious? Lin Shi mused. Yet, he maintained his vigilance. Caution was the mother of safety in a world like this. It was far better to squander time and energy on excessive caution than to perish due to carelessness. After a few more minutes, a flash of red light suddenly flickered across his infrared night vision. It appeared for a mere instant before vanishing behind a building. What was that? Lin Shi stood still. Alert. A gun was now firmly in his grasp. The appearance of the red light confirmed his instincts. There was indeed life in Wulong village. The red light had darted through the air. Clearly not human. Lin Shi held his breath, focusing intently on the spot where the light had disappeared. Approximately 3 or 4 minutes later, an unusual sound broke the silence, and the red light flashed again in the night vision. This time closer to him. Time ticked away as Lin Shi stood ready. When the red light reappeared in his line of sight, he swiftly aimed and fired. Bang! The gunshot caused the creature lunging at him to stumble, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud in the snow. Yet, it quickly regained its footing and charged at Lin Shi once more. This time, he clearly discerned what it was, a primate, in the infrared night vision. The creature's arms appeared extraordinarily robust, moving with both hands and feet, its palms larger than basins. It was evidently a mutated gibbon. The sounds Lin Shi had previously heard had originated from this gibbon swinging through the village's structures. As the gibbon approached within 100 meters, the Treasure Basin immediately issued a warning. One-tier source beast detected within 100 meters. Lin Shi felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. He set aside his gun and drew his combat knife. He intended to test whether he could tame this gibbon. Although he had contemplated forming a source beast army, if these beasts could not be subdued, then even if his space could contain living things, his plans would be thwarted. He would use this gibbon to evaluate the feasibility of his ideas. Now that he had unlocked the second tier of his genetic lock, he could also gauge his true combat prowess against this first-tier gibbon. Lin Shi's eyes burned with determination as he charged towards the massive creature wielding his knife. The gibbon, noticing Lin Shi's advance instead of retreat, swung its enormous palm, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Aiming to strike Lin Shi's, the foul stench of its fur enveloped him. Lin Shi nimbly dodged, delivering a swift slash at the gibbon's arm. The blade sank an inch into its flesh, but was then caught by the gibbon's muscles. Unable to penetrate further. Such formidable defense. Lin Shi thought, astonished that his strength was several times greater than when he had first unlocked the genetic lock. Yet this wound was less severe than what he had inflicted on the mutated wild boar. The pain elicited an enraged roar from the gibbon, and it swung its other arm down at Lin Shi. He abandoned his knife and leaped back. The snow erupted around where he had stood, and he had no doubt that a blow to his head would split it open like a watermelon. In an instant, the genetic lock activated silently. Lin Shi's demeanor transformed, entering a mysterious state as power surged through his body. His mind quickly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of the gibbon. As a primate, its defense was not as robust as that of a wild boar, but its arms appeared incredibly strong in both power and defense, evidently enhanced through mutation. To subdue this gibbon, he needed to target its body. Having missed Lin Shi, the gibbon rapidly extended its arms, attempting to envelop him. With arms stretching nearly 2 meters, it nearly blocked all avenues of escape. Lin Shi swiftly brandished another knife, using the gibbon's arm as leverage to nimbly spring onto its shoulder. With the second tier of the genetic lock engaged, his strength and speed surpassed that of a first-tier source beast. Grasping the gibbon's fur to stabilize himself, he plunged the sharp knife towards the gibbon's neck. In a fraction of a second, he turned the tide of battle. The gibbon let out a pained howl. Under the precise control of the genetic lock, Lin Shi's knife narrowly missed the gibbon's carotid artery, plunging deep into its neck. With a lateral thrust, he could sever the gibbon's neck in half. Unfazed by whether the gibbon could comprehend him, Lin Shi declared fiercely, "Submit to me, or I shall slay you." Chapter 78. What breed is the Demon King? Though the gibbon could not grasp Lin Shi's words, it possessed an instinctual fear of death. The sensation of its life hanging by a thread was unmistakable. The mutated gibbon exhibited a level of intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals. Opting not to fight back in a futile struggle, but instead ceasing its attack altogether, if Lin Shi could have gazed into the gibbon's eyes, he would have seen them wide with panic and fear. Lin Shi promptly attempted to communicate with the space to draw the gibbon within. However, this was not as seamless as when he had summoned the Demon King into the space. As he concentrated on pulling the gibbon inside, he sensed a resistance. Lin Shi tightened his grip, pushing the knife deeper, his voice laced with menace as he warned, "Do not resist." Time was of the essence. The genetic lock could only be maintained for 8 seconds, after which he would be left vulnerable. If he failed, he would have to eliminate the gibbon immediately to avert any potential threat. He understood that wild animals could not comprehend human speech. So he sought to project his murderous intent, hoping the gibbon would grasp his meaning. If that failed, he would have to devise another plan next time. Lin Shi mentally counted down 5, 4, 3, 2. In the next instant, the gibbon vanished from the snowy ground beneath him. Lin Shi landed. "I did it." He quickly directed his consciousness into the space to check. The gibbon appeared bewildered on the land within the space. Noticing the blood still trickling from its neck, it instinctively grabbed a handful of dirt and pressed it against its wound. Glancing around in confusion, Lin Shi withdrew his consciousness. At that moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. This time, he did not stumble to the ground. Instead, he steadied himself, legs braced. He retrieved his gun, scanning the surroundings with the infrared night vision goggles. Despite feeling weak, he remained vigilant. After all, he was still outside. In the depths of night, the emergence of another source beast was still a possibility. If only the Demon King were here, Lin Shi thought. Previously, he had hesitated to bring the Demon King into the space for fear of potential risks associated with containing living creatures, such as oxygen depletion over time or other unforeseen drawbacks. Lin Shi had planned to venture into the mountains in the coming days to find a wild beast for experimentation. Now, he could use this gibbon to test his hypothesis. Once he confirmed that the space could indeed sustain source beasts over an extended period, he would always take the Demon King with him on future excursions. With the Demon King's vigilance, he would no longer need to worry about safety after unlocking the genetic lock. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi took a step towards the safety shelter. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the safety of his abode. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the Demon King swiftly approached, sniffing curiously at Lin Shi. Habitually, Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King, ruffling its short fur a few times before he decided to take a bath and change out of his blood-stained clothes. The successful capture of a source beast was a significant gain for him. Whether he could completely tame this source beast to serve him like the Demon King remained contingent upon subsequent developments. After dinner, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the gibbon in his spatial realm. However, despite its intelligence, the gibbon, having lived in the wild its entire life, was utterly perplexed by human language. Instead, it was startled by the sudden voice that echoed in its ears and began to dart anxiously around the space. After pondering for a moment and glancing at the obedient Demon King watching instructional videos nearby, Lin Shi said, "Demon King, I have a task for you." The Demon King turned its head, looking at Lin Shi with confusion. "Woof." A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Shi sighed as he observed the scene in his consciousness space, where the dog and the gibbon were engaged in a game of chase. The gibbon was fleeing ahead, while the Demon King pursued it, barking excitedly. The key issue was the Demon King's expression. Lin Shi had instructed it to approach the gibbon in a friendly manner, Yet the Demon King had inexplicably adopted a smile that appeared quite sinister on its canine face. Reminiscent of a pervert, it seemed that communication between different animals was not as straightforward as he had hoped. Lin Shi helplessly rubbed his forehead. Initially, he had thought that, being both source beasts, the intelligent Demon King would have no trouble in taming a gibbon. He realized he had been overly eager. Though both were mammals, it was still challenging for a person from the Xia nation, who had never learned a foreign language, to communicate with a foreigner who had never learned Xia language. Especially since the gibbon was in an unfamiliar and tense environment, making it even more difficult to engage with the suddenly appearing Demon King. Furthermore, upon seeing the gibbon, the Demon King seemed to unleash some inherent nature. Suddenly becoming a bit unruly, it was then that Lin Shi realized he had never inquired about the breed of the Demon King. With a thought, he released the Demon King from the spatial realm. Upon emerging, the Demon King appeared eager, gazing at Lin Shi as if wanting to try again. Lin Shi chuckled wryly and said, "It's still a bit shy from just arriving. Let us try again in a few days." He carefully observed the Demon King. With a bit of the previously shaved fur having grown back, he could now discern the Demon King's coat color. Its pointed ears framed a body adorned in grayish-black fur, while the fur from its neck down to its abdomen was white, as were its paws. Except for the black snout, its mouth and the area around its eyes were white, yet there was a streak of grayish-black fur between its eyes and forehead. Although Lin Shi had never owned a dog, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the Demon King's appearance. Could it be that the Demon King was? The Demon King tilted its head, gazing intently at Lin Shi. Lin Shi immediately dismissed his suspicion. It couldn't be. The Demon King was so gentle, never destructive, and its size was considerably larger than that type of dog, with longer fur as well. Lin Shi compared the Demon King to a dog he had seen in a movie on his computer. Scrutinizing it closely as he asked, "Demon King, you are an Alaskan Malamute, aren't you?" The Demon King blinked. "Woof." Lin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was evident that source beasts possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. Upon waking the next day, Lin Shi discovered that the gibbon's wounds had ceased to bleed. He procured some fruit from another vacuum space to feed the gibbon. During each feeding, he would converse with it, allowing it to familiarize itself with his voice. The gibbon proved to be even smarter than Lin Shi had anticipated. The intelligence of mutated wild beasts was indeed enhanced, especially for primates that already boasted higher IQs than typical animals. Realizing it could not escape, the gibbon gradually calmed down, no longer frightened by Lin Shi's sudden appearances. After 2 days, the gibbon had become significantly less agitated and could even play well with the Demon King. Lin Shi rubbed his temples and pulled the Demon King, who was having a great time, out from the spatial realm. Over these past few days, Lin Shi had confirmed that keeping living creatures in the space for extended periods posed no issues. Today, he intended to venture to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. Chapter 79. Encounter with Qian Liangliang. Bad content. Chapter 80. The location of gold. Bad content. Chapter 81. Searching for gold after more than 2 hours. Lin Shi and Qian Liangliang arrived at a villa area near the eastern suburbs. Throughout the journey, Qian Liangliang had nearly succumbed to despair. Lin Shi's vigilance was astounding. He had not found a single opportunity to escape. The houses in the entire villa area appeared to be shorter than usual now. In the low-lying areas of Xia City, the ground floor was uninhabitable. The incessant snow had accumulated to over 3 meters deep in Xia City. The first floor was completely submerged in the snow, while the average 3-story villas now stood only 2 stories high. Following Qian Liangliang's directions, the two approached a villa. "Is it here?" Lin Shi pointed at the villa, where the entrance was barely visible above the snow. Qian Liangliang nodded, whimpering in agreement. After glancing around and confirming no one was nearby, Lin Shi grabbed Qian Liangliang and, amid his terrified whimpers, tossed him onto the second-floor balcony, which was just over a meter above the snow. Lin Shi then leaped up after him. Qian Liangliang landed on the balcony, dazed and seeing stars. Just as he attempted to rise, he locked eyes with another pair of eyes through the balcony glass, murky, yellow eyes that stared intently at him. Woo-woo-woo. Terrified, Qian Liangliang stumbled backward, nearly falling off the balcony. Upon seeing Lin Shi ascend, he hurriedly pointed into the room. As soon as Lin Shi entered, he saw a figure lying within the floor-to-ceiling window. "It's a corpse." He opened the floor-to-ceiling window. The door was entirely unlocked. Inside was a bedroom with 2 corpses. One lay on the bed, a middle-aged woman, while the other lay on the floor, a middle-aged man. The man's eyes were wide open, fixed in a stare towards the balcony. His body bore evident external injuries, clearly indicative of foul play. Upon recognizing the man's face, Qian Liangliang pointed at him, repeatedly whimpering. Lin Shi instructed Qian Liangliang to remove the golf ball from his mouth to speak. After some effort, Qian Liangliang managed to extract the golf ball and, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "This is my boss." Observing the signs of a struggle in the room, Lin Shi frowned. "Someone has been here." "What?" Qian Liangliang looked around at the ransacked room, fear creeping into his expression as he glanced nervously at Lin Shi, worried that Lin Shi might kill him in a fit of anger. "Should we search again? Perhaps the gold hasn't been taken yet." Even he didn't believe his own words. It was improbable that a thief would overlook anything of value. Although gold held little use now, what if the world were to return to its former state one day? Qian Liangliang merely hoped to find something that might allow him to slip away. Lin Shi shot a knowing glance at the fidgeting Qian Liangliang and said, "You search. I'll keep an eye on you." Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Qian Liangliang weakly began rummaging through the room. The clothing, bedding, and even curtains in all the bedrooms had been stripped away, leaving no valuables in sight, as if a flood had swept through. The more Qian Liangliang searched, the more dispirited he became. Unable to resist glancing furtively at Lin Shi's expression. "Hurry up and find something, or I will kill you immediately," Lin Shi urged. With no choice, Qian Liangliang pressed on, and finally, upon opening a room that appeared to be an office, he joyfully shouted, "The safe is still here." The safe was small but heavy. Without electricity or cutting tools, it couldn't be opened through brute force anytime soon. Perhaps that was why the thieves had left it behind. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the excited Qian Liangliang. Even if this safe is filled with gold, it won't hold much. But, after hearing that, Qian Liangliang's previously joyous expression evaporated, and he began to sweat nervously, gesturing wildly to convince Lin Shi. There must be other places with gold. It can't possibly be only this. He frequently saw news reports of corrupt officials hiding money in walls or mattresses. Lin Shi's gaze swept the entire office, and he knocked on the walls. Nothing seemed amiss. "Did your boss have any strange habits or quirks?" Lin Shi inquired. Strange habits or quirks? Qian Liangliang scratched his head, deep in thought, before suddenly recalling something, looking up to say, "He liked listening to rock music. Does that count?" "He likes rock music?" A middle-aged bureaucrat enjoying rock music? "Yes, I heard he even built a soundproof room just to listen to rock music and would invite people over to enjoy it with him. He was very protective of his sound system and never allowed anyone to touch it," Qian Liangliang replied. They had previously found several massive speakers in one of the rooms they had searched. "Let us check that room again." The two returned to the room with the speakers. The lavishly decorated room featured a massive screen with 6 oversized speakers arranged in an extravagant design on either side. Opposite was a genuine leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected there might be gold hidden in this room. He instructed Qian Liangliang, "Dismantle the sofa and see what's inside." Qian Liangliang approached the sofa while Lin Shi made his way to the speakers. With such large speakers, hiding something inside should be easy. "Right?" He placed his hand on one speaker and shook it slightly. The first speaker felt normal. The second as well. However, upon reaching the third, Lin Shi immediately noticed something unusual. This speaker was particularly heavy, weighing more than double that of the first two. Lin Shi promptly communicated with the spatial realm, extending his consciousness into the speaker. Indeed, he discovered gold inside. And not just any gold. There were solid gold bars. The gold bars of this size are roughly comparable to those that Lin Shi had previously purchased from the bank, each weighing approximately 10 kilograms. Yet, within this speaker, there are a staggering 53 bars. He then placed his hand on another speaker and casually inquired, "How many years has your leader been with your organization?" "I heard it's been around 20 to 30 years, Qian Liangliang replied. Lin Shi nodded, understanding the reason. This speaker also contained over 50 bars. As Lin Shi meticulously collected the gold, Qian Liangliang, who had initially been searching for something to slice open the sofa, revealed a sinister expression. He slipped his hand into a pocket and emerged with a sharp blade. Cautiously, he approached Lin Shi, who had his back turned. The carpet muffled his footsteps, and the closer Qian Liangliang drew, the more menacing his countenance became. If it weren't for the presence of 3 individuals today, he would have already executed a counterattack and seized the others' resources. Regrettably, the subsequent developments exceeded his wildest imagination, and no matter how cautious this individual was. Everyone has moments of complacency, much like now in Qian Liangliang's mind. He envisioned Lin Shi's expression of despair and shock after he slashed his throat with the blade. He inched closer, slowly raising the blade in his hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned, his calm gaze locking onto Qian Liangliang's grotesque face. Qian Liangliang froze, taken aback by Lin Shi's unexpected response. He was oblivious to the fact that Lin Shi had already detected him and was simply waiting for him to draw near for a final strike. After all, this man was of no further use. Chapter 82. Acquiring gold in a swift motion, Lin Shi drew his knife and severed Qian Liangliang's head. With this nuisance dealt with, he continued to inspect the remaining 2 speakers. Each of them contained 50 to 60 bars, bringing the total to over 200 bars, more than 2 tons of gold. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would be worth over 500 million xia currency. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the cunning nature of this leader, who kept gold hidden right under his nose while inviting others to his home for a rock concert. Generally, individuals of his age would not favor rock music, likely never to return. Moreover, no one would suspect that such a wealth of gold lay within the speakers so close at hand. Typically, only the first 2 speakers would be activated. Making it difficult for anyone to raise doubts, he checked other areas to ensure nothing was overlooked before returning to the room where he had discovered the safe. Typically, a safe has a thickness of 6 to 8 centimeters. Lin Shi pondered whether he could extract the gold from within the safe without direct access. Ever since his last attempts at telekinesis, he realized that his mental reach had expanded significantly. To be on the safe side, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King from his space. "Alert me if anything approaches." The Demon King immediately adopted a vigilant stance, its heterochromatic eyes sharpening as it scanned the surroundings. Lin Shi placed his hand on the safe, connecting with the space within. Unlike extracting gold from the speakers, he encountered a stronger sense of obstruction as his consciousness penetrated the safe. With each mental probe, he felt a dull ache in his temples. Yet, he had not yet reached his limit. Frowning deeply, he focused intently, continuously extending his awareness. At last, success. As the contents of the safe were transferred to his space, Lin Shi let out a silent sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, his forehead was already slick with sweat. Wiping his brow, he examined the items just collected. To his dismay, he found only a small amount of cash, 2 small gold bars, and some jewelry. The total value of these items paled in comparison to a single bar he had found in the speaker. However, Lin Shi quickly reassured himself that the acquisition of over 2 tons of gold was already an unexpected boon. Perhaps he should explore the villa area further? Adhering to the principle of making the most of his visit, Lin Shi collected all the wooden furniture in the villa into his space. Dismantled wooden furniture could be used for firewood, and many might not yet realize the value of wood. Soon, it could become scarce. He also gathered pots, pans, and anything else he deemed useful. "Let's go." After thoroughly ransacking the villa, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King back into his space and exited from the balcony. Landing lightly, and noticing that it was still early, he intended to search the villa area for additional treasures. Whether the villas were occupied could easily be discerned by the state of the snow at their entrances. Some villas had their snow cleared to the sides, while others were completely buried. Lin Shi sought the ones whose doors were buried in snow. Within half an hour, he searched 2 more uninhabited villas in one. Everything of value had already been taken, leaving no signs of disarray. Suggesting the owner had moved out themselves, the other villa showed no signs of occupancy but contained furniture thickly coated in dust. Regardless of its current utility, Lin Shi decided to take it. After 2 rounds, his space was filled with various items, but he found no gold. Indeed, the chances of stumbling upon treasure in the villa area were slim, unless one had specific knowledge of gold's location. The efficiency of such searches paled in comparison to raiding a gold shop. After exiting another uninhabited villa, Lin Shi resolved to leave. Just then, a faint sound of something falling into the snow nearby caught his attention, followed by the sound of something struggling to rise from the ground. Lin Shi turned warily. A young girl dressed in a beige down jacket was emerging from a snowbank, brushing off the snow that clung to her. The bulky down jacket did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. A fluffy ring of fox fur around the hood obscured half her face. Lin Shi's gaze, hidden behind his goggles, flickered with recognition. The girl was none other than the one he had nearly collided with while riding a shared bicycle. Heavily shielded by her entourage, after encountering the port forces, Lin Shi had become increasingly certain that the individuals he nearly bumped into were military personnel, and not merely ordinary soldiers. The man known as Uncle Chio had emanated a strong sense of threat. Now, having unlocked the second stage of his genetic lock, Lin Shi realized just how formidable Uncle Chio was, possessing both power and reflexes that indicated he was at least a first-stage genetic lock wielder. Likely a trained one at that. With such a protector, this girl might well be related to a significant figure within the military. If she was here, it was highly probable that the man referred to as Uncle Chio was also nearby. Although Lin Shi's abilities now matched Uncle Chio's, he had no desire to entangle himself with troublesome individuals. He turned and quickened his pace to leave. After taking just a few steps, Lin Shi sensed someone following him. He halted and turned to find the girl trailing behind him. Lin Shi regarded Lu Pianran with a furrowed brow, unable to suppress his urge to quicken his pace in an attempt to shake her off. The last time he saw her, the weather had not yet turned cold, and he was dressed lightly, half his face obscured by a raincoat. Now, he was fully covered, with even his eyes concealed, making it improbable for her to recognize him based on his physique alone. Lin Shi scanned the area but did not see Uncle Qiayut. To his astonishment, despite his acceleration, the girl continued to keep pace. "Hey, wait a moment, don't run." Lu Pianran exerted herself, panting as she finally caught up to Lin Shi. Initially, she had been confined to the villa, wanting to step outside for some fresh air. Upon exiting, she found the world blanketed in snow, devoid of any other figures, which unsettled her. "Hey, why do you run away whenever you see someone? You look suspicious. Stop right there." Lu Pianran chided, noticing that Lin Shi showed no signs of stopping. Frustrated, she brandished the gun Uncle Chio had given her for protection. "If you run again, I'll shoot." Sensing the threat emanating from behind, Lin Shi finally came to a halt. He turned to face Lu Pianran, his tone impatient. "Why are you following me?" Lu Pianran retorted, "Is this road yours? Who said I was following you? I just thought you looked suspicious and wanted to ask you a few questions." Her tone only deepened Lin Shi's frown. She was a quintessential haughty young lady, just out of academia, oblivious to the perilous world around her, speaking with an air of superiority as if she were above others. He was unwilling to waste more words and instead issued a cold warning. "If you continue to follow me, I will kill you." Chapter 83. Conflict erupts. Kill me? Lu Pianran was taken aback by Lin Shi's menacing aura, instinctively taking 2 steps back, followed by a surge of indignation. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Right now, I have the gun. If anyone is to die, it will be you. I command you to take me away from here, or I will shoot." Uncle Chio was indeed correct. There were no good people left outside. Given this situation, threatening this dubious figure with a gun posed her no moral dilemma. Lin Shi remained silent, deliberating whether to eliminate this girl. The forces backing her were evidently substantial. Even if he were to dispose of her, it would create more complications. Lin Shi chose to ignore her and turned to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Chio Jun had just returned from visiting an old friend in the villa area and, upon discovering Lu Pianran was missing, hurriedly sprinted out in search of her. He approached Lu Pianran, scanning her for injuries, his tone a blend of concern and sternness. "Xiaoran, are you all right? What on earth are you doing sneaking out like this? Where do you think you're going?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue in apology. "I'm sorry, Uncle Chio. You keep me cooped up in the villa every day. I just got too bored and wanted to take a stroll." The other guards surrounding Lu Pianran hurried over, encircling her protectively. Chio Jun pulled Lu Pianran behind him, his gaze fixed warily on Lin Shi. "Who is that?" Lu Pianran cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi, distorting the truth. "I was just walking along when he threatened to kill me." At that moment, Lu Pianran hoped Chio Jun would teach the oblivious Lin Shi a lesson, unaware that her words had escalated tensions between the two parties. Upon hearing her, Chio Jun's brows furrowed sharply, a wave of murderous intent directed at Lin Shi. The others also reached for their weapons, fingers tightening around their firearms. A glint of malice flickered in Lin Shi's eyes behind his goggles. Was he intentionally seeking trouble? sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Lu Pianran quickly tugged at Xiao Jun, her voice tinged with unease. Never mind, Uncle Xiao. Look at me. I'm fine. Let's just let this go. However, her words did little to quell Xiao Jun's murderous resolve. Lu Pianran remained blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking in the outside world. But they understood all too well. Someone dared to make an attempt on the life of the person they were sworn to protect. Even harboring such murderous intentions was unacceptable. After listening to Lu Pianran, Xiao Jun and the others regarded Lin Shi with increasingly hostile gazes. Xiaoran, step back. Xiao Jun was confident in handling such a petty thief, believing he could easily subdue him. With that, he stomped on the snow, leaving a deep imprint, and shot forward towards Lin Shi like an arrow. Lin Shi was not slow to react either, swiftly reaching behind him to draw his pistol. He refrained from defending himself, knowing all too well that in such situations, explanations were futile. Even if the other party harbored doubts, they would still apprehend him first. Lin Shi would never entrust his safety to the goodwill of others. As Xiao Jun moved, Lin Shi aimed his gun and fired at the oncoming Xiao Jiyuan. At such close range, it was nearly impossible for a normal person to evade the bullet. Yet, in that instant, Xiao Jun's fierce gaze sharpened, and he miraculously dodged the bullet by a hair's breadth. His eyes burned with killing intent. The plan to capture Lin Shi for questioning was swiftly abandoned. This young man was unexpectedly dangerous, armed and evidently prepared. Kill him on the spot, Xiao Jun commanded as he advanced on Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and as the others readied their weapons, he decisively fired off a second and third shot. However, his aim was not directed at Xiao Jun, but rather at the 6 men standing before Lu Pianran. The 6 guards, unable to evade, fell to at once. At that moment, the remaining 4 finally unleashed their bullets towards Lin Shi. The split second the bullets flew, Lin Shi's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The genetic lock within him spontaneously unlocked, allowing him to evade the 4 incoming bullets with blinding speed, leaving nothing but afterimages in his wake. This scene unfolded like a cinematic spectacle, strikingly intense. Upon witnessing Lin Shi's genetic lock activation, Xiao Jun's pupils constricted in shock as he shouted, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He had not anticipated that Lin Shi was a formidable opponent who had unlocked the second stage of the genetic lock. Those who could unlock such potential stood above 99% of humanity. If this individual truly intended to kill Lu Pianran, he would never have allowed Xiao Jun to reach her side. The remaining 4 also ceased fire, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they stared at Lin Shi. Clearly, they understood the implications of someone being able to dodge so many bullets. However, Lin Shi was already consumed by murderous intent. Having struck first, any talk of misunderstanding was now too late. He had no faith that eliminating his adversaries would leave no lingering grudges. Without hesitation, Lin Shi unleashed a barrage of bullets. There was no need for careful aiming. 3 shots rang out, claiming 3 lives. Xiao Jun drew his own weapon, aiming it at Lin Shi in a desperate attempt to intervene. "Stop. It was just a misunderstanding. Let's talk this over. If you can join us, we can overlook what happened." Although Lin Shi had already killed several of his subordinates, the importance of a genius who had unlocked their genetic lock far outweighed that of 100 ordinary subordinates. "Ha!" Lin Shi replied with a cold chuckle. He had no intention of joining any organization. At this point, activating the genetic lock meant that when its duration expired, he would be left vulnerable. Thus, it was either his demise or theirs. Moreover, the conflict had been initiated by them. Lin Shi's murderous intent only intensified. He shot down the last guard blocking Lu Pianran, then turned his gun towards the terrified Lu Pianran. "Stop!" Xiao Jun shouted anxiously, deflecting the bullet aimed at Lu Pianran before charging at Lin Shi. In close proximity, Xiao Jun's speed surged with the activation of his genetic lock, and after knocking away Lin Shi's bullet once more, he found himself face to face with Lin Shi, ready to subdue him. Lin Shi abandoned his now empty firearm. As he prepared to intercept Xiao Jun's incoming punch, he swiftly caught it. Xiao Jun, anticipating this moment, was unfazed. After activating his genetic lock, his speed surpassed even instinctual reactions. "Even if you," he began, intending to assert that despite Lin Shi also having unlocked his genetic lock, he would not stand a chance against him. Mastering the genetic lock required time to adapt, and he had been in the first stage of the genetic lock for a full 5 years. However, he did not expect that Lin Shi's response to his punch was merely the prelude. A fierce glint flashed across Lin Shi's face as he exerted force, gripping Qiu Jun's fist tightly and twisting with tremendous strength. A barely audible crack echoed as Qiu Jun's arm was twisted into a grotesque shape upon impact. Impossible! Qiu Jun's pupils widened in disbelief. His expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. The second stage. He was undoubtedly a practitioner of the second stage of the genetic lock. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered with derision. Next time, think twice before you act. In the blink of an eye. Qiu Jun had yet to even register the pain of his ruined arm when Lin Shi's other hand struck. No. Qiu Jun protested, desperate to reason with Lin Shi. He did not want to antagonize a genius who had autonomously unlocked the second stage of the genetic lock. He intended to clarify that the previous events were merely misunderstandings. But Lin Shi offered him no opportunity. Having already made an enemy, he resolved to eliminate all threats. In this regard, Lin Shi would never hesitate. Grasping Qiu Jun's neck, he expressionlessly tightened his grip. Crack! Qiu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Shi snapped his neck with ease. In his final moments, he stared incredulously at Lin Shi, unable to comprehend how he had encountered someone capable of autonomously unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock, nor why such a misunderstanding had occurred. The scene before him finally jolted Lu Pianran, who had been frozen in shock. Ah! Lu Pianran's scream echoed. Everything had transpired too quickly for her to believe she was not trapped in a dream. After snapping Qiu Jun's neck, Lin Shi discarded him like refuse onto the ground. What had seemed to unfold over an eternity was, in reality, merely a matter of seconds. From Qiu Jun's explosive confrontation to Lin Shi's lethal response. It all transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Shi himself felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that Qiu Jun had maintained his genetic lock for more than 3 seconds. He had initially believed that the higher the level of the genetic lock, the longer its duration would last. This assumption was now dismissed. It appeared that even without enhancing the genetic lock's level, one could extend its duration. This was something he would need to explore further. At that moment, Lin Shi radiated an aura of lethal intent, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Lu Pianran could never have imagined that her mere words would lead to the tragic demise of Uncle Qiu, who had watched over her since childhood, nor the sudden death of the few who had acted as her elder brothers. Had this occurred before the apocalypse, her earlier thoughtless remarks would have merely caused a minor misunderstanding, perhaps leaving some lingering ill will, but ultimately harmless. Yet, she remained oblivious that the apocalypse had arrived, the fabric of order and rules had unraveled, and her words had ignited the fuse of a powder keg, igniting a conflict between two previously unconnected parties. The true error lay in the fact that she had always been overly protected, excessively pampered, allowed to act solely according to her whims without regard for others or the consequences. Such a disposition, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, would inevitably demand a price. Following her piercing scream, Lu Pianran's emotional turmoil overwhelmed her, and she fainted. In the aftermath, not a single person remained standing except Lin Shi. The cold wind howled, blood and bodies littered the ground. In the icy expanse of snow, blood erupted in crimson bursts like flowers of ice. Lin Shi, grappling with the aftereffects of the genetic lock, was soon approached by 3 shadowy figures emerging from the villa at the end of the path. After cautiously observing the scene, the trio, consisting of a middle-aged man and 2 young men, hastened toward the battlefield where Lin Shi stood, each bearing a weapon, a tang knife, a broadsword, and a sword. It appeared that someone in their family had a penchant for collecting cold weapons. One of the young men hesitated, saying, "Dad, that person is quite terrifying. Are we really going to confront him?" The middle-aged man replied, "What are you afraid of? That man has already run out of bullets. Didn't you see him throw his gun on the ground just now?" The timid youth pressed his lips together, fear flashing in his eyes. But the moment I set up the telescope, I saw him snap another person's neck with his bare hands." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, regarded his son with incredulity. His gaze piercing as it fell once more upon the motionless Lin Shi, he retorted, "Are you watching too many movies? At such a distance, you merely caught a fleeting glimpse. You must have been mistaken. Look, that man is standing there, utterly still. He clearly cannot move. having sustained grave injuries just moments ago. Another, slightly older youth clapped his younger brother on the shoulder. Ahua! The world outside is exceedingly chaotic. Nothing is more perilous than this. Didn't Dad always teach us that risk is proportional to reward? Mark my words, once those impoverished souls find themselves starving, they will come to raid us, if we don't arm ourselves for defense. It won't be long before our neighbors turn against us. This elder brother clearly understood the treachery of human nature. He continued to bolster his sibling, saying, "We have trained in martial arts. Think of it as butchering a pig. Fear not. Once we acquire firearms, we can indulge as we did before." Since the onset of the apocalypse, for those accustomed to a life of luxury, the current existence felt akin to a nightmare. Insufficient sustenance. Inadequate warmth. Even if this ordeal hadn't transpired, they had planned to raid others' homes in the coming days. The middle-aged man nodded approvingly at his eldest son and urged the youngest, "Hurry, we mustn't allow others to seize the opportunity first." The trio quickened their pace. Drawing closer to Lin Shi, the recent bout of gunfire had awakened many. Even those who had been hiding in their villa's secret rooms or basements emerged cautiously to assess the situation. Soon, they noticed that the usually shrewd neighbors, who typically concealed themselves, had now gathered. Among them were men, women, and two elderly individuals. Someone shouted, "There are many guns over there." Instantly, these individuals reacted as if they had caught a whiff of blood. Their eyes gleaming with anticipation, due to the distance and the swiftness of the skirmish, they had barely glimpsed how the individuals near Lin Shi had met their demise. All they could see now was one solitary figure amidst a sea of scattered firearms. The allure of wealth amidst danger beckoned them to act. If no one took the lead, they might have hesitated, but with so many emboldening one another, they felt less likely to fall victim to misfortune. "Run faster! We absolutely cannot let the Wong family get their hands on those guns," shouted a portly middle-aged man, panting heavily as he observed the trio drawing near Lin Shi. "Hurry, dear, keep up with me. We mustn't let anyone else claim the firearms, or we will be at their mercy," cried a woman from the side. Many shared similar sentiments. Despite the villa area being sparsely populated, over 20 individuals surged forth. Humans possess an inherent tendency to conform, and those driven by greed are particularly susceptible to having their rationality extinguished. This throng had already begun to envision the scattered spoils as their own. Lin Shi, of course, was acutely aware of the commotion surrounding him. He felt little surprise at the encroaching crowd in the pre-apocalyptic world. Such a scene of blood and bodies would have sent anyone fleeing. Yet in this new reality, instances of the unsuspecting falling prey to cunning predators were all too common at this moment. He felt drained, the aftereffects of the gene lock still lingering. However, he was not alone. Lin Shi centered himself, tapping into the consciousness space. He reached out telepathically to the Demon King, who was still pursuing the gibbon within the space. Saying, "Demon King, prepare for battle." The Demon King immediately ceased its chase, its eyes sharpening with newfound intensity, as if it understood in that instant. "Master is in danger." It raised its head and barked. Moments later, the trio of father and sons reached Lin Shi's vicinity. Seeing Lin Shi remain motionless as they approached, their confidence surged. They greedily eyed the handguns before them. "Dad, watch me take him out. You stay back and cover me." The older youth's gaze turned fierce as he stepped forward. Having trained in martial arts for a few years, he noted Lin Shi's unstable stance and the subtle tremors in his body, his eyes gleaming with determination. The middle-aged man nodded, instructing his younger son to cautiously circle around to seize the firearms. However, just as the youth advanced with his weapon drawn towards Lin Shi, the Demon King suddenly materialized out of thin air. The elder youth only saw a massive shadow pouncing towards him. He barely registered what it was before his neck was crushed in a single bite. The middle-aged man and the younger son, who had been preparing to seize the guns, finally comprehended the situation. A ferocious dog had appeared out of nowhere. "Clear the area. Kill them all." Lin Shi's voice, devoid of any emotion, emanated from behind his mask. The Demon King wasted no time, lunging forward it bit through one man's neck and then turned its attention towards the middle-aged man. Chapter 85. The Demon King unleashed. The Demon King raised its head, gazing at the audacious humans who dared to target Lin Shi. Its eyes seemed to convey an innate superiority, a predatory dominance of higher life forms over lower ones. eye in that moment of locking eyes with the Demon King's unusual irises. All who beheld it felt an icy chill. The middle-aged man stood no chance as the Demon King pounced upon him, pinning him to the snowy ground. Its sharp claws pierced through his chest. The middle-aged man's younger son, pale with terror, watched as the Demon King withdrew its claws from his father's body, blood still dripping from the tips. Realizing his imminent demise, he desperately attempted to flee. But his legs trembled uncontrollably, a foul liquid oozed from beneath him. The Demon King, its eyes reflecting disdain, effortlessly swatted the wretched human away, sending him crashing at the feet of the portly middle-aged man, who looked down to find the unfortunate soul with half a crushed head, brain matter mingling with blood pooling at his feet. The trio, once considered formidable adversaries, was swiftly obliterated. "Ah, a monster!" the portly man screamed, fleeing at a speed surpassing that of his earlier approach. The sight sent the others into a panic, their greed vanishing in an instant, as they turned to escape frantically. Those who had rushed forward, fearing someone would outpace them, now wished they had not been so swift, longing to sprout additional limbs to hasten their flight. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the Demon King. With every leap, it claimed another victim, its pristine white claws soon drenched in crimson. Some, realizing escape was futile, attempted to wield their weapons in defiance. However, such feeble resistance posed no threat to the Demon King. Humans struggled against beasts. How could they hope to prevail against an evolved source beast? After claiming a dozen lives, the Demon King's already crimson eye glowed with an even more sinister hue. In that moment, it resembled the ferocious creature it had been prior to meeting Lin Shi, devoid of the gentleness typically displayed in their companionship. The slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. Some attempted to stealthily approach Lin Shi while the Demon King was otherwise occupied, hoping to seize a firearm from the ground. But upon noticing someone encroaching upon Lin Shi, the Demon King abandoned its original target and lunged at the intruder, sinking its teeth into the person's shoulder. In its eyes, Lin Shi was the only human worthy of recognition. All others were mere prey. "Ah!" The agonizing scream was abruptly silenced as the Demon King's claw sliced through the intruder's neck. After dispatching this foolhardy individual, the Demon King turned its attention back to the remaining humans. The one-sided massacre quickly neared its conclusion. Under the Demon King's speed and acute senses, none could evade capture. All fell, lifeless, never to air again. Witnessing this scene, a smile finally graced Lin Shi's face. Forming a partnership with the Demon King had been his most astute decision. The gene lock bestowed immense explosive power but lacked endurance. He needed to devise a solution for this critical flaw. Otherwise, he could not afford to activate the gene lock lightly in future life-and-death scenarios. Once the aftereffects of the gene lock subsided, Lin Shi was astonished to discover that this time, the duration of the aftereffects was notably shorter than before. He recalled the transformations he had undergone following the absorption of source power. A glimmer of inspiration sparked within his eyes. Perhaps, with sufficient source power, he could eliminate the side effects associated with activating the gene lock. Lin Shi approached the architect of his troubles, Mutation. With a swift motion, a military knife materialized in his hand, ready to terminate this woman. Yet a sudden thought crossed his mind. Her identity was not trivial. He was now certain he had forged an unbreakable enmity with Mutation. However, it would be prudent to ascertain who was pulling the strings behind her, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in the future. With this in mind, Lin Shi resolved to allow this woman to live a while longer, drawing her into the consciousness space. Subsequently, he collected all the corpses from the villa, erasing any traces of the incident. After altering his attire and retrieving the Demon King, Lin Shi departed from the now desolate villa district. By the time he returned to the safe house, darkness had enveloped the sky. Meanwhile, Mutation, having been drawn into Lin Shi's consciousness space, began to regain consciousness. Upon waking, she found herself being scrutinized intently by both the Demon King and the Gibbon. The imposing presence of the Demon King and the Gibbon's primal power rendered her faint once more. It was only when Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to drench Mutation with a bucket of snow water that she startled awake with a scream. Chapter 86. The Origins of Mutation. Chapter 87. Investigate. East Suburbs Star C apartment. The property management building commandeered by the military for office use. What? Cho Jun and the others are missing? Where is my daughter? Seated within the upper echelons of the property building, Lu Peng was engrossed in his military duties when he was abruptly alerted by a report from his subordinate. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm upon the table and rose to his feet. "Yes, Commander. This morning, while delivering supplies, we spotted someone trespassing into Miss Lu's villa. Upon apprehending the individual, we discovered that neither Miss Lu nor Commander Chiu were present within the premises," the soldier replied candidly. He and another soldier were tasked with delivering provisions and sustenance to Lu Pianran and her companions every 3 days. Within the ranks of the Sha City troops, it was common knowledge that Lu Peng held his daughter in the highest regard. As an aide to Major General Lin, Lu Peng was often burdened with various administrative tasks, including organizing patrols and other duties, which precluded him from residing in the villa with his daughter. Nevertheless, he was particularly vigilant regarding her well-being. In his 40s, Lu Peng's extensive military career had aged his visage beyond his years. His skin was tanned, his features unremarkable, save for a prominent hooked nose that lent him an air of somber severity. At that moment, his expression was one of urgency, his furrowed brow deepening into a pronounced crease. "Where is the intruder? Have you interrogated him?" The soldier responded. "He is just outside in the hallway. We have already questioned him on our way here. He claims to have come from another area, seeking supplies, and entered the villa upon discovering it unoccupied. Bring him in." Lu Peng's countenance darkened, his tone hinting at latent menace. Accompanying him in the makeshift office was another individual. Clad in the garb of a military officer, though seemingly younger than Lu Peng, his relaxed posture suggested he was not merely a subordinate. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized this man as Wang Chao, the officer he encountered at the port previously. Wang Chao, upon observing Lu Peng's demeanor, attempted to reassure him. "Aide Lu, remain calm. Let us first dispatch personnel to search for her. It is possible that the young girl, in her playful spirit, merely ventured out. You are aware of Chiu Jun's capabilities. He will ensure her safety." Though Lu Peng's heart remained heavy with worry, his exterior softened slightly at Wang Chao's words. He understood his daughter well. She was indeed playful, and perhaps Chiu Jun had indulged her whim and accompanied her outside. However, given his knowledge of Chiu Jun, he knew that if they had departed normally, they would not have left the villa unguarded. The absence of everyone only deepened his unease. Chiu Jun was not merely an underling but a comrade in arms. Years prior, the nation had unexpectedly summoned a group of soldiers to test a new gene serum capable of creating super soldiers. Lu Peng, fearing potential hazards, had opted out, while Chiu Jun had enlisted and subsequently became one of the first to unlock the gene potential, receiving a commendable promotion. His assignment to protect Lu Pianran was rooted in their long-standing friendship, as well as Lu Peng's past intervention on Major General Lin's behalf, which allowed him to borrow personnel with ease. The soldier, having received his orders, left and soon returned, escorting the intruder into the room. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, protested vehemently, "Commander, I merely sought to take a few items since the place appeared deserted. Who doesn't he do such things these days? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home. I beg of you. Enough of your excuses. Answer my questions." Lu Peng's demeanor remained grim as he conducted the interrogation. The responses he received were consistent with those of the soldier. The soldier inquired, "Commander, how shall we deal with this man?" "Imprison him. Assemble several teams to scour the vicinity of the villa for any sign of Chiu Jun and Pianran. Additionally, investigate whether there are any traces of a struggle around the villa or if anyone has observed them leaving in the past few days. Leave no stone unturned regarding any relevant leads." Understood. Had he not been preoccupied with pressing matters, Lu Peng would have preferred to take the initiative himself. The mere absence of bodies or any definitive evidence allowed him to convince himself that the situation was not as dire as it appeared. The soldier dragged away the man, who continued to plead for mercy, while several teams were hastily deployed to the villa area where Lu Pianran had resided. Yet, despite their thorough search, they unearthed no clues. This was due to the fact that Lin Shi and Chiu Jun had engaged in combat outdoors, and when they subsequently removed the bodies, Lin Shi had meticulously cleared away the bloodied snow, concealing any incriminating evidence. With the passage of time and a heavy snowfall, even the slightest imperfections were effectively masked. The soldiers reported back, noting the conspicuous absence of nearly all the villa's inhabitants. Yet they found no additional leads. Instead, they inadvertently uncovered a few survivors who had taken refuge in a basement, Liu Peng personally interrogated these individuals, only to discover that they had been situated at the villa's periphery and had been entirely oblivious to the commotion of Lin Shi and Qiu Jun's skirmish, rendering them unable to provide any useful information. Despite Liu Peng's inclination to employ coercive methods against these individuals, Major General Lin intervened, reprimanding him and ordering their release. The freed survivors, unaware of the perils they had narrowly escaped, would soon realize that they had evaded not one, but two grave threats. In the following days, the number of patrolling soldiers throughout Sha City increased dramatically, more than doubling. Although Major General Lin had chastised Liu Peng, he recognized the latter's profound concern for his only daughter and proactively dispatched personnel to aid in the search for Liu Pianran and Qiu Jun. However, unbeknownst to them, Liu Pianran and her companions had been whisked away from the villa by Lin Shi's spatial abilities. Outside the confines of the villa, it was highly improbable that anyone would have observed their departure. Days passed without any leads, yet numerous troublemakers were apprehended in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained entirely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. And even if he had been aware, it would not have stirred his emotions. As Liu Pianran had remarked, her father's deep concern for her welfare made such a situation inevitable. At this juncture, Lin Shi had been ensconced in the safety of his hideaway, diligently practicing a regimen of vitality cultivation for an entire week. Throughout this week, aside from regular excursions to clear the snow accumulating on the hilltop, he had not ventured outside. Engrossed in his training, he finally reached the point where he could autonomously unlock his genetic potential. Chapter 88. Autonomous unlocking of genetic potential. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Lin Shi stood in the living room, holding his breath and centering his focus. After 7 days of relentless training, he sensed a faint yet palpable energy coursing through his body. This newfound energy flowed like blood, subtly yet comfortably, within him. Lin Shi speculated that this might be the source material absorbed and transformed through his vitality cultivation technique. In recent days, he had endeavored to harness this energy, leading to a remarkable discovery. Unlock, Lin Shi commanded, directing the energy within him to disperse throughout his body. A tingling sensation, akin to an electric shock, surged from his core. He distinctly heard a sound akin to a click, as if something within him had been set free. He then transitioned into the state of having unlocked his genetic potential. Success again. Lin Shi felt a surge of exhilaration as he lunged toward the corner of the room where the Demon King had been hiding. The Demon King pressed itself into the corner, its canine features conveying a plethora of emotions. Its mouth slightly agape and eyes wide, it wore a look of desperate avoidance, as if to say, "Not again." Lin Shi seized the Demon King, breezing through the door of the safe house and tossing it into the snow. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, Lin Shi felt no chill. Rather, he sensed a warm current coursing through his limbs. "Demon King, let us practice." Before his words could fully register, Lin Shi charged toward the Demon King, which was shaking off the snow from its fur. The Demon King, having learned from Lin Shi over the past few days, attempted to evade Lin Shi's punch by rolling away, but Lin Shi's feint was merely a distraction. He swiftly closed the distance, executing a low sweeping kick that sent the Demon King tumbling into the snow with a thud. As I previously mentioned, human techniques are cunning. One must remain observant and adaptable, even during combat with me. Now, it is your turn to initiate the attack, Lin Shi instructed. The Demon King, appearing somewhat dazed, rose slowly, casting Lin Shi a resentful glance, as if to express its exasperation at being forced into such a role repeatedly. While Lin Shi and the Demon King engaged in playful combat, he diligently coached the latter on its offensive maneuvers. 10 seconds later, the period for unlocking the genetic potential came to an end. This was not Lin Shi's first time autonomously unlocking his genetic potential. It was, in fact, the 6th occurrence. Ever since he had uncovered the energy within him 2 days prior, he had practiced controlling it and had successfully learned the method for unlocking his genetic potential. However, success was not guaranteed each time. Moreover, whether due to the frequency of unlocking his genetic potential or the increase in the energy within him, the duration for which he could maintain this state had extended. Unlike previous instances, he no longer felt completely drained after unlocking it. Lin Shi was confident that with a bit more time, he would master this newfound power perfectly. Noticing Lin Shi's sudden decrease in vigor, the Demon King's eyes brightened. Its mouth curled into a grin as it lunged at Lin Shi once more. Anticipating the Demon King's retaliatory move, Lin Shi deftly rolled aside, declaring, "Today's training session concludes. Let us return home for a meal." After unlocking his genetic potential, Lin Shi was now able to move freely. Though he still felt somewhat drained, at this moment, he quickened his pace and dashed through the door. The Demon Lord, left behind, let out a furious howl. "Oh, whoa. You lack martial ethics." Lin Shi managed to placate the enraged Demon Lord with a feast of grilled meat. Ever since tasting a sumptuous barbecue 3 days ago, the Demon Lord had developed an insatiable fondness for it. Even raw meat seemed unappetizing now, as it stood daily beside the oven, signaling to Lin Shi its desire for grilled delicacies. Lin Shi skewered chunks of meat with a massive iron skewer and placed them into the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and even skewers of mutated wild boar sizzled in the oven, exuding an irresistible aroma. Once a batch of meat was ready, he prepared a few skewers without any seasoning, removed the iron skewer, and placed them on a plate for the Demon Lord. He then took some fresh lettuce to wrap around the grilled meat for his own meal. The crisp freshness of the lettuce, paired with the rich, fatty lamb, created a satisfying experience with every bite. However, too much grilled meat could become overwhelming, so Lin Shi retrieved a watermelon from his storage space, ran outside, and buried it in the snow. Moments later, he took it out. A chilled watermelon was ready. Were it not for the biting cold outside, Lin Shi would have relished the idea of barbecuing over charcoal. For the flavor of charcoal grilled meat is unparalleled. After enjoying lunch, the Demon Lord, with a contented expression, licked its lips and approached Lin Shi, nudging his leg, gazing up at him. "Are we going into the storage space again?" The Demon Lord nodded eagerly. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle. The Demon Lord insisted on retrieving what it had left behind from the gibbons. Yet, how could he deny the request of his companion? Over the past few days, the gibbons had been visibly obedient to the Demon Lord. After putting the Demon Lord into the storage space, Lin Shi took a moment to rest before preparing for the day. He planned to venture deep into the back mountain to see if he could capture a solitary source beast. In the Shanghai apartment, damn it, how can we not find them? It's impossible not to find them. Lu Peng furiously grabbed a cup of water from the table and smashed it onto the ground in front of the reporting soldier. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. "You must search the entire Shushi city immediately, comb through every possible location, even if it means turning the city upside down. Find them for me." "Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Liu." Once the soldier left, Lu Peng slumped into his chair, his chest heaving violently as the days passed without any news of Lu Pianran. His ominous feelings grew stronger. Since last night, he hadn't closed his eyes for even a moment. Despite the efforts of countless soldiers over the past 7 days, having searched the entirety of Shushi City, they still found no clues. The absence of any information spoke volumes. Deep down, Lu Peng feared that his daughter had likely met with misfortune. Most of the soldiers dispatched to search for her had been called back, returning to their posts. This made the hope of finding Lu Pianran even more dimmed. A flicker of resentment flashed in Lu Peng's eyes. At this moment, he seethed with anger towards Major General Lin Tianrui. He had saved Lin Tianrui, this ungrateful wretch, yet when it came to helping him find his daughter, he evaded the request. How utterly heartless, so ungrateful. But as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Lu Peng would never give up. He would seek out his daughter alive. If she were dead, he would ensure that the one responsible would pay dearly for it. In his current state, consumed by hatred, Lu Peng failed to consider the heavy burdens the soldiers faced. They had to gather supplies, distribute resources, patrol, and repair usable equipment. Some soldiers even had to personally engage in manual labor alongside survivors to construct shelters. Time was of the essence, and every day of delay meant more lives lost among the survivors outside. Even within the ranks, several soldiers had already sacrificed their lives. These thoughts were entirely overshadowed by Lu Peng's singular focus on his daughter. If he could not find her, he would make others pay in her stead. Lu Peng's gaze turned savage. He stood, concealing a dagger in his waistband from the drawer. He strode towards the door. The soldiers at the entrance saluted him. Lu Peng spoke ominously. "Where are the criminals captured a few days ago? Take me to them." Chapter 89. Searching for clues despite the threats, these individuals still vied to provide clues for a potential escape. After listening to a round of testimonies, Lu Peng discerned that many were attempting to bamboozle him with their fabrications. Following yet another falsehood, Lu Peng exploded in fury, drawing his dagger and brutally plunging it into the throat of the liar. His impatient, murderous glare swept across all the prisoners in the cell. I told you, do not deceive me. Anyone caught lying will face immediate death. This effectively silenced anyone else contemplating lies in hopes of a lucky break. Just as Lu Peng felt this avenue was fruitless, one prisoner hesitantly stepped forward. Sir, I saw two suspicious individuals heading towards the Haitian Villa district last Wednesday. Lu Peng maintained his composure, inquiring, were they men or women? What were their characteristics? The man pondered briefly before responding, they were two men. One is Qian Liangliang. I know him. He lives in the same building as I do. The other I've never seen before. But he wore a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask, and protective goggles. He had on a pair of those specially insulated boots, which caught my attention, so I looked at them a bit longer. They seemed to be heading towards the Villa district, but I didn't follow them, so I can't be completely sure. A spark of interest ignited in Lu Peng's eyes, and he pressed for further details, asking about Qian Liangliang and the specifics of the two men. Regardless of their authenticity, this was currently the only lead. Upon returning to his unit, Lu Peng immediately ordered an investigation into Qian Liangliang's background. As for the informant, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling any promises. He was merely a prisoner destined to die in a few days. Was he worth his attention? That afternoon, Lu Peng received Qian Liangliang's basic information. Upon seeing the name of Qian Liangliang's supervisor, Lu Peng jolted upright. He recognized the name from when Lu Pianran had moved into the Villa district. This individual was indeed one of the residents there. Gather a team and accompany me to Haitian Villa district immediately. At this time, Lin Shi was clad in a lightweight, flexible white combat suit, armed with a crossbow, cautiously searching through the dense forest. He opted for the crossbow over a firearm, as it offered greater stealth. A handgun lacked sufficient power, while an AK could easily startle nearby beasts. Should a horde be drawn to him, even he would have to flee. The crossbow was specifically designed for jungle warfare. As a hunter in the forest, one must conceal themselves well and deliver a silent, lethal strike to their prey. To this end, Lin Shi had even coated his crossbow in white paint. Yet, he was uncertain if the scarcity of animals in the Shushi mountainous region was due to the predominance of tropical species, many of which had not survived. After over 3 hours of trekking deeper into the mountains, Lin Shi still found nothing. Suddenly, he paused, crouching low and cautiously moving towards his left front. Hundreds of meters away in the snow, a clouded leopard was tearing into a deer it had unearthed from the snow. This clouded leopard was larger than a Siberian tiger, and Lin Shi was nearly certain that it had mutated. However, to confirm this, he needed to get within 100 meters, as his treasure detector only alerted him to source beasts within that range. Lin Shi stealthily approached the clouded leopard. The deer beneath its jaws had clearly succumbed to the sudden extreme cold, its body stiff and frozen. Though it was fresh, the clouded leopard struggled to gnaw at its meal, seemingly finding it difficult. Seizing the opportunity while the leopard was engrossed in its frozen feast, Lin Shi crept closer until he was within 100 meters. The treasure detector indeed emitted a signal. One first-level source beast detected within 100 meters. It is a source beast. Joy lit up Lin Shi's face. The clouded leopard, known for its speed, would undoubtedly possess enhanced swiftness as a mutated source beast. In his previous life, there had been a cheetah that had mutated. That cheetah was elusive, striking without warning, making it nearly impossible for hunters to catch it. If Lin Shi could tame this clouded leopard, it would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. At that moment, the clouded leopard seemed to sense something. Lifting its head, Lin Shi quickly concealed himself behind a dead tree. With the dead branches obscuring him and the camouflage of his attire, the clouded leopard failed to notice anything amiss and returned to its meal. Just as it lowered its head again, a white arrow sliced through the air, piercing through its hind leg. Lin Shi had aimed to capture the clouded leopard alive. Otherwise, he would have targeted its head. The clouded leopard let out a pained cry and attempted to flee. However, the injury severely hampered its speed, and Lin Shi notched another arrow and released it. Whoosh! The other hind leg of the clouded leopard was also struck. The creature collapsed into the snow, unable to rise again. Everything seemed deceptively easy, but this was contingent upon Lin Shi being equipped in this life. If he were still an ordinary person with only a kitchen knife or a fruit knife, he would have likely hesitated to approach a wild beast, let alone a source beast. Lin Shi retracted his crossbow and swiftly approached the injured clouded leopard, wielding a broadsword left behind by a trio of fathers and sons during his time in the Villa district. The clouded leopard finally laid eyes on the one who had injured it, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury. It attempted to rise while fiercely growling to deter Lin Shi from coming closer. The sound of the clouded leopard's growl resembled that of a cat, lacking any real intimidation. Lin Shi stood a meter away, his gaze fierce as it bore into the clouded leopard's eyes. "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." Meow, meow. The clouded leopard emitted a threatening roar. Lacking the intelligence of a gibbon, it could not comprehend human speech, and even when faced with the direst of threats, its ferocity remained undiminished. When Lin Shi attempted to reach out to it, the clouded leopard snapped its jaws. He remained unperturbed. If one plan failed, another could be devised. Lin Shi concealed his murderous intent and summoned the Demon King directly. "Demon King, let us see who is more fearsome." Upon touching the ground, the Demon King's eyes gleamed with excitement at Lin Shi's words as it bared its teeth and let out a thunderous roar at the clouded leopard. Woof. It then advanced toward the leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King was clearly superior. The clouded leopard appeared as diminutive as a mere kitten in its presence. The leopard struggled to rise, only to collapse back into the snow. Emitting a threatening cat-like growl, the Demon King approached and pressed a paw firmly onto the leopard's head, rendering it unable to escape, regardless of how fiercely it fought. "Good dog," Lin Shi praised, placing a hand on the leopard to communicate with his space. Intending to absorb it, the leopard struggled vehemently, and for the first time, he faced an unexpected failure. Lin Shi glanced at the Demon King and said, "Show it a little color." The Demon King, upon hearing this, lifted its paw and, as the leopard raised its head, smacked it sharply on the forehead. Chapter 91. Bounty Notice Bad Content. Chapter 92. Inquiring for information upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled casually, "Haha. Now that there are no cameras around, finding someone is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's far more practical to seek out supplies." Standing right before him, he could hardly be recognized. While another's corpse from the bounty notice lay within his space, those who hoped to acquire supplies by finding individuals would find no hope in their lifetime. The man sighed heavily. "Alas, who doesn't know that? I merely glance at it, not buying a lottery ticket but dreaming of sudden wealth, am I not? In these times, it is far too difficult to survive. How can one not have a glimmer of hope?" Lin Shi surveyed the hurried pedestrians on the street and asked, "Why are these people so flustered?" The man lowered his voice. "It's all because of this bounty notice. Anyone seen wearing goggles or a black windbreaker is likely to be caught by those looking for supplies and taken to the eastern outskirts. Now, everyone must be cautious about dressing like the person depicted in the bounty notice when going out." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, relieved that he had not donned goggles today. Otherwise, it would have been yet another hassle. He suspected that those behind Lu Pianran would intensify their scrutiny over this matter, but he had not anticipated such a commotion. Upon seeing the glaring image of Qian Liangliang on the bounty notice, he realized he must have been spotted while abducting Qian Liangliang to the villa. Qian Liangliang was in no way involved in this incident. Her inclusion on the bounty notice indicated a lack of substantial evidence. Merely having seen the two of them enter the villa area was enough for them to be branded with a crime. It was evident that someone named Lu Peng preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let a potential suspect slip away. Lin Shi and the man exchanged idle chatter about recent events among survivors. He was not the least bit concerned about the bounty notice. At worst, he would simply refrain from wearing that outfit in the future. The man seemed to be quite the chatterbox, incessantly complaining about the dwindling supplies available in the eastern outskirts, claiming that apart from a little food, nothing else was distributed in the weekly rations. Candles could only be exchanged for contribution points. Without candles, one would be left in darkness come nightfall, even having to be cautious not to miss the toilet. A few days ago, a sensational event had captivated the survivors. The military had somehow acquired several excavators and had begun digging in the eastern outskirts. It was said that they intended to construct most of the shelter underground. The man also recounted how he had attempted to sign up as a laborer, only to be rejected for being too thin and weak. Meanwhile, a steady stream of robust young men and skilled workers continued to flock to enlist. There is something else. The man suddenly grew mysterious, pulling Lin Shi aside to whisper, "I am telling you this because you seem like a decent fellow. Don't let it slip." Lin Shi nodded. "I've heard that the military is recruiting evolved individuals, those with extraordinary strength, akin to the superhumans in movies, you know?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the man was likely referring to those who could unlock their genetic locks. His eyes flickered with intrigue. The military was recruiting evolved beings. This suggested that they had discovered ordinary individuals capable of unlocking their genetic potential. But when had unlocking genetic locks made one a superhuman? Even if they were superhumans. It was only for a fleeting moment. He nodded in agreement. Like the superheroes in Marvel? Exactly. The man affirmed, his eyes gleaming with envy as he elaborated on the perks of becoming an evolved individual. "I've heard that such individuals can immediately enter the officer reserve upon enlisting in the military. Not only would they secure permanent residence rights in the shelter, but they would also receive supplies from the military, ensuring they would never again worry about food or clothing, rising to the pinnacle of life." The man continued to extol the benefits of becoming an evolved individual. His gaze filled with jealousy and admiration. Lin Shi chimed in with a few casual remarks, but gleaned no further useful information and bid farewell to the man. The last time he had ventured to the eastern outskirts to collect gold. His plans had been thwarted by encountering Qian Liang, altering his target. Originally, he had intended to gather gold from the eastern outskirts today, but this bounty notice promptly extinguished that idea. Having once traversed the city in similar attire with the Demon King, he could not help but think that someone might connect the dots, and perhaps someone was already lying in wait near the gold shop in the eastern outskirts. Lin Shi turned on his heel and headed west. Planning to expedite his quest for gold in the cities surrounding Shushi, he would first venture to Lunan City, west of Shushi. As per usual, he needed to take a secluded path to retrieve his snowmobile. As he walked, Lin Shi pondered the recent news regarding the military's recruitment of evolved individuals. He grew curious about the proportion of ordinary people who had unlocked their genetic locks. Apart from himself, he had only encountered Su Qinxin as an ordinary person who had unlocked her genetic potential since the apocalypse, although this was likely due to his limited interactions with ordinary people. While deep in thought, he caught sight of a short, thin man approaching. The man wore an old felt hat, a mask covering his face, revealing only his eyes. His oversized cotton coat made him resemble a walking quilt. The two exchanged glances, quickly averting their gazes, continuing on their respective paths. Just as they were about to pass each other, the man suddenly leaned toward Lin Shi. Anticipating this, Lin Shi swiftly seized the man's hand, which was darting toward his waist where a military knife was sheathed, his eyes cold and piercing. Before he could utter a word, the man flashed Lin Shi a cunning grin and shouted, "Help! Someone's attempting to rob me with a knife." Chapter 93. Need assistance? Upon hearing the cry for help, a patrol of soldiers in the vicinity immediately sprinted toward their location. Seizing the opportunity before the soldiers arrived, Sun Kongwen glared at Lin Shi with malice and hissed, "You little brat, let go." Before the apocalypse, Sun Kongwen had been a habitual thief, but after being caught too many times due to excessive surveillance, he had ultimately washed his hands of it. However, with the arrival of the apocalypse, it had provided him with the perfect opportunity to return to his old ways. He targeted solitary individuals, stealing when possible, and if not, he would create a scene. With no cameras present, as long as he wasn't caught red-handed by the soldiers, he could not be proven guilty. Sometimes, after the soldiers left, he would follow his target to continue stealing. If he couldn't pilfer anything, he would resort to violence, killing the person and taking everything on their person, down to their undergarments. In recent days, several souls had met their end at his hands. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a cold light. "What is going on?" The soldiers arrived. "Sir, this man is attempting to rob me. See how he is gripping my hand and he has a knife on him." Sun Kongwen feigned panic, pointing at Lin Shi to accuse him first. Lin Shi could tell from this familiar act that this man had pulled such stunts before. The soldiers noticed Lin Shi indeed holding the man's hand, but refrained from jumping to conclusions. Asking Lin Shi, "Is that so?" Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, replying, "He was just trying to steal from me, and I caught him." "Steal from you? Look at what I'm wearing. How could I possibly steal from you? Just look at your rags, barely keeping you warm. What would I steal?" Sun Kongwen exclaimed dramatically, spitting as he defended himself. Internally, he wondered why this man, dressed so lightly, still felt so warm. Do you have any evidence? Lin Shi glanced at the soldiers and released his grip. No. A triumphant glint flashed in Sun Songwen's eyes. The soldiers then turned to Sun Kongwen, asking, "You claim he attempted to rob you. Do you have any evidence? The knife he carries is evidence, isn't it?" Sun Kongwen pointed at the knife at Lin Shi's waist. The soldiers were speechless. Nowadays, who didn't he carry a knife when going out? If all knife carriers were deemed robbers, the Shushi detention center would be overflowing. "Without evidence, we can only escort you home to ensure your safety," the soldiers told Sun Kongwen. Sun Kongwen pretended to be reluctant, nodding, "Very well then." He then shot Lin Shi a defiant look and mouthed, "Just wait and see." Lin Shi's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, his gaze icy. Anyone familiar with him would know he was furious. "Since there's nothing wrong, may I take my leave?" Lin Shi asked the soldiers. The soldiers nodded. Lin Shi reached into his pocket, mimicking the act of putting his hands in his pockets, when suddenly, something fell from his pocket. A large piece of beef jerky landed with a thud on the pristine white snow. He had prepared this during his downtime in the safe house. Sometimes, when he didn't feel like cooking or going out, he could simply take it out and eat it. Scattered atop the surface were a medley of spices such as chili and cumin, creating an alluring contrast against the pristine white snow. Both the soldiers and Sun Kongwen lowered their heads to gaze at the enticing piece of dried meat. The instant Sun Kongwen laid eyes on the meat, he found himself unable to look away. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Shi as he tucked the meat into his pocket. Saliva continuously pooled in his mouth. It had been over half a month since he last tasted meat. Lin Shi hurriedly picked up the dried meat and, without a backward glance, departed. After turning a corner with the soldiers, Sun Kongwen's eyes darted about as he halted and remarked, "Commander, since that person has left, there's no need for you to escort me home. I must visit my second uncle, thank you." With that, he dashed off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Once Lin Shi left that street, he slowed his pace slightly. After not walking long, he sensed a malicious gaze lingering behind him, but a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. The bait had taken. After another 2 minutes, he turned into a narrow lane flanked by old houses. The malevolent gaze vanished shortly thereafter. Lin Shi's eyes glinted as he continued forward. Another 2 minutes passed, and suddenly, a heavy thud echoed from behind. Lin Shi turned around to find Sun Kongwen grinning triumphantly, having ambushed him from around the corner of an old house. This trick had never failed him. As long as the opponent turned, death was certain. Lin Shi pivoted. Sun Kongwen lunged at him with a gleaming, sharpened knife. A sinister smile plastered across his face. Sun Kongwen brimmed with confidence, unable to suppress the licking of his lips as thoughts of devouring the piece of dried meat consumed him. Unfortunately for him, he had met an immovable obstacle. Lin Shi had already anticipated his emergence. Just as Sun Songwen's knife was about to pierce the unsuspecting lamb, his hand was seized unexpectedly. Lin Shi had turned around, grasping Sun Songwen's wrist with a vice-like grip. A tremendous force surged through Sun Songwen's hand, contorting it painfully. The knife clattered to the ground. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig escaped Sun Songwen's lips. But Lin Shi offered him no mercy, delivering a crushing blow to his face. The sheer power of Lin Shi rendered Sun Songwen's features unrecognizable, his nose caving inwards. Despite such a devastating blow, Sun Kongwen was not yet dead. He could scarcely believe that the lamb he had eyed moments ago had transformed into a ferocious wolf. Just as Lin Shi prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice called from above, "Need any assistance?" Lin Shi sharply raised his head, his gaze sweeping through the flurry of snowflakes to spot a young man perched atop a rooftop, the very one who had stood in line before him that day. When had he arrived there? How had he remained unnoticed? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, Sun Kongwen, on the verge of death beneath Lin Shi's foot, suddenly clutched at Lin Shi's still extended leg. Caught off guard by the sudden grasp, Lin Shi stumbled forward, his attention completely diverted to the young man above. Sun Kongwen raised his already mangled eyes to meet Lin Shi's gaze, his grotesque visage seemingly attempting to instill fear. With his other hand, he thrust his fingers violently toward Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi's pupils constricted, but it was not fear of Sun Songwen's horrific appearance that gripped him. Rather, it was the sudden display of such refined combat instinct from one on the brink of death that signified one thing: Genetic unlocking. Was this mere coincidence, or was it something more? In that instant, Lin Shi realized that the young man above had deliberately intervened. Had it not been for his sudden shout, Lin Shi would have already crushed this thief's head beneath his foot. With no time to ponder further, Lin Shi swiftly blocked the stabbing fingers aimed at his eyes, the sharp nails tearing at his flesh. He rolled away, evading Sun Songwen's subsequent attack. The duration of the genetic unlocking was only 3 seconds for first-time users. He had no intention of facing off against someone who had unlocked their genetic potential while under the watchful gaze of an unknown adversary. After evading, Lin Shi took 2 steps back. Sun Songwen, having incapacitated one arm, attempted to rise and pursue, but the time for his genetic unlocking expired, causing him to collapse once more, convulsing. Lin Shi looked up again, but the young man had vanished from the rooftop. Sun Songwen lay twitching on the ground, silence enveloping him. Dead? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he stomped down on Sun Songwen's head, shattering it into a grotesque mess, akin to a watermelon splattering upon impact with the ground. Lin Shi wiped the disgusting remnants from his leg in the snow. Rather than climbing to the rooftop to investigate, he turned and left the narrow lane. After Lin Shi departed, a sound of disapproval emanated from the rooftop. TSK, how cautious. Not a hint of curiosity, how dull. Qi Yun, sword in hand, crouched atop the rooftop, poised for a swift strike. It was a pity Lin Shi had not ascended. Had he done so, he would have faced a devastating blow that Qi Yun had long prepared. How could someone make me feel threatened? Who exactly are you? Qi Yun mused, a sly smile gracing his lips as he sheathed his sword and disappeared from the rooftop with a series of agile leaps. Chapter 94. The Source Beast enters the city. After departing the narrow lane, Lin Shi found a building to climb. His gaze fell once more on the rooftop where the young man had appeared. Aside from some footprints, it was devoid of life. Lin Shi's eyes flickered as he recalled the details of their last encounter. That time, aside from his impression of the young man's overly optimistic demeanor, they had exchanged scarcely any words and had no notable friction. Could it merely be coincidence? He recalled the subtle sense of being watched after he had collected supplies in the eastern outskirts. Lin Shi did not believe in coincidences. The world harbored far too few of them. With most being orchestrated by those with intent, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Descending from the rooftop, Lin Shi made his way toward Lunan City. As dusk fell, he finally returned to the safe house before nightfall. The day's haul was disappointingly meager, totaling roughly 30 kilograms of gold. As he reached the mountain's peak, the Demon King, having caught his scent, rushed towards him, accompanied by a waft of blood. Lin Shi seized the approaching Demon King and inspected it. You're injured? The Demon King's fur was matted with blood, some of which had already congealed. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shi discovered that the Demon King had only sustained minor injuries. The blood was not its own. The Demon King licked its lips, looking as though it craved more. Lin Shi chuckled. Did you go hunting today? That's good. From now on, you can hunt for yourself daily, saving me some space in the storage. The Demon King's appetite had grown considerably, and with Lin Shi also being a hearty eater, the meager supplies in storage were insufficient for both. Fortunately, Lin Shi had planned to subsist off the land before the apocalypse. He filled a bucket with water and quickly gave the Demon King a makeshift bath with the snow from the ground. After washing, the Demon King shook itself off, sending a flurry of white ice shards scattering. The remaining water in the bucket had frozen solid. Lin Shi, now covered in ice, laughed and scolded. Next time, roll around in the snow before coming back. The Demon King barked in response. It was unclear what the Demon King had consumed during its time outdoors, but it seemed disinterested in dinner. After their meal and a short rest, Lin Shi activated his genetic unlocking and took the Demon King out for training once more. Seizing every opportunity to grow stronger, dogs possess night vision. The Demon King could still discern Lin Shi's position in the darkness, while Lin Shi, without night vision goggles, relied solely on sound to navigate. Fortunately, after activating his genetic unlocking, his brain's ability to interpret sound was remarkably quick, rendering sight unnecessary. In the enveloping darkness, the duo engaged in a lively exchange, and Lin Shi soon noticed that the Demon King was particularly fierce today. Having learned to employ feints, it seemed that allowing the Demon King to venture into the mountains alone was indeed a wise decision. Engaging in battles allowed it to apply its knowledge effectively. After their session, Lin Shi discovered that the duration of his genetic unlocking had increased to 11 seconds, a delightful surprise. The following dawn, after completing his exercises, Lin Shi and the Demon King split up again. Lin Shi resumed his quest for gold, while the Demon King returned to the mountains. Thus, a fortnight passed. During this period, on clear days, Lin Shi scoured for gold. In total, he amassed over 500 kilograms of gold along with various other precious metal ornaments, drawing ever closer to the final upgrade for item duplication. The Demon King had thoroughly enjoyed its time in the mountains, awakening early and returning late, full of joy, each time with a round belly. On one occasion, as darkness enveloped the land and the Demon King had yet to return, Lin Shi nearly ventured into the mountains with a flashlight to search for it. Fortunately, the Demon King arrived just before Lin Shi set foot in the mountains. After that instance, Lin Shi reprimanded the Demon King sternly, and it became considerably more prudent, regularly returning early and waiting at the door for Lin Shi. Over the past 2 weeks, the Demon King had grown significantly in size. Lin Shi speculated that it had consumed a considerable number of wild beasts or source beasts, digesting their primal energy. When snowstorms struck, Lin Shi remained industrious, chopping trees nearby to gather wood. The extreme cold of the past month had decimated the tropical flora of Shushi. Some trees remained too moist, so Lin Shi cut them into sections to dry by the fireplace. During this process, Lin Shi discovered a new skill of the Demon King, tree gnawing. With just a few bites, the Demon King could sever a medium-sized tree, its speed surprisingly swift. Most of the low shrubs had long been buried beneath the accumulating snow. The rate of snowfall had slowed, although the snow layer had thickened. The accumulation was not as rapid as it had initially been. Now, it merely buried 2 floors. Over the past fortnight, Lin Shi has diligently engaged in self-cultivation and has adeptly learned to activate his genetic lock. From dawn until dusk, he has been industriously occupied, feeling remarkably fulfilled. The duration for which he can maintain the genetic lock has impressively increased from 11 seconds to 18 seconds. Most importantly, he has now gained the ability to move freely after releasing the genetic lock. No longer hindered by its aftereffects on this day, following 2 consecutive days of relentless blizzards, a rare sunny day finally graced the land. Although the sun lacked warmth, the mere presence of sunlight was enough to uplift one's spirits. Lin Shi continued his separate endeavors from the Demon King, with one heading into the mountains and the other venturing into the city. Upon arriving in Lunan City, Lin Shi sought out yet another gold shop, only to find it already ransacked by others. Aside from shattered glass strewn across the floor, there was nothing left inside. It seems I shall need to seek out a different location tomorrow, Lin Shi mused silently. Exiting the gold shop, he wandered through several streets and suddenly noticed an increase in the number of survivors on the streets of Lunan City today. They carried various bags and moved cautiously in groups, appearing as though they were preparing to relocate. Even the number of individuals attempting to rob Lin Shi had diminished. Upon encountering a lone robber, instead of dispatching him immediately, Lin Shi pressed a knife against the man's throat and inquired, "What transpired in recent days? What are those people carrying on the roads?" The robber trembled in fear, pleading, "Spare me. I will tell you." A massive tiger suddenly appeared in the city days ago, devouring many people, leaving everyone unable to venture out in search of supplies. I heard that there are troops in Shushi protecting civilians, and many wish to move there. I only hope to gather some funds for the journey. Please let me go this once. Having acquired the information he sought, Lin Shi swiftly severed the man's head. It was indeed a source beast that had emerged. In fact, several source beasts had already been spotted in Shushi, with Lin Shi hearing of 3 such occurrences over the past fortnight. Thanks to soldiers patrolling the area, they swiftly eliminated the source beasts, minimizing the casualties among the survivors. At that moment, Lin Shi's ears perked up as he caught distant cries of alarm. Raising an eyebrow, he hastened toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 95. Confrontation with the giant tiger. Lunan City's central square, which should have been bustling with life, had been transformed into a vast expanse of snow due to the extreme cold. However, today, the square buzzed once more, albeit in a different, more alarming manner. A colossal white tiger descended from the sky, positioning itself in the center of the square, unleashing a deafening roar. Survivors passing through the square were struck with terror, screaming, "Run! Flee!" With a single roar, the tiger launched an attack on the survivors. The woman, upon seeing the giant beast, collapsed in fear, struggling to crawl backward, but her efforts were in vain. The tiger's gaze fixed upon her, and it lunged forward, biting down upon her head. Blood gushed forth from the decapitated body, causing the other survivors to panic and flee in a desperate rush. Some abandoned their precious supplies, while others forsook their loved ones. Yet, despite their frantic attempts to escape, the mutated tiger's speed was far superior to theirs, and it caught up to them one by one, tearing them apart. The once pristine square was soon splattered with crimson blossoms of blood. As panic and despair spread like wildfire, those who witnessed the horror from a distance turned and fled. As Lin Shi approached the edge of the square, he witnessed survivors fleeing in terror, while the white tiger savagely tore into a man who was still alive. The man's legs were caught in the tiger's jaws, his upper body left exposed, crying out in despair. Noticing Lin Shi's presence, the man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he pleaded, "Please, save me." Even in such dire circumstances, the man clung to the will to survive. However, in the next instant, the giant tiger flung the man into the air and sank its teeth into his chest. The sickening crunch of bones echoed as blood splattered everywhere, and the man was quickly devoured. After finishing its meal, the tiger slowly turned its gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi's attention was drawn to the notification displayed on his treasure interface. Detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. A second-tier beast. It was astonishing that merely a month after the apocalypse began, a second-tier source beast had already emerged in the city. In his previous life, it took years for second-tier beasts to appear, often accompanied by a swarm of first-tier beasts. This white tiger was not a native species of the southern province. It was likely an evolved creature that had escaped from a nearby zoo. Second-tier source beasts could withstand the damage from ordinary handgun bullets, while regular knives and swords would barely scratch their resilient hides. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Lin Shi as he raised his arm. Revealing a crossbow he had retrieved from his spatial storage, he sensed that absorbing this second-tier source beast would propel his internal source energy to new heights. The giant tiger, spotting Lin Shi, charged toward him with astonishing speed, reaching his position in the blink of an eye. Yet Lin Shi was no slouch himself. He utilized the momentum to leap onto the rooftop of a nearby 3-story building before the tiger could pounce. From his elevated vantage point, Lin Shi aimed at the giant tiger below and swiftly loosed an arrow. With the advantage of ranged attack, he naturally opted for a safer and less strenuous approach. The arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself deep into the tiger's flesh. The tiger howled in pain, but for such a massive creature, a single arrow was hardly lethal. With a powerful leap, the tiger lunged at Lin Shi's building. While the tiger was still airborne, Lin Shi quickly knocked another arrow and shot again, without pausing to assess the outcome as he leaped down in another direction. His physical abilities had vastly improved, and falling from a height of around 10 meters onto the soft snow posed no threat to him. The tiger's furious roar echoed behind him. A survivor who had stumbled in its path witnessed the scene and exclaimed, "Someone is hunting that tiger." The other survivors turned in astonishment. Whether it was Lin Shi's aura that attracted the tiger or whether the beast was incensed by his arrows, the tiger continued its relentless pursuit. Lin Shi, having just landed, had no time to reload his arrows. The sound of rushing wind signaled the beast's approach. Although the crossbow was powerful, it was somewhat inconvenient under the current circumstances. With others present, he could not openly retrieve items from his spatial storage. Lin Shi tossed the crossbow aside and drew his handgun from his waist. He swiftly fired a shot before rolling to the side to evade the tiger's attack. To his surprise, he realized that his previous arrow had struck the tiger's left leg. As he intended to absorb the source energy from this beast, Lin Shi had no intention of holding back. He aimed directly for the tiger's eyes and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The giant tiger dodged 2 bullets aimed at its eyes but was struck by the third, blinding one of its eyes. Enraged by the injury, the tiger lunged at Lin Shi, its massive jaws wide open, ready to bite. Engaging in close combat with such a formidable beast, Lin Shi knew he could not rely on size, speed, or strength. Without hesitation, he activated his genetic lock, deftly avoiding the tiger's vicious bite. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch at the tiger's side. The muscles in his arms swelled with strength, and his blow sent the tiger's head tilting to the side. The creature staggered as Lin Shi seized the opportunity to follow up with another punch. Targeting the tiger's head once more, The head is the weak point of all creatures. A severe blow could cause dizziness or even unconsciousness. The dazed tiger, still reeling from the first punch, failed to react in time and was struck again. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Shi continued to rain down punches upon the tiger's head. Increasingly, onlookers who had paused their escape to witness this astonishing spectacle began to gather. "My goodness! Is that even a human?" someone murmured in disbelief. "I can finally believe that Wusong could slay a tiger. This is even more ferocious," another shouted in excitement. Eyes filled with greed and desire flitted toward the crossbow Lin Shi had discarded. After delivering a series of heavy blows to the tiger's head, Lin Shi finally managed to knock the beast to the ground. The survivors, who had gathered at some point, erupted into cheers. Lin Shi merely cast a glance their way before refocusing on the tiger. He knew the creature was not dead. It had merely been temporarily incapacitated from the relentless blows. With a dagger in hand, Lin Shi lifted the tiger's eyelid and thrust the blade viciously into its eye. Burying it deep to the hilt, the comatose tiger thrashed violently, but as Lin Shi twisted the dagger, the beast's struggles gradually subsided. Meanwhile, a man, seizing the opportunity while Lin Shi was engaged in slaying the tiger, stealthily approached the spot where Lin Shi had discarded the crossbow. Chapter 96. Without morality, there is no fear of kidnapping. The man's eyes burned with fervor and greed as he fixated on the crossbow abandoned on the ground. He thought to himself, if only he could acquire such a weapon, hunting wild beasts and enjoying meat would become effortlessly easy. However, before his hand could grasp the crossbow, Lin Shi withdrew the dagger from the tiger's eye. Flicking his wrist, the dagger shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the man's throat from behind. Its power exceeded that of a bullet. The man's body stiffened as he clutched his throat, eyes wide in shock as he collapsed. The remaining individuals who harbored similar intentions immediately abandoned their thoughts, unwilling to act further. After all, who would dare confront a person capable of slaying such a mutated tiger? Lin Shi drew out his dagger, wiped it against the snow, and sheathed it back at his waist. He picked up his crossbow, swiftly disassembling and reassembling it before stowing it in his backpack. After extracting an arrow, he gazed at the enormous corpse of the giant tiger. Casting a fleeting glance at the circle of survivors surrounding him, the process of absorbing source energy must not be interrupted. He could never allow himself to do so under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Thus, Lin Shi opted to first remove the giant tiger's body. Weighing several hundred pounds at the very least, he seized one of the tiger's legs and hoisted it onto his left shoulder. Appearing to have ample strength to spare, approaching the edge of the square, he bellowed at the motionless survivors, "Clear the way." The survivors stepped aside, but one elderly man remained, greedily fixated on the giant tiger resting on Lin Shi's shoulder. "Young man, such a large tiger, you can't possibly consume it all alone. Might you spare us a bit? You don't strike me as a selfish person. Why not assist us to the end? You saved us, so why not share a morsel of meat?" This remark successfully turned all the survivors against Lin Shi. Indeed, if they could share the spoils of such a massive beast, each would receive a substantial portion of meat. The survivors' eyes gleamed with hunger as they regarded the giant tiger, with some even stealthily reaching for their weapons. They had forgotten that had it not been for Lin Shi's timely arrival, they might have perished. Although Lin Shi had not acted to save them, the fact remained that they had been saved. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's face. Apologies, but he possessed no moral qualms and feared not the prospect of kidnapping. In a flash, a glint of cold steel cut through the air. The elderly man remained standing before Lin Shi, but his head rolled lifelessly to the ground. In such moments, hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. Otherwise, these survivors would swarm him like hyenas. He understood their thoughts all too well. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Shi surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Who else desires a taste? I shall send him down to face the tiger himself." The survivors, seeing the scene unfold, hastily waved their hands in retreat, terrified of sharing the same fate as the old man. Lin Shi, gripping the bloodied blade, strode step by step through the ranks of survivors until he moved past them. Once he had distanced himself, one among the survivors turned to a gaunt man with yellow hair, his visage obscured by a mask, and remarked, "Brother Huang, that boy seems to be the target Boss Li wanted us to deal with earlier. Why didn't we act just now?" Huang Miao regarded his subordinate as if he were a fool. In this apocalypse, Who cares for mere tasks? Do you think that old dogly Duokai can still run here? Come, let us follow him and see if we can snag some meat. Brother Huang is wise. Several of Huang Miao's subordinates trailed after him in pursuit of Lin Shi's departing figure. Lin Shi traversed through a block until he entered a deserted alleyway, at which point he stored the giant tiger in his spatial pocket. He then retrieved a broadsword from within and sat down in a shop to polish the blade. The sword was straight, measuring a meter in length, slender and sharp. Similar to a Tang Dao, it was prone to breaking, rendering it unsuitable for slaying source beasts, but excellent for human targets. After polishing it twice, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Many had cast their eyes upon the giant tiger. A burly man with a square face and a sharp-featured companion entered the alley, scanning the narrow passage and failing to spot the giant tiger. Their focus shifted to Lin Shi. Brother, we don't need much, just one leg, and we'll be on our way. Lin Shi smiled, though the smile lacked warmth. If you wish for my possessions, you must earn them. The two exchanged glances, and one of them drew a pistol from his waist, stating, I advise you not to refuse. Lin Shi had no patience for idle chatter. With a flick of his wrist, a shard of glass struck the gunman's forehead like a bullet. The glass shard embedded deeply into the man's brow, causing him to collapse straight to the ground, his firearm clattering beside him. The other sharp-featured man, struck by fear, began to plead for mercy with trembling lips. Yet he too swiftly met the same fate as his companion. Lin Shi rose, lowering the tip of his sword, and called toward the alley entrance, Since you're all here, let us have at it. Barely had the words left his mouth when a dozen survivors, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged. Fear not. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but one man with two hands. Let us strike together. Armed with makeshift weapons, the survivors charged into the shop. Mere minutes later, the alley was strewn with corpses. Lin Shi delivered a final blow to each body, severing their heads, before departing from the rear of the alley, a short distance away from the alley. Huang Miao hesitated as he observed the crowd that had rushed into the narrow passage, now silent and unyielding. The once diminutive alley now resembled the gaping maw of a chasm, awaiting their entry. Huang. Brother Huang, should we go in? One of his subordinates queried. Let us take a look. Huang Miao swallowed hard, cautiously leading his men to the mouth of the alley. Upon witnessing the scattered corpses and lifeless heads, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, landing unceremoniously on the ground. His companions fared no better, nearly frightened into submission. Huang. Brother Huang, should we still follow? Follow? Nonsense, let us get out of here. Lin Shi returned to the safe house on a snowmobile in the afternoon. To his surprise, the area was also far from tranquil. Upon arriving at the western suburbs, he spotted a throng of people surrounding a wild boar, shouting and clamoring for its blood. From a distance, Lin Shi observed that it appeared to be a normal-sized wild boar, likely having descended from the mountains. Rather than a source beast, 3 individuals lay on the snow, writhing in agony, yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the hunters, who could only see the glimmer of meat before their eyes. Recently, the frequency of encounters with beasts and source beasts had been increasing. Lin Shi understood the implications of this trend. The beasts fleeing from the mountains indicated a greater threat lurking within. It also meant that source beasts would soon emerge from the deep mountains or other locales to hunt humanity. When the beast tide surged, corpses would litter the ground. For the survivors, opportunities to brazenly scavenge for resources in the streets were dwindling. This world would increasingly prioritize strength above all else. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened with determination. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Shi found that the Demon King had not yet returned. He retrieved the massive corpse of the giant tiger from his spatial pocket and placed it in the storage room. Resting his hand on the tiger's body, he observed the prompt from the Treasure Basin. Detected unclaimed source energy. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he declared, yes. As Lin Shi's words echoed, he felt the familiar surge of source energy flowing into his body from his arm, more pronounced than before. The arm that made contact with the giant tiger began to radiate heat. Like a warm spring, the source energy coursed into him, merging with his OWN. The power surged through his arm and into his body. Lin Shi felt his entire being heat up instantaneously. A wave of warmth emanated from him. Upon entering the safe house, Lin Shi had already shed his outer jacket. At this moment, beads of sweat poured from his pores, accompanied by a stream of murky, brownish filth. Then came an unprecedented sense of strength flooding through him. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Lin Shi's eyes as he unlocked his genetic lock. With the activation of his source energy, this time the genetic lock opened even faster than before, nearly unlocking at the mere thought of it. An even greater strength erupted from within him. Lin Shi retrieved a steel pipe, as thick as his wrist, from his spatial pocket. Gripping both ends, he effortlessly twisted the pipe into a spiral. The once nearly 1,000-pound giant tiger felt light as a feather in his hands, easily lifted with one hand. If he were to face the giant tiger again at this moment, Lin Shi was confident he could knock it unconscious with a single punch. Most astonishingly, the duration of his genetic lock had extended to 32 seconds. As the saying goes, in a duel between experts, every millisecond counts. An extra second translates to an extra chance of victory. With the speed at which he could now activate his genetic lock, 32 seconds afforded him ample opportunity to accomplish much. Before he could revel in his newfound power, the Treasure Basin prompt suddenly shifted. Detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. Lin Shi silently rejoiced. What perfect timing to test his current combat prowess against this source beast. He dashed to the door and burst outside, only to come face to face with the Demon King, who was clutching something in its mouth. Both man and dog paused in surprise. Demon King? Lin Shi scanned the surroundings, finding no other creatures. You again, you silly thing? The Demon King? The Demon King dropped the object from its mouth, revealing a green fruit. Ignoring the fruit for the moment, Lin Shi grasped the Demon King's head, examining it closely. Have you advanced? Indeed, its size had increased slightly since the morning. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shi noted changes in the Demon King's eyes. The once blue and red irises had deepened in color, and now bore a resemblance to a human's iris. Its teeth and claws appeared sharper as well. The Demon King, feeling as though it were being inspected like livestock, wore a look of exasperation. Once Lin Shi finished scrutinizing the Demon King's changes, he finally noticed the green fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? Upon mentioning the fruit, the Demon King's expression brightened, as it pointed with its paw at the fruit, then at its own mouth. You mean to say you ate this fruit? Lin Shi understood the Demon King's meaning. The Demon King bore a proud expression, lifting its head high. And then you advanced? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The Demon King nodded, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction at Lin Shi's comprehension. The fruit looked freshly picked, with the stem still appearing fresh. A contemplative look crossed Lin Shi's face as he picked up the fruit. At that moment, the Treasure Basin displayed a new prompt. Source fruit detected, consumption recommended. Lin Shi gazed at the fruit, still glistening with the Demon King's saliva. His heart stirred with excitement. This was a mutated plant. In Shushi, one finds an abundance of tropical flora, yet the survival of plants is a rarity. To my astonishment, there exists a singular variant that has not only survived but also evolved. Unlike animals, mutated plants do not acquire mobility through their transformations. A plant remains a plant. Even in mutation, it cannot develop a brain or limbs. However, some mutated plants exhibit extreme resilience to cold or possess formidable hardness, rendering them impervious to even the most ferocious of beasts, while others may harbor deadly toxins. The number of fruit-bearing plants is exceedingly scarce and incredibly precious. In my past life, official reports indicated that the discovery of a mutated plant could yield significant rewards if presented to the authorities. Furthermore, finding a mutated fruit-bearing plant could not only secure a substantial bounty but also lead to a lucrative position within the sanctuary, elevating one's status above others. It turns out that the fruits contain source power. Lin Shi retrieved a bottle of water to wash away the saliva of the Demon King from the fruit and took a small bite. Remarkably, under such frigid conditions, the fruit had not frozen, revealing its tender flesh. The flesh was sweet and crisp, reminiscent of jujubes, yet far superior in flavor. Upon swallowing, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body. It was indeed source power. Lin Shi devoured the fruit eagerly, his eyes shining with fervor as he turned to the Demon King, who was fixated on the fruit, and exclaimed, "Where did you find this? Take me there." The Demon King seemed to have anticipated Lin Shi's words, taking a few steps forward before returning to rest before him. Now crouched, the Demon King stood at Lin Shi's waist. Puzzled, Lin Shi asked, "Why aren't we moving?" The Demon King stood upright, gazing at Lin Shi before lowering itself again, indicating with its head. "Are you suggesting I ride on your back?" Lin Shi conjectured. The Demon King nodded in affirmation. A thrill of excitement coursed through Lin Shi. He wondered if other boys had harbored dreams of having a magnificent steed like those in anime during their childhood. He certainly did. Lin Shi had often envied the characters' mounts in animated shows and even pleaded with his father to enroll him in riding lessons. For a time, he yearned to gallop across the grasslands, but his father forbade him from traveling to other provinces. With a sense of exhilaration, Lin Shi carefully mounted the Demon King's back and declared, "Let us depart." At the command, the Demon King took off at a gallop. Lin Shi clung tightly to the fur around the Demon King's neck to prevent himself from falling. The scenery whizzed by in a blur, accompanied by the howling cold wind. The Demon King moved with incredible speed, effortlessly navigating the terrain, bounding across snowy expanses, weaving through barren woods, leaping over streams, and skimming past lakes. It was only as dusk began to settle that they halted beside a frozen waterfall. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi dismounted from the Demon King. The Demon King cast a glance at Lin Shi before approaching the waterfall. Lin Shi followed closely. The frozen waterfall was adorned with icicles, creating a picturesque scene. As Lin Shi drew nearer, he discovered a hidden entrance beneath the waterfall, seemingly carved out. Chapter 98. The anomalous tree. The Demon King ventured inside first, pausing to wait for Lin Shi. The entrance, obscured by the waterfall and subsequently concealed by the rapidly forming icicles, was remarkably well hidden. Lin Shi approached the entrance, gazing at the Demon King with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. "How on earth did you find this place? What could this creature be up to in the mountains all day?" The Demon King stood tall and proud, beckoning Lin Shi to follow. With the dimming light, the interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness. Lin Shi donned a headlamp and cautiously pursued the Demon King. The ground was devoid of snow, replaced by slick, frozen stones. However, the cave was not deep. After traversing a few meters, they encountered a source of light. Following the Demon King, Lin Shi entered a cavern. Upon taking in the scene, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The cavern was lofty, flanked by rocky walls, with an opening high above. A massive stone lay overhead, allowing a faint light to filter through the crevices. Below, a pool of water lay frozen, with a cluster of stones jutting out from the surface. Atop this rocky mound stood a peculiar tree, its branches glimmering with a soft light. The scene appeared almost ethereal, as if Lin Shi had stumbled into a realm of fantasy. The tree's trunk, thick as a barrel, twisted and turned, its bark a deep gray-black. The roots intertwined with the stones, creating a complex network. A profusion of branches bore dense, violet-hued leaves, forming a magnificent canopy. The tree towered at least 5 or 6 meters high, exuding an overwhelming vitality. Hanging from its branches were numerous green fruits, identical to the ones the Demon King had brought back. Beneath the tree lay the lifeless form of a massive serpent, its belly exposed and motionless. Upon spotting the serpent's corpse, the Demon King swiped it with a paw, sending it tumbling into the pool. Then pointed at the tree. Lin Shi approached the serpent for a closer inspection. The creature measured over 3 meters in length, thick as an adult's calf, its scales adorned with the same violet patterns as the tree. The serpent's body was nearly severed in two, and its gallbladder had vanished. Observing the bite marks, Lin Shi deduced without hesitation that the Demon King had been the one to slay it. "Did you do this?" He glanced at the Demon King, who licked its lips and barked softly. "Next time, refrain from consuming everything." Lin Shi sighed, pondering the potential toxicity of the serpent. The Demon King's lively demeanor suggested that, at the very least, the serpent's exterior was harmless. From the serpent's size and unfamiliar coloration, Lin Shi concluded it had undergone some form of mutation. Ordinary cold-blooded creatures would struggle to survive in such frigid temperatures. Perhaps the tree had played a role in its existence. Yet, as he examined the serpent, the Treasure Basin offered no indication of nearby unclaimed source power. Lin Shi tentatively placed his hand on the serpent's body, but still, no hints emerged. Could it be that the source power resided within the gallbladder? which the Demon King had consumed, thus depleting the serpent of its power? Or had the essence dissipated due to the time elapsed since the serpent's demise? Lin Shi pondered deeply. He had always harbored a question. Why do humans and beasts, both classified as animals, evolve in such divergent ways? Previous research had suggested that humans could hardly absorb source power autonomously, akin to how plants and animals do. It was as though humans were not native to this planet. The origins of humanity have long been a topic of contention within the annals of science, with no conclusive evidence linking humans to primate evolution. Darwin's theory of evolution remains merely a hypothesis. Suppressing his bold speculations, Lin Shi steeled himself and approached the tree. The Demon King paced beneath it, clearly impatient. As Lin Shi drew near, he noticed the tree trunk bore the marks of the Demon King's teeth. Given the Demon King's disposition, it was unsurprising that it had attempted to bring the tree itself back. However, it had chosen to retrieve the fruit instead, unknowing the tree's formidable nature. He reached up to pluck a fruit, handing it to the Demon King, who eagerly accepted it, placing it on the ground while continuing to watch Lin Shi intently. "You're becoming increasingly clever," Lin Shi remarked, patting the creature on its head before nimbly ascending the tree. As soon as his body made contact with the trunk, the Treasure Basin displayed a prompt. Detected a substantial amount of source power within this plant. Would you like to absorb it? Yes, no? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. The Treasure Basin had been capable of absorbing source power for some time. He continued to harvest the fruits, and before long, he had collected over a dozen green fruits. Confirming that no more fruits remained on the tree, Lin Shi turned to the Demon King and instructed, "Ensure nothing disturbs me." The Demon King perked up, patrolling the cavern. Lin Shi placed his hand on the tree trunk, observing the Treasure Basin's interface as he silently declared, "Yes, absorb." In Heisher, at the Shun family estate, Shun Fanren sat at the edge of his bed, his brow furrowed in concentration as he listened to his subordinate, Wang Ji, deliver a report. "Boss, those individuals still refuse to collaborate with us. Should we?" Wang Ji tentatively made a gesture across his throat. Shun Fanren rose, pacing the room. The conflict with the official authorities had its roots in Lin Shi's actions at the hospital, where he had slain Shan Jinbin and 3 bodyguards at that time. Lin Shi had refrained from taking the weapons from the guards, intending to create a bit of trouble for Shun Fanren. However, Lin Shi had not anticipated that this would lead to significant complications for Shun Fanren in his past life. After the onset of the apocalypse, Shun Fanren had leveraged the extensive network and positive reputation he had cultivated over many years in Heisher to establish a cooperative relationship with the authorities at the beginning of the disaster. He had provided countless resources and manpower, solidifying the Shin family's status within Heisher until the official forces gradually disintegrated and absorbed the city, rendering Shun Fanren the de facto king of Heisher. This time around, however, due to Lin Shi's seemingly casual actions, the police found firearms on Shun Fanren's bodyguards. Consequently, before the apocalypse even commenced, Shun Fanren had been designated a person of interest by the Heisher Security Bureau. Following a disruption in communication, Shun Fanren discovered his estate surrounded by a SWAT team. Uncovering numerous contraband items, he was swiftly taken from his estate by the special police. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, this incident would have been enough to ruin Shun Fanren. Subsequently, chaos erupted throughout Heisher, with widespread looting and violence. Amidst the turmoil, Shun Fanren's subordinates managed to extricate him from his cell. Upon returning to his estate, he regrouped his forces, establishing a standoff with the official authorities. Later, he transformed his estate into a refuge for the displaced, and as lawlessness prevailed, crime surged daily, allowing the official forces in Heisher to temporarily overlook his actions. The official authority in Heisher is led by the chief of the Public Security Department, who has gathered a group of law enforcement officers, special police, firefighters, and other civil servants originally affiliated with the government. For some time now, Shun Fanren has been striving to negotiate a cooperative agreement with the Heisher authorities, yet he has repeatedly failed. The strongest ally from his past life has now become the greatest obstacle to his dominion over Heisher. With a furrowed brow, Shun Fanren did not immediately respond to Wang Ji but instead inquired, "What about the other matter I asked you to investigate?" Chapter 99. The Night Raid of the Wolf Pack. Wang Ji replied, "You instructed me to look into the unusually large beasts that have recently appeared in the city. I discovered that these creatures did not solely emerge from the mountains. Rather, They have fled from the north. I consulted with an animal expert who indicated that the low temperatures in the north have rendered these beasts unable to survive, prompting their migration here. At this point, Wang Ji cautiously glanced at Shen Fanren, adding, moreover, he mentioned that what we are currently witnessing in Haishur is merely the advance guard of these beasts, the faster ones, and there may be a substantial horde following behind. Another piece of grim news. During this period, Haishur has already seen dozens of source beasts and hundreds of ordinary beasts, resulting in significant casualties. While ordinary beasts may be manageable, those of enormous size necessitate heavy firepower for elimination. Should the number of these beasts continue to rise without official collaboration to supply ammunition, their reserves will undoubtedly fall short. Without firearms and ammunition, Shen Fanren's position in Haishur would become perilous. His expression darkened as he asked, have we received any updates from the individuals we sent north to scout the situation? None. As of now, none of our personnel sent north have returned, Wang Ji responded. Since the outbreak of the solar storm, the magnetic field of Blue Star has remained unstable, rendering radio communications ineffective. Shen Fanren's biological research facility, situated in the north, has become completely inaccessible, leaving him devoid of any news and unable to acquire the gene drugs he had developed prior to the apocalypse. His countenance was beyond mere displeasure. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Instruct the personnel to concentrate supplies over the next few days and prepare for a potential evacuation from Haishur. As for Pang Jiangwo and his faction, let us not concern ourselves with them for the time being. Pang Jiangwo is currently the leader of the official forces in Haishur. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes flickered with intrigue as he replied, understood. The soundproofing in Shen Fanren's room was exceptional. While he and Wang Ji conversed inside, two women stood outside the door, engaged in a silent standoff. One of them was LVC at Shen Fanren's level. Any woman he desired could be acquired, but the more unattainable they were, the more he yearned for them. This was precisely the case with LVC. Captivated by her ethereal presence amidst the crowd, he later discovered that she was already married. This led to the underhanded actions against Lin Shi's father, as he sought to attain LVC by any means necessary. LVC, too, was astute, adept at winning a man's heart, not only catering to his preferences but also increasing her worth in Shen Fanren's eyes. She understood well that once a man invested significantly in something, he would find it difficult to let go. Thus, after becoming close to Shen Fanren, she continually drew his attention and resources, even acquiring shares in his new energy company. Originally, such a fortunate arrangement could have lasted long. Although Shen Fanren later pursued numerous women, LVC remained irreplaceable in his life. However, this lifetime was marred by Lin Shi's actions against Shen Jianbin, causing Shen Fanren to harbor suspicions towards LVC, leading to her neglect and the pursuit of new affections. At this moment, the other woman facing LVC was a voluptuous figure with cascading waves of hair, striking features, and a demeanor that starkly contrasted with LVCU's. She was Huilingrong, Shen Fanren's newly acquired lover and a former A-list star. What brings you here, Miss LV? This yesterday's flower. Seeking to provoke. Huilingrong taunted, twirling her hair with a mock expression. LVCU responded with a nonchalant smile, though her gaze was icy. This is not your domain to dictate. Shen Fanren's interest in you is merely a fleeting novelty. Huilingrong rolled her eyes. At least I still hold some novelty, unlike certain individuals who have grown stale and spoiled. With that, she dramatically pinched her nose, pretending as though LVCU exuded an unpleasant odor. LVCU's expression turned ashen, and she was about to retaliate when suddenly, a cacophony of commotion and gunfire erupted outside the estate. What is happening? The wolf pack is here. Stop them. Help. A pack of over 100 colossal wolves had invaded the estate. Unlike the scattered source beasts previously encountered in the city, this time, the wolves seemed drawn directly to the estate by the rich scent of blood and flesh. The newly erected 3-meter-high walls, constructed to shield against the biting cold, were effortlessly vaulted by the massive wolves. The patrolling guards were swiftly overwhelmed under the onslaught of the wolf pack. Among them was a particularly large alpha wolf, which, flanked by several others, approached a wall and struck it with a claw. The thick concrete wall, several centimeters in depth, was breached, revealing terrified survivors within. From a window in the corridor, LVCU and Huilingrong exchanged a glance. both reflecting the same alarm. At that moment, the door at the end of the corridor swung open, and Shan Fanren, along with Wang Ji, emerged from the room, hastening toward the staircase. Seeing this, LV Siue and Huilingrong quickly followed suit. Shan Fanren and Wang Ji moved swiftly. "Wait for me, darling," Huilingrong called out as she ran, but Shan Fanren seemed oblivious, even quickening his pace to a jog. Suddenly, the shattering of glass echoed. A massive wolf leaped out onto the path before Huilingrong and LV Siue, eliciting a terrified scream from both in a split second. As the wolf lunged toward them, LV Siue seized Huilingrong by the hair and, amid her screams, thrust her toward the oncoming wolf, while she herself bolted in the direction Shan Fanren had taken. At the last moment, she reached Shan Fanren, who was opening the basement door. "Jin Bin, I want to be with you forever," LV Siue said, tears glistening in her eyes. Whether it was a masterful performance or sheer fright, Shan Fanren cast a glance at her but ultimately ushered her into the basement with him. Throughout the night, the estate was engulfed in a bloody massacre. When the trio finally emerged from the basement the next day, the wolf pack had retreated. The estate lay in ruins, drenched in blood and littered with dismembered limbs, with not a single living soul in sight. Shan Fanren gazed at the remnants of his painstakingly constructed sanctuary, nearly collapsing from despair. Once he regained his composure, he resolved to Wang Ji, ascertain how many managed to escape yesterday, gather our remaining personnel, and disregard the survivors. Bring over the snowmobiles I instructed you to repair last time. Gather all we can, and we shall head south. Chapter 100. The Survivor Trading Market in the Frigid Cavern. After absorbing the source energy from the anomalous tree, Lin Shi sensed that the source energy within him had reached a state of saturation. He felt an indescribable pressure within, akin to the sensation of being overly full. It was not a mere feeling of satiety, nor had he unlocked the third tier of the gene lock. Rather, it seemed as though the source energy had become excessive, lacking some critical element. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the lush, violet leaves of the tree to cascade down like snowflakes. The once vibrant tree appeared to have lost its life essence, leaving only bare branches in its wake. Both Lin Shi and the Demon King were taken aback. The Demon King, puzzled, bit into the trunk once more, leaving a tooth mark and displaying a grimace. With the force of its jaws, the Demon King could even bite through steel, unknowing the tree's formidable strength. Lin Shi contemplated that this tree might serve as excellent material. However, its roots were anchored beneath the pond, rendering it impossible to store in his spatial realm. After expending a considerable amount of time and breaking 2 axes, he ultimately resorted to a chainsaw to fell the tree and secure it within his spatial realm. Glancing at the sky, he noted that darkness had fully descended. The nocturnal wilderness posed greater dangers, as many predators hunted during the night. Consequently, Lin Shi decided to spend the night in this water-curtain cave and return the following day. He retrieved several moisture-proof mats from his spatial realm, laid them upon the flat, icy surface of the pond, and set up a tent atop them, adding blankets within. Thus, he and the Demon King established their makeshift abode. The Demon King, seemingly unfamiliar with such a nest, excitedly dashed in and out. This marked Lin Shi's first night spent outdoors since his rebirth. After checking the cave's temperature, he found it to be a chilling -61 degrees. The recent weather appeared to be growing increasingly frigid. After sharing a meal with the Demon King, they crawled into their sleeping bags. Although the Demon King was highly alert, it still refrained from sleeping too deeply. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar surroundings that kept it restless, as Lin Shi found his mind wandering with errant thoughts. So much has changed in this life. The apocalypse began shortly after, with humanity and other creatures undergoing mass evolution, leading to the early emergence of source beasts and evolved beings. This era's beast tide would undoubtedly be more terrifying than the last. Looking back, constructing a safe house was the wisest decision he could have made. Had he continued to reside in a conventional residential building as in his previous life, the thick concrete would likely have been insufficient to withstand the assault of powerful source beasts. His safe house, with walls 3 meters thick, constructed of steel panels and alloy structures, and featuring 2 stories, would withstand even the resurgence of Jurassic-era dinosaurs without issue. He lacked for nothing in terms of supplies. And with a safe house as his refuge, all he needed to do was continuously strengthen himself in the days to come. Furthermore, after the emergence of the beast tide, Areas populated by more people became increasingly susceptible to detection and focused attacks by the keenly scented beast hordes. Ironically, his own sanctuary was relatively secure. Yet, it was a pity that he had still not avenged his father in this lifetime. Lin Shi closed his eyes. He was not the kind of person blinded by hatred. Otherwise, upon learning in his previous life that his father had not died in an accident, he would have acted impulsively. Now that the apocalypse had descended, Shen Fanren was likely developing his power in Heisher just as he had in his past life. What remained uncertain was whether this time would be as smooth as the last. If one day he could subjugate 1,000 source beasts, perhaps there would still be a day when he could return to Heisher for revenge. Lost in thought, Lin Shi gradually slipped into a state between dreams and wakefulness. In his dream, he found himself once again struggling in the apocalypse of his previous life. He saw himself and Zhao Xiao unearthing that ancient coin, inadvertently unlocking the treasure trove. However, this time, when the treasure trove was opened, he unhesitatingly killed Zhao Xiao. Gazing into Zhao Xiao's disbelieving, unblinking eyes, the dream version of him felt an inexplicable satisfaction deep within. Upon waking, Lin Shi still savored the remnants of this dream. Had he been as selfish and cold-hearted in his past life as he was in this one, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic end. Thus, in this lifetime, he vowed never to trust anyone again. As dawn broke outside, Lin Shi gathered his belongings and returned to the safe house with the Demon King. After enjoying a hearty breakfast there, Lin Shi ventured out once more. This time, he was not prepared to toil away searching for gold in neighboring cities. He had heard that survivors in the eastern suburbs were organizing a trading market, which may have already taken shape. He decided to pay a visit today. It would be ideal if he could exchange supplies directly for gold. Riding the Demon King, Lin Shi entered the town. The appearance of the Demon King understandably incited a wave of panic. Those who had long been terrified by source beasts and wild animals fled in fright. The Demon King did not attack them. Rather, it regarded these panicking humans with a disdainful gaze. By the time the patrolling soldiers heard the commotion and rushed over, the Demon King had already whisked Lin Shi away, leaving no trace. Upon reaching the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to halt. He seized a survivor who had collapsed in fear, inquiring, "Is there a supply trading market nearby?" The terrified individual stammered, almost believing he was about to meet his end. "Yes." At the park by the bridge, 1 kilometer north of the supply distribution apartment. After learning the location, Lin Shi searched for about 10 minutes before finally locating the park by the bridge as described. After giving the Demon King a few instructions to remain on standby nearby, Lin Shi ventured alone into the park. Once filled with lush greenery, the park was now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Only a few taller trees were partially exposed, hinting at its past as a vibrant park. The park was bustling with people, and it seemed there were quite a few present. 2 squads of soldiers were maintaining order there. As Lin Shi entered, he saw rudimentary stalls haphazardly set up in the snowy ground. Some stalls bore wooden signs proclaiming, "Willing to pay handsomely for medicine." Others displayed useless mechanical parts merely to barter for food. Still others showcased fabrics and clothing that appeared to offer little warmth, marked for sale. There were even stalls with tattered cloths begging, "Please, kind souls, spare a morsel to eat. May you live a long life," among other pleas. Virtually everything was available. There were more vendors than buyers. After walking a short distance, Lin Shi found what he sought at one stall. A frail boy with frostbite on his hands had laid out about a dozen pounds of gold and silver jewelry. When Lin Shi stood before his stall, the boy was gazing longingly at the food displayed at another stall, swallowing hard without realizing Lin Shi's presence. Lin Shi cleared his throat, prompting the boy to divert his gaze toward him. "How much for this gold?" Lin Shi inquired. Lin Shi stood up and followed Li Wei and his companion to a secluded area. "How much gold do you need?" Li Wei asked. 220 kilograms, do you have it?" Lin Shi directly stated his required total. Li Wei appeared somewhat astonished. In this apocalyptic era, food was the universal currency. Gold was utterly useless. "What do you need so much gold for?" Li Wei probed, unable to fathom Lin Shi's intentions. Was he planning to gather enough gold to sculpt a statue for himself? Lin Shi replied, "You needn't concern yourself with that. Do you have it or not?" Li Wei squinted in contemplation before responding, "I have some, but I will need 2 days. And what will you offer in exchange?" Collecting that much gold will require considerable effort. I don't want your bread. I need essential supplies. What do you have? Li Wei's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Shi. Attempting to gauge his resources, Lin Shi smirked beneath his mask. He knew these opportunistic traders were as cunning as they come. If you don't want bread, that's fine. I can gather it myself, Lin Shi nonchalantly stated before turning to leave. Returning to his own stall, this left Li Wei in a quandary, standing still in indecision. The person who had previously notified Li Wei of Lin Shi's stall asked, "Brotherly, are we not doing this deal?" Li Wei smiled, a grin that was sinister in nature, and said, "Have someone keep an eye on this kid. See if he has any companions. If he is alone, we'll follow him once he leaves the market. We might uncover where he lives and perhaps score a big haul. If that doesn't work, we can still negotiate with him." When Lin Shi returned to his stall, the boy Wang Liang who had been there earlier was back, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Both appeared breathless. "Look, he is back," Wang Liang exclaimed as he rushed over. Chen Xiaodong, who had been hastily brought along by Wang Liang, scrutinized Lin Shi for a few moments. "You want a large quantity of gold?" Despite wearing an assortment of odd clothing and having a nose that resembled a ruddy bulb from the cold, Chen Xiaodong still exuded an air of authority distinct from the ordinary. Lin Shi assessed the man before nodding. "Yes, how much do you have?" Chen Xiaodong glanced around to ensure no one was watching before replying, "How much do you want? I can provide dozens or even hundreds of kilograms." Before the apocalypse, Chen Xiaodong had been the bank president in Shushi, possessing the keys to the vault. The vault could be opened in multiple ways, and without electricity, it could be accessed using specially designed keys. Wang Liang's father had worked under him for many years, and they had a good rapport. Thus, he was familiar with Wang Liang and had discreetly provided him with some food in the past. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and reiterated what he had told Li Wei earlier. "I can pay with bread. For 220 kilograms of gold, I'll give you 30 loaves. How does that sound?" Wang Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Chen Xiaodong. Unlike Wang Liang, who was easily excitable, Chen Xiaodong was shrewd and began to negotiate. 40 loaves. I'll give you as many as you can afford. I can assure you, there's far more gold where I come from." 30 versus 40 loaves made little difference to Lin Shi. But he did not want to appear as though he had an excess of food. He countered, 35. After some back and forth, they settled on 37 loaves. Wang Liang sighed in relief, fearing Lin Shi might refuse. It was important to note that on their way there, Chen Xiaodong had promised Wang Liang a 10% commission if the deal went through. With 37 loaves, he could receive at least 3 additional loaves, allowing him to trade for cold medicine for his mother. After finalizing the deal with Chen Xiaodong, Lin Shi departed the market with the two of them. Once outside the market, Lin Shi whistled. The Demon King emerged from a snow pile, scampering to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi had instructed the Demon King to hide and wait for him to return, and to howl if any source beasts were nearby. To his surprise, the Demon King had burrowed itself into a snow mound just outside the market. Amused, he brushed the snowflakes off the Demon King. The sight of the Demon King startled Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. Lin Shi casually explained that this was his pet from the time before the apocalypse. As the world grew increasingly perilous, having the keen-nosed Demon King nearby would help detect the emergence of beast tides in advance. Although it might instill panic or misunderstandings among other survivors, those concerns paled compared to the dangers of encountering a beast tide. Once the two realized that the Demon King posed no threat to humans, they felt somewhat reassured. Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi with newfound awe. Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and departed. He had arranged to meet Chen Xiaodong in the afternoon at the bank on Shuyuan Road in the eastern suburbs. However, he needed to return and retrieve the bread for the transaction. Yet, this was merely a pretext to conceal the existence of his hidden space. After parting ways with the two, Lin Shi found an unoccupied store, retrieved 37 loaves of bread from his hidden space, and packed them in a large black bag. Then he waited for the agreed-upon time in the afternoon. During this interval, Lin Shi and the Demon King had lunch and rested for a while. As the time drew near, Lin Shi made his way to the bank on Shuyuan Road as arranged. However, upon arriving at the bank's entrance, he sensed something was amiss. Now attuned to the intent to kill and the scrutiny of others, Lin Shi's awareness had expanded to over 80 meters. Standing not far from the bank's entrance, he felt a faint yet palpable aura of malice emanating from within the already breached doors of the bank. "Is someone lying in wait for me at the bank?" Lin Shi gestured for the demon king to remain several meters away and did not enter, instead calling out loudly, "Come out." No one responded. Lin Shi sneered and declared, "In that case, the deal is off." With that, he instructed the demon king to retreat. However, Lin Shi had no intention of truly leaving. He was merely one step away from obtaining the gold. Even if the old man and the young one had plotted against him that morning, he could eliminate them and then access the vault. What Lin Shi did not anticipate was that this tactic of retreating to advance would unexpectedly draw out an unforeseen adversary. Li Wei emerged from the bank's shadows, brandishing a gun, accompanied by two armed accomplices. Lin Shi was unaware that shortly after he and Chen Xiaodong had parted ways that morning, Li Wei, along with three others, had intercepted the excited Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, coercing them into revealing their transaction. Initially, Li Wei intended to follow Lin Shi to his residence, but changed his mind upon witnessing Lin Shi mount the Demon King and depart. This prompted Li Wei to fix his gaze on the Demon King. Recently, the military had received several scientists to study the newly emerged mutated beasts. Li Wei surmised that if he could capture this mutated creature, loyal to humanity, and present it to the military, he would be rewarded with boundless resources, perhaps even power. As he entertained such fanciful dreams, his eyes grew increasingly avaricious. Li Wei spoke loudly, "We meet again. I have devised a proposition for you. I will exchange all the gold from this bank's vault for your dog. What do you say?" Upon hearing someone covet his master, the Demon King bared its teeth, emitting a low, threatening growl. Before Lin Shi could respond, Li Wei continued, "Oh, by the way, I have hidden the vault key. If you refuse to engage in this transaction, you can forget about obtaining this gold. You, along with the two individuals you are negotiating with, will all perish. I trust you understand the gravity of the situation." Li Wei brandished his gun. "If you ensure this dog cooperates, I will spare you." One of Li Wei's companions produced a syringe of tranquilizer and rope. Eyeing the Demon King with eagerness, Lin Shi chuckled, dismounting from the Demon King. He could always seek out more gold, and the lives of those two meant little to him. However, he despised being threatened. Li Wei mistakenly believed Lin Shi had acquiesced, a look of joy spreading across his face. Yet this fleeting joy was short-lived as Lin Shi's icy voice cut through the air, "Kill everyone except the one speaking." The Demon King had been awaiting Lin Shi's command, and upon hearing it, sprang into action like a gust of wind. The distance of several dozen meters was but a blink of an eye for the Demon King. Realizing that Lin Shi was not going to submit, Li Wei's expression hardened, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Li Wei assumed the Demon King was like the first-tier source beast that had previously invaded the city, easily dispatched with firearms. He was gravely mistaken. The defenses of a second-tier source beast surpassed those of ordinary creatures. A mere handgun could not pierce the Demon King's hide. Bang! Li Wei fired a shot, but his eyes could scarcely keep pace with the Demon King's speed. The bullet missed entirely, and the Demon King was upon him, sinking its teeth into the head of the individual wielding the tranquilizer. "Boss, save me!" cried the other accomplice, clutching the rope as he rushed toward Li Wei for help. Li Wei quickly redirected his gun, but a sudden, searing pain shot through his wrist, causing the gun to tumble into the snow. To his shock, a shard of glass had embedded itself in his flesh. Lin Shi had struck during their last outing. He had found glass shards quite useful, easily concealed and effective against ordinary foes. He had stashed some away in his space. Li Wei attempted to retrieve his gun, but the Demon King's assault was already upon him. The Demon King had long harbored resentment toward Li Wei, having heard the human's words. However, Lin Shi had not commanded it to eliminate this bothersome human. Instead, the Demon King lunged sideways, its claw tearing through the abdomen of the person hiding behind Li Wei, inadvertently toppling Li Wei as well, splattering his clothes with the blood of his comrade. Panic finally overtook Li Wei's features as he shouted toward the interior of the bank, "Why aren't you coming out?" Li Wei intended to seize the Demon King, but his entourage numbered more than 2 in the bank's shadows. 10 others lay in wait. 8 were the ambushers, while 2 were Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. The Demon King's brutality left everyone paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the remaining individuals exchanged glances but did not move. Aside from Li Wei, none possessed firearms. Stepping outside would be akin to delivering themselves to their doom. Lin Shi paid no heed to those inside. He approached the Demon King and picked up the handgun from the ground, without hesitation, aiming it at Li Wei's leg and firing. Ah! Li Wei screamed in agony. Lin Shi, maintaining a stoic expression, aimed at Li Wei's other leg and inquired, "Where is the key?" Li Wei was taken aback by Lin Shi's ruthless demeanor. The truly dangerous individuals were those who spoke little. He dared not stall. "Don't shoot. The key is in my pocket. I miscalculated this time. I concede. Take the key. Let me go. My brother is an evolved being, a reserve officer in the military. If you kill me, you will invite trouble that I shot you, and we can call it even, all right?" Li Wei struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing any murderous intent. Upon returning, he vowed to have his brother avenge him. To kill this man and cook the dog. Lin Shi remained unyielding, not lowering his weapon but commanding, "Bring out your people." Upon mentioning his companions, Li Wei's fury surged, and he bellowed at the silent bank entrance. "Why aren't you coming out? Do you not want to survive in Shushi?" The 8, upon recalling Li Wei's brother's status, slowly emerged, dragging Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong forward. Though they were being held captive, Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi with admiration, internally exclaiming, "Tai Ku La! Isn't he just like the protagonist of the novels I aspire to? If I could tame such a fierce beast, no one would dare treat me this way again." Meanwhile, Chen Xiaodong's eyes remained fixed on the imposing Demon King, filled with astonishment and dread. With everyone now visible, Lin Shi continued to command, "Throw the key over here." Li Wei hesitated, but upon meeting Lin Shi's frigid gaze, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the key from his inner pocket, tossing it to Lin Shi. Upon receiving the key, Lin Shi holstered his gun. Seeing this, relief washed over Li Wei, and he shouted at his still alert comrades, "Help me up! What are you still doing with these two? Let them go." The 8 companions glanced between Li Wei, Lin Shi, and the bloodied Demon King, hastily untying Wang Liang and Chen Xiaodong. The latter two rushed toward Lin Shi. Li Wei suppressed his inner resentment and instructed his group, "Let us move." He was eager to return to the military and inform his brother, hoping he would lead a force to eliminate this man and his dog. The 8, feeling a sense of survival, silently rejoiced at Li Wei's evolved brother while scheming about how to appease him upon their return. It was then they heard a chilling voice from behind, "Leave no one alive." Minutes later, the screams subsided, and aside from Lin Shi, Wang Liang, and Chen Xiaodong, not a single soul remained alive. Lin Shi had never intended to allow any of them to survive. Should an evolved being dare seek revenge, he would ensure they returned empty-handed. The gruesome scene left Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang in stunned silence. Despite having witnessed numerous deaths, they still felt nauseated. Wang Liang, however, was somewhat unfazed. His youthful resilience allowed him to grasp the rationale behind eradicating threats. Within moments, he resumed gazing at Lin Shi with admiration, oblivious to the fact that they too might be considered potential threats. In contrast, Chen Xiaodong was acutely aware. Li Wei's desperate cries just before his demise echoed in his ears. Lin Shi's cold, disdainful gaze had revealed that he was unafraid of evolved beings, or the military's might. Chen Xiaodong suddenly dropped to his knees in the snow, gazing at Lin Shi with sincerity. "Sir, may I serve you?" In a world where survival dictated one's actions, the adage rang true. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Lin Shi's dog was undeniably formidable, but to tame such a powerful beast. How could Lin Shi be an ordinary young man? Chen Xiaodong felt no shame in kneeling before Lin Shi, regardless of his age in these dire times. Clinging to pre-apocalyptic mindsets could lead to certain death. Had it not been for Lin Shi, he would not have survived today. Moreover, if he failed to adapt, his life would still be in jeopardy. Casting a glance at the still-dazed Wang Liang, he pulled him down as well. Wang Liang, too, came to his senses, though he had not anticipated that Lin Shi might resort to silencing witnesses. To him, Lin Shi had become akin to the protagonists he admired in novels. Those who followed such heroes often basked in their glory, transforming into formidable figures themselves. Excitedly, Wang Liang exclaimed, "Big brother, let me be your little brother. I have great potential." Lin Shi took out a cloth and wiped the blood from the Demon King's fur. Tossing the key before Chen Xiaodong, instructing the two, "I do not accept subordinates. Get up and open the vault." The most disappointed of the two was Wang Liang. He wished to negotiate further but was restrained by Chen Xiaodong. He shook his head at him. Chen Xiaodong led Lin Shi into the bank. Previously, Chen Xiaodong had intended to withdraw some gold to exchange for supplies, hence the lock on the vault door had already been tampered with by him. The bank was shrouded in darkness. Lin Shi retrieved a flashlight from his backpack to illuminate the surroundings. Both men gazed at the flashlight in Lin Shi's hand with a mix of envy and admiration. Currently, even food could not be exchanged for a flashlight, and the points required to redeem flashlights and batteries in the military had also been significantly increased. With the beam of light from the flashlight guiding them, the trio made their way to the grand vault door without obstruction. Chen Xiaodong produced a key and unlocked the complex and heavy vault door. As the flashlight's glow illuminated the interior, Wang Liang gasped in awe. He had never seen so much money before. The vault was filled with stacks of cash and shelves brimming with gold. This sight was profoundly shocking for someone who had never encountered such wealth. Chen Xiaodong discreetly observed Lin Shi's expression. Seeing that Lin Shi remained remarkably calm, he felt increasingly awed and respectfully remarked, "There is likely around 100 million in cash here, and approximately 20 tons of gold. Consider this gold as a repayment for saving us. I no longer require the bread. Take what you need. Here is the key. We shall wait for you outside the bank." After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Lin Shi's demeanor. Noting that Lin Shi harbored no intentions of silencing them, Chen Xiaodong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Wang Liang outside. Lin Shi, holding the key, felt a flash of satisfaction. This man was indeed resourceful and understanding. He stationed the Demon King at the vault entrance for vigilance while he ventured inside alone. After surveying the entire vault, he completely emptied it, collecting all the cash and gold into his spatial storage. He even placed some gold bars into his backpack. Subsequently, he exited the vault and locked the door securely. After a moment's thought, he uneasily retrieved a thinner steel bar from his spatial storage, inserted it into the keyhole, and snapped it off, completely blocking the keyhole. Even if Chen Xiaodong had a spare key, it would be impossible to reopen this heavy door. Nor would they be aware of the missing gold inside. Having completed this, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction and exited the bank. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed that Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang had not fled. Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. He could naturally discern Chen Xiaodong's trepidation towards him and had initially thought that the two might abandon their food transaction to escape. However, he had no desire to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, especially those who understood the prevailing circumstances. Lin Shi extended the bag containing the bread towards Chen Xiaodong. "I keep my word. Take it." Yet, Chen Xiaodong did not accept it, but instead knelt again in the snow with Wang Liang. Looking up at Lin Shi, "My lord, I wish to work for you alongside this child. Please do not hastily refuse. We can assist you with various tasks. For instance, should you need gold in the future, you could delegate such matters to us. We would only ask for a modest remuneration, thus saving you time. We will continue with our own affairs, requiring no supplies from you or expecting you to do anything for us. If you fear we might divulge your secrets, you may have your dog remember our scent. Their sense of smell is incredibly acute, and we would never escape." It must be said, this man was quite clever and remarkably tactful. Listening to such self-serving reasoning, Lin Shi felt a stirring in his heart. "So, you merely wish to obtain some food from me?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and inquired. Chen Xiaodong smiled, his expression radiating unabashed ambition. "Of course. I also wish to take a gamble. I hope that one day you will soar to great heights, gaining influence in Shushi, allowing us lowly beings to ascend alongside you, and if not, I will have no regrets. I have nothing to lose. Merely a worthless life, and in 18 years, I shall be a fine fellow once more." Wang Liang, stirred by his words, echoed, "So do I." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Help me gather intelligence on the evolvers and the military. Consider it a trade. When I next seek you out, I shall compensate you based on the information you provide." He patted the Demon King's head. The Demon King glanced at Lin Shi before moving to Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, circling them to memorize their scents. "As for working for me, let us hold off on that. First, ensure your survival before broaching such matters," he concluded as he leaped onto the Demon King's back, discarding the bread he held, and left without looking back. Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang watched as Lin Shi and the Demon King disappeared from sight before rising to their feet. Chen Xiaodong glanced at the bag Lin Shi had left behind. Counting 37 pieces of bread, Not a single one missing, he sighed and remarked to Wang Liang. You truly are fortunate to encounter such a person. Though he is ruthless, he possesses principles. I believe he will never be ordinary in the future. It is regrettable that we are too ineffectual to assist him. Wang Liang, puzzled, asked, but didn't he that big brother say for us to help him gather intelligence? Indeed, but that second-rate dealer is dead, and he has an evolver brother. We might be unjustly punished. Come, let us return quickly. We need to help your mother move. Survival must come first if we are to have a future. The Demon King moved with extraordinary speed, and within an hour, Lin Shi returned to the safe house. With the gold now sufficient, he was ready to upgrade his item duplication for the 10th time. Chapter 105. Upgrade again. Lin Shi arrived back at the safe house. He returned the Demon King to his spatial storage and played with the gibbon and clouded leopard. As usual, he shed his outer clothing, flipped the circuit breaker, and turned on the lights, then laid out the 20 tons of gold in the living room. The gold he had collected previously had all been fed into the Treasure Basin. And now the interface of the Treasure Basin displayed as follows. Treasure Basin, storage space. Complete. The volume of space can increase with the user's internal source power, capable of storing living beings. Function. Item duplication 1478. Funds required for upgrade 203,432. Lin Shi focused intently on the interface and murmured, upgrade item duplication. As soon as Lin Shi's words fell, a batch of gold bars vanished from the ground, and, like the last time he upgraded the storage space, the entire Treasure Basin interface transformed into a jumble of garbled text. A golden light emanated from his brow. He held his breath slightly, observing the changes before him. What Lin Shi could not see was that as the golden light emerged from his forehead, a faint image of a gold ingot appeared at his brow. The golden light intensified, enveloping his vision in a golden hue, even tinting his eyes a brilliant gold. Lin Shi felt as if he were submerged in warm water. An overwhelming sensation of comfort washing over him, almost lulling him into sleep. He fought to remain awake. This time, the garbled text persisted for a significantly longer duration than before. As time passed, Lin Shi could no longer resist the inexplicable drowsiness. Staggering 2 steps before collapsing onto the sofa, he truly fell into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he slept, the golden light at his brow grew even more radiant, illuminating the entire living room of the safe house in a golden glow. Meanwhile, a notification appeared on the Treasure Basin interface, one that Lin Shi would not see even if he were awake. Treasure Basin upgrade complete. This upgrade will bind with the host, Lin Shi's, soul. It cannot be reassigned before the host's death, nor can it be taken away or discarded. Intelligent mode activated. Extracting host data. After what felt like an eternity, the golden light finally faded, and Lin Shi slowly awakened. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Did I fall asleep? No matter how fatigued he was, he usually could not fall asleep unless he desired to. He instantly realized that his slumber was undoubtedly linked to the Treasure Basin. Lin Shi hurriedly focused on the Treasure Basin interface. The once simplistic interface of the Treasure Basin had undergone a remarkable transformation. Instead of the details about the Treasure Basin, 4 distinct icons now appeared. One depicting a human figure, another a gold ingot, a third an exclamation mark, and the last a circular symbol with a dot in the center. Lin Shi concentrated on the first human figure icon, .in an instant. The interface shifted. Host data. Lin Shi. 19 years old, male. Evolution level. Gene lock 2nd stage. Internal source power. 400 source power units. Mental power. 80 thought power units. Detected that the host has met the 400 source power requirement for the next evolution, but is still short of 20 thought power units needed for the 100 required for the upgrade. Please hasten to enhance mental power strength to complete the 3rd stage gene lock evolution. What is this? Lin Shi's pupils dilated in shock. He even forgot to breathe, perceiving the fantastical nature of the interface before him. Was this the transformation following the upgrade? Although he had long suspected that the Treasure Basin was a product of high-level civilization technology, this game-like interface exceeded his comprehension. With a thought, Lin Shi returned to the 4-icon interface. This time, he focused his mental power on the gold ingot again. The interface shimmered, transforming into Treasure Basin, complete. Storage space. Complete. The volume of space can increase with the user's internal source power and can store living beings. Item duplication. Complete increases the number of times items can be duplicated by 1 per day. Current count, 1479. At this point, Lin Shi's breathing quickened. He suppressed his excitement and returned to the 4-icon interface once more. This time, he concentrated on the third exclamation mark. The next danger will occur in 95 hours and 36 minutes. The current threat is virus outbreak. Please prepare in advance. A virus outbreak? Upon seeing this, Lin Shi snapped back to reality from the euphoric transformation of the Treasure Basin. How could he have forgotten this matter? In his previous life, during this time, as temperatures dropped, viruses began to proliferate. Some previously unseen viruses emerged and spread among the survivors. Due to a shortage of medication and preventive measures, the virus has been spreading increasingly, mutating at an alarming rate. Lin Shi recalled that in his previous life, around this same time, a large-scale viral outbreak would occur. This virus is insidious, capable of transmitting through virtually every conceivable method known to humanity, and no matter how robust one's constitution, anyone who requires breathing cannot escape infection by this virus. Symptoms such as high fever, cough, and debilitating body aches will manifest. Those who endure will develop antibodies, while those who cannot will perish. However, during the last solar storm, the warning time from the Treasure Bowl was 72 hours. This time, it has inexplicably extended to 96 hours, and it even specifies the nature of the danger. Just as he was about to click on the fourth icon, an untimely knocking at the door interrupted him. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at his mechanical watch. He had returned around 2 o'clock, and now the time was nearing 3. He had likely been unconscious for about half an hour. Lin Shi examined the surveillance feed directed at the door. The snow at the entrance had yet to be cleared, and the peephole was obscured by snowflakes, making it difficult to discern the situation outside. 3 middle-aged men wielding axes and hatchets, accompanied by a middle-aged woman carrying a basket on her back, stood outside Lin Shi's safe house. The men knocked forcefully on the door and then leaned against it, listening intently, but heard nothing. "Chungo, is there anyone inside? Didn't we knock here this morning?" The middle-aged woman, her head and half her face wrapped in cloth, hugged her arms against the cold wind, gazing quizzically at the man knocking. The man referred to as Chenggu Liangcheng addressed the puzzled trio. "I just saw a shadow moving on the mountain. I think the owner of this house might have returned." Upon hearing this, another man's eyes lit up. "There's not a soul left in the village below. They must have all perished. We've spent a day in the mountains and barely gathered any firewood. It must be the peculiar person in this house who has been chopping. Over the past couple of months, Lin Shi had either been out or gathering firewood with the Demon King. Later, with the addition of the gibbons, the pace of collecting wood had accelerated, and they had cleared the nearby hills of trees. These 4 men had trekked from the city, only to find that not a single tree remained upon entering the mountains, and after wasting a day, their patience was wearing thin. Liang Cheng remarked, "The villagers' belongings in the valley have all been scavenged clean. This place is inherently remote, so there shouldn't be anyone else around." Another man's eyes sparkled with understanding, immediately grasping Liang Cheng's implication. "What should we do, Chengge? If you have a plan, we will follow your lead." Chapter 106, Reunion with Old Acquaintances. Chapter 107, The Fate of Cold Weapons. Before the apocalypse, Lin Shi had signed a 5-year labor contract with Liao Peng to ensure his undivided attention to work. At that time, Lin Shi was aware that the apocalypse was imminent in 3 months. So he only paid Liao Peng for 3 months of wages, never intending to fulfill the remainder of the contract. After the shelter was completed, Lin Shi planned to send Liao Peng away. He instructed Liao Peng to inquire if there were any factories in Shushi capable of crafting cold weapons, specifically tailored to his unconventional specifications. However, Liao Peng was unaware of Lin Shi's true intentions. Following Lin Shi's directives, Liao Peng contacted various cold processing manufacturers, seeking one that met Lin Shi's exceedingly high standards. Remarkably, he found one. On the day the solar storm struck, Liao Peng was supposed to pick up the goods from the factory, but he lost consciousness. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered a power outage, a broken vehicle, and a world drastically altered. The cold weapons Lin Shi had commissioned were too heavy to transport without a vehicle. That day, amidst torrential rain, Liao Peng trudged for hours to find Lin Shi at the safe house. However, Lin Shi had already left early that morning for a zero-cost purchase at the port. Unable to locate Lin Shi, Liao Peng returned home, only for hail to fall that night, followed by snow the next day. Unlike other survivors who clung to hope, Liao Peng immediately thought of the safe house Lin Shi had constructed, and his first instinct was that the apocalypse had arrived. With Lin Shi's warning in mind, Liao Peng noticed the unusual drop in temperature and seized the opportunity to purchase warm clothing while other survivors were scavenging for food. He also followed Lin Shi's advice to stock up on food and water in his rental unit, quickly surviving the initial adaptation period of the first half of the month. Having no relatives in Shushi, Liao Peng owed his livelihood to Lin Shi, who had also ensured his survival in the early days of the apocalypse, for which he felt an immense, indescribable gratitude. Later, taking advantage of favorable weather, Liao Peng knocked on the door of Lin Shi's safe house once more. Unfortunately, Lin Shi was typically away searching for gold whenever the weather was pleasant. Undeterred, Liao Peng believed that if he could survive, Lin Shi, a true apocalypse survival enthusiast, would surely endure as well. Thus, he once again trekked for half a day to seek Lin Shi. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he unexpectedly spotted 4 individuals lurking around Lin Shi's safe house. Having endured the brutalities of the apocalypse for several months, he instinctively understood their intentions. Without a second thought, he opened fire. However, his marksmanship was lacking. He only managed to kill 3 men, while 1 escaped. Seeing Lin Shi again filled Liao Peng with excitement as he recounted the events of the past few months. "Boss, the weapons you had me forge are all ready, but they're too heavy for me to carry. I've hidden them in a secure location." Lin Shi was astonished that Liao Peng had indeed completed the forging of those weapons before the solar storm. He had requested Liao Peng to craft a 1-meter-3 wide-bladed Han sword, the renowned QNGL NYNYUDO, and a wheel-headed axe with a nearly 1-meter blade. His specifications had been stringent. All 3 weapons needed to be forged from titanium alloy steel layered with chromium alloy steel. Moreover, the forging process for these weapons was quite complex. With the decline of modern cold weaponry, few processing factories possess such craftsmanship. At the time, Lin Shi had merely intended to give Liao Peng something to do and had not anticipated that they would be successfully forged before the solar storm. After all, he had not yet realized that this apocalypse would differ significantly from the last, with source beasts emerging much earlier, leading to a series of events including the unlocking of genetic locks. The lightest of the 8-sided Han sword weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds, while the QNGL NYNYUDO and the wheel-headed axe weighed dozens to hundreds of pounds. For an ordinary person, even a martial arts master, wielding such heavy weapons would be exceedingly challenging. He had never imagined he would find a use for them. However, after unlocking his genetic lock, his strength enabled him to lift objects weighing 600 to 700 pounds, making a 100-pound weapon easily manageable. Hearing that Liao Peng had already completed the forging, Lin Shi could not hide his excitement. He even asked urgently, "Where are these weapons?" These 3 formidable weapons, with their power proportional to their weight, would be devastating in battle, especially in group combat or against large source beasts, undoubtedly elevating Lin Shi's combat capability to new heights. Liao Peng provided the location, situated in the northern industrial district. As the sky began to darken, Lin Shi decided it was unwise to venture out and resolved to retrieve the weapons the following day. Satisfied, he looked at Liao Peng and stated, "You should know that this is now the apocalypse. Our labor contract has become void. You have done me a great service. Tell me what you lack, and I will find a way to procure it for you." Liao Peng, overjoyed to see Lin Shi alive, had his own plans and immediately replied, "Boss, if it weren't for your timely warning, I would not have survived. As for compensation, I feel indebted to you for my very life. I've noticed that the villagers below have vanished, and many houses are vacant. I would like to tidy up one and move in. If trouble arises, we can look out for each other." Liao Peng's rental unit was nearly buried in snow, and even if he had not found Lin Shi today, he had planned to seek shelter in a house in Wulong village. Lin Shi pondered briefly before responding, "All right. As long as he did not have to live with him, it was acceptable." Had he not experienced Zhao Zhao's betrayal, Liao Peng would indeed have been a commendable companion. Unfortunately, he now dared not trust anyone. Wealth can corrupt the heart, and he bore the secret of the treasure bowl. Anyone who learned of it would not remain indifferent. Liao Peng, delighted, pointed at the scattered firearms, saying, "By the way, take some of these guns, boss. I can't use them all by myself." Lin Shi glanced around and declined, "No need. I have enough." Upon hearing this, Liao Peng's expression shifted, and he felt an increasing sense of awe towards Lin Shi. In his mind, Lin Shi had become a figure with connections to the upper echelons of Xia country, possessing foresight of the impending apocalypse. Now, seeing Lin Shi disregard even the handguns, He looked at him with a newfound respect. All right. I'll keep them for now. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. Lin Shi nodded. Liao Peng stowed the handguns back into his backpack, preparing to descend the mountain and tidy up a house to live in. Suddenly recalling something, Liao Peng turned back and said, "Oh, by the way, there were 4 individuals lying in wait at your door. I'm not very skilled with a gun and let one man escape." Chapter 108. Southern Industrial District. In his haste to flee, Liang Cheng tumbled down the mountainside. It is debatable whether he was fortunate or not, since all the trees on the mountain had been felled by Lin Shi. He rolled down into the soft snow and came to a stop halfway down. Thus, he narrowly escaped disaster. It took Liang Cheng some time to recover from his dizziness, and he cast a fierce glare back at the mountain before limping away. Upon hearing Liao Peng mention that someone had just ambushed outside his safe house, Lin Shi remarked, "Since one has escaped, it is highly probable that they will return. We must exercise greater caution from now on. If they dare to come, let them come and go without return." Liao Peng, feeling reassured with a gun in hand, did not take the warning to heart. After watching Liao Peng descend the mountain, Lin Shi returned indoors to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal consisted of a pot of boiled meat slices. The thinly sliced meat floated enticingly in a pot brimming with red oil and various ingredients, looking quite delectable. As Lin Shi savored the meat slices, he recalled the Demon King's plans for barbecue. The Demon King had been growing increasingly large, finding it somewhat cramped within the confines of the safe house. To address this, Lin Shi devised a solution. In the space designated for live storage, he had the Demon King direct the gibbons to construct several wooden huts. Initially clumsy, the gibbons required numerous lessons and a few beatings from the Demon King before they became proficient. The completed wooden huts were furnished with blankets, water basins, and food bowls. Though their appearance was rather rudimentary, they at least provided a semblance of a nest. Among them, the hut for the Demon King appeared the most orderly, while the gibbon's hut was quite haphazard. The 3 source beasts exhibited a distinct hierarchy, with the Demon King clearly at the top. Despite the gibbon's lack of social experience, its intelligence and quick learning made it the undeniable second in command. The clouded leopard, with the lowest intellect and the latest arrival, had been relegated to the role of the underling. Lin Shi also prepared some food for the gibbon and the clouded leopard. After dinner, he continued to have the Demon King study compulsory education courses on the tablet.as for the gibbon and the clouded leopard. Lin Shi merely instructed them to remember his scent and voice. Adopting a taming approach, following its evolution to the second stage, the Demon King exhibited a marked increase in intelligence. Not only could it easily comprehend Lin Shi's words, but it could also convey its intentions through actions. Observing the Demon King engrossed in its studies, Lin Shi returned to his room to practice his mental strength. He placed his hand against the wall connecting the bedroom to the living room. Attempting to communicate with the space through his thoughts, as his mental energy extended into the wall, he immediately encountered a formidable resistance. The sensation of being struck on the head returned, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and persevered. It wasn't until darkness began to cloud his vision that he withdrew his mental energy. After retracting his mental energy, Lin Shi crouched on the ground, dry heaving, forcing himself not to vomit his dinner. The feeling of mental exhaustion was exceedingly unpleasant, leaving him unable to recover for 2 or 3 hours. Opening the personal interface of the Treasure Basin, he noticed a slight increase in mental energy, which provided him some relief. With time still on his side, he rested for 3 hours before exhausting his mental energy one last time before collapsing into sleep. The next morning, Lin Shi awoke feeling rejuvenated, his mental energy fully restored. He first opened the personal panel of the Treasure Basin. Host information: Lin Shi, 19 years old, male. Evolution level: Gene Lock Stage 2, Source Power, 400 units. Mental Energy, 82 units. Just 18 more units of mental energy. In a few days, he would reach the required 100 units of mental energy stated on the panel. Advancing to Gene Lock Stage 3, Lin Shi got up, washed up, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Ever since absorbing the source power from the 2 days prior, his own source power had reached a saturation point. The previous day's cultivation of the health technique no longer provided the sensation of increasing source power. Now equipped with the values displayed on his personal panel, Lin Shi could more clearly gauge his source power. Thus he wasted no time in cultivation. Taking advantage of the still dim morning light, he mounted the Demon King and set out. After consulting a paper map for a while, Lin Shi directed the Demon King toward the location Liao Peng had indicated. Over an hour later, the pair finally arrived at the southern industrial district of Sha City. Liao Peng had visited over a month ago, but due to the absence of vehicles and the heavy weight of the 3 weapons, he had hidden them and left. In the industrial district, various large factories stood tall. Once a hub for migrant workers, it was now devoid of any human presence. At this hour, it was already 7 a.m. Yet the sky remained dim, carrying an ominous portent of an impending snowstorm. Upon entering this industrial area, Lin Shi began to search for the target factory. Factory 234 in the southern industrial district. Tianzhu Cold Processing Plant. Lin Shi quietly recited the address Liao Peng had provided. Dismounting from the Demon King, he advised, "Be cautious." The Demon King nodded silently. The morning wind was chilly, whipping past Lin Shi's face. He retrieved a powerful flashlight and, along with the Demon King, began to traverse the streets of the industrial district, illuminating the factory signs ahead. Factory 65 in the southern industrial district. Keep moving forward. The industrial district was a maze of pathways, and with some signs obscured by accumulated snow, Lin Shi and the Demon King soon found themselves off course. 168, he muttered. No, 165, we've gone the wrong way, this way. After spending over half an hour, they finally located Factory 228. Factory 234 should be nearby. Continuing forward, they approached the edge of the industrial district, and Lin Shi directed the flashlight to the left. Let's go this way, he instructed. However, the Demon King did not move, but instead fixed its gaze ahead. Emitting a warning growl in the dim light, Lin Shi could not discern any abnormalities 100 meters away, but the Demon King's vision was unaffected by light, and its keen sense of smell allowed it to detect hidden beasts or source beasts with ease. This was precisely why Lin Shi always brought the Demon King along when venturing out. Reacting swiftly, Lin Shi donned a thermal imaging night vision device and readied his crossbow. Through the night vision device, he spotted a massive creature hanging from a telephone pole approximately 180 meters ahead. This colossal animal was staring directly at them, motionless. However, upon seeing the creature, Lin Shi did not feel an increased sense of alertness. Rather, he appeared somewhat bewildered. Although the night vision device only displayed varying shades of green, obscuring specific colors, Lin Shi could nevertheless identify the animal. It was a creature that had long been recognized as a first-class protected species in Xia country, a symbol of the nation familiar to every citizen of Xia. Particularly notable were its distinctive large eye rings, even though its size was considerably greater than that of the pandas typically seen in zoos. It retained an inexplicable charm and cuteness, a giant panda. To his astonishment, there was a giant panda in this industrial district. Lin Shi's expression was one of incredulity. After a moment of suspense, the panda hanging from the telephone pole showed no signs of aggression. Lin Shi gently patted the Demon King's head, signaling it to remain still, and cautiously approached the telephone pole where the panda was perched. At that moment, he thought to himself, he must capture, no, shelter this wandering giant panda. As Lin Shi edged closer to the telephone pole, he stored the thermal imaging device and crossbow in his space, striving to present himself as non-threatening. When he drew within 100 meters, he received a notification from the Treasure Basin, detected a second-stage source beast within 100 meters. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. While giant pandas are omnivorous, their attack power and bite force rival those of ordinary carnivorous animals. Additionally, giant pandas possess an intelligence level comparable to that of dogs, categorizing them among the more intelligent mammals. This particular giant panda had evolved to the second stage, suggesting its intellect and combat prowess were likely formidable. Legends spoke of giant pandas serving as mounts for Qiyu in ancient times, following him into battle. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Lin Shi cautiously approached within 10 meters of the telephone pole. Employing the gentlest tone he could muster to address the giant panda, "Hello, I am merely a passing visitor. Might you have lost your way?" In the distance, the Demon King observed quietly. At this proximity, he could now discern the giant panda hanging from the telephone pole. The panda clung to the top, its round eyes meeting Lin Shi's gaze, seemingly anxious. Judging by its size, this appeared to be an adult panda. Yet knowing it was a second-stage panda, Lin Shi speculated that it was still a juvenile, an adult panda of its size, combined with a second evolution, would likely be much larger than it appeared now. Climbing so high is dangerous. It's cold up there. Would you please come down? Lin Shi coaxed gently from below, continuing to close the distance. He was certain he had employed the softest tone of his life. However, the giant panda remained unmoved, appearing increasingly uneasy. Perhaps this panda had fled from a far-off place or escaped from a zoo. Regardless, it must have faced numerous hardships and encountered the malice of humanity along its journey. Otherwise, it would not be hiding in this desolate industrial district, devoid of any food. Lin Shi pondered for a moment before retrieving an apple from his space. He held it high for the panda to see before tossing it onto the snow below the telephone pole. Would you like to come down and have a bite? I mean you no harm. Upon seeing the apple, the panda's eyes exhibited a noticeable decrease in wariness, yet it still harbored some reservations and did not descend. Lin Shi then decided to employ his trump card. He produced a can of milk powder in a small stainless steel basin. After pouring hot water into the basin and mixing in the milk powder, he placed the prepared milk 3 meters away from the telephone pole. With a grin reminiscent of a sly wolf, he called out to the panda, "Little cutie, would you like some milk from the basin?" At the sight of the familiar milk, the giant panda's eyes lit up, and it attempted to climb down using both its hands and feet. Lin Shi's heart surged with joy. It worked, however, whether due to the pole's slick surface or the panda's prolonged hunger. It suddenly lost its grip and tumbled down from the height of over 10 meters. Lin Shi's heart sank in that instant. He unhesitatingly unlocked his gene lock, propelling himself forward with great force. The actions preceded thought, and instinctively, a hand was extended to catch the adorable creature beneath the utility pole. In an instant, the mind registered that a second-tier source beast, even from such a height, would sustain no injury upon falling, especially into a snowbank. Even a common giant panda often tumbles from trees unscathed. Why concern had clouded my judgment, and instinct had triumphed over reason. Lin Shi silently mocked himself. Even he could not resist the allure of such a national treasure. It seemed to possess an innate charm that captivated all who beheld it. Lin Shi cradled the panda. Their eyes met, large eyes staring down at small ones. The panda felt lighter in his arms than he had anticipated, and Lin Shi swiftly calculated its weight in his mind, 345 gene. With its naturally adorable dark eye circles, round eyes, and soft, fluffy body, the panda's fur was even denser than that of others he had encountered. Just as he predicted the panda would struggle, Lin Shi promptly set it down. The panda scampered toward the basin of milk, burying its head within to indulge in its treat. Once the panda had finished drinking, Lin Shi found an apple in his hand, placing it on the snow-covered ground before him. A pleasing smile involuntarily graced his face as he said, "I have plenty of milk and many apples. Would you like to come home with me?" Upon seeing the apple, the panda, initially intent on fleeing after its milk, was once again drawn in. Lin Shi produced 2 more apples, rolling them across the snow to enhance the temptation. The panda glanced between Lin Shi and the apples, hesitating momentarily before, predictably, crawling toward him. Thus, Lin Shi ultimately used a dozen or so apples to successfully coax the little creature into his spatial realm. He recognized that this was certainly not an adult panda, as fully grown pandas would not be so easily deceived. After sternly admonishing the gibbons and clouded leopards within his space not to bully the panda, Lin Shi returned to the side of the Demon King. The Demon King regarded Lin Shi with an expression that was difficult to interpret, his gaze filled with skepticism, as if questioning whether this peculiar individual was indeed his master. Lin Shi's recent actions bore a striking resemblance to a disreputable uncle luring a little girl with candy. He was acutely aware that his behavior had diverged sharply from his usual demeanor. As a citizen of Xia, encountering a giant panda so close at hand was undeniably thrilling. Cough, cough. Lin Shi cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, patting the Demon King's head. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." 2 minutes later, Lin Shi located number 234 at the entrance of the Tianju Cold Work Factory. The factory spans several thousand square meters, and Liao Peng had mentioned that the 3 weapons were stored in the workshop on the first floor. East side of the plant, he had covered them with a rain tarp and placed various miscellaneous items atop it. Lin Shi quickly found the location described by Liao Peng. Originally, his demeanor had been bright due to the panda, but it darkened instantly. The items Liao Peng had used to conceal the weapons had been removed, and the rain tarp was nowhere to be found. Only 2 weapons remained. The 8-sided Han sword was missing. Someone had been here. In a split second, Lin Shi understood. The Qinglong Yinyue knife and wheelboard axe were too cumbersome for an average person to wield effectively, hence they had been left behind. However, the 8-sided Han sword, weighing merely 50 to 60 jin, was likely taken by someone who had discovered the 3 weapons and deemed it convenient enough to abscond with. Furthermore, after taking one, they had failed to restore the disguise, leaving the 2 remaining weapons exposed to the elements. This indicated that the individual either could not carry all 3 or that, at this moment, all 3 were no longer present. Lin Shi's gaze instantly turned icy. To dare seize his possessions, one must consider the consequences. He instructed the Demon King, "Go up and sniff for the scent of the individual who recently touched these items. Remember the aroma." The Demon King approached to sniff and nodded its head in acknowledgement. After ensuring the Demon King remembered the scent, Lin Shi moved forward to grasp one of the weapons, the Qinglong Yinyue knife. This long blade, named for the dragon depicted upon its blade, was renowned as the exclusive weapon of Guan Yu in the classic novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. While Guan Yu was a historical figure, there was skepticism regarding whether he could wield such a heavy weapon. Due to its weight, history records that no one could effectively handle the Qinglong Yinyue knife, relegating it to a tool for strength training rather than for practical combat. Weighing around 90 jin and measuring over 2 meters in length, Lin Shi felt an unusual affinity for it. The weight was precisely right for him. He swung it a few times, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. If it struck a person, it would undoubtedly cleave them in twain. However, due to its length, it was ill-suited for ground combat, better suited for mounted warfare. Lin Shi then picked up the wheelboard axe, which was even heavier than the Qinglong Yinyue knife, likely weighing around 120 jin. This double-headed axe, with a blade diameter nearing 1 meter and a total length of 1.70 meters, derived its name from its resemblance to an ancient wheel. The axe's tip bore a sharp spike, making it versatile for chopping, sweeping, and stabbing while also serving as a defensive tool, offensive and defensive in equal measure. A single sweep could sever even a warhorse in half, showcasing its formidable might. Yet, due to its immense weight, it required extraordinary strength to wield effectively. Both weapons had been sharpened, and after testing their heft, Lin Shi returned them to his spatial realm. He glanced around the workshop, assessing which weapon felt more comfortable to him. Not bothering to ascertain if there were additional useful items, he collected everything before mounting the Demon King's back, declaring, "Let us find the one who took my belongings." Without needing further command, the Demon King darted off like the wind. After running for a distance, it paused intermittently to sniff and confirm the direction. Liaopeng had visited just last month, and the weapons had still been there, concealed by him. Lin Shi was uncertain how many days had passed since the 8-sided Han sword was taken and whether it could still be located, relying solely on the Demon King's keen sense of smell. Thus, the Demon King continued this pattern for nearly 2 hours, leading Lin Shi to the eastern suburbs, not far from the Shanghai apartment. At this moment, Lin Shi and the Demon King concealed themselves behind a building. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Shi pointed at the Shanghai apartment and asked, "Is the person I am searching for inside?" The Demon King silently nodded. "You return to the spatial realm first. I shall investigate," Lin Shi instructed. Withdrawing the Demon King into his space, he disguised himself and approached the Shanghai apartment. Since eliminating Lu Pian, he had not returned to the eastern suburbs for over a month. Now that the wanted notice had been rescinded, many were still collecting supplies at the entrance, though far fewer than on the first day. The imposing military officer with the surname Lin was noticeably absent, replaced instead by a familiar face, Wang Chao. Lin Shi lowered his head slightly, producing Lier Heo's identification card to blend in once more. The eastern suburbs refuge was bustling with construction, and the number of soldiers stationed within the Shanghai apartment had diminished. As he walked, he observed that most soldiers carried cold weapons such as sabers and daggers. There were no signs of anyone bearing the 8-sided Han sword. Even after collecting his supplies, he had yet to catch sight of it. If the Demon King could be released here, it would surely locate it. However, this was the temporary headquarters of the Shushi military, and should the Demon King emerge, it would undoubtedly be besieged by soldiers. Just as Lin Shi approached the exit, believing he would return empty-handed, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by urgent shouts, "Hurry! 2 giant beasts have appeared at the refuge construction site. Get over there for support." Lin Shi turned to see Wang Chao, who had just been at the entrance, leading a hasty procession of individuals in various attires toward the exit. Aside from Wang Chao, these individuals appeared lackadaisical, devoid of military bearing, some exuding arrogance while others displayed signs of trepidation. Observing them, Lin Shi recalled the military's ongoing recruitment of evolved individuals, in the face of source beasts. The only ones sent to quell the chaos were soldiers and evolved individuals, no one else. Suddenly, Lin Shi's gaze sharpened. Among the crowd, he spotted a man clad in blue, much like himself. The man appeared to be carrying something on his back, a long sword hilt protruding. Lin Shi's instincts screamed that this individual bore his 8-sided Han sword. As he locked eyes with the man, who also glanced back at him, Lin Shi recognized that the hilt was unmistakably the sword he had designed for Liao Peng. Lin Shi averted his gaze, refraining from making a move. The Xinghai apartment was not the place to act. Now that he had located it, he knew an opportunity would arise to reclaim it. The path within the apartment was narrow, and the evolved individuals rushed through without any formation, colliding with several supply recipients. The unfortunate souls who were bumped into dared not voice their anger. As if this were a recurrent occurrence, Lin Shi, feeling a twinge of annoyance at having watched them, or perhaps due to the coincidence of his and the blue-clad man's attire, witnessed the latter elbowing toward him as he passed by. Even in its dormant state, the evolved individual's strength and speed surpassed that of an ordinary person after unlocking their genetic locks. This blow, delivered without restraint, would surely fracture the ribs of an unprepared individual. The followers of the blue-clad man observed this scene, seemingly unfazed. Now, they have evolved into beings of transcendent status. What does it mean to bully a few ordinary individuals whom they find displeasing? Little did they expect that Lin Shi was not an ordinary person. He does not proactively seek trouble, yet he will not allow others to bully him. When Lin Shi noticed the man in blue deliberately seeking confrontation, as the man elbowed him, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He retaliated with an elbow strike of his own. Those behind the man in blue, witnessing Lin Shi's audacity, revealed expressions of anticipation. When they saw Lin Shi countering with an elbow of his own, a fierce expression emerged on Wang Xian's face. Seeking death, he increased the force behind his elbow strike. Chapter 111. Are you here to entertain? Sometimes, taking a step back may lead to boundless horizons and spare one from the subsequent troubles that follow. However, why should one retreat? The more one endures, the angrier one becomes. The more one steps back, the more one feels the loss. Lin Shi strives to become stronger, not to endure humiliation. His eyes shone with cold light as he contemplated between retreating and standing firm, ultimately choosing to confront. When their elbows collided, the sound of fabric clashing echoed with a dull thud. The onlookers were rewarded with a scream. Yet, to their astonishment, the one who screamed was not the so-called lowly ordinary person, but Wang Xian. The crowd displayed a myriad of expressions. Wang Xian felt as though his elbow had struck the solid corner of an iron table, and he could distinctly hear the crack of his bones. The intense pain elicited a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The survivors who had just been knocked down by these evolved beings looked on, their expressions a mix of disbelief and satisfaction. This all transpired in an instant. Wang Chao, who had been running ahead, immediately returned upon hearing the commotion, his sharp gaze sweeping over the evolved beings. What happened? These evolved beings, disregarding discipline, engaging in underhanded tactics, had long been a source of Wang Chao's disdain as they bullied ordinary people. He harbored a deep-seated contempt for them. Had they been his subordinates, he would have disciplined them severely long ago. Unfortunately, these individuals were under the command of Major General Lin, managed by Liu Peng, who insisted on treating these evolved beings with leniency, viewing them as exceedingly rare. The loss of these evolved beings due to overly stringent management would be a significant blow to the unit. Major General Lin, perpetually busy, had thwarted Wang Chao's attempts to report these evolved beings for tarnishing the unit's reputation, as Liu Peng had taken charge of the evolved beings' affairs. This allowed them to become increasingly unrestrained, unbridled. Upon Wang Chao's arrival, all the evolved beings turned their gazes toward Lin Shi. It was then that Wang Chao noticed Lin Shi standing aside. Under Wang Chao's piercing gaze, Lin Shi remained composed, standing his ground as if he had done nothing wrong. Sir, this person attacked Wang Xian. A youth among the evolved beings, his long hair obscuring his eyes, pointed at Lin Shi. Wang Chao's expression darkened. Not directed at Lin Shi, but at these evolved beings. He had seen them collide with several survivors on their way from the assembly point. Did they truly think him blind? If not for the urgent need for support at the shelter, Wang Chao would not be standing here conversing with these scoundrels. Wang Chao scrutinized Lin Shi, his gaze traveling from Lin Shi's masked face to the supplies bag he held. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. However, there was no time to waste. He glanced at the still groaning Wang Xian and urged, "Immediately head to the shelter. Wang Xian, if you're unwell, return to rest. Be more cautious next time." He pretended not to notice. Wang Xian, in visible pain, glared at Wang Chao in fury. "Commander Wang, he injured me." Just like that, it's dismissed? Although Wang Chao had not witnessed the earlier scene, he understood the nature of these evolved beings. Particularly Wang Xian, who had received the most complaints. A flash of disdain crossed Wang Chao's eyes. An evolved being, yet you can be injured by an ordinary person? Are you here to amuse us? If you don't go for support, it's better. It saves giving the beasts a meal. At his words, some evolved beings and onlooking survivors could not help but chuckle. Even a survivor whispered, "An evolved being? So lofty in demeanor, yet now wailing like a child. A pretty facade with no substance. They can bully ordinary folks, but any average fighter could easily take them down. I truly wonder what these ancestors are doing in the unit. Oh right? They here for entertainment. Hey, I saw it clearly." He struck first with his elbow, and when the other person retaliated, he screamed as if his mother had died. Wang Chao's merciless words left Wang Xian seething. His jaw clenched, his face alternating between red and pale, compounded by the pain in his arm, his features contorted. The whispers of the surrounding survivors, though Wang Xian could not hear their words, made it evident that they were not speaking kindly of him. Enraged, Wang Xian glared fiercely at the oblivious survivors, trying to remember their mocking faces. Unfortunately, with the recent surge of flu cases, most survivors were either masked or wrapped in cloth. Wang Xian could only channel all his resentment toward Lin Shi. "Very well. Boy, if you have the guts, don't you dare run." He even dared to threaten Lin Shi in front of Wang Chao. Wang Chao frowned, but he had no time to waste. Turning to the soldiers stationed nearby, he instructed, "Take Wang Xian back." Casting a warning glare at Wang Xian, he swept his gaze over the unmoving evolved beings. "The rest of you now, immediately, go support the shelter. Don't make me repeat myself." The remaining evolved beings had no choice but to comply. As Wang Chao left with his men, the onlookers hurriedly dispersed to avoid trouble. Lin Shi also prepared to turn away, but it was not to let the matter rest. Instead, he planned to take action outside the Xinghai apartments, where it would be more advantageous. Before leaving, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow at Wang Xian, flashing a provocative gaze. Wang Xian could hardly tolerate this. He had no intention of letting Lin Shi off the hook. With a fierce glare directed at Lin Shi's retreating figure, he clenched his other fist, intending to chase after him to vent his anger. However, the soldier named by Wang Chao blocked Wang Xian's path. His tone unperturbed, "The commander instructed me to escort you back. Get lost. Who do you think you are?" Enraged at being obstructed by a mere soldier, Wang Xian pushed the soldier aside and sprinted toward Lin Shi. The soldier attempted to pursue Wang Xian but was halted by a firm grip on his arm. Turning to look, his eyes brightened, and he stammered, "Qin, Commander Qin, you're back?" The newcomer, dressed in civilian attire rather than military uniform, was petite and slender, yet was addressed as commander by the soldier. If Lin Shi were still present, he would recognize this person as Qin Shuang, the girl who had killed an entire family last time. He might not have anticipated that shortly after parting ways with Lin Shi, Qin Shuang had unlocked her genetic lock and entered the unit as an evolved being. Through diligent training and obedience to commands, she had distinguished herself during a source beast attack, rising above the ranks of evolved beings and successfully passing the officer reserve selection to officially become an officer. Qin Shuang not only trained alongside the soldiers, but also never complained of hardship during missions, displaying a level of dedication surpassing even seasoned veterans. The soldiers, who initially looked down on her, eventually came to respect and marvel at her prowess. If one were to ask which evolved being the soldiers held in the highest regard, the answer would be unequivocally Qin Shuang. Additionally, as a girl, the younger soldiers could not help but cast their glances in her direction upon seeing her. Qin Shuang, observing the direction Wang Xian and Lin Shi had departed, spoke to the soldier. I'll go take a look. You need not follow. Chapter 112. Long time no see bad content. Chapter 113. News brought by Qin Shuang. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang promptly retrieved a pill from her pocket and unhesitatingly handed it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi glanced at her blood-stained hands and received the pill. It seemed that only then did Qin Shuang notice her hands were covered in blood. Her expression flustered. She wiped her hands on her clothes, completely shedding the ruthless decisiveness she had just exhibited when killing Wang Xian, revealing a semblance of a normal girl. Seeing Lin Shi examining the pill, Qin Shuang remarked, "This is a pill that can suppress the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock. It can repair the deteriorating genes and accelerate evolution. If you want it, I can give it to you." However, before Qin Shuang could finish her sentence, Lin Shi returned the pill to her. He recognized that this pill contained trace amounts of source material, although its appearance was somewhat different. Its effects were likely akin to those from the Shin family. Upon receiving the pill, the familiar prompt appeared in his mind, echoing the previous experience with the Shun family's pills. Trace amounts of source material detected. Would you like to absorb? Yes, no. Just 2 pills held little value for him. He had tried replicating the source fruit he had obtained from the Demon King, but while the replicated fruit tasted identical, it lacked any source power. Source power cannot be replicated. The thought of absorbing the trace source material from the pill and then returning it to Qin Shuang was an act Lin Shi deemed beneath him. After all, this girl had just selflessly grabbed a sword in an attempt to save him. Seeing Lin Shi decline, disappointment flickered in Qin Shuang's eyes. "Why did you grab the sword with your bare hands?" Lin Shi inquired. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, Qin Shuang's hand might have been irreparably harmed. He could not fathom why this girl would act in such a manner. They had merely exchanged a few glances that day. Lin Shi had only offered her a trifling kindness. It should not warrant such fervent feelings from the girl towards him. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the small act of benevolence he deemed insignificant had become a warmth she had not experienced in over a decade. Qin Shuang bit her lip, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. Should she admit that she had acted on impulse? The atmosphere between them fell into a heavy silence once more. "Do not engage in such foolishness again," Lin Shi remarked coolly, but immediately felt it sounded peculiar, so he added, "I do not require your assistance." Qin Shuang nodded obediently, resembling a student chastised by a teacher. She had already discerned that Lin Shi's capabilities surpassed her own. After all, the formidable beast from last time was indeed powerful, and as its owner, he would naturally be even stronger. Her concern only added to her confusion. By the way, being in the military, you must possess information that common folk are unaware of. Correct? Might you share some with me? I could offer you supplies in return. If the Demon King were present, he would recognize that Lin Shi had once again donned the guise of a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit. Of course, Qin Shuang replied eagerly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lin Shi began by inquiring about gene locks and evolutionary beings. Through their discourse, Lin Shi learned that even before the cataclysm, a handful of gene lock unlockers existed within the military, referred to as evolvers. However, during that time, most evolvers had inadvertently unlocked their gene locks through state-issued genetic drugs. Only one among thousands of volunteer soldiers was fortunate enough. Scientists dubbed the constitution capable of unlocking gene locks as evolution affinity physique. Interestingly, the source material Lin Shi had previously encountered in the military was coincidentally also called source material, AS, for the exact origin of the source material contained within the genetic drugs. Neither Qin Shuang nor even the military's higher-ups were privy to this secret, which lay in the hands of the national elite. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the air had become saturated with source material, enabling various individuals with evolution affinity physiques to gradually unlock their gene locks. The primary conditions for unlocking a gene lock were twofold. Firstly, the body must be capable of absorbing source material. Some individuals were insulated from it entirely, unable to absorb any source material at all. The majority could absorb at least a modicum, based on how much of the 100 units ingested was absorbed. The evolution affinity physique was classified into several tiers: 1 to 20 units for D grade, 20-40 units for C grade, 40-60 units for B grade, and 60 to 80 units for A grade, with 80 to 100 units being classified as S grade. Scientists within the military had discovered that most beasts could absorb source material at a level of at least C grade. While the majority of humans were D-grade, those capable of unlocking gene locks were primarily C-grade, a rarity indeed, with approximately 1 out of 1,000. B-grade was even more scarce, possibly just 1 among 1,000 C-grade individuals. However, possessing a B-grade evolution affinity physique did not guarantee the unlocking of a gene lock. This led to the second condition for unlocking one: willpower, or rather, mental fortitude, requiring an individual to possess strength of mind far beyond that of the average person to have a chance at unlocking a gene lock. Currently, it was known that the probability of encountering evolvers in the military was higher than in the general populace, as soldiers typically exhibited more resolute willpower. As for S-grade affinity physiques, none had yet been documented, with Qin Shuang being the highest known affinity level within the military, A-grade. She was able to maintain her gene lock for a remarkable 7 seconds, the longest duration among recently emerged evolvers. At this point, Qin Shuang's expression turned somewhat proud as she looked at Lin Shi, seemingly awaiting his praise. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing even in his dulled state that Qin Shuang's feelings for him had shifted. What she had shared was undoubtedly classified information among military officers, knowledge he had never encountered in his previous life. Although he had suggested exchanging supplies for information, Qin Shuang had directly divulged it without hesitation. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, evading Qin Shuang's intense scrutiny, and continued to inquire, aside from those pills, are there other means of absorbing source material within the military? Qin Shuang pondered for a moment before replying, in addition to pills, consuming the flesh of exotic beasts can also accelerate evolution. Those larger creatures are termed exotic beasts. Scientists in the military have successfully extracted materials from exotic beast meat to create pills. Furthermore, exercising is said to enhance evolution and increase affinity levels, potentially boosting them by about 10 points. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully. In his previous life, he had heard rumors of gene locks being unlocked within the military, and it turned out to be true. From the prompts of the Treasure Basin and his own experiences, he discerned that the rate of species evolution in his past life was nowhere near as rapid as it was now. The soldiers in the military exhibited superior physical and mental attributes compared to ordinary individuals, making it no wonder they could unlock gene locks ahead of the general populace. Lin Shi spoke earnestly, "Thank you for sharing this with me. If you need any supplies, please let me know, and I will procure them for you." Such intelligence was invaluable and beyond the reach of most. "There's no need," Qin Shuang insisted, repeatedly waving her hands. She felt elated simply to be of assistance to Lin Shi. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Oh, by the way, there's a piece of news I wonder if you'd be interested in." Chapter 114. The Icebreaker. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, asking, "What news?" Qin Shuang glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before leaning in closer and whispering, "The senior officers of the military have received word that a significant figure is traveling south to Shushi on an icebreaker. However, due to it being a makeshift repair, it broke down midway and requires some parts for repairs. They have dispatched someone to Shushi to seek assistance from Major General Lin a few days ago." Major General Lin took several evolvers and a few maintenance personnel to provide support. Only a select few were aware of this information, primarily high-ranking officers. Although Qin Shuang was a key officer being cultivated by the military, she had not yet earned the right to know such details. She had received this information from others. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes at the thought of that person. Lin Shi's heart stirred. An icebreaker? It clicked. He had heard in his previous life that the official sanctuary in Shushi distributed supplies to survivors, which included an abundance of fish. So there was indeed an icebreaker. If he could acquire it, no. If he could replicate an icebreaker, not only would he have an endless supply of fish, but he could also navigate the globe aboard it. Should any other disasters occur, he could escape to distant lands. Living at sea would not be out of the question either. After all, he had one replication opportunity each day, equating to an inexhaustible supply of diesel. The only uncertainty lay in whether the Treasure Basin could replicate something as substantial as an icebreaker. As for simply taking possession of the icebreaker, Lin Shi was not considering that for now. Such an act would undoubtedly trigger a massive butterfly effect, impacting the official state of Xiagu and even the fate of humanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from such actions. If humanity dwindled to just him, it would be uncertain whether the apocalypse would reignite, and if he could survive alone. He needed to test whether replication was feasible first. If not, he would devise other strategies. However, all of this hinged on the icebreaker being repaired and arriving in Shushi. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Shi understood that further clues regarding the icebreaker would likely have to be gleaned from Qin Shuang. In a spirit of reciprocity, he concealed his backpack and retrieved several boxes of medicine from his spatial storage, offering them to Qin Shuang. I've noticed an increasing number of people falling ill lately. I suspect a widespread epidemic may soon erupt. If you find yourself with a cold or fever, take these medications over the course of 3 days without interruption, as indicated on the packaging. The countdown displayed on the Treasure Basin for the viral outbreak had dwindled to just 73 hours. Once the virus began to spread through the air, everyone would inevitably fall ill in succession. This virus specifically targets the immune system, leaving individuals feeling utterly drained and suffering from persistent fevers. Even those with robust health would experience severe symptoms. The distinction between having medicine and not having it is significant. At present, Qin Shuang appeared to pose no threat to him and was, in fact, quite useful. Qin Shuang glanced at Lin Shi, then at the medicine he had extended toward her, her hands hovering uncertainly, unsure whether to accept or withdraw. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She wished to accept this gesture of concern. But the worth of the medicine felt so precious that she believed it would be wasteful to use it on herself. She hesitated. Lin Shi continued to hold out the medicine, but after a pause, he noticed that Qin Shuang had not taken it. He then saw her lower her head, a single tear falling onto the box of medicine, quickly crystallizing into a pure white ice droplet. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Qin Shuang had suddenly burst into tears. Noticing the encroaching darkness, Lin Shi pressed the medication into her arms and reiterated, "Remember to take your medicine if you fall ill. If you encounter any trouble, you can leave a mark in this alley to let me know." He did not make his statement absolute. If it was an issue he could resolve, he would intervene. If it posed a threat to his safety, he would pretend he had not seen it. With that, he swiftly exited the alley, sword in hand. After Lin Shi departed, Qin Shuang remained dazed, clutching the box of medicine in her arms, lost in thought for a considerable time. She would not reveal to Lin Shi that ever since she had spotted Liu Heo's name on the survivor list while collecting supplies, she had been waiting at the door for Lin Shi's appearance whenever she found a moment of respite. Lin Shi's figure had been etched into her mind, allowing her to recognize him instantly. However, at the moment Lin Shi arrived at Xinghai apartment, she fortuitously found that her colleague had just been dispatched on a mission and was absent. At the instant she caught a glimpse of Lin Shi's silhouette, she felt relieved that she had returned quickly enough to notice her and hurried after her. Qin Shuang tightened her grip on the medicine box and whispered in a voice only she could hear, "Thank you." By the time Lin Shi descended the mountain, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The sky had completely darkened. The cold wind howled as heavy snow swirled in the fierce gusts, making it difficult for one to keep their eyes open. A blizzard was upon them. Fortunately, she was not far from the safe house. Lin Shi did not take a detour, passing directly through Wulong village. By chance, she encountered Liao Peng, who was busy reinforcing the doors and windows. Liao Peng had chosen the tallest building in the village, a 5-story residence, as his refuge. He seemed to have procured some wooden boards from somewhere and was hammering away. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Liao Peng greeted her and asked, "Boss, you're back. Did you find those 3 weapons?" Lin Shi nodded in response. She also relayed to Liao Peng the possibility of an impending flu outbreak, tossing him a portion of medicine through the gap in the window as compensation for his assistance in acquiring the weapons. "This is some fine stuff." "Thank you, boss," Liao Peng exclaimed, gratitude evident in his expression. "Hold on, boss, I have something for you too." After saying this, Liao Peng dashed back into the house and soon returned, tossing a box down to her. To Lin Shi's surprise, it was a box of condoms. Bewildered, she looked at Liao Peng, who wore an expression that only a man would understand. "Boss, I thought you might need this, so I'm giving you a box." Nowadays, finding a woman or a man outside was exceedingly cheap. Often, a mere meal would suffice for a rendezvous. However, the safety of such encounters was another matter entirely. In a certain sense, Liao Peng's condoms had become a precious commodity. Lin Shi was at a loss for words, contemplating whether to toss them back to Liao Peng, but after some thought, she decided to keep them. Although she had no intentions in that regard, it was prudent to have them on hand for unforeseen circumstances. After bidding farewell to Liao Peng, Lin Shi returned to the safe house and began to tend to the giant panda. Chapter 115. Qin Shuang imprisoned. Chapter 116. Qin Shuang in crisis. Chapter 117. Gene Lock Level 3. Upon seeing the words, Gene Lock Level 3, a smile of delight lit up Lin Shi's face. It worked. She threw a punch into the air, reveling in her newfound strength. However, a moment of confusion followed as she tested her capabilities with other objects. The increase in strength was only about 20% compared to the second level. When the gene lock was inactive, her single-handed strength was around 800 pounds. She ventured outside the safe house to test her speed, which also had only improved by 20%. Lin Shi furrowed her brows. Did this mean that the higher the gene lock level, the lesser the enhancement of physical attributes? Nonetheless, despite the modest increase, she could now run at a speed of 25 meters per second. With full exertion, she could nearly reach 35 meters per second. Next, she was eager to see the enhancements following the activation of the gene lock. Suppressing her disappointment, Lin Shi took a deep breath and commanded, Gene Lock Level 3. Activate. As the source power within her erupted, the gene lock opened, and a sensation of boundless strength surged into her body. She had previously tested that unlocking the gene lock would double her strength and speed. But this time, an unforeseen change occurred. The moment the gene lock within her was unlocked, Lin Shi's pupils trembled violently. Her mind conjured an expansive net of mental energy that encompassed everything within a 100-meter radius. When she thought of the safe house, the scene inside vividly materialized in her mind. Yet, she was clearly outside the safe house. Moreover, she had not opened the front door. Every corner of the safe house, including the layout in the basement, unfolded like a 3D model in her consciousness. Even locations typically obscured from view, such as clothes in the wardrobe, water in the tank, and even dust beneath the sofa, were all crystal clear in her mind. This revelation profoundly impacted Lin Shi. It was incredible. This was the ability granted by unlocking the third level of the gene lock. At that moment, the shock in Lin Shi's heart was indescribable. While the enhancements from the previous two levels could be explained scientifically, what could this be? Mental scanning, telekinesis. It was nothing short of divine. In that instant, Lin Shi pondered how formidable the fourth and fifth levels would be. Given that the third level was already so powerful, was it possible that the immortal beings of ancient legends were once humans who unlocked high-level gene locks in the apocalyptic era? For the next 2 minutes, Lin Shi continuously experimented with this newfound ability. The mental scanning could encompass all circumstances within a 50-meter radius centered around her, as well as form a straight line to scan situations within 100 meters in a specific direction. It could penetrate underground or through buildings, and even into the sky. However, penetrating underground or through denser materials would significantly reduce the scanning range. Lin Shi also discovered that this mental scanning could bypass certain objects. For instance, when she scanned outward from the safe house, if her mental energy traversed through it, the range would diminish by 20 meters, limiting her to an 80-meter view. Yet, she could control her mental energy to circumvent the safe house, thereby maintaining a full 100-meter scan. After 2 minutes, the activation of the gene lock concluded, and the mental imagery in Lin Shi's mind vanished in an instant. She immediately felt an uncomfortable sensation akin to having her ears covered or her vision obscured. After experiencing the miraculous power of omniscience within 100 meters, returning to mere sight left her feeling somewhat lost. The source power within her had been completely expended, causing a slight throbbing in her head. Lin Shi understood that this was due to her not having fully mastered the powers of the third level of the gene lock. With more practice on her source power and mental energy, she would surely improve. Filled with excitement, Lin Shi returned to the safe house to prepare a meal for herself. She had woken up feeling quite hungry, but in her initial focus on the gene lock, she had neglected her appetite. While cooking, Lin Shi delved into her space, and upon inspection, she discovered that the 4 source beasts appeared lethargic, either lying down or slumped over, looking utterly dispirited. A pang of concern struck her heart. Lin Shi's first thought was whether something negative had occurred in the space. She quickly summoned the Demon King out of the space. What's wrong? Demon King, are you unwell? As soon as the Demon King emerged from the space and caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, he immediately stood upright, his eyes fixated on the sizzling steak. The glimmer of green light flickered in his blue and red eyes, and drool pooled on the floor. Upon witnessing the Demon King's predicament, Lin Shi quickly understood. The Demon King was starving. It dawned on her that she had no idea how long she had been unconscious. A glance at her mechanical watch revealed that she had fainted in the morning, and now it was already afternoon. She had initially thought she had only been out for a few hours, but seeing the Demon King's ravenous state, Lin Shi began to doubt whether she had been unconscious for days. In reality, she had been in a coma for a full 3 days. During this time, thanks to Lin Shi's advancement, she had perfectly avoided a viral outbreak. Outside Shushi City, the death toll from the outbreak had already reached 1/5 of the total population. Fortunately, the virus was a one-time affair. As long as one had survived the infection, they would face no further issues. Realizing the Demon King was starved, Lin Shi naturally prioritized preparing food for the 4 source beasts. She retrieved fruits, meats, and steamed buns from her storage space and fed them to the 4 beasts. They seemed ravenous, consuming an entire day's worth of food before finally stopping. The clouded leopard finished its meal in tears. Who knew how terrified it had been over the past 3 days, fearing it might be eaten as a meal? It was so scared that it couldn't even dare to sleep deeply. Despite the addition of a giant panda to their ranks, the clouded leopard still held the lowest status among the 4 source beasts. With unspoken grievances, the clouded leopard lamented. After resolving lunch, Lin Shi decided to test the current retrieval capabilities of her space. Prior to her fainting, she had already been able to retrieve items through a wall, and now she wanted to ascertain her limits once more. This time, Lin Shi placed her hand on the floor, which was separated from the basement by a thick 3-meter steel wall. With uncertainty, she connected her consciousness to the space in the next moment. A chair from the basement was effortlessly pulled into her space. It really works, Lin Shi exclaimed, a mix of shock and elation flooding her. If only she had unlocked the 3rd level of the gene lock sooner. She could have emptied the vault right away. But it wasn't too late. From now on, anything she desired, regardless of how securely it was locked or hidden, would be as easy to obtain as reaching into her own pocket. As she continued her experiments, Lin Shi unexpectedly discovered another new ability, night vision. She could see objects in the dark more clearly than with a night vision device. In no wonder she had sensed a difference in her perception upon waking up. This was yet another delightful surprise. Aside from not being able to fly, Lin Shi felt she was drawing ever closer to becoming a superhuman. After a long period of experimentation, the sky outside gradually darkened. With heavy snowfall and no wind, Lin Shi felt invigorated by her new abilities. She planned to take advantage of the moonlight to see if she could retrieve a few crossbows from the Shanghai apartment and, at the same time, inquire with Qin Shuang about whether the icebreaker had arrived in Shushi City. Chapter 118. The Beast Tide's Night Assault. Chapter 119. Lu Peng's treachery confronted by Wang Chao's inquiries. Lu Peng's expression soured, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Wang Chao, who had been opposing him at every turn of late. We provide these evolved beings with sustenance, clothing, resources, and training opportunities, all to ensure they deliver value in critical moments. They have merely joined the ranks for a few months. Should we treat them as superior merely because of their evolved status? Wang Chao, which of our soldiers has not been a comrade for several years? Can you stand idly by as your brothers fall before you? If this batch of evolved beings perishes, we can simply summon more from the ranks of ordinary citizens. Lu Peng's words were brutally heartless. Wang Chao's face darkened. He was undeniably pained by the sacrifices of these soldiers. But did the lives of ordinary citizens hold no significance? Their duty before the apocalypse had been to defend their homeland. Yet, witnessing the continuous casualties at the entrance of Shanghai apartment, even some officers began to waver. One officer hesitantly suggested, "What if we let these evolved beings attempt to fight? I will instruct my soldiers to rescue them at the first opportunity." Isn't Qin Shuang already at the 2nd tier of her genetic lock? With her combat prowess alongside a dozen evolved beings here, it should work, right? A gleam of triumph flickered in Lu Peng's eyes. He had been waiting for this very statement. To him, Qin Shuang had become a tremendous threat, and he longed to eliminate her swiftly. Once Major General Lin returned to promote Qin Shuang, his chances for revenge would diminish significantly, if only he could ensure Qin Shuang's demise. What did the loss of a few more evolved beings matter? After observing the situation outside Shanghai apartment for several minutes, Lin Shi patted the Demon King and prepared to circumvent to the side for stealthy entry. Most soldiers had been deployed to defend the main entrance, leaving the interior likely vulnerable. Approaching the side of the apartment, he encountered a 7-meter-high reinforced wall, which posed no obstacle to him. First, he stored the Demon King in his space, then leaped effortlessly to the top of the wall, landing gracefully. Releasing the Demon King, Lin Shi stealthily ventured into the darkness, searching for the supply storage area within Xinghai apartment. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only the entrance illuminated. The military had managed to repair 2 large generators over the past few months, but fuel was scarce, and lighting would attract nocturnal predators, so lights were generally kept off at night. Lin Shi first headed to the property management building where supplies had been previously collected. Outside the property management building, a few guards were stationed, and upon seeing their meager defense, he dismissed this location as a supply point. Even amidst the beast tide outside, the supply storage would be of utmost importance and would not be left so lightly defended. Indeed, upon infiltrating, he found scant supplies. Aside from provisions for the survivors, he could find nothing else. Exiting the property management building, Lin Shi signaled to the Demon King to locate the area with the highest number of people, aside from the main entrance. The Demon King nodded, sniffed the air, and guided Lin Shi in a specific direction. Soon, Lin Shi followed the Demon King to the exterior of a building. The Demon King silently pointed upwards with its claw. Lin Shi nodded and stealthily entered. Inside the building, no lights were on, and in the darkness, Lin Shi immediately spotted soldiers lurking in the shadows. There were 2 soldiers guarding the stairwell, separated by a staircase, making it uncertain on which floor the supplies were located. Lin Shi retreated from the stairwell, instructing the Demon King to wait below while he climbed up an exterior wall that had no windows. With each floor he ascended, he connected with his space to check for supplies. Finally, on the 5th floor of this building, he discovered what he sought. The room on the 5th floor was brimming with firearms, rifles, various ammunition, crossbows, military knives, and other military supplies stacked to the ceiling. Moreover, Lin Shi stumbled upon RPG rocket launchers in this warehouse. These were formidable tools for breaching and anti-tank operations. He found no food or cold weather supplies, likely stored elsewhere. It appeared luck was on his side tonight as he had quickly located what he desired. With a thought, 3 crossbows and 200 arrows materialized in his space, along with a small quantity of ammunition. He also took a few rocket launchers. However, he pondered, if these rocket launchers could fire, the military would have already utilized them. Given the working principle of rocket launchers, once the trigger is pulled, the gunpowder ignited in the chamber would propel the rocket forward. But in the current extreme cold, they might misfire, leading to an explosion. That would be quite the irony. With this thought, Lin Shi returned the rocket launchers. He had no shortage of firearms and ammunition, plus he could replicate them, so he refrained from taking more. It was not out of benevolence, but rather an understanding that under such circumstances, one should not count on remaining unscathed. As the night wore on, countless bodies would lie before Xinghai apartment. And this was merely the beginning. With time, the scale of the beast tide would grow larger and more ferocious. Lin Shi could advance, and those source beasts could too. It wouldn't be long before 3rd-tier source beasts emerged. Lin Shi searched several rooms across different directions and floors, discovering some food, winter supplies, and various mechanical parts, yet he found no genetic pills. He speculated that they might have been concealed by the military's authorities in a more secretive location. After fruitless searching, Lin Shi and the Demon King cautiously returned to the entrance of Xinghai apartment. He still needed to find Qin Shuang to inquire about the icebreaker. If all went as expected, she should be at the forefront of the battlefield. Lin Shi's speculation proved correct. Not only was Qin Shuang on the battlefield, but she was also at the very front lines. Liu Peng's suggestion had been adopted. In the brief time Lin Shi had been away, the situation at the front of Xinghai apartment had dramatically altered. Now, there lay over 100 soldier corpses at the entrance, and the number of source beasts had dwindled to 8. Yet the most formidable 2 were 2nd-tier source beasts, having only sustained minor injuries. Ordinary bullets struggled to harm them, especially the black bear, which withstood the concentrated fire of hundreds of rifles, using its thick hide as a shield. As soldier casualties mounted, a vote among senior officers led to a decisive decision. The evolved beings would join the fray. When Lin Shi returned to the vicinity of the battlefield, he witnessed Qin Shuang wielding dual blades, fighting valiantly alongside several evolved beings. Qin Shuang had not activated her genetic lock, yet she battled fiercely against the source beasts alongside those who had. A wolf-type source beast was eviscerated by her blade, its entrails spilling forth. It was clear it would not survive. This marked the 2nd first-tier source beast slain by Qin Shuang. Many soldiers who admired her prowess silently cheered her on. However, in that moment, the 2nd-tier Wolf King set its sights on Qin Shuang. Simultaneously, The remaining first-tier source beasts were systematically slain by the other evolved beings, leaving only the Wolf King and the bloodied Qin Shuang at the center of the battlefield. Chapter 120. Killing the Black Bear without activating her genetic lock. Qin Shuang soon suffered minor injuries beneath the Wolf King's claws. As more evolved beings either fell or were rescued. Only Qin Shuang remained in the battlefield center. The other second-tier source beast had also turned its attention to her. Be ready to assist. Direct fire to drive back the Black Bear and provide Qin Shuang the time to eliminate the Wolf King. Wang Chao issued commands swiftly. Lu Peng stood in the shadows, his gaze fixed on the battlefield where Qin Shuang fought, his expression dark and contemplative. The battle between Qin Shuang and the Wolf King unfolded with such speed that no soldier dared to fire. Fearing they might hit Qin Shuang, she activated her genetic lock. After a series of fierce exchanges, Qin Shuang thrust one of her short blades against the Wolf King's jaws to prevent it from biting, while the other plunged into its throat, piercing its brain. Her left arm narrowly escaped being bitten off. The stark contrast between the slender girl and the formidable Wolf King created a profound visual impact. Qin Shuang's ruthless decisiveness belied her youth, etching this moment deeply into the hearts of every soldier present. After slaying the Wolf King, Qin Shuang's genetic lock time concluded, and she quickly consumed a genetic pill to stabilize her condition. Qin Shuang, return quickly. Wang Chao shouted urgently upon witnessing the scene, swiftly commanding the soldiers to rescue her. That moment, Qin Shuang was over 80 meters from the defensive line, a distance she could normally cover in mere seconds. But now it felt insurmountable. The genetic pill began to alleviate some pain, yet she remained utterly exhausted, her movements slow and labored. A dozen soldiers surged from the defensive line, racing toward Qin Shuang to assist her. However, just then, the Black Bear, enraged after being shot and blinded in one eye amidst the hail of bullets, charged recklessly toward the soldiers rushing to aid Qin Shuang. Among the ranks, there were those who wished to see her fail. Emerging from the shadows, Lu Peng stepped away from his observation point at the balcony and approached the front line of the defense. Seizing a rifle from a soldier, a manic and cruel expression crossed his face as he aimed at the approaching Qin Shuang. He pulled the trigger. In that split second, Qin Shuang seemed to sense something amiss, yet her weakened body afforded her no strength to evade. She was struck in the leg and collapsed onto the blood-soaked snow. Lu Peng harbored an intense hatred for Qin Shuang. He wanted her to witness her own destruction at the hands of the Black Bear. Lu Peng, what are you doing? Wang Chao exclaimed in disbelief, his voice laced with fury. Seize him at once. The soldiers nearby immediately reacted, capturing Lu Peng. Lu Peng relaxed his body, a feigned look of urgency crossing his face. I merely intended to shoot that Black Bear. But my body was too weak, and I missed. Such a statement would not fool even a fool, yet at this moment, they could hardly afford to argue the veracity of his claims. The Black Bear had effortlessly torn apart the soldier meant to rescue Qin Shuang and was now leaping towards her fallen position, as if her flesh was more alluring than that of any other human. Without a second thought, Wang Chao leapt from the third floor, determined to save Qin Shuang. Commander Wang, don't go. Stop him. Other officers exclaimed in alarm. They understood that Wang Chao was also an evolved being who had unlocked his genetic potential. However, on the battlefield, a commander must maintain control from behind the scenes, exhibiting calmness and decisiveness. Taking personal risks was an unwise course of action. Although they regretted the potential loss of such a promising candidate as Qin Shuang, it was clear that Wang Chao's military acumen was of greater significance. Yet, despite his swiftness, someone was even faster. Lin Shi, fully armed and shrouded, not even a sliver of his eyes visible, darted before the Black Bear like the wind, swinging his enormous wheel axe down upon it, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The Black Bear seemed to sense danger, raising its paw to defend itself. Even bullets could only graze its thick hide, yet under the might of Lin Shi's axe, it was cleaved in two. The massive paw flew into the air, crashing down at Wang Chao's feet, who had just escaped the defensive perimeter. All eyes were riveted on this astonishing scene. In a mere 3 seconds, Lin Shi had appeared before the Black Bear, unleashing a flurry of astonishment among the soldiers. What is that thing? One soldier stammered. It's a person. My goodness, what kind of weapon is that? How can anyone wield such a colossal implement? Another soldier gasped in awe. The paw that even bullets couldn't pierce has been severed by a single swing. Another murmured in disbelief. Not only the soldiers, but even a dozen officers stood transfixed, astonished by Lin Shi's speed, his ability to wield such a massive weapon, and the immense power of the wheel axe. After retrieving 3 weapons and practicing extensively, Lin Shi discovered that if he were to fight atop the Demon King, the Qinglong Yinyue knife would indeed be more manageable. However, grounded combat favored the wheel axe, which resonated more profoundly with him. The axe itself, weighing over 100 pounds, unleashed nearly 3,000 pounds of force under his strength. Witnessing the severance of its paw, the black bear erupted in a roar of pure rage, charging at Lin Shi. Clearly, it had yet to comprehend the disparity between them. Its meager defenses were insignificant against the wheel axe, and its speed could not harm Lin Shi, with a cold glint in his eyes. Lin Shi leapt into the air, soaring 5 meters high, swinging the enormous wheel axe down upon the black bear's head. In that moment, the axe resembled a vast frying pan, descending upon the bear. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Under the tremendous force, the black bear's skull was obliterated in an instant, blood and brain matter erupting forth. As Lin Shi withdrew the wheel axe, the black bear collapsed to the ground. Hot blood gushing forth, filling the snow with a pungent scent of iron. Silence enveloped the scene. The massive axe blade dripped with blood under the spotlight, chilling the hearts of all who bore witness. Almost everyone present was plagued by a singular question. Is this still a human? Lin Shi stood tall, gripping the enormous wheel axe, beside the colossal corpse of the black bear, resembling the grim reaper of the night. He cast his gaze towards the entrance of the apartment, and a palpable tension surged among the soldiers and officers alike. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shi pondered whether he should retrieve the severed paw, which had flown such a distance. Chapter 121. Reward and Commendation. Qin Shuang, tears streaming down her face, gazed at Lin Shi's towering figure. Though enveloped in layers of protective gear, she still recognized him. Understanding that his appearance was to save her, her heart brimmed with emotion and gratitude. Alongside an indescribable sweetness, she parted her lips to speak, but stifled her voice, fearing it might reveal Lin Shi's identity. Countless words and feelings were buried deep within her heart, a sense of hope illuminating the gloom of her past years like the sun before the apocalypse. Lin Shi remained oblivious that from this day forth, Qin Shuang would regard him as more precious than her own life. Lin Shi's display left the crowd momentarily speechless. An eerie silence fell. The soldiers, stunned into silence, dared not speak first, while the officers, equally intimidated by Lin Shi, remained uncertain of his intentions and observed his next move. They could not discern his expression, yet felt as though he was poised to pounce. It was Wang Chao. With his keen perception, who noticed Lin Shi's gaze, he picked up the severed paw and tossed it towards Lin Shi. Here you go. Within the ranks, scientists had already begun extracting source materials from the flesh of source beasts. The value of a second-tier source beast was indisputable. However, offending such a formidable individual over a mere second-tier beast would clearly be unwise. Lin Shi extended his hand to accept it, lowering his voice to a hoarse whisper. Thank you, I will take my trophies. He gestured towards the black bear's carcass. Wang Chao nodded. Feel free. A tempest brewed within Wang Chao's mind. Lin Shi's recent display of strength and speed surpassed any evolved being he had ever encountered. He speculated on Lin Shi's true nature and began contemplating what terms might entice him to join their ranks. Lin Shi whistled, and the imposing figure of the Demon King came charging from a distance. Another aberrant beast is approaching. The appearance of the Demon King heightened the soldiers' anxiety once more. Lin Shi, suppressing his voice, stated hoarsely, "This is my partner." Wang Chao quickly commanded the soldiers to lower their weapons. Upon hearing Lin Shi's declaration, the onlookers were taken aback, skepticism mingling with awe. The unit had previously captured 2 first-tier source beasts. But wild animals were notoriously difficult to tame, often refusing to submit to humans, let alone follow commands. In the realm of source beasts, strength reigned supreme. Those captured by the military, despite their numbers and weaponry, would never bow to humans weaker than themselves. The long-armed gibbons and clouded leopards were also subdued by Lin Shi through sheer force. The likelihood of capturing source beast cubs, such as the giant panda in Lin Shi's possession, was a rare possibility. The situation with the Demon King was even more exceptional. Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to fetch the severed paw and carry the bear's carcass upon its back. Weighing at least 700 to 800 pounds, the enormous black bear posed no burden for the Demon King. Lin Shi and the Demon King turned to depart when Wang Chao called out to him. "Wait, may I have a word?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, patting the Demon King. "Return to our previous location and wait for me. I shall join you shortly." The Demon King nodded, carrying the paw in its mouth and the bear's body on its back as it departed. With the Demon King's exit, Wang Chao's anxious heart finally eased, and he grew increasingly curious about Lin Shi's method of taming the creature. If the military could also subdue source beasts, future encounters with beast tides would no longer require the lives of evolved beings and soldiers. From this day forth, the plan to tame source beasts would undoubtedly be revisited. As Lin Shi conversed with the Demon King, Wang Chao had already dispatched soldiers for rest and treatment. He approached Lin Shi with several officers. Leaving Lu Peng behind, pale and visibly unwilling, Lu Peng glared at Lin Shi. His eyes darkened. At that moment, he had only aimed for Qin Shuang's leg, intending to preserve his position by avoiding the blame for assassinating a comrade. Wounding her leg would incapacitate her escape, allowing the black bear to finish her off, achieving his goal at minimal cost. He had thought it a foolproof plan, only to be thwarted by an unexpected turn of events. Anger surged within him, and his gaze towards Lin Shi turned hostile. As Wang Chao and others approached Lin Shi, standing 10 meters away, Lu Peng quickly grasped that Wang Chao intended to win over this individual. An idea sparked in his mind. Such a powerful figure must surely be an evolved being. If he joined the military, he would become Lu Peng's ally. After all, Lin Tianrui hardly involved himself in trivial matters. Leaving everything to Lu Peng at that point, dealing with Qin Shuang would be as simple as child's play. With this thought, a smile crept back onto Lu Peng's face, ignoring the pain from his injuries as he advanced toward Lin Shi. Qin Shuang was carried away by soldiers on a stretcher. Throughout the ordeal, she had said little, merely casting a glance at Lin Shi as she departed. Lin Shi pretended not to notice. Qin Shuang held value for him, and if he wished to continue receiving reliable information from her, he needed to ensure her survival. Thus, he had intervened to preserve her life. Wang Chao and the others halted 10 meters from Lin Shi. With sincerity etched on his face, Wang Chao performed a respectful military salute. "Comrade, thank you for slaying that aberrant beast, which spared us from further casualties. I can apply for the commendations you rightfully deserve. Please do not refuse." The other officers followed suit. Saluting in unison, Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I acted on account of the black bear being suitable for a meal." He had already claimed his own rewards. Additional accolades would amount to little more than supplies, with the best being a few genetic pills. For him, practicing the for a day would yield equivalent source materials. Upon hearing this, the officers' gazes towards Lin Shi brimmed with admiration, both for his selflessness in performing good deeds without seeking fame or fortune, and for the astonishing strength he exhibited. They had already confirmed that the black bear was a second-tier aberrant beast, yet it had merely become a meal for this individual. A few officers exchanged glances, evidently having underestimated this individual's combat prowess. Wang Chao gazed at Lin Shi with fervor, inquiring about his primary objective. "I see you possess remarkable skills. Would you consider joining our forces? Feel free to state any conditions you may have, as long as they are reasonable." "We shall certainly acquiesce." Lin Shi was resolute in his refusal to join the official military. Where there are people, there exists danger, particularly the peril of being besieged from both sides. Lin Shi pondered how to decline the offer. At that moment, he caught sight of Lu Peng striding towards them. Recognizing him as the one who had just fired at Qin Shuang, Lin Shi's tone turned scornful. "With someone who shoots from the shadows in your ranks, I dare not enlist. Who knows when I might meet my end not at the jaws of a beast, but at the hands of my own comrades." The authorities consistently referred to the source beasts as otherworldly creatures, and Lin Shi adhered to this terminology to avoid suspicion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several officers and Wang Chao varied. Some darkened with anger, others flushed with embarrassment, and still others seethed with rage. The notion that a military officer would resort to treachery while soldiers faced death was a scandal that would severely tarnish the reputation of the force. They regarded this as a deep disgrace. "We shall undoubtedly mete out severe punishment for this matter, providing an explanation to all soldiers and to Qin Shuang," Wang Chao declared firmly. The remaining officers echoed their commitment to addressing the situation with utmost seriousness. Just as they spoke, Lu Peng, who had been approaching, overheard them, and a darker shade of fury clouded his expression. Lin Shi, catching a glimpse of Lu Peng, scoffed, "An explanation is one thing, but I have no desire to fight alongside such a person." In the end, disciplinary action would not lead to the execution of an officer. At most, he might be demoted. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Qin Shuang had indeed crossed paths with a significant troublemaker. He discerned that Qin Shuang had already advanced to the second tier of the gene lock, and thus, he had no intention of intervening on her behalf. After all, he was not her caretaker. Always coming to her rescue, Wang Chao persisted in his attempts to persuade Lin Shi, assuring him that Lu Peng's misconduct would be addressed. Observing from a distance, Lu Peng could no longer contain his rage as Lin Shi consistently refused to join the military. He stepped forward, sharply interrupting, "No one other than Major General Lin has the authority to discipline me. Kid, I initially thought you were clever, but it appears you are sorely mistaken. You can either comply and follow my orders, or you should consider the consequences. Dare to cross us, and think about whether you can continue to survive in Sha City." The others were taken aback by Lu Peng's brazen words. The rapport they had just begun to build was shattered in an instant. This was not an invitation. It was an outright push towards opposition. One officer hastily approached Lu Peng, grabbing him firmly, and exclaimed, "Lu, what are you saying?" Lu Peng, wounded, stumbled as he was pulled, shaking off the grip with a flare of anger that exacerbated his injury. "Get off me!" The moment Lin Shi heard the title Lu Zhaomao, his eyes flickered. Lu Zhaomao. No wonder he found this face somewhat familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had seen it. With dark skin, a hooked nose, and a height of 175 centimeters, he was a military officer. Serving as an aide, Lin Shi suddenly recalled that Lu Qinran's description of her father matched this individual perfectly. "My father is named Lu Peng." Lin Shi recalled Lu Qinran's words. A smile crept onto his face. He had not intended to take action against this man, but now that he recognized him as a potential adversary, he felt no obligation to spare him for Qin Shuang's sake. Sensing Lin Shi's murderous intent, Wang Chao quickly pushed Lu Peng aside, explaining, "I apologize, comrade. This individual has recently been injured and is not in the right frame of mind. Take him away and ensure he is dealt with once Major General Lin returns." The latter part of his statement was directed towards those nearby. Two officers seized Lu Peng, preparing to escort him away. However, Lu Peng took a few steps back, his gaze sharp. "You dare to apprehend me? I am a confidant of Major General Lin, his savior. This minor incident with Qin Shuang will not lead to any repercussions from him. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of offending me." Upon hearing this, those who intended to detain Lu Peng hesitated, exchanging glances. They understood well Lu Peng's position beside Major General Lin. Being one of his most trusted aides, to offend him could lead to repercussions from Major General Lin himself, resulting in their own suffering. The group turned their gazes towards Wang Chao. Recalling the relationship between Major General Lin and Lu Peng, furrowed his brow. He had long warned Major General Lin about Lu Peng's character, and now it was all too evident, with Lu Peng present. He realized that attempting to recruit Lin Shi would be futile, and it was imperative to handle Lu Peng's situation to avoid further ridicule from outsiders. He apologetically addressed Lin Shi, "I am sorry. Comrade, we shall meet again." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, regarding Wang Chao's decisiveness with newfound respect. His authority within the military seemed to rival that of Lu Peng, who had risen to power through his life-saving debt. It was such individuals who could ensure the preservation of the fire of the Xia nation amid this apocalyptic chaos. Lin Shi nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall take my leave." In Lin Shi's heart, Lu Peng was already a dead man. He had no intention of squabbling with a corpse over trivial matters. However, Lu Peng was not inclined to let it go. Drawing his sidearm, he aimed it at Lin Shi with malevolent intent. "Halt! Did I permit you to leave?" Lin Shi's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. "Lu Peng, have you lost your mind? Put down the gun," an officer shouted. At that moment, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. Lin Shi, unbeknownst to anyone, had swiftly flicked a glass bead from his hand, propelling it like a bullet in the darkness. The glass shard sailed silently through the air, striking Lu Peng's eye with precision. Lu Peng suddenly felt excruciating pain in his eye socket, letting out a wretched scream as the gun clattered to the ground. Wang Chao and the others were equally startled, turning their attention to Lu Peng. They saw him clutching his left eye, blood streaming through his fingers. The sudden cry of agony drew everyone's focus to Lu Peng, and they rushed to assess his condition. Only Wang Chao glanced back towards the direction Lin Shi had departed. But there was no trace of him. Moments later, they realized that Lu Peng had been struck in the eye. His eyelid had been partially torn away, and his eyeball was a gruesome mess. Given the proximity of the eye to the brain, and under current conditions, even if surgery were possible, it would require gene medicine to ensure survival. The officers turned to Wang Chao, who shook his head in response. The gene medicine was carried by Major General Lin, and the stockpile within the military was already low. With the recent beast wave consuming much of their supplies, focusing resources solely on Lu Peng's recovery would leave other evolutionaries vulnerable. Wang Chao was indifferent to Lu Peng's fate. It was futile to reason with someone determined to meet his demise. Lu Peng had courted death, and in the end, he would have an explanation to provide to Major General Lin. Wang Chao led Lu Peng away to tend to his wounds, ensuring to maintain appearances in the following days. Wang Chao and the other officers reassessed the strength of the source beasts and reinforced the defenses of the shelter. The heavy casualties from this battle ultimately stemmed from the inadequate fortifications at the entrance of the Xinghai apartment. They urgently constructed temporary defenses for the Xinghai apartment. Though this wave of beasts resulted in the loss of nearly 200 soldiers, it also led to the emergence of over a dozen first-tier evolutionaries among the survivors. As for Lu Peng, due to the glass shard embedded deep in his eye, no military doctor dared to perform surgery under the current conditions. Within 3 days, he succumbed to agony and perished. These developments were of no concern to Lin Shi. The following day, he stealthily infiltrated the Xinghai apartment once more, obtaining information from Qin Shuang. The icebreaker ship was set to dock at Donggang in 4 nights. The icy wind at the harbor howled fiercely, rattling the already dilapidated windows. Lin Shi and the Demon King had been waiting atop a logistics office building near the port for half a day. According to the intelligence gathered from Qin Shuang, Major General Lin was expected to return with the icebreaker today. Lin Shi intended to test whether he could replicate the icebreaker during this time. He gazed out at the sea, where thick layers of ice had formed near the shore, yet there was still no sign of the icebreaker. The port was dotted with heaps of containers buried under snow, alongside a few small safety shelters constructed by soldiers at an unknown time. Like Lin Shi's own shelter, these were semicircular in shape, resembling overturned bowls from a distance. His inspiration for designing the shelter had come from the igloos of the Inuit people, and it was evident the military had considered similar factors. Compared to square structures, the semicircular design was evidently more effective at withstanding fierce winds and blizzards, as well as retaining heat within. However, in terms of defensive capability, Lin Shi's shelter undoubtedly surpassed theirs. Given the current circumstances, constructing a shelter akin to Lin Shi's without machinery was an exceedingly daunting task. Lin Shi surmised that these small safety shelters were likely intended for the soldiers guarding the icebreaker. Such a crucial asset in the midst of an apocalypse could be considered a national treasure. Once it reached the port, it would undoubtedly be under tight surveillance. Approaching it on land would inevitably lead to conflict with the soldiers. Lin Shi's plan was to execute the replication underwater. The sea around the port had already frozen over, and he had observed that the ice layer was over a meter thick. Shortly after the icebreaker docked, when the ice began to crack, would be the optimal moment for Lin Shi to approach. As noon approached, Lin Shi, growing impatient from waiting for the icebreaker to arrive, sat down on the ground and took out some meat from his storage to share lunch with the Demon King. Upon witnessing Lin Shi holding the meat, the Demon King's uniquely colored eyes sparkled with excitement. A few days prior, after Lin Shi had taken the black bear's carcass, he absorbed its primal energy, augmenting his own power by over 100 units. Naturally, the remaining bear meat could not go to waste. That very evening, he, along with the Demon King and the giant panda, indulged in a sumptuous feast featuring an array of black bear dishes: roasted bear paws, braised bear meat, stir-fried bear liver, and boiled bear tongues, all laid out on an enormous table. Of course, it was impossible to consume the 600 to 700 pounds of bear meat in one sitting. The leftovers were transformed into barbecued meat, jerky, and other delicacies, stored in a spatial pocket for leisurely consumption. It was evident that the Demon King had a particular fondness for bear meat, as it gazed longingly at Lin Shi. Its tail wagging with fervor, nearly bursting with impatience to speak. Amused, Lin Shi observed the creature, a playful thought crossing his mind. He retrieved a piece of other meat from his spatial pocket and offered it, saying, "Have some." Upon realizing it was not bear meat, the Demon King's tail abruptly halted, its expressive eyes conveying a mix of disappointment and grievance as if they could speak. Ha ha ha. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Deciding not to tease it further, he then presented a piece of roasted bear meat to the Demon King. Now exhibiting intelligence comparable to that of a young adult, the Demon King, though unable to speak, communicated effortlessly with Lin Shi, the two of them coexisting like close friends. Having fought together frequently, they had developed a remarkable synergy. The Demon King instinctively knew how to coordinate with Lin Shi's movements. Becoming his best companion. In recent days, they had hunted 5 first-tier source beasts, with Lin Shi taking down 3 and the Demon King 2. The primal energy of first-tier source beasts ranged from 10 to 20 points. And after cultivating the nourishment technique for a day, Lin Shi would gain about 10 points, which was marginally beneficial. He allowed the Demon King to consume 3 of the beasts, hoping for a swifter evolution. He pondered what abilities might manifest upon encountering a third-tier source beast. As they were enjoying lunch, a sudden noise pierced through the cold wind. Lin Shi's eyes sharpened. He immediately rose and moved to the window to investigate. In the distance, amidst the wind and snow, an icebreaker was breaking through the frozen surface of the sea as it approached the harbor. "It's here," Lin Shi exclaimed with excitement, prompting the Demon King to cease its meal. The sound of cracking ice resonated across the sea as the massive icebreaker charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Its imposing hull appeared cold and solemn, emitting a deep, resonating hum through the storm. Soon, the icebreaker docked at the harbor. Lin Shi felt a surge of energy and signaled the Demon King to conceal itself. On the deck of the icebreaker stood a throng of people, both men and women, young and old, numbering in the hundreds. Among them were prominent scientists from various fields in the capital, key members of influential families, high-ranking military officials, and other dignitaries. The crowd consisted predominantly of young adults, with only a few women and children. At the forefront stood several elderly men with graying hair, surrounded by the masses. Despite their age, each exuded a distinct aura that set them apart, suggesting they had held positions of power for many years. Even Lin Tianrui was overshadowed by their presence. Among them were 2 elders who seemed to hold the highest rank among their peers, standing slightly ahead of the rest. Lin Tianrui pointed towards the harbor, now within sight, and declared, "Leaders, commander, esteemed uncles, we have arrived." It became clear that among those at the forefront stood the highest authority of the Summer Nation. With a kind and benevolent face, he exuded righteousness. His presence not as intimidating as those beside him, yet as refreshing as a gentle breeze that could both soothe and incite great waves. He was none other than the supreme leader of the Summer Nation. Xia Guohong, beside him, the dignified elder who stood at his level, was easy to identify. With a resolute demeanor, despite being over 50, he maintained a tall stature and a straight posture, resembling an insurmountable mountain. This was the highest commander of the Summer Military District, Lin Honglong. "Good, good, good," Xia Guohong exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. "Inform everyone to gather their belongings and prepare to disembark. Thank you all for your hard work over the past few months." The crowd quickly dispersed to collect their luggage. Leaving behind only a few elders, Lin Tianrui, and about a dozen bodyguards, Lin Tianrui addressed him, "Commander, everything in Shushi from here on out will depend on your orders." "No, continue as you have been. There is no need for change," Xiaoguang waved his hand. "Currently, other forces have gone rogue, and Shushi was under your management before, and it shall remain so." The elders exchanged glances, their expressions varied. The icebreaker had navigated along the coast, stopping multiple times for supplies. In the cities along the route, military forces had established their presence. It soon became evident that since the onset of the apocalypse, many military leaders had harbored ulterior motives. Throughout history, as the authority of monarchs waned, control over various regions was lost, marking the rise of independent powers. When Xia Guohong set out from the capital, he originally prepared 3 icebreakers, yet now only 1 remained. The events that transpired during the journey were not easily explained in a few words. Everyone still aboard understood the truth. Human nature could not withstand the trials of the apocalypse. Some commanders wished to accompany the leader southward, but the icebreaker simply could not accommodate that many soldiers, and the survivors could not be settled. Xia Guohong had no choice but to order them to hold their ground. If they could not endure, they could then meet him later. In reality, everyone understood that it was unlikely to occur. In ancient times, military campaigns required provisions and transportation. Now, with nothing available, adverse weather, and the presence of monstrous beasts, a journey southward on foot would lead to countless fatalities. It was wiser to have them maintain their positions and wait for the day when the extreme cold of the apocalypse would pass, perhaps allowing for a reunion. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianrui's face turned pale with shock, and he quickly bowed, saying, "Commander, how can I, a mere junior, bear such a heavy burden?" Xia Guohong patted Lin Tianrui's shoulder with a kind smile, saying, "We are all aging. The future belongs to the younger generation. It is time for me to step back." One of the elders besides Xia Guohong quickly interjected, "Commander, you are still quite young. You must lead the Summer Nation to rise again." "Indeed, Commander. Commander, you." The elders voiced their opinions fervently. Xia Guohong glanced at his comrades, sensing their varied intentions, and waved his hand. "No need for further discussion. I have faith in the child raised by Honglong." Lin Tianrui was the nephew of Commander Lin Honglong. Apart from Xia Guohong, Lin Honglong held the highest position. Before their arrival, Lin Tianrui had already been managing Shushi, operating under his command. The Shushi military was primarily under Lin Tianrui's direction, with Lin Honglong serving as the overall commander of the summer forces. While Xia Guohong held an irreplaceable status in the hearts of the summer people, his influence over the military was somewhat less than that of Lin Honglong. A hasty change of leadership in Shushi could potentially disrupt the morale of the troops, and many aboard the icebreaker had their own agendas, wishing for chaos to seize their opportunities. Shushi required a unified voice. "Tianrui, since the commander has said so, you must do your best," Lin Honglong stated authoritatively, his tone leaving no room for dissent, clearly aligned in thought with Xia Guohong. "Yes." Lin Tianrui, who felt most intimidated by Lin Honglong, could only muster the courage to respond. If the situation in Shushi had previously resembled a calm surface, the arrival of these individuals was akin to dropping a large stone into the water, creating ripples that would disrupt the tranquility and stir hidden currents. After spotting the shadow of the icebreaker, Lin Shi took out a telescope to observe. He and the Demon King quickly distanced themselves from the harbor, racing towards the opposite direction until the icebreaker was no longer visible. Only then did they change course. And Lin Shi said to the Demon King, "It's time. Let us head into the sea." Lin Shi and the Demon King made a detour, arriving at the open water created by the icebreaker's passage. Testing the water temperature, he found it to be frigid and biting. Yet Lin Shi's physical capabilities had long surpassed those of an ordinary person. With a few swift motions, he shed his clothes until only his underwear remained and plunged into the icy water. "Wait for me up there." Before Lin Shi could finish his sentence, the Demon King leapt into the water with a splash, paddling about with its 4 legs, appearing quite content. Lin Shi chuckled wryly, realizing he had no choice but to follow suit, saying, "Be careful. Don't stick your head out too much." With that, he dove beneath the surface. Although the water was cold, it felt warmer than on land once submerged. After about 10 minutes, Lin Shi found himself near the icebreaker, which had now docked at the harbor. Once in the water, he discovered that he could hold his breath for about 10 minutes, a testament to his evolved physical condition and increased lung capacity. The Demon King's antics in the water were comically amusing as they reached the area beneath the icebreaker. Lin Shi focused his mind, placing his hand on the bottom of the vessel, silently reciting, "Copy." Perhaps due to the evolution of the Treasure Basin or the fact that the icebreaker was a singular item, there was no flash of golden light or indication of a failed copy. Instead, a new prompt appeared before him. "Would you like to use 10 item copy attempts to replicate this item?" Yes, no. Lin Shi felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, it was possible. Without hesitation, he mentally affirmed, yes. As soon as his thought resonated, a 76-meter-long, 10,000-ton icebreaker materialized within his spatial pocket. However, Lin Shi did not stop there. He continued to replicate it until he had produced 10 vessels, consuming a total of 100 item copy attempts before ceasing. The copies could no longer be replicated, prompting him to strategize for additional vessels as backups. After 10 instances of duplication, Lin Shi finally gestured, "Go," towards the Demon King and departed from the depths of the sea. The number of duplications available for the treasure pot increased daily, and even after utilizing 100 duplications at once, the remaining duplications on the treasure pot interface were still treasure pot, complete, storage space. Complete. The volume can increase with the user's internal source power, allowing for the storage of living entities. Item duplication. Complete increases the daily item duplication count by 1. Current count, 1402. When a man and his dog reappeared, they were on the surface of the sea. Far from the port, during the journey, Lin Shi finally had the opportunity to observe the situation beneath the waves. There were still fish in the sea, albeit in limited numbers. Most of the fish near the sandy city were better adapted to tropical climates. Many shallow water fish succumbed to the low temperatures, while deep-sea fish seemed less affected. Eventually, if he desired fresh seafood, he would need to venture out to sea and catch some himself. However, before that, he first needed to learn how to operate an icebreaker. Upon returning to the shore, Lin Shi changed into dry clothing and tidied up the seawater from the Demon King, feeling quite satisfied as he made his way back to the safe house. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tianrui and the crew from the icebreaker returned to the Shanghai apartment. Wang Chao hurriedly led a group to welcome them. After a round of polite exchanges, the foremost task was to accommodate the over 500 individuals. Since the Shanghai apartment had been designated as a temporary base by the military, combined with the scientists and technicians recruited later, it was now nearly at full capacity, with many rooms housing several occupants. Numerous soldiers, bringing their bedding, sought to squeeze in with comrades, barely managing to free up around 80 rooms. Those who had traveled from Kyoto believed that their ordeal would conclude once they disembarked, allowing them to return to a life of comfort. To their dismay, they found themselves assigned to cramped rooms with only makeshift bedding on the floor, shared among 6 or 7 people. Immediately, a privileged offspring of an official could no longer endure and began to berate. "Are you kidding me? 7 of us in one room? Even a pigsty is more spacious." Chapter 125. Self-directed drama. Currently, this is the situation in the apartment, explained the soldier tasked with accommodating them. If Lin Shi had been present, he would have recognized this soldier as Li Wei, who had previously escorted them to the Sandy City Art Academy. The aggrieved Chu Tian pointed an accusatory finger at Li Wei, his face contorted with indignation, and spat. "Do you think we can be treated like you commoners? Do you know our status? Just speaking it would frighten you. Hurry up and give us a room each, complete with beds, water, electricity, and a bathroom." Others chimed in, clamoring for their own advantages. Those who had boarded the icebreaker were either individuals of immense value or the privileged elite from Kyoto. Yet, the military was currently operating on a merit-based system. Those without contributions, regardless of their former status, were treated equally. Li Wei replied coldly, "I'm afraid that's not possible. The superior has instructed that aside from a few leaders and scientists, everyone else is treated the same. Once the shelter is completed in a few days, rooms will be reassigned based on contributions. If you wish for better accommodations, you'll need to earn contribution points." With that, he turned to lead others to the next room. "Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? I haven't finished speaking yet. Stand still." Chu Tian rushed forward to grab Li Wei. Li Wei frowned and easily shrugged off Chu Tian's grasp. Just days prior, during a fierce battle, Li Wei had been one of the evolved beings to unlock his genetic potential, and his physical prowess had vastly improved. Chu Tian was thrown back and slammed into the wall, his head striking it with a resounding thud that echoed painfully. "Xiao Tian, are you all right?" A woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Chu Tian, rushed to check on him, glaring at Li Wei furiously. "How could you hit someone? I will report this to your superior and have you executed." The others rallied in outrage, surrounding Li Wei and voicing their grievances. Their anger was not merely for Chu Tian but for their own stakes. If Chu Tian faced such treatment, their own prospects would be no better. Before the tension escalated, Wang Chao's voice cut through the crowd. "Who are you threatening?" The group fell silent. Xia Guohong and Lin Honglong had been personally guided by Major General Lin to their accommodations. Wang Chao had just finished arranging for several scientists from Kyoto to be housed near other military scientists when he heard the commotion and approached, inquiring, "What's going on?" Chu Tian's mother, her face flushed with anger, pointed at Wang Chao. "Are you their commander? Your soldier assaulted my son, and I demand an explanation. If you don't provide one, I will escalate this to the highest authorities and have you dismissed." Wang Chao, unfazed, turned to Li Wei. What happened? Li Wei gestured towards the furious Chu Tian, stating, "This individual demanded a room change, and I explained the need for contributions. I was trying to accommodate the rest when he pulled me back, preventing my departure. That's all that transpired." Wang Chao cast a cold glance at the pair before addressing Li Wei. "They are no longer welcome here." Chu Tian and his mother exchanged looks of surprise. Believing they had successfully secured a room change, the expressions of the others varied, their thoughts swirling. Wang Chao continued, "Since our accommodations do not meet their standards, let them find their own place to stay." Li Wei confirmed, "Understood, Commander." Stunned, Chu Tian and his mother stood speechless. The soldiers of the military were no longer the same as they had been in the peaceful world months prior. After enduring the trials of the apocalypse, each soldier had transformed into a true warrior, understanding that they could not extend sympathy to everyone. If they could still empathize with survivors, there was no compassion left for the privileged offspring of bureaucrats who strutted about in the apocalypse. Chu Tian's mother was livid, her chest heaving with rage. The others wore similarly grim expressions, realizing that they too would not gain any advantage. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, inciting the others, "Friends, why not seek our own accommodations outside? After all, so many have perished outside. There are plenty of places to stay. Each of us was a person of distinction just months ago. Are we afraid we can't establish our own influence?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's thoughts diverged. Indeed, they had all been esteemed individuals months prior. Perhaps it was best to venture out and form their own faction, sparing themselves from the disdain of these commoners. Many exchanged glances with Wang Chao, their minds racing. Unbeknownst to them, the dangers lurking outside were not solely human but also included monstrous beasts. Wang Chao surveyed their faces, registering their expressions with an unchanging demeanor, and stated, "That is also an option. Our military will not restrict your freedom. Those who wish to remain can follow Li Wei. Those who do not are free to leave. However, I must remind you, once you depart, there is no returning. Furthermore, if you choose to stay, do not cause any further disturbances, or I will not hesitate to take action." The final words carried an unmistakable threat. This declaration spurred even more individuals to consider leaving. In the past, no one would have dared speak so boldly to them. Chu Tian and his mother were the first to declare, "We agree with this proposal. I will go too. Let's venture out." When I was successful, some were still drinking milk. Exactly. After deciding to leave, their tone shifted to one of sarcasm. Wang Chao paid them no mind. Lin Tianrui had previously advised him that if anyone among them wished to depart and establish their own faction, they were free to do so. Li Wei continued to arrange accommodations for the others. Ultimately, over 30 individuals, armed with supplies just issued by the military, departed from the Shanghai apartment. Meanwhile, the previously irate Chu Tian and his mother, upon leaving the apartment, wore expressions of humility and delight. Chu Tian softly remarked to the instigating middle-aged man, "Brother Fanren, how did I perform just now?" It turned out that everything had been a carefully orchestrated act. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with mockery, yet he wore a facade of approval. "Sister Chu, you did splendidly. Rest assured, I will take good care of you and your mother." Beside them, a disheveled woman, her skin chapped and reddened from the cold, shot a fierce glare at Chu Tian's mother, asserting her claim as she latched onto Shun Fanren's arm. It was none other than Lcue and Shun Fanren. And behind them was none other than Wang Ji, who, though aged several years, remained Shun Fanren's most trusted subordinate. How these individuals had managed to board the ship and journey south to Sandy City remained a mystery. Chapter 126. A Mysterious Heritage. The story begins with the destruction of Shun Fanren's estate by the Beast Tide. Emerging from the basement that day, Shun Fanren discovered his estate in ruins and resolved to leave the coastal city for the south. He instructed Wang Ji to gather their remaining personnel, as some fled while others perished. Ultimately, only a few subordinates remained. Among them was his illegitimate son, Shun Songrong, who had survived by hiding in the upper attic. On the day of the solar storm, Wang Ji managed to bring back only one of Shun Fanren's illegitimate sons. The other two met untimely ends due to various misfortunes. Shun Songrong was the sole survivor Wang Ji had managed to retrieve, and he was now Shun Fanren's last son at 17 years of age, having just completed high school. Once they confirmed their southward journey, Shun Fanren gathered supplies and prepared to leave the coastal city with his illegitimate son and Lcue. However, just as they were about to depart, news reached them that an icebreaker had arrived at the coastal city's port. At that time, there were 2 icebreakers, rather than the solitary one that followed. Shin Fanren promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the specifics of the situation. It was discovered that the icebreakers were resupplying in Haishur and would soon depart southward. Consequently, Shun Fanren devised various means to secure passage on one of the icebreakers for himself. If one were to inquire who possessed the most resources in Haishur, Shun Fanren would assert that no one dared to claim the top position but himself. Without hesitation, Shun Fanren leveraged his former connections to communicate with those aboard the vessel, offering a substantial portion of his supplies in exchange for boarding privileges. Ultimately, he secured only 4 spots. In doing so, Shun Fanren resolutely abandoned all of his subordinates, bringing along Wang Ji, Lcue, and Shan Songrong onto the icebreaker. Initially, Shun Fanren had no intention of wasting a spot on Lcue. Yet she managed to sway him with a significant secret, compelling him to include her. On board, Shun Fanren encountered Chu Tianyi's father, the former mayor of Kyoto. Unexpectedly, while passing through Wanshur in search of supplies, they were ambushed by Wanshur's military, resulting in the seizure of 1 icebreaker and a subsequent exchange of gunfire, leading to numerous fatalities, including that of Chu Tianyi's father. To secure their future, Chu Tianyi and his mother, Zhou Keilang, sought to align themselves with Shun Fanren. Despite being over 40, Zhou Keilang retained her allure and sophistication. It remains uncertain whether Shun Fanren found this appealing, but the two quickly formed a bond, much to Lcu's chagrin. Thus, the group successfully arrived in Shushi. Shun Fanren could hardly accept a future of laboring daily and living under the whims of others. He immediately incited Zhou Keilang and Chu Tianyi to stage a performance to extricate themselves from the military, ideally bringing along more individuals. This led to the earlier scene. One could argue that Shun Fanren's ability to establish a sanctuary in Haishur and rise to power was no small feat. After leading these individuals out of Xinghai apartment, Shun Fanren employed various justifications to ensure they remained together, fostering unity for their mutual benefit. This marked the initial step of his burgeoning ambition. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained blissfully unaware that the murderer of his father had arrived in Shushi. After acquiring a replica of the icebreaker, Lin Shi returned to the safe house, eliminating a source beast along the way. After absorbing the source energy within the creature, Lin Shi's personal interface appeared as follows. Host information. Lin Shi, 20 years old male. Evolution level, Gene Lock level 3. Source energy, 586 source energy units. Mental power, 118 mental power units. Besides absorbing source energy, Lin Shi had not ceased his training of mental fortitude and health regimens, leading to a fulfilling daily existence. However, something seemed amiss today. Upon inspecting his personal panel again, he was astonished to find that the age field, previously displaying his correct age, had inexplicably changed to 20. His birthday had yet to arrive. He distinctly remembered that his birthday was shortly before the new year, just days prior to the spring festival. Yet, the current date was still late October. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Shi had developed a habit of meticulously keeping track of time. He found himself perplexed. What could this mean? Had someone else informed him that he had celebrated his birthday for over 20 years? But it wasn't his actual birthday. He would have found it utterly implausible. Yet, the Treasure Basin could not be mistaken. Eliminating the impossible answers left him with a conclusion that was no less bewildering. He had celebrated so many birthdays that were not his true birthday. Lin Shi was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions: shock, confusion, sorrow, and bewilderment. Was he truly not the son of his father and Lcue? Or had they simply misremembered his birthday? This troubling question plagued him to the extent that he found little appetite for dinner that evening. The demon lord, ever perceptive, noticed Lin Shi's unusual demeanor, sidling up to him and resting its head on his lap in silent companionship. The following morning, Lin Shi's spirits had returned to normal. The previous night, he had reflected on every detail related to his family throughout his life. In a bid to unearth memories buried deep within his mind, he activated his gene lock. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion that was difficult to accept. He might indeed not be the son of the individuals he had called father and Lcue for over a decade. Moreover, this was not a case of being mistakenly swapped at birth. It appeared that both his father and Lcue were aware that he was not their child. The details began in his childhood. His father, Lin Mingjin, had always exhibited a cold demeanor towards him. Although Lcue meticulously attended to his needs, cooking and cleaning, Their interactions were often marked by a chill. When Lin Mingzhen was present, Lin treated Lin Shi with greater kindness, but once he departed, her demeanor reverted to indifference. Furthermore, Lin Mingzhen's attitude towards Lin Shi was consistently suspect. As a father, he had never raised his voice at Lin Shi, regardless of the boy's mistakes. Lin Shi had previously interpreted this as paternal affection, but upon recalling various interactions, he realized that the absence of conflict between them fostered a strange lack of intimacy, as if Lin Mingzhen perpetually yielded to him. Additionally, despite their family's affluence, they had never traveled outside Heisher for leisure. Lin Mingzhen forbade Lin Shi from venturing beyond the city, marking the only instance in which he did not indulge his son. Lastly, Lin Mingzhen's death was sudden and unforeseen. However, it was only after his passing that Lin Shi discovered he had established a will when Lin Shi was merely 2 years old. This revelation was unknown even to Lin, who had appeared incredulous when the notary arrived. Now, to uncover the truth, it seemed he would need to seek out Lin.